Interview with the Associated Press, Janet Mayo has identified 4 of the victims as her daughter and grandchildren. 35-year-old Holly Guess and her 3 kids, 17-year-old Riley, 13-year-old Tiffany, and 15-year-old Michael.
Police said one of the bodies appeared to be Holly's husband, convicted sex offender Jesse McFadden. Holly's mother said McFadden had lied about his criminal history, and records show McFadden missed a court appearance on Monday for new child pornography charges.
Authorities found the bodies during a search for 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 15-year-old Brittany Brewer. Police have not confirmed if Ivy and Brittany are among the dead, but their families have spoken out about losing them.
I'm just lost. It hasn't sunk in yet. I still think she's going to walk in right behind me or walk up next to me.
I sat on the floor and I read every single card that every single kid wrote. And most of them were, when people were mean to me, you were the one that stuck up for me. You were the one that talked to me. You were the one that was nice to me.
The community gathered for a vigil as the search for answers continues. Police say they will hold a press conference once all of the autopsies are completed.
Right now, we are just beyond 24 hours into the largest writer's strike in more than 15 years. Corporate greed has got to go! Corporate greed! Along with increased pay and better compensation for streaming content, writers are raising concerns about the impact of artificial intelligence as bots like ChatGPT pop up across the internet. Late-night comedy shows and Saturday Night Live are seeing the most immediate impact, going dark across every major network except Fox News. So the next season of your favorite shows might be delayed if this drags on. This strike does not impact news writers, including the ones for this show.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is calling for legislation that would police Supreme Court justices after some of its members have come under scrutiny following reports of questionable ethical conduct. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, good morning. Is there any chance we might see some kind of court reform in the future?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the Senate Judiciary Committee on Tuesday held a much-anticipated hearing on Supreme Court ethics. This comes after weeks of reporting from various outlets on concerning actions by multiple members of the nation's highest court. The hearing featured testimony from 5 witnesses, including former U.S. Judges Jeremy Fogel and Michael Mukasey. Notably absent from the hearing was Chief Justice John Roberts. Last month, Roberts declined the invitation from committee chairman Dick Durbin to testify on the issue of court ethics. While the conservative Mukasey pushed back against some of the recent reports on ethical concerns, the democratically appointed Fogel outlined a potential code of conduct panel made up of retired judges. Despite the pedigree of the witnesses, much of the oxygen at the hearing was taken up by committee members who sparred over the necessity of Congress passing legislation to police the court. Here's what the ranking member and chairman both had to say.
This is an unseemly effort by the Democratic left to destroy the legitimacy of the Roberts Court.
Ethics cannot simply be left to the discretion of the nation's highest court. The court should have a code of conduct with clear and enforceable rules.
Public opinion of the Supreme Court has taken a major hit over the last month following a number of stories that have shown a light on the conduct of some of its members. In April, ProPublica reported that Justice Clarence Thomas failed to disclose that he had been the recipient of expensive gifts from Republican donor Harlan Crow for several years. Following this, Politico reported that Justice Neil Gorsuch participated in the sale of a property in Colorado shortly after his confirmation, but did not appear to disclose that the buyer was the head of a major law firm. And just last week, shortly after declining the invitation to testify, Business Insider reported that Chief Justice Roberts' wife, Jane, was paid over $10 million in commissions as a recruiter for elite law firms, including one that argued a case before the High Court. So only time will tell if these reports will have an impact on one of the country's most powerful institutions. Now, it's important to note that NBC News has not independently verified the report and that Roberts' wife did not respond to a request for comment.
Right.
Back to you.
Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you for the update.
A Montana judge has shut down lawmaker Zoe Zephyr's effort to return to the State House floor. The transgender representative was barred from the chamber after a debate over gender-affirming care became heated. Zephyr and the ACLU challenged the censure, arguing that it violates the First Amendment. A judge has rejected that request, suggesting the court does not have the authority to intervene. Zephyr says this ruling should worry people.
If 2/3 of a body decide that you and your constituents don't deserve representation, I don't get it. That is something that should be a huge worry to people who want to stand up for democracy.
Montana's House Speaker welcomed the ruling, saying the judicial branch has no power to overrule the state legislature.
Let's get an update now on the latest round of clashes between Israel and the Gaza Strip. Early this morning, there are reports of a potential ceasefire after both sides exchanged fire. The latest fighting was sparked after a high-profile Palestinian prisoner died months into a hunger strike. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. And Raf, what can you tell us about this latest conflict?
Well, Francis, it has been another long night of explosions for families in Gaza and southern Israel. The Israeli military says it struck military targets all across the Gaza Strip, including a weapons manufacturing facility, training bases, and underground tunnels. Now, those targets belong to the Hamas militant group, but Israel says the rockets were actually fired by a smaller faction, Islamic Jihad. Some 100 rockets fired in total, most of them landing harmlessly in open areas. Some of them, though, intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome defense system, and some getting through. Israel says 3 foreign workers were injured in the southern city of Sderot. And in just the last hour, the Gaza Health Ministry says 1 Palestinian man was killed, 5 others were injured in those Israeli strikes last night. Now, as you said, all of this was triggered by the death of a very prominent Palestinian detainee in Israeli prison 87 days into a hunger strike. He was facing terror charges in the Israeli military court system, a system where Palestinians say they cannot get justice. There are around 1,000 Palestinians currently being held with no charges at all, according to an Israeli civil rights group. Francis, the ceasefire does appear to be holding for now, and people on both sides hoping it will stay quiet. Francis.
That is a hope for everyone. Raf, thank you.
South Africa is threatening to arrest Vladimir Putin if he sets foot on their soil. While the Russian president was invited to this July's BRICS summit in South Africa, the country has said it'll be compelled to detain him if he appears in person instead of virtually. An arrest warrant for Putin was issued back in March by the International Criminal Court, alleging war crimes in Ukraine. This comes as Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov is pushing back against a White House estimation that Russia has suffered over 100,000 casualties in the war so far. Peskov said Washington simply does not have the possibility to name any correct figures.
Okay, let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who is tracking 2 storms. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. 2 areas of low pressure on opposite ends of the coast are leaving us with some really unsettled weather this morning. There's some snow falling in those higher elevations of West Virginia and New England. We're going to continue to see the rain showers working through as well when it's all said and done. You notice we could see upwards of 2 to 4 inches in some spots of snow. And of course, we are in May, so I know that's not what folks want to hear. We're going to get back to those warmer temperatures here shortly. But first, we've got to deal with, again, the quieter and cooler conditions on either coast. As we look to the west coast, there's that low pressure spinning just offshore. It does leave us with some scattered showers and, again, some snow showers for folks in the Sierra Mountains as well. That starts to move into the Rockies here as we get into tomorrow. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Cool and cloudy in parts of the Northeast. We're also dealing with some snow showers. Pittsburgh ends up at 48 degrees today. Much warmer as we look west to Omaha, which hits 75 degrees with full sunshine today. 79 for Casper, and Colorado Springs ends up at 75 with partly cloudy skies. And the cool conditions have settled in for both of the coasts, but again, we will start to see those warmer temperatures starting to settle in as well as we get close to the weekend. We'll give you all the details on that coming up.
We're looking forward to that. All right, Angie, thank you. A new study warns that rising sea levels are threatening industry plants along the coast of California. As flooding could become more frequent, scientists fear by 2050, sites like oil wells and sewage treatment facilities could leak hazardous chemicals. The findings report this potential contamination would disproportionately affect communities of color and low-income neighborhoods, which are more likely near those at-risk sites.
Right. The new study on the serious effects of loneliness when we come back.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then, but following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then, but following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
There is a growing epidemic sweeping the nation that some doctors say is as bad for you as smoking. It's loneliness, and the levels are skyrocketing. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk with what people are doing to combat it.
Walking clubs are taking off, and it's not just the exercise.
You're connecting with someone, which is something that I was kind of missing.
More and more people are missing that connection and are feeling lonely.
The pandemic poured fuel on a fire that was already burning.
Dr. Vivek Murthy, the U.S. Surgeon General, says loneliness is an epidemic, the focus of an 80-page advisory he is releasing.
We're used to thinking about smoking and obesity as clear public health concerns.
So you're saying loneliness is comparable to smoking in terms of the detriment to your health?
Yeah, in terms of the risk that it poses for premature death, yes.
Half of U.S. adults experience measurable loneliness, and it's greater among young adults.
When you struggle with loneliness, when you're socially disconnected, it increases your risk of depression and anxiety and suicide, but it also increases your risk of physical illness as well.
Loneliness increases the risk for heart disease, stroke, and among older adults, dementia. The cure, Dr. Murthy says, is not only personal change, but societal change as well.
What we need to do is actually rebuild social infrastructure in our country.
You're talking about changing the social fabric. That's been decades in the making.
It's been decades in the making, but it's also something that I'm confident that we can address if we put our mind to it and if we act together.
Among his recommendations, a focus on community organizations, mobilizing the health sector to raise awareness, and reconsidering how we use technology.
In-person matters. Connecting online has its place, has its value, but it's not a substitute for in-person connection. We really do need both.
Cultivating and supporting time together, face-to-face, because our health depends on it. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Still to come, we've got the top 5 athletes scoring the biggest paychecks in sports.
And Shaq is back, making his music career rebound.
This is what it looks and feels
the
like.
latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
No athlete on earth is making more money than that man, Cristiano Ronaldo. 4 months after the 38-year-old signed with a soccer club in Saudi Arabia, Forbes named Ronaldo the highest earner in sports this year, raking in $136 million between his on-field earnings and off-field endorsements. Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe led their nations to the World Cup final back in December, and they are now ranked second and third, respectively. LeBron James, meanwhile, was the highest-paid American athlete, and rounding out the top five was Mexican boxer Canelo Alvarez. If you notice there's no Tom Brady, there's no Patrick Mahomes. I mean, as popular as American football is here, nobody in the top 10 plays football.
We always talk about that. We do it like, oh, look who's getting paid this much in this new deal on the MLB, NFL. Nothing compared to these guys.
It's soccer.
Right? All right, Diesel is back just in time for the NBA Finals.
Worldwide Diesel, never gas up, just globalize. I only sleep with an open eye. My parties are like when I polarize. Only give a crap when I'm rolling dice. Out in Vegas, living like greatness. Diesel.
What do you think? Shaquille O'Neal dribbled back to his music career with a brand new single. The track, called King Talk, is a collab with Afrobeats and hip-hop artist Blackway. Shaq originally teased King Talk in February, marking King LeBron James' scoring record. The former NBA star previously released 4 albums in the 90s, and so many people are like, well, what? For that generation, they know, but so many young kids don't. Here's a little reminder of what he can do.
Speaking of athletes who make, or former athletes who make money, this guy's ubiquitous. I mean, every time you turn around Shaq somewhere, he's so great on TNT, and he's an entertainer at heart.
Yeah, getting his hands in everything involved and doing it well, too.
Yep. All right, stay with us after the break. Angie is back with our midweek weather forecast.
This
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We're back now from Las Vegas. Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, From France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Summer-like conditions continue for folks in the plains. Meanwhile, the Northeast, the Midwest running below normal, 10 to even 15 degrees below normal for this time of year. And that goes for tomorrow, too. Boston ends up at 50. New York ends up at 59. But if you're looking for the warmer weather, it will eventually arrive just in time for the weekend. New York ends up at 68 on Saturday, Sunday into the low 70s. And we'll continue to see the warmer, kind of more spring-like conditions.
Long overdue. Can't wait for it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We are looking forward to that. All right, still ahead, a military mom's emotional reunion you don't want to miss.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A school in Kentucky is on a mission to support military families, and their commitment shows in the planning of a special moment one young student will never forget. Reporter Austin Pollock of our Lexington affiliate has more.
There's a hero among us when these boots are on home soil.
I did it because just to make our future better.
A better future, the only thing Hannah Henning envisions for her 4-year-old daughter, Charlie.
It's been hard for me. I think she's kept herself distracted, so she's she's happy, but she definitely has missed me.
Have you missed your mommy?
I'm probably gonna cry. I don't know what to expect from her. She might cry, she might not.
She might cry, but their time apart will end with togetherness.
Give her a big hug.
At this Purple Star program ceremony, Hannah listens to a presentation, but there's a good chance her mind is down the hall.
We are going to celebrate Mother's Day. Charlie's mommy has a special job.
She doesn't think that I'm coming home today.
And in Charlie's mind, she's ready to hear a story she hasn't just heard, but lived.
My mom's boots.
I just figured it would be a nice surprise for her to be like, oh, my mom's back.
My mom doesn't wear just any pair of shoes to work. She wears combat boots. You know what? I have somebody that can read this story so much better than I can.
Nervous?
Yes.
Let's turn and look at our visitor.
Hi. Are you surprised? I think it really hit me when she started crying. You okay?
Happy in the whole wide world.
What?
I'm happy in the whole wide world.
You're happy in the whole wide world?
Almost speechless. But when you're 4 years old, that smile and that laughter is the best thing in the whole wide world.
It was just overwhelming how much support that not just me but all military families have within the schools.
I race you.
No, I'm not gonna run.
Keep jumping for joy, Charlie.
A lot of emotions, a lot of happiness.
Your mommy's home.
Can you believe it?
Yes.
Our thanks to Austin Pollock from our Lexington affiliate for that report. It looks like those boots were made for walking right into the classroom, into those girls' hugs.
Wonderful to see that. Just unimaginable to be separated like that. So glad to see it just in time for Mother's Day.
What a sacrifice for them. We thank you for that. The Texas manhunt comes to an end. The man accused of killing 5 people captured after his desperate attempt to hide.
A judge's 11th hour decision keeps abortion clinics in Utah open today.
Border crisis. The administration gears up for an influx of migrants as Title 42 is set to expire next week.
And who was crowned king of the mattresses inside a Derby Day tradition? It's Wednesday, May 3rd. Early today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news overnight after a massive 4-day manhunt. The man accused of killing his 5 neighbors with an AR-15 has been apprehended. According to the FBI, a tip called into an FBI line led to Francisco Oropesa's arrest in the city of Cut and Shoot, Texas. He was caught hiding in a closet underneath laundry. Oropesa will be charged with 5 counts of murder and is being held on a $5 million bond. Devin Clark from our NBC affiliate in Houston spoke with a grieving community of Cleveland, Texas.
I was super sad because my friend died.
Little Aaron Muniz is one of dozens who helped create a memorial outside of the Cleveland home where 5 people were fatally shot execution-style Friday. He says the youngest victim, 9-year-old Daniel Lasso, was his best friend.
He used to play soccer at the bus stop, and he used to be good at goalie, and I liked him on my team.
He says it's what pushed him to write this letter.
I wanted to show him how good I was a fan of him.
Much of the Trailsend community overwhelmed with grief.
I couldn't imagine someone kicking in my door, saying you're coming for my family. It has to be deeper than what they're saying.
Investigators say that after being asked by a neighbor to stop shooting his gun because a newborn was sleeping, 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa went next door with an AR-15, shooting Lasso, along with his mother, Sonia Guzman, Diana Alvarado, Julissa Rivera, and Jose Casares.
They didn't shoot back and they didn't have a gun, but the majority of the residents back here shoot back, and they got their own ARs.
As anger and frustration brews in this rural community, Friday's mass shooting also getting attention at the White House.
The president was briefed on the shooting on Saturday morning, and he and the First Lady are praying for those killed in the attack, for their surviving loved ones, and for the broader Cleveland community.
And our thanks to Devin Clark from our Houston affiliate.
We are just beyond 24 hours into the largest writers' strike in more than 15 years.
Corporate greed has got to go!
Along with increased pay and better compensation for streaming content, writers are raising concerns about the impact of artificial intelligence as bots like ChatGPT pop up across the internet. Late-night comedy shows and Saturday Night Live are seeing the most immediate impact, going dark across every major network except Fox News. So the next season of your favorite shows might be delayed if this drags on. This strike does not impact news writers, including the ones for this show.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is calling for legislation that would police Supreme Court justices after some of its members have come under scrutiny following reports of questionable ethical conduct. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, is there any chance we might see some kind of court reform in the future?
Yeah, well, good morning, Francis. The Senate Judiciary Committee on Tuesday held a much-anticipated hearing on Supreme Court ethics. This comes after weeks of reporting from various outlets on concerning actions by multiple members of the nation's highest court. The hearing featured testimony from 5 witnesses, including former U.S. Judges Jeremy Fogel and Michael Mukasey. Notably absent from the hearing was Chief Justice John Roberts. Last month, Roberts declined the invitation from committee chairman Dick Durbin to testify on the issue of court ethics. While the conservative Mukasey pushed back against some of the recent reports on ethical concerns, the democratically appointed Fogel outlined a potential code of conduct panel made up of retired judges. Despite the pedigree of the witnesses, much of the oxygen at the hearing was taken up by committee members who sparred over the necessity of Congress passing legislation to police the court. Here's what the ranking member and the chairman both had to say.
This is an unseemly effort by the Democratic left to destroy the legitimacy of the Roberts Court.
Ethics cannot simply be left to the discretion of the nation's highest court. The court should have a code of conduct with clear and enforceable rules.
Now, public opinion of the Supreme Court has taken a major hit over the last month following a number of stories that have shown a light on the conduct of some of its members. In April, ProPublica reported that Justice Clarence Thomas failed to disclose that he had been the recipient of expensive gifts from Republican donor Harlan Crow for several years. Following this, Politico reported that Justice Neil Gorsuch participated in the sale of a property in Colorado shortly after his confirmation, but did not appear to disclose that the buyer was the head of a major law firm. And just last week, shortly after declining the invitation to testify, Business Insider reported that Chief Justice Roberts' wife, Jane, was paid over $10 million in commissions as a recruiter for elite law firms, including one that argued a case before the High Court. Now, only time will tell if these reports will have an impact on one of the country's most powerful institutions. And it's important to note that NBC News has not independently verified the report and that Roberts' wife did not respond to a request for comment. Back to you, Francis.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Planned Parenthood is marking a win for women's health care in Utah. A judge there ruling to block the state's latest anti-abortion law that would have gone into effect today. The law would have banned abortion clinics, meaning that women seeking the treatment would have to go to a hospital. This is the same judge who blocked the state's near-total abortion ban from going into effect after Roe v. Wade was overturned last summer. The injunction will remain in place while the courts review a lawsuit filed by Planned Parenthood and the ACLU.
The Biden administration is sending 1,500 troops to the southern border. A surge of migrants is expected when the COVID restriction known as Title 42 is lifted on May 11th. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the troops will provide extra support for the border for 90 days. They will not be armed or make arrests, but will help Border Patrol agents.
All right, let's get an update now on the latest round of clashes between Israel and the Gaza Strip. Earlier this morning, there are reports of a potential ceasefire after both sides exchanged fire. This latest round of fighting was sparked after a high-profile Palestinian prisoner died months into a hunger strike. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So what can you tell us about this latest conflict?
Philip, good morning. It has been another long night of explosions in Gaza and southern Israel for families there. The Israeli military says it struck targets all across the Gaza Strip, including weapons manufacturing facilities, training bases, and an underground tunnel. Now, these facilities belonged to the Hamas militant group, but Israel says the rockets were actually fired by a smaller faction, Islamic Jihad. Some 100 rockets fired in total, most of them falling harmlessly in open areas, some of them intercepted by Israel's missile defense system, but some did get through. And Israel says 3 foreign workers were wounded in the southern town of Sderot. In just the last hour or so, the Gaza Health Ministry says 1 Palestinian man was killed and 5 other people were also injured in those strikes overnight. And as you said, all of this was sparked by the death of a prominent Palestinian detainee in Israeli prison on his 87th day of a hunger strike. He was facing charges in Israel's military court system, a court system where Palestinians say they cannot get justice. Around 1,000 Palestinians are being held without charge right now, according to an Israeli civil rights group. But that ceasefire does appear to be holding, at least for now. Philip.
All right, Raf Sanchez reporting from Tel Aviv this morning. Raf, thank you.
We have got storms brewing on both coasts. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's here to tell us more. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we are kicking things off with some rain and some snow in parts of the Northeast, as well as out towards California. We'll get to California in a moment, but here's the setup of your satellite and radar picture this morning, where we continue to see snow falling in those higher elevations and then the scattered rain showers across this area once again. We'll pick up maybe another 1/4 of an inch by the time this is all said and done, and a couple inches of snow as well for parts of West Virginia and into New England. Meanwhile, out west, it is damp and it is cool as this low pressure spins just offshore. It'll continue to bring some rain showers into folks from southern to even central California through the day today before it moves a little farther to the east towards the Rockies. In the meantime, we will look for a potential for a few strong storms later this afternoon. Mainly the wind gusts and the hail is going to be the big issue here, even as we get into tomorrow afternoon, where Oklahoma City to parts of southern Texas are involved in the potential for some strong storms. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Cool and dreary for parts of the Northeast. 51 degrees for Scranton. Pittsburgh just makes it to 48 degrees today with some showers in play, as well as some sunshine out towards the west. Des Moines to Omaha, Bismarck, ending up with warmer than normal temperatures and feeling very summer-like in Billings. And the warmer than normal temperatures are going to settle in for parts of the center of the country, but the cool conditions for the coast are here to stay for a little while longer, guys, before spring gets back into the picture. We'll tell you when that happens.
Yeah, we're waiting for that warm up. Okay, thank you, Angie.
Looking to finally ditch the jackets. All right, we are back in just 60 seconds with an update in the battle over the nation's debt ceiling.
And as Minnesota moves toward legalizing marijuana, some criminal records could soon go up in smoke.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As Minnesota's legislature finalizes a plan to legalize recreational marijuana, it's also looking back and working to help those who have been haunted by previous pot-related charges on their criminal records. Kent Erdahl from our NBC affiliate in Minneapolis has more.
When Minnesota officially opens the door to recreational cannabis, it will begin opening different kinds of doors for people with certain criminal records.
Cannabis crimes that are not felony level and that were nonviolent, did not involve a weapon.
According to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, there are more than 66,000 Minnesotans automatically eligible to have those kinds of misdemeanors sealed.
It's also important to transition those people.
But Layli Fadahi, campaign manager for Minnesota is Ready, says automatic does not mean immediate.
Their record will be expunged as soon as it is identified, but that work of identifying the individual, that's going to take some time.
It's not as easy as snapping your fingers.
Nope, unfortunately, it is not.
Yana Hrdinova has spent years tracking state expungement efforts as director of the Drug Enforcement and Policy Center at The Ohio State University.
Especially if you're going backwards into the history, that gets really complicated, and it can take years to put it into practice.
That's because they're not just sealing convictions. Of those 66,000 eligible Minnesotans, just 9,800 of those cases resulted in convictions. The other 57,000 represent cases that were stayed or dismissed.
When you say a person with a criminal record, you imagine somebody who has been convicted. But that's actually not accurate. People who have been arrested and charges were never proven or they were even dismissed, that stays on people's records.
And that impacts records of Black Minnesotans the most. A 2020 study by the ACLU found that they are 5.4 times more likely than white people to be arrested for marijuana possession statewide, despite both groups reporting similar usage rates. And no matter who is impacted, keep in mind, determining who's eligible is just the beginning.
There are different agencies that own these records, and you have to notify all agencies that they have to close or seal their records. You also have to let the person whose record was sealed know that their record was sealed, so they don't continue to put on their employment application that they have a offense. And notifying people when you might not have an updated address presents another level of challenge.
And automatic expungement is just the beginning. According to the BCA, there are an additional 230,000 Minnesotans with nonviolent felonies.
Those individuals can petition,
who will soon be eligible to apply to have their records sealed through a new cannabis expungement board.
That's a lot of people whose lives will hopefully be handing back to them.
Our thanks to Kent for that report.
The clock is ticking for the U.S. to avoid a crippling financial crisis. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have agreed to meet with President Biden at the White House next week and try to hash out a deal on the debt ceiling. But the president is at odds with the GOP. Here with the latest is CNBC's Karen Show. Karen, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, indeed, President Biden not changing tack despite a much closer deadline than anticipated. Biden wants a no-strings-attached increase to the debt ceiling, but Republicans wanting to slash spending. The impasse has left House Democrats weighing their options, including maneuvering to win over some Republicans before potentially forcing a vote on the floor, directly bypassing leadership. This is not seen as the easiest or potentially even the most successful option, as effectively this discharge petition would need about at least five Republicans to support the bill, but it is seen as potentially one option given that Biden won't seemingly budge or even sign up for a short extension to the debt limit. This, as we heard that the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has now estimated that the deadline is much closer due to a fall in tax receipts, that effectively we're now talking about the debt ceiling being breached as early as June the 1st. So the deadline firmly is ticking. And don't forget, we've got more volatile markets at this point, very conscious around what we're seeing around funding conditions. The banking issue that we've seen in recent weeks certainly has put increased focus on liquidity and exactly what the finances of the U.S. government looks like at this stage. Back to you.
Yeah, really crucial time financially for all of us, especially in this country. Karen, thank you. Still to come, the 76ers' Joel Embiid just scored one prestigious accolade and more highlights from the NBA Finals.
Ahead of the Kentucky Derby, these jockeys are off to the races without getting out of bed.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here. How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Huge series tipping off in round 2 of the NBA playoffs. Lakers-Warriors, and we got a nail-biter in the Bay. Anthony Davis led L.A. with 30 points and 23 rebounds. Steph Curry put up 27 for Golden State, but it wasn't enough. The Lakers take Game 1 on the road, 117-112. Meanwhile, the Heat cooled off down the stretch without their captain, Jimmy Butler, in the lineup. The Knicks rallied in the fourth to even the series with the 111-105 win. And while the 76ers prepare for Game 3 against the Celtics, their big man is earning some hardware. Joel Embiid was named this season's MVP. After finishing runner-up to Nikola Jokic the past 2 seasons, it is the first MVP award in Embiid's career. So congrats to Embiid, but right now it is all about the playoffs. He's hurt as we speak. In New York, it's all about the Knicks, right? They're playing the Heat. But the rest of the country is talking about Steph and LeBron. I mean, these are the two of the best players in our generation.
And you know me, I don't roll big on sports, but when you're talking about those players, yeah, you listen, you know it's good.
That's it.
All right, after the break, Angie is tracking some warmer than average weather on this Wednesday.
And Super Mario Brothers smash a box office milestone. It's the video game movie that just keeps winning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest,
a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
Another chilly day in the east. The Northeast ends up with temperatures in the 40s for Buffalo, 60 for Chicago today. Much warmer as we look a little farther to the west into parts of the plains. We'll be feeling more like summer for folks there. As we head into tomorrow, temperatures still into the 50s from Boston to New York, 60s, mid 60s at that for Washington, D.C. And finally, a spring rebound by the time the end of the week rolls around and into the weekend. We'll see temperatures into the upper 60s for New York. 70s will be at our doorstep for places like Detroit, Pittsburgh by the time the weekend ends, guys.
That's what's up. All right, Angie, thank you. Still ahead, Derby week is picking up speed before the run for the roses. Kentucky holds the great bed races.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It's a Derby Week tradition. It has nothing to do with horses. It's the great bed races. The costumes and the decorated mattresses are always a sight to see in Kentucky. And this year's special theme is Through the Decades. David Ochoa from WAVE has a recap of the festivities.
If you've never tailgated a bed race, you're missing out. That's where the contestants showed off their beds before the races got started. Some participants explained the theme for their beds.
So through the decades, this is the parade is the bed race theme. So we wanted to celebrate that and celebrate our namesake, Muhammad Ali International Airport, and the greatest of all time, right there.
Others explained their strategy.
Just go fast and try not to run over too many cones.
The two-time returning champions, Full Throttle, were looking to defend their title.
Yeah, we are the fastest in bed, and we are built this year we're totally built for speed.
Once inside Broadbent Arena, you can see why the great bed races are a staple for the Derby Festival and for the community.
It's just so fun. There's a lot of community here. We see organizations that we're a part of or involved with. The crowd is just a very engaging, active kind of place to be.
And then the contestants were off. Some races were close, some weren't, and some were, let's just say, interesting.
We're going to have some cleanup on aisle 12 here in a little bit.
I'm not sure what I'm watching right now. In the Fun Division Championship, it was J-Town versus St. Elizabeth Catholic Charities. In the end, St. Elizabeth took the crown.
St. Elizabeth. We're glad to be a part of St. Elizabeth, and second win, so we're doing pretty good. We're going to be ready to be back next year to defend, so we're ready for it.
In the championship division, it was Full Throttle looking to defend their title against Best 1A. And Full Throttle showed why they've now won 3 straight bed races.
So we got go-karts that go about 50 miles an hour, so we learned everything about speed on those. So if you want to be fast like us, come out to Full Throttle Adrenaline Park, see us. We'll teach you everything we know, so maybe one day you can take us on out here.
Thanks to David Ochoa from our Louisville affiliate for that. That's the most fun you can have in bed. Maybe not the most fun.
Well, it's at least a rare instance where you're that proud to be that fast.
Where you could have an audience.
There you go.
It would be the most fun in bed.
There it is. All right, from the bed carts to Mario Kart. Not as fun as that discussion, but still, the Super Mario Brothers movie continues to kill it at the box office. This past weekend, the animated video game adaptation officially surpassed $1 billion globally, making it the first film of the year to reach that milestone. It grossed $490 million in North America and $532 internationally. It remains in the #1 spot for the 4th consecutive week, and this thing has made 10 times its investment. You know you're going to see another one.
I'm loving that. Chris Pratt, Anya Taylor-Joy, Jack Black. Way to do it. This is Early Today. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, arrested. Breaking overnight, a dramatic end to a days-long manhunt in Texas. This morning, the man accused of gunning down 5 of his neighbors is in custody.
We always said it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when the suspects can be caught. And we're extremely glad that today was the when.
What we're learning this morning about where the suspect was found, plus the one tip that helped lead to his capture. Also this morning, in the red, worries on Wall Street after a major sell-off for regional banks. We'll take a closer look at what happened and why some experts say the timing is so concerning. Plus, the stage is set for a showdown on Capitol Hill as House Democrats push a new debt ceiling plan without GOP support. Pressure check, a new warning about a popular at-home medical device, why those blood pressure cuffs from the pharmacy may not be giving you an accurate reading. And Utah best. You heard that right. This morning, Utah taking over the top spot of a high-profile state rankings list, beating out California and New York. We'll tell you why and where your state landed this time around. Never been to Utah. I have to add that to the list.
I credit the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. I feel like
there
maybe
you go.
they had something to do with this.
We'll have to find out. I like that theory, though. We do begin, though, this morning with that breaking news we've been following out of Texas.
Yeah, a massive manhunt for the suspect accused of killing 5 people has finally come to an end. Last night, the FBI's Houston office tweeted out this photo of Francisco Oropesa, along with the word capture.
He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry. They effectively made the arrest. He is uninjured. He now will be taken to my jail and where his new residence will be.
Investigators say it was a tip that ultimately led to Oropesa's arrest. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more from Cold Spring, Texas.
For almost 4 full days, authorities, hundreds of them, were searching for Francisco Oropesa with no idea, by their own admission, where he actually was. But now we know where he is this morning, behind bars on a $5 million bond, facing murder charges for brutally killing 5 people, the youngest of which a 9-year-old child. Now, how did this all come to pass? Police say that yesterday, early evening, about 5:15 local time, a tip came in through the FBI's tip line that prompted them to swarm a nearby town, as there were so many thoughts about where this man might be. Was he in another part of Texas, perhaps Mexico? No, it turns out about 15 miles away from where the massacre took place, in Cut and Shoot, Texas, where authorities there with Texas DPS, the U.S. Marshals, and also an elite Border Patrol unit went into a private residence and arrested Oropesa, remarkably so, they say, without any injuries throughout all of this. Now, police would not answer questions about whose house this was, what the connection might be, whether it was personal or familial. They would not say, would also not even include whether or not this person was intentionally harboring him, just the fact that he was hiding inside the house in a closet underneath laundry and was ultimately handcuffed. You'll see video of him that appears to show Oropesa being taken by police, where he is now in jail. And we're going to be waiting the next steps here to figure out what the arraignment will be, when that might actually take place. But this ends what has been an incredible saga for this community, and people here worried to leave their homes, walking around with firearms themselves, saying that this has completely unhinged them in terms of a personal sense of safety. Well, everyone now breathing a sigh of relief on that front, but certainly causing so much pain and consternation is now they're going to have to grapple with the fact that this man who has slaughtered 5 people is brought to justice and relive some of the details there as to what happened in Cleveland, Texas, something that has absolutely devastated people far and wide. In Cleveland, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, Sam Brock with the latest breaking news. Thank you.
Well, this morning, we're waiting to see what will happen on Wall Street after a wild day yesterday, ahead of a big Federal Reserve meeting today. The 3 major indices ended the day in the red, with the Dow falling more than 300 points.
Now, a lot of that was fueled by ongoing concerns in the banking industry. Regional bank stocks took a big hit. PacWest closed down 28%, while Western Alliance was off around 15%. All that turmoil provides the backdrop as the Fed meets today and could announce another interest rate hike.
Caleb Silver joins us now. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, good morning. So first, let's talk about that sell-off yesterday. Bank stock hit hard. Was J.P. Morgan's takeover of First Republic Bank earlier this week, was that not enough to ease the concerns of investors?
Yeah, CEO Jamie Dimon saying the crisis is over, but the crisis isn't over. Why? Because a lot of these regional banks are facing pressure on their balance sheets. These rising interest rates have made it very hard for them to loan money at a profit, but it's also put pressure on where they put our money. When we give it to the bank, they put it in government bonds, they put it in mortgage-backed securities. Well, we know the price of those dropped precipitously last year. So their balance sheets aren't looking great, and investors are looking at all these banks very skeptically. First Republic was generally a very healthy bank. The fact that it had to get taken over, first it had to have that $30 billion infusion, then get taken over by J.P. Morgan. Not a good sign for regional banks that just do plain vanilla banking. That's the concern there. And we have another rate hike coming probably this afternoon. That's going to continue to put pressure on banks and on businesses around the country.
Yeah, so Caleb, let's talk about that. The Fed's meeting today. Most are expecting to raise interest rates by a 1/4 point. What do you expect?
Absolutely, I would expect the Fed to increase rates by another quarter point. This would be the 10th straight rate hike, going back now about 14 months, and this would bring interest rates to about 5% to 5.25%. We haven't had rates that high since the great financial crisis. You know what happened then, but the Fed is doing this to battle inflation, which remains sticky high. It has chosen to fight that battle and not be too concerned about what's happening in the banking sector, even though what's happening in the banking sector is providing its own form of restrictive policy. So the Fed is bent on lowering inflation, and it's around 4.6% according to the latest PCE, Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. They want it close to 2%, but this might be the last rate hike for a while. If you look at the projections from the Fed, that could provide some relief to banks and to investors.
And Caleb, talking about issues before the Fed, of course, looming large is the debt ceiling fight, the possibility the U.S. could actually default. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the government could run out of money as early as June 1st if that ceiling isn't raised. So can the Fed do anything at all to try to shield the economy if that happens?
Well, they could lower interest rates. That would help. That would provide some relief. But remember, when the Fed lowers interest rates, especially when they do it dramatically, it's a sign that things are not well with the economy. And the debt ceiling is just another factor that we have to think about, because if we do default on our debt or if we run out of money, first of all, some bills aren't going to get paid. But also the big issue there is what happens to our bonds. The U.S. government bond is the most widely held, most widely trusted asset on the planet. If we get a default because we can't raise the debt ceiling here, we're going to see another spike in bond yields and a spike in interest rates, and that's going to be very difficult for the economy, for investors, for banks, for everybody.
June 1st, less than a month away now. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you.
Lawmakers in Washington are also focused on the debt ceiling, another economic concern, hoping to avoid a catastrophic default. With both sides still far apart, House Democrats are moving forward with a so-called Plan B. It would allow a debt ceiling bill to be brought to the House floor without the support of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and fellow Republicans. We're joined now by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, good morning to you. So, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey sent a letter yesterday to colleagues explaining the plan. Let's be clear. This sounds like a long shot, but explain what it entails, how it would be implemented, and what are some of the challenges that could potentially get in the way.
Yeah, let's work backwards here, because the biggest challenge Democrats have here is that they're not in the majority. So they need to peel away 5 Republican votes, essentially convince 5 Republican members to cross their party leadership and go along with Democrats' plan here instead. The way this works is basically an obscure procedural process. This idea was born back in January by a little-known Democratic member from California who started a backup plan, not just to address the debt ceiling, but also on abortion and other issues that he said, told my colleague Kyle Stewart, was afraid that Republicans would try to hold hostage. Now, after it became clear we are just weeks away from a potential default, this plan was set in motion. Democrats starting yesterday to set what's called a discharge petition in motion. Essentially, if they get 218, if they get the majority and those 5 Republicans are able to sign on to it, they can cross Speaker McCarthy, bring up this plan that would essentially raise the debt ceiling clean without any strings attached. But other than that, we haven't seen many details, and it's because this plan is just really unlikely to happen.
So in the meantime, then, President Biden's going to host congressional leaders from both parties next week at the White House. They're going to discuss the debt ceiling. Despite that ceiling being raised numerous times over the years under both Republican and Democratic presidents, there are a number of Senate Republicans who are still dismissing the possibility of a short-term debt limit increase, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And what House Republicans have going for them is that for the first time in a long time, Senate Republicans are hands off. They think Speaker McCarthy can totally handle this, especially after he was able to narrowly pass that Republican-only bill last week that would raise the debt ceiling, but had a lot of spending cuts to the tune of $4.8 trillion over 10 years. Let's take a listen to what Minority Leader McConnell had to say yesterday about giving McCarthy the roadway here.
There is no solution in the Senate. We have divided government. The American people gave the Republicans the House. The Democrats have the presidency. The president and the speaker need to reach an agreement to get us past this impasse.
So President Biden invited all 4 leaders to the White House next week, but you hear McConnell here saying that he's going to let McCarthy lead this one.
All right, Julie Sirkin. Julie, thank you so much.
The Biden administration has announced plans to send 1,500 troops to the United States southern border as COVID restrictions are set to be lifted next week. Known as Title 42, the measures put in place at the start of the pandemic prevented migrants from crossing into the U.S. to seek asylum. With its end, though, just more than a week away now, officials are preparing for a surge in migrants. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on this. Julia, so what do we know right now about this plan, and what will the troops actually be used for?
Well, we know this will be 1,500 additional troops. These are active duty troops this time, not National Guard, which means that these are people who will be coming in really to be doing the job, sort of the behind the scenes job that some Customs and Border Protection agents are doing now, to allow them to go out and be more fully present along the border. So they'll be doing things like checking inventory in warehouses. They'll be pulling data on who these migrants are who are coming and how many there are at certain places to make predictions about if they need to search resources to one place or another. They're also just going to be doing anything they can in a supportive role to be able to get men and women from the Border Patrol back out on the border and away from their desk. But what they won't be doing is arresting or processing any migrants. They really won't be having any interactions with the migrants themselves. And that's because of U.S. law, a very old U.S. law under the Paz Comitatus Act that prevents the U.S. military from enforcing U.S. law within its jurisdictions. And so because of that, that means that the military really can't touch these migrants. It was the same thing that held true under the Trump administration when they surged over 5,000 troops to the U.S. border before what President Trump then considered a caravan coming to the border, although that turned out not to be as big of a deal as what we're about to see now, which is really going to be an unprecedented record surge in migration when these COVID-19 restrictions are lifted next week.
So a support role here and not actually law enforcement. So what's the significance of sending active duty military then instead of more Border Patrol agents who could act as law enforcement?
Well, it would take some time to find those people. They're already the largest federal law enforcement body in the country. They have 60,000 people working for Customs and Border Protection overall. Hiring those people, though, would be long, would be an arduous process, trying to train them. They believe that with active duty military, they can get these people down there and set up very quickly, very rapidly, and deploy them in a matter that it's really what they need right now, considering that this deadline is coming just next week.
And Julia, we know this is the third time now that the Biden administration has tried to end Title 42, and it hasn't quite taken. Is it really going to happen this time? And if so, how fast can we actually see that surge of migrants?
It definitely looks most likely this time. There aren't any major court challenges that we're expecting. Last December, the Supreme Court put a hold on that when they agreed with some Republican states that it was not the right way to lift Title 42. In this way, though, it's ending because the public health emergency for COVID-19 has ended. So there's really no longer a legal justification to keep Title 42 in place. And so it's most likely to lift, and then that would be at 11:59 p.m. on May 11th. So that means really into May 12th, at the end of next week, we should see more migrants coming in. Not necessarily that they'll all be allowed in at once. In fact, the Biden administration has placed some more restrictions that they're going to enact when Title 42 lifts, including requiring migrants to either sign up on an app to make an appointment for an asylum screening, or if they haven't already crossed through a country where they could have claimed asylum earlier and claimed asylum there, they'd be ineligible when they come into the U.S. But even with all that in place, really what's happening here is a messaging problem. Most of these migrants come because a smuggler or a coyote tells them now is the time to cross the U.S. border. With the idea of these restrictions lifting, restrictions that have kept over 2.5 million migrants from coming into the U.S., that message is very clear. Now's the time to come to the United States. And we know, for example, in Juarez, just across the border from El Paso, there are over 35,000 migrants waiting in shelters to come in. Those people have been waiting a long time. There's a lot of pent-up tension and demand to come into the U.S. right now.
So much misinformation there for those migrants who really do think that they are not doing anything wrong when they hear about these changes. Julia Ainsley, thanks so much.
If you caught the late night shows last night, you may have noticed they were reruns, and Saturday Night Live may not finish its season. That's the impact of the film and television writers' strike, which is already being felt on our screens. Among the main sticking points, the streaming boom, concerns about declining pay, plus how artificial intelligence could be used to write scripts in the future. Brian Steinberg is senior TV editor for Variety. He joins us now with more. Brian, good morning to you. So both sides failed to make progress yesterday. I mean, is this looking like it is going to be another lengthy strike like like the one we saw back in 2007?
Right now, both sides seem dug in. I think both sides are under economic duress. Writers, because of the situation with streaming, but also the media companies, Comcast and Disney and Paramount are all under tremendous Wall Street scrutiny to drive more profits.
So, Brian, we may not feel the full impact of this till the fall season if this gets into the shows that are supposed to start debuting then. But already last night, we're seeing late night talk shows, which are already struggling with declining viewers. They're the first ones impacted here. How are they going to be able to handle this if this goes on for weeks, even months?
No, there is a roadmap from the past. The late night shows did come back about 2 months in. You saw David Letterman, of all people, strike a deal with the writers on his own. And that brought his show back. And then I think Jay Leno came in doing his own monologues for a while. So these shows can come back, just take some negotiation.
And James Corden may have been wise to end his show last week, maybe foreseeing that this was coming. One of the big issues that they certainly did not have to deal with back in 2007 is the concerns over AI, literally ChatGPT writing content for shows. Here's how one writer put it.
Some of the most shocking ones, for instance, seem like the most common sense, like, hey, we want protections from any future AI stuff. It's like, we just want to make sure that there's still people in the room, not robots doing stories for us.
I think a few months ago, we would have said, well, this is not a legitimate concern. Now we hear all this concern about ChatGPT. How is the Trade Alliance responding to this particular concern? Is this a big issue?
It is a big issue. I mean, it's not the biggest one on the table, but it certainly is a concern to writers who feel that a function they do, creating things out of whole cloth, might be usurped by a machine. And I think there's been some experiments where they've asked these chatbots to write a thing about White Lotus, and it happens. It may not be the best thing in the world, but this is early days, and I think the writers want to try and get in front of this now, whereas the media companies like to delay it and maybe think about it down the road.
And that's on top of all the concerns about streaming as well. All right, Brian, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. It's important to note that Comcast, the corporation that owns NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. All right, let's take a look at your morning news now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We've got a couple of systems that we continue to watch focus towards the coast, and it's still leaving us unsettled in some spots. Here's one of them. You can see the Northeast impacted this morning with some showers, some snow showers as well. In those highest elevations, we're still dealing with some snow falling, and we still have the scattered showers around for at least the rest of the day today. This broad area of low pressure is going to eventually start to work its way a little farther to the east and offshore. That is when we'll start to see some improvements, but that doesn't happen really until tomorrow. We'll have just a couple of lingering showers left over into your day tomorrow as the wind starts to calm down as well. Temperatures, though, they will stay below normal. We'll have to wait a little longer for those to rebound. When it's all said and done through at least the later parts of today, we could pick up maybe another 1/4 of an inch of rain on top of all that rain that we've seen for days and days now. Meanwhile, out west, we have a low pressure system that's sitting just offshore. It spins just offshore over the next day or so before it kind of starts to work its way east. With that, again, some rain showers, some snow showers, picking up additional snow for parts of the Sierra Mountains. And then we'll start to see it work a little farther to the east. We'll add some late day severe weather possibly for the day tomorrow, as well as parts of the Rockies ending up with a little rain and a little snow into tomorrow. Here's the area that we're watching for some stronger storms into the afternoon hours today. We'll look for the potential for some strong wind gusts, maybe 60, 65 miles per hour. Isolated hail will be up to an inch. The tornado risk will be low today, but as we get into tomorrow, some of that same area, including Oklahoma City into southern portions of Texas, will have a slight risk of seeing some stronger to severe storms into the afternoon and even evening hours. This will include the biggest impact potential, hail. We'll see potentially up to 2-inch size hail, so some large hail, as well as some strong winds. And of course, we can't rule out those tornadoes. This is the area that has the best chance to see the baseball size hail, so just watch for that if you're in somewhere like San Angelo into the afternoon hours tomorrow. Here's what it looks like as far as the temperatures are concerned. We are quite divided, aren't we? We feel like summer into portions of the central United States. Meanwhile, the Northeast is feeling a little chilly. 46 degrees for Buffalo, 55 for Philly. That's a below normal temperature temperature for sure. And that trend sticks with us in the Northeast at least through tomorrow. But if you're looking for some springtime air, don't worry. By the time the weekend rolls around, we'll actually have some much nicer conditions. We'll have temperatures closer to normal, upper 60s for New York on Saturday. If you have some plans for the first half of the weekend, it gets to be 73 degrees by Sunday and a little more sunshine. I know it's been kind of dreary, so
yeah,
that's
especially
the question
on
everyone's
weekends.
asked. Exactly.
Who'd have thought we'd say, let's get that Fargo heat out here.
Yeah, right?
Fargo heat out here. All right, thanks, Angie.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, students on edge. 3 separate stabbings, and all of them just steps from a college campus. We have the latest on the investigation underway this morning as police still search for a suspect.
Plus, an opportunity of a lifetime for a teenage boy. How his inspiring story, sleeping in a tent, got him an invitation to King Charles' coronation. We'll be right back.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. The college town of Davis, California is on edge this morning after 3 stabbings have happened in under a week and left 2 people dead along with another person injured. Now, local authorities are teaming up with the FBI in their search for this stabber. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles has the latest on this manhunt.
Students on high alert with authorities working around the clock in Davis, California. After 3 stabbings in less than a week, leave 2 dead and 1 in critical condition. Families in mourning.
He was on his way back home. He was literally 5 minutes away.
And students on edge.
You don't really feel safe anymore. And that's really, really disheartening, especially in a city like this where I was able to walk home every evening and feel safe.
A manhunt for a suspect still underway. The FBI is helping the local police department.
We're
a small agency, detectives sleeping under their desks for a couple hours, staying away from their families.
Police say 2 of the incidents have similar suspect descriptions, but they don't have hard evidence linking the crimes together. All 3 assaults happening within 2 miles.
These were not stabbings where a person would normally be a victim of like a robbery or something like that, where there's just a couple of wounds. There were many and very significant knife wounds.
Davis is a quiet college town, and the county it's in usually sees fewer than 10 murders a year, according to state figures. At UC Davis, students are scared as they mourn one of their own.
I don't want any of my friends to be walking home late at night.
20-year-old UC Davis student Kareem Abu Najim was killed Saturday, just weeks from graduation. His father heartbroken, honoring his son's accomplishments.
He even far exceeded us. We're so proud of him, and we will miss him.
Just 2 days earlier, 50-year-old David Breaux was killed in a nearby park. He was known as the Compassion Guy.
David was one of the most kindest, compassionate people you'll ever know. He literally set out in this world to do good.
In the latest stabbing, a 64-year-old woman is fighting for her life after getting stabbed inside a tent at a homeless encampment. Witnesses say they saw the suspect.
I said, "Hey, bruh." He starts walking normal. And then I said, "You look like the dude that they've been describing. I've been stabbing people." And he takes off. I started to take off after him. And my wife's like, "Don't leave me here."
The brazen nature of the crimes shocking even police.
The suspect didn't seem to care that there were several witnesses who could identify him.
Our thanks to Nayela Charles for that report. Law enforcement says that they're taking extra steps to keep the public safe. They've added additional officers to patrol the area, and they're offering escorts for students on campus. They're also warning people not to travel alone at night.
Fired Memphis police officer Preston Hemphill will not face criminal charges for his involvement in the traffic stop that led to the death of Tyree Nichols earlier this year. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy says that Hemphill was at the scene of the traffic stop and fired a stun gun at Nichols as he was running away. But the DA says that Hemphill was not present at the second scene where Nichols was seen on video being beaten by officers. Hemphill was fired in February after an internal investigation by the Memphis Police Department showed that he violated several department policies. The prosecutor says his office spoke with Nichols' family and their attorney, Ben Crump, and they support the decision not to press charges.
All right, to world headlines now, starting with breaking news. More than 100 people arrested across Europe as part of a major mafia bust.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with that and other world news. Raf, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, breaking this morning, more than 100 people arrested as part of a major bust of one of Italy's most powerful mafia groups. Authorities say the arrests were made across Germany, Spain, and Italy as part of a 3-year investigation. Italian Carabinieri police mounted raids using helicopters and say they recovered cash, drugs, and weapons. In Sudan, the warring factions have agreed to a new and longer ceasefire, but it's unclear if the agreement will really do much to end the fighting. Ceasefires have been in place for days, but civilians in the capital of Khartoum say airstrikes and shooting is continuing. Sudan's health ministry says 550 people have been killed so far. And finally, Australia is cracking down hard on vaping, trying to get teens to stop puffing. The Australian government says vaping was sold as a way to help smokers quit cigarettes, but it's instead become a new addiction for teenagers and even young children. The new rules ban the import of non-therapeutic vapes and restricts the use of brightly colored advertising. So, guys, a lot of governments around the world will be watching closely to see how these bans go. Guys.
Yeah, a lot of people taking a look at that. All right, Raf, thank you.
A British teenager is set to rub shoulders with the royal family at this Saturday's coronation of King Charles. The 13-year-old was invited to the event after he raised nearly $1 million for charity by camping out every night for a stunning length of time. NBC News correspondent Ali Aruzzi has the inspiring story.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime invitation, the chance to be inside Westminster Abbey on Saturday watching the historic coronation of King Charles. And sitting amongst members of the royal family and world leaders will be a 13-year-old boy with an incredible story. Max Woozy has broken a world record and raised nearly $1 million for charity, and all thanks to a tent.
To be able to say that I went to King's coronation at 13 years old is
a huge honour for me, and it's a little bit crazy to say that I can go there, like I said, just because I slept in the tent. So it'll be a brilliant day.
Max's inspiration came from a family friend and neighbour, Rick Abbott, who had terminal cancer. Rick gave Max a tent and told him to have an adventure. After Rick died, Max kept his promise, camping out to raise money for the hospice that cared for his friend. At first, he expected it to last a few weeks and raise £100, but Max stuck it out every night for 3 years.
As you can see, it's getting wow.
Surviving storms, frosts and heat waves.
There have been lots of times when my tent's been broken. It's 12 o'clock at night. You're having to try and find a new tent, pitch one up. It has been horrible. But since I always knew that the money was going to such a good cause, you kind of had to keep on going.
The adventure took him to the garden at number 10 Downing Street, rugby stadium pitches and even London Zoo, winning praise from the likes of Bear Grylls, Boris Johnson and his rugby icon, Johnny Wilkinson.
Keep going. You are doing something amazing, not just for yourself, but most importantly, helping other people. Good for you.
Wishing you all the best. Just keep enjoying yourself. Find ways of getting better. No matter what happens to you, just find a way to get better and find passion and opportunity in everything.
He was rewarded with the British Empire Medal and on Saturday will be honoured again.
Little did Max know at the time that all of his remarkable charity efforts would culminate into an invitation to King Charles's coronation here at Westminster Abbey on Saturday, alongside other community and charity heroes. Except this time, Max won't be pitching up a tent.
Max is now back in his bedroom, but is planning to get back in his tent for his next charity adventure. Camping in every Premiership rugby stadium pitch in the UK to raise more money for local hospices. Ali Uruzi, NBC News, London.
All right, what a great story, Ali. Thanks for that. Well, coming up, it's beautiful. That's right, the state of Utah is now being listed the best state according to a new ranking just released. We'll tell you what put it on the top, plus where some other states landed this year.
Beautiful. And more parents are blaming social media for harming their kids' mental health. What experts are saying about a possible link. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at America's top states. U.S. News and World Report is out with this year's list of the best states.
That's right. The rankings measure each state based on a series of factors, including healthcare, education, and the economy.
And according to this year's list, states in the West and Midwest are proving to be the best in show, beating out big names like New York, California, and Texas. In fact, those three states didn't even crack the top 10.
Wow. Well, joining us now to talk about this is Morgan Felshner. She's the executive editor of News and Events at U.S. News and World Report. Morgan, good morning. Thanks for being here. So, if you will, walk us through this year's top 10 states and how you decide on this list and also your big takeaways this year.
Definitely. Thanks so much for having me. So the best states rankings draw upon more than 70 metrics and tens of thousands of data points. And we're really trying to measure how well U.S. states are performing for their residents. We aren't necessarily trying to find the best place to live. So things like weather aren't included, but we really want to find the states where they are truly delivering for their residents. And this year, the top state is Utah.
So let's talk more about that number one pick. First of all, I like Minnesota, number 5, and for that.
Saw that.
But Utah, number 1, that's going to be stunning, I think, to maybe some people. Folks who live in Utah are probably like, hey, it's about time. It beat out Washington for the top spot. How did Utah get the title of best state?
Sure. So consistency is key across the 8 categories that we consider. And Utah and Washington, which is number 2, and also had fantastic ranking, achieved top 20 results across 7 of the 8 categories. So that really pushes them to the top. And they achieved top 15 results across 6 of the 8 categories. And to edge Washington just ever so slightly, Utah beats them out in 7 of the 8 categories, including 2 of the most heavily weighted, which are healthcare and education. Now, those are the most heavily weighted because we have done a poll of residents in those states, and they say those are the most important things to them. Utah also topped the economy and fiscal stability categories. So overall, Utah is really just performing very well, very consistently across the board, and that brings them to the top.
I don't know how you measure it, but people in Utah are also just incredibly friendly. So.
Yeah, friendliness should be one of those factors. There are a lot of them. And Morgan wanted to ask about the lowest ranking states. We've talked about the top states. Why did the states that ended up at the bottom, first of all, what are they and why did they end up there?
Sure. We like to shine a light on the best states in the nation to help create a model for those that aren't performing as well. But just as with the top states, consistency is key, and the lowest performing states really underperformed in many, if not all, of the categories. I mentioned before the healthcare and education categories are particularly important in some of the states that fall. As you'll see, Louisiana, Alaska, Mississippi, New Mexico, it's a really pretty similar story across the board where consistently they underperform in these categories and that dragged them to the bottom. But we hope that the governors and policymakers in these states will look towards the states at the top of the list and make some changes for their residents, really drive change with these rankings.
All right, a really eye-opening list. Morgan Felshner, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Time now for our weekly medical checkup. And if you're one of the millions who use at-home blood pressure tests, you're going to want to take a closer look at these results we're about to share with you. We may have more on why they may not always be accurate, those results.
Important stuff. Also important, mental health among teens. It's continuing to worsen, and parents are pointing to social media as the reason for that crisis.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to break down some of these headlines. So let's start with the blood pressure. There's a new study that finds many popular at-home blood pressure cuffs may not be accurate. Obviously, these numbers are vital to people. So how do you know you're getting the right numbers?
Yeah, they are incredibly important. We always tell our patients with hypertension, part of the management is to check your blood pressure at home and make sure not only that you're tracking it, but to make sure that it's matching what your doctor is getting in the office. But this study actually analyzed a bunch of different blood pressure cups from the arm to the wrist, and they found that 84% of the arms were inaccurate and 100% of the wrist cups were inaccurate. I know, it's kind of shocking because it's like,
well, that's bad.
Why am I even bothering to do this? Yeah. So this is not something new. The AMA actually for the last several years has tried to sort of devise a set of criteria by which they can actually gauge and determine and validate blood pressure cuffs. And so my doctor's orders are this. You definitely want to do your research, and there is a place to go for this, to look for this. It's called validatebp.org. I think we were going to try to get the URL up for viewers, but it's kind of easy to remember, validatebp.org. nbp.org, and you can find a list of blood pressure cuffs that have been validated for clinical accuracy, so you can know that what you're measuring is correct, and consult with your doctor also. Remember, the old-fashioned way of doing the blood pressure with the, pumping up and everything, that is the most accurate way. That is not how these automated devices work. You just press a button and there you have your blood pressure. But if it's not accurate, it's pretty much useless.
Yeah, wow, those numbers, 100% of the wrist ones.
Yeah, the wrist ones always kind of, I never thought they would be too accurate, but 84% on the arm,
yeah,
that's terrible.
Still not great,
terrible.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to turn out to the mental health crisis that's affecting teenagers. Some startling numbers here as well from the CDC. More than 40% of teens say they felt consistently sad in 2021. Now, there's also a national poll out where parents are saying that it's mostly social media that's to blame here. What are your thoughts on that?
They are not wrong. About 50% of parents do blame social media for their teens' mental health issues. And the research really backs this up, guys. Everything from you're scrolling instead of sleeping to getting this false affirmation from likes. And we know how important social interaction is, not the kind of social interaction that's happening with the kind of social media platforms and the kind of thing that they are trafficking. So what was also really important was that the number of parents who actually talked to their teens about this decreased from 91% to 84%. So it wasn't a dramatic drop, but still. Doctor's orders, I am a parent, I'm a parent of teens, I am by no means an expert, but what do we say? Have a conversation with your children. Know what are they on? Are they on TikTok, on Instagram, on Snapchat, and have a family social media plan. And I think this is really important to say what are you engaged in, know what your kids are doing, maybe set a time limit, but at any event, on a daily basis, just check in. Did you see something today that made you upset? Or, because there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. It's not all bad, but it's certainly not all good.
Yeah, just to be talking about it and limits, if you could set any limits.
Absolutely.
There are some good things about the internet,
Yes.
so let's talk about that, especially if you're perhaps on the other end of the age spectrum. So according to the American Geriatric Society, surfing the web may help older adults stave off dementia.
Yes.
That's good news. Tell us more about that.
So in a nutshell, this study looked at thousands of seniors between the ages of 50 and 65.
Oh.
I know. Oh my God. I can't believe I just said that. And they tracked them for 8 years, and they found that that individuals who did engage in some use of the internet had a 50% less risk of dementia. And this, I think, is adorable. The question that they asked, that sounds so patronizing, was how regularly do you engage, I kid you not, in the World Wide Web and or internet to do online shopping or to communicate? And I just have to laugh because I remember when my mom started, she's like, why do I need to do that? I could just pick up the phone. She was in her 60s when the World Wide Web came about.
An old senior at that point.
Yeah, an old senior. So the doctor's orders here are kind of important. So screen time is important in moderation, but when they looked at people who were using 6 to 8 hours and not watching cat videos, you have to actually engage in some intellectually stimulating things. The 2 hours was kind of the magic number, and make it a family member. So all you kids out there, you 20-year-olds, if grandma asks, how do I post? But help them, because just engaging again. And we always say that seniors who have friendships and relationships also have a reduced risk of dementia. And for them, this is one way to engage with friends who live across the country who they may not be able to see. So there is some good in social media that I will leave you with that.
That can be part of your family social media plan.
Exactly.
Help grandma and
Help
grandpa
me when I get older, right. All my kids
right.
won't let me go on TikTok.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, keeping a story time alive for kids of color.
After the break, we're going to talk to one of the owners of North Carolina's first Black-owned children's bookstore, why she says her business is more important now than ever before. You're watching Morning News Now.
day. This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with your financial headlines. Former executives from Silicon Valley Bank are set to face tough questions about that bank's collapse.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, that's right. So the Senate Banking Committee will hold a hearing on May 16th into the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in March. The former top executives at those banks are set to testify, and then the committee will hold a separate hearing on May 18th where the Federal Reserve's banking regulator and the head of the FDIC will testify. Lawmakers have directed plenty of anger at the banking industry, regulators, and the rollback of financial stress tests in 2018, but there's little agreement over whether any legislation is needed. Ford returning to profit in its latest quarter. The automaker rebounding from troubles in the supply chain and continues to command top dollar for its pickup trucks and SUVs. Ford breaking out the performance of its electric vehicle business, reporting loss of more than $700 million. Management has said they view the EVs like a startup company, which will lose money as it builds up in scale. Separately, Ford is cutting the sticker price on its electric Mustang Mach-E for the second time this year, and prices on some versions are being reduced by as much as 8%. Ford CEO says the company will have cut about $5,000 in costs from the Mach-E since its launch in December 2020. So I guess some good news for people who want it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Less money is always good.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so
Save
much.
some money.
Appreciate
You get
it.
it.
All right, turning now to a story about history and a little imagination. The first Black-owned children's bookstore is opening in North Carolina.
It comes at a crucial time with the rising trend of book bans across the country. The family behind the store is hoping to help kids find books that represent them.
Now, we're joined by Victoria Scott Miller, mom, wife, and co-owner of the Liberation Station bookstore in Raleigh. Victoria, good morning. Thanks so much for being here. First, we know that you and your family have been operating as a pop-up since 2019, but now you're opening your first brick and mortar. Congratulations on that. Talk to us about this idea behind your bookstore.
Yeah, so Liberation Station was really birthed from our children's innovation. Our oldest son wanted to write comic books about the adventures of Langston and Emerson. And the first thing we thought about as parents is placement and whether or not that book would be accessible to other children that look like them. Will it be able to contain the narratives that would make it available? And so we went to Barnes & Noble, and it took about 4 hours for us to find similar topics and books that were readily available for our children. And we said, you know, we would do better. And with $200 and a 2011 Chevy Cruze, we started Liberation Station out of the trunk of our car.
You know, and in some places, it can even be hard to find very well-known books. We're talking about Toni Morrison's Beloved, James Baldwin's Go Tell It on the Mountain, because so many schools are banning books with a focus on some of the issues raised in there. Talk about why you think it's important for kids to have access to titles like this, especially right now.
Absolutely. So we are strategically placed on Fayetteville Street, which is where our capital is located. We chose this location because we wanted to remember that we have a purpose. We want to be able to pay attention to legislation. And when you ban books, you limit the world that children can access that could potentially make them whole. And so it's important for them to be able to have accessibility to these narratives. And that's what we intend and will do with the grand opening of Liberation Station Bookstore.
Timely there. And Victoria, we hear that your son will actually be curating a section of the bookstore all on his own. What are you hoping for there? And what are you hoping other children get from your store?
You know, I hope that they are able to come in and be indecisive because everything is available for them. I hope that they can not be able to make up their minds because they have so many different genres of diasporic and Black creators that are at their fingertips. They will also have banned books at their fingertips. So we're paying close attention to legislation. So as books are being removed from curriculum, schools, and libraries, we will be adding them to our shelves and working really closely with Black, African-American, AP studies, African-American study educators to curate the section as well.
Does your son already have the vision for this section? What's it going to look like?
He does, yeah. So he is really into manga right now. So we are going to have an extensive graphic novel section that will be illustrated and authored by Black creators. And I think the thing that he's looking forward to is to be able to connect some of his middle school friends with this section. I mean, he's 12 now, and we started the bookstore when our children, Emerson and Langston, were 3 and 9. So they've grown up with the bookstore. So the fact that we get to continue to do this amazing work is really exciting, and we get to bring it into the future in real time in a physical space.
That's incredible, and you're involving the whole family. We love that. Victoria, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me. Have a great one.
Well, coming up, they are Broadway's best.
That's right. This year's Tony nominations are out. One show leading the pack, plus the first-time nominees who are already making history. We're going to pull back the curtain next on Morning News Now.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Welcome back. Expect this summer to be burning up. The Jonas Brothers are going on tour. The trio just announced their official North American tour dates, and if you missed their comeback tour back in 2019, now's your chance. The tour has been dubbed 5 albums, 1 night, so you're going to get a little bit of everything, ranging from their Disney days to songs on their new album called The Album. The tour kicks off with two shows at Yankee Stadium in August.
Wow.
I know some folks who are pretty excited about that.
Yeah, and a good venue, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Wow. Well, the 2023 Tony nominations are officially out, and Broadway is buzzing ahead of theater's biggest night.
A reimagining of Some Like It Hot leads all shows with 13 nominations. It was followed by Anne Juliet, Shucked, and New York, New York, all musicals which scored 9 nominations apiece. For more, we are joined by theater writer and content creator Felicia Fitzpatrick, who we love to talk with about Broadway. Felicia, good to have you with us. So take us through the big nominations. What are the big highlights and takeaways here?
Yes, I know I feel like an ESPN commentator because there's so much to go over. I think, like you said, Some Like It Hot was the most nominated show of the season with 13, and they're just a few shy of Hamilton's record that they set with 16 nominations in 2016. And we had, let's see, I think it was 38 shows that were eligible for nominations this season, and 27 got at least 1 nomination. So that's a sizable chunk. Yeah. And then for the plays, Ain't No Mo, Leopoldstadt, and A Doll's House were tied for the top nominated play with 6 nominations, I believe. It's a lot of numbers.
And Ain't No Mo, we should remind people, is the one that made so many headlines because basically only opened 2 or 3 weeks, closed because it didn't get enough attention. You had all these people like Will Smith coming forward and buying out shows. So it still got some Tony love, even though it didn't stay open.
Yes, which I found is a delightful surprise. You know, Tony morning, you never know what's going to happen, but hearing them nominated for Best Play and Jordan's acting and Stevie's direction was really exciting.
Yeah, that is exciting. Also had some history in these nominations, some historic firsts. Both Alex Newell and J. Harrison Gee became the first non-binary identifying people nominated for the Tonys. Talk to us about them.
Yes, it's so exciting. I feel like there's quite a few milestones to celebrate this year, actually, but they are such a top headline for me. They're both great people. They're both great actors. So Jay is in Some Like It Hot, and they're considered for the leading actor in a musical category. And then Alex is in Shucked as Lulu, and they're in the featured actor in a musical category. And you know, I think there's a lot of non-binary identifying people in the industry, but because there's gendered acting categories at the Tonys, that's why there's been a little bit of like contention, if you will. But both of them, for their individual reasons, decided to submit under the actor category, and they got a nomination. So it's really exciting for them. Helen Park, who worked on K-pop, which is another show that was cut short last fall, she's the first Asian American female composer to be nominated. And Queen Audra McDonald, who loves to set a record, she got her 10th nomination yesterday. So she's tied with Cheetah Rivera and Julie Harris for the most nominated actor ever. And then the one that I haven't heard much about, Susan Stroman, who's a choreographer, and she did New York this year. She got her 11th nomination. And so she's tied with Bob Fosse for the most nominated choreographer ever. Which is a lot.
That is amazing. Yeah. So many great things.
Yeah.
You're like an encyclopedia here. We showed Alex Newell. Alex Newell we talked to for flipping the script. We're going to have that interview tomorrow, and we're going to talk about these issues surrounding gender and categories as well with Alex.
That's great.
Snubs. We always got to talk about the snubs. I know. Not everyone gets a nomination.
I know. And I'm one of those people where I'm like, if you just made art and got onto Broadway, like, you should be really proud of that.
Yeah, no kidding.
So the snubs are always hard for me. Yeah. But I think, you know, Bad Cinderella from Andrew Lloyd Webber started right before, like, Phantom Close. So I feel like there were big expectations, but they got shut out. A Beautiful Noise, led by Will Swenson, didn't get any nominations. And
that's the Neil Diamond one.
Yes, Neil Diamond one. And then 1776, which was a revival from Roundabout, it was like very exciting because it was a non-binary female and trans cast, and I think people were expecting that. But it got shut out too. Yeah.
All right, well, those are the snubs. That's a bummer. Let's make it a little more optimistic.
Okay.
What are your predictions for the winner?
See, I'm not that I'm not optimistic, but I get so stressed out predicting because it's a tough year. Tough. And I feel like we say that every year. But in the best play category alone, we have 3 Pulitzer Prize winning plays, an Olivier play a play that won the Olivier Award. So it's like, I don't even know how to choose, but I think Leopoldstadt by Tom Stoppard, which won the Olivier, will probably pull out on top, or Fat Ham, which won a Pulitzer. For Best Musical, I think Kimberly Akimbo. Did y'all see that?
Yes.
It's tender-hearted. It's sweet.
It's quirky, but
but fun.
Yeah,
There's candy necklaces involved. Ice skating. I think that'll win Best Musical. And the 2 categories I'm actually excited about is revival of a play. There's 3 Black playwrights that have their plays nominated. So it's Lorraine Hansberry, The Sign, and Sidney Brustein's Window. The Piano Lesson from August Wilson. Top Dog Underdog from Susie Lauren Parks, and the final one is A Doll's House, and so I'm curious to see what's going to win that. I think The Piano Lesson. And then revival of a musical is Sweeney Todd. It's Sondheim. It's Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, Parade, and Camelot. So I think Sweeney Todd might take it. Who knows?
It's going to be tough. There's a lot of close ones this year. Felicia Fitzpatrick, we appreciate your enthusiasm. Thanks for helping us break it all down.
Yes, thanks, y'all.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Your news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah South.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking news, captured. A massive 4-day-long manhunt in Texas is now over this morning. Overnight, police arrested this man, Francisco Oropesa. He's accused of killing 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy.
We always said it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when the suspect can be caught. And we're extremely glad that today was the when.
We've got full coverage this morning, including more on the critical tip that led to the arrest, and new this morning, the possibility of even more arrests, according to police. Money on the mind. Another pivotal interest rate decision is expected from the Federal Reserve today. Many predict we'll see another quarter-point hike. This comes amid uncertainty in the banking industry and a big sell-off on Wall Street yesterday. We'll take a look at what this could all mean for your money. Surge protector. This morning, the Biden administration is preparing to send hundreds of active duty troops to the southern border. The move comes ahead of the expiration of that controversial Trump-era border rule known as Title 42. We're on the ground with why some migrant advocates are pushing back against the move. And Diamond Dreams. It's AAPI Heritage Month, and later in the hour, we're going to witness history at the legendary Dodger Stadium with the only Asian American play-by-play announcer in the majors. Look forward to bringing you that story. We're going to begin with breaking news out of Texas. A multi-day manhunt for that accused killer is now over.
Yeah, authorities say they caught Francisco Oropesa some 15 miles from the crime scene after someone called in a tip to the FBI. And in a news conference just moments ago, deputies said Oropesa was not the only arrest made, and even more arrests could be coming. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Texas with the very latest.
In a truly stunning turn of events, a 4-day-long manhunt is now officially over. 24 hours ago, authorities acknowledging by their own admission they had no idea where Francisco Oropesa was. Now we know he's behind bars on a $5 million bond, facing murder charges for killing 5 people, including a 9-year-old child. Now, the FBI tip that prompted this arrest came at about 5:15, led them to a private residence where Oropesa was apparently hiding inside of a closet underneath laundry. A man authorities described as a monster is finally behind bars this morning, captured in the city of Cut and Shoot, Texas, at a private home, ending an intense 4-day manhunt.
He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry.
This video appears to show the moment that Francisco Oropesa was taken into custody, authorities crediting a crucial phone call to an FBI tip line with leading to his arrest.
We just want to thank the person who had the courage and bravery to call in the suspect's location.
Oropesa is accused of the execution-style killing of 5 of his neighbors, victims ranging in age from 31 to just 9 years old. Authorities say Oropesa became enraged and opened fire after the neighbors asked him to stop firing his assault rifle in the front yard. The arrest comes as new details emerge about a man deported from the U.S. 4 times. The San Jacinto County District Attorney telling NBC News that Oropesa allegedly beat his wife last June, prompting her to file a protective order, although the DA says she ultimately did not press charges. There were multiple occasions, you weren't exactly sure how many, of police being called to that property for a firearm being discharged. And then in 2022, a protective order that was filed by his wife for domestic abuse. At any point, did that prompt further investigation from your office?
Yes, sir. We actually filed charges on him in 2022. And to the best of my knowledge, we got a warrant for him, and the constable went to serve him in another county because he left here and never could make contact with the subject.
The victims' families overwhelmed by grief. Jessica Castillo remembering her sister Diana, who shielded her children with her body, saying her sister was just starting to live her life. Some more details now. We mentioned that original tip came in at 5:15 p.m. local time. By 6:30, Oropesa was in handcuffs. Police right now not acknowledging whose home this was. Was it a personal connection, familial? They won't say, or even whether or not that individual was intentionally harboring him. In Cold Springs, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
A lot more questions. All right, Sam, thank you. And let's turn now to the economy and a key interest rate decision expected today from the Federal Reserve.
The central bank has been battling to get inflation under control, but this is all happening amid ongoing concerns in the banking sector and volatility in the markets. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now for more on this. Brian, good to have you with us. So first, what can we expect from the Fed today? And then will they give us any hints about what to expect after this month?
Yeah, well, the expectation is that they will raise interest rates again, 10th time in a row. This would be 1/4 percentage point, and this would essentially be to handle high inflation. Prices now 5% more expensive than they were this time last year. The Fed wants to see that somewhere closer to 2%, which is the reason why they're continuing to raise interest rates. But we're going to be looking for commentary from the Fed Chair Jay Powell about whether or not this could be the last one. The reason being the concerns that we're seeing in the economy with potentially the unemployment rate maybe going up, compounded with the issues that we're seeing with the debt ceiling, and of course the issues in the banking sector. So a lot going on that's really looming over this Fed decision.
And speaking of the banking sector, we had that regional sell-off yesterday. All of this, the Fed meeting is coming right in the middle of that happening. How does that factor in here? What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, there are a number of regional banks that, to be fair, are smaller than First Republic, which you'll recall went under over the weekend. again, but they were experiencing pretty harsh sell-offs in the stock market. Now, investors are not the same people as the bank depositors that have money at those respective banks, but nonetheless, it underscores these shockwaves that we're continuing to experience almost 2 months after the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in mid-March. So for the Federal Reserve, one of the issues is that higher interest rates was one of the contributors, not the main one, but one of the contributors to Silicon Valley Bank failing in the first place. So as they continue to raise interest rates, how do they do that without potentially breaking another bank? That might actually make the case for them after this rate hike today, possibly stopping.
So we're about a year now, hard to believe, into these interest rates hikes. What has been the impact on inflation? What's been the impact on consumer wallets?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all feeling it, right? When you take a look at those rates that we have on the screen right now, credit card rates averaging 24%. These are highs that we have not seen in decades. Mortgage rates are very expensive. Car loans are also expensive. So to borrow money right now is extremely expensive. And that's the point of these higher interest rates. That's the reason for why they're doing this, because they hope that's going to take steam out of the economy, lower consumer demand a little bit to hopefully take those numbers down. So Americans will continue to feel the pinch. But again, this is all in the goal of hopefully making those eye-popping prices at the store stop rising.
All right, Brian, breaking it down. Thank you so much.
Well, the Biden administration has announced plans to send 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S. southern border as COVID restrictions are lifted next week. Now, once those rules are gone, officials are expecting a massive surge of migrants across the U.S. border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now near the border in El Paso with more on this. Gabe, good morning.
Stephen, good morning. El Paso has declared a state of emergency, and so have at least 2 other border cities in Texas. And as you can see behind me, there is already a large number of migrants here in El Paso. Many of them sleeping in the streets. You can see them, many of them just waking up right now, covered in blankets. This is outside of a shelter, and this extends for several city blocks. Hundreds of migrants and more are expected as a COVID border restriction known as Title 42 is lifted next week. After illegal border crossings hit a record high last year, this morning the Biden administration is now preparing to send 1,500 active duty troops to the southern border for 90 days. That's in addition to the 2,500 National Guard members already there. The Defense Department says the troops will help Customs and Border Protection officials with logistical support, but
military personnel will not directly participate in law enforcement activities.
Here in El Paso, Texas, hundreds of migrants are already camping out in the streets with homeless shelters overflowing. Some migrant advocates say sending in active duty troops sends the wrong message.
It is dire in that sense that there's an urgent humanitarian need. And in the other side, we do see that there's a failure system in terms of the asylum systems that we supposed to have in the United States.
5 months ago, we saw huge groups of migrants crossing the border here. And the conditions here are miserable. But an even larger influx is expected to begin a week from tomorrow when the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 is lifted. It allowed the U.S. government to more easily expel asylum seekers because of COVID concerns. The policy has been used more than 2.5 million times since it took effect in 2020. Now that the policy is ending, some border officials expect the daily flow of migrants to double.
We're going to see a surge of migrants. I'm preparing for, certainly 10,000 or so a day.
Republicans say they're skeptical the troop surge will have any impact.
This is far from the end-all solution that we need for this crisis.
But with a backlog of 2 million asylum cases, the Homeland Security Secretary says Congress bears responsibility for failing to act on President Biden's immigration reform proposal.
What a powerful example of a completely broken immigration system. We have got to fix it. We need legislative reform.
Local officials here in El Paso have been asking the federal government for help for months. Meanwhile, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is reviving his controversial program to bus migrants from Texas, those who cross into the U.S. He plans to continue busing them to other northern cities like Chicago. Stephen and Joe, back to you.
We'll be watching how it shapes up next week. Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to New York, where the civil rape trial against former President Trump reached the halfway point. Day 5 of the proceedings saw 2 witnesses take the stand on behalf of E. Jean Carroll. Longtime friend of Carroll, Lisa Birnbach, took the stand to testify about the moments after Trump allegedly raped the writer in a department store dressing room.
Well, according to her, Carroll called her immediately after the assault, saying her friend sounded distraught. She went on to say she urged Carroll to call the police, but Carroll said she never wanted to talk about the incident again. Another accuser, Jessica Leeds, also testified yesterday, alleging Trump groped her on a plane in the late 1970s. Trump has denied accusations from both women. Leeds expressed her support for Carroll following the Tuesday hearing.
I would like to express my support for E. Jean Carroll with her suit against Trump. Her story rings true to me. I also would like to encourage anyone who has suffered sexual aggression to know they are not alone and they can speak up. It seems society and perpetrators won't get the message of how damaging aggression is until it becomes apparent.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to break it all down. So first of all, let's talk about the strategy of having these 2 women testify on behalf of Carroll. How much do they bolster her credibility?
In my opinion, they are stronger witnesses than Carroll herself because they occupy 2 different important points in the trial. On the one hand, you have one witness who's apparently testifying that Trump did this kind of thing before. It's a kind of character evidence, which is normally inadmissible, but it is devastating when it comes in. It essentially shows, hey, Trump did this before. It shouldn't be a surprise that he did it again. But then you have another witness who actually locks into time that Carroll may have complained or talked about this around the time of the assault. That creates a record. Now, it may be a verbal record, but it is a very significant record. And in my opinion, these 2 witnesses, more powerful for the plaintiff than the plaintiff herself, who admittedly had some issues come up in cross-examination, like her Facebook postings where she says she's a huge fan of The Apprentice. These are things that, look, it doesn't make her not necessarily not credible, but some members of the jury might find that to be a little odd.
And there are still, it seems like, a lot of witnesses set to take the stand for Carroll, including another woman who is going to accuse former President Trump of misconduct. So from that, how do you think that Carroll's legal team is shaping their case here?
These witnesses, these supporting witnesses, and I'll say it again, they are more important to Carroll's case than Carroll herself, because at its core, this is a he said, she said case. In a way, it's a she said, and then the deposition transcript of he is going to be played in court. When that happens, if it's all the evidence you have, it's a credibility determination. But when you have these other witnesses who bolster Carroll's testimony, who essentially say, yeah, she complained about that to me at the time, that makes the case more powerful. The defense is going to have to do a lot of cross-examination to counter this evidence.
Speaking of the defense, Trump's legal team has informed the judge that the former president will not be testifying in this case. Not a huge surprise, but do you think that's the right move in this situation? And then knowing that, how do both legal teams push forward knowing we won't hear the former president testify?
Joe, you know I hate to say I told you so, but here I go.
I love it, Dan.
Here I go. Weeks ago, I knew Trump would never testify, and the strategy in my mind is lose the battle, win the war. In other words, he's had his deposition taken. That is a known thing. It is probably a long transcript, but everybody knows what's in there. So if they play snippets of it for the jury, then we know what that's going to be. So his defense team is going to think, well, there's going to be no surprises. Whereas if Trump took the stand, anything could happen, and that could be bad for him. So Trump may lose the battle here in this case, but the overall war, the political war, the campaign, he can live to fight another day.
All right. Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you so much.
Well, out of the writers' rooms and onto the picket lines. This morning, thousands of film and TV writers will take to the streets again. Day 2 of what some fear could be a long-lasting strike. The White House is even weighing in and encouraging both sides to stay at the table. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the latest.
Say power! Outside Warner Brothers, Paramount, Sony, Netflix, and the other Hollywood studios, and on the streets of Manhattan, striking writers united behind a single message.
Fair pay
fair compensation for our creative work.
Stars like Rob Lowe, whose son is a writer, standing up in solidarity.
We're only as good as the writing we get.
Overnight, the late-night talk shows went into reruns. Hosts like Stephen Colbert throwing their support behind union writers.
These are our writers, and I'll stick myself in there because I'm WGA too, and they're so important to our show.
SNL canceling Pete Davidson's hosting debut this weekend. The show in repeats until further notice. Daytime soap operas will likely follow. And if the strike stretches on, there could be an impact on fall shows. Writers like Maisie Culver say they're striking to make sure that young writers have the opportunity to make a living doing what they love.
I do believe that this is an existential fight for the future viability of writing even being a career.
The way that streaming companies pay their talent is very much different than the way the old school television companies paid. And the writers have sort of been left behind, in their words, on the streaming revolution.
They want to turn us into gig workers. They want to remove all of the gains that our union has fought for decades.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, representing studios including Comcast, which owns NBC Universal, says its proposal includes generous increases in compensation, writing the primary sticking points are mandatory staffing and duration of employment for writers.
What would Hollywood be without writers like you?
I mean, you're about to find out. Because we're not working. We've withdrawn our labor, and we will not be working until we get a fair deal that we deserve.
Kaylee Hartung, thanks for that report. It is important to note that Comcast, the corporation that owns NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers.
Now for a check on your morning news now. Weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. We have another day where we've got a low that's stuck over on the west coast and one for the northeast, and leaving us quite unsettled in both of those locations. Really, the middle of the country is the nice place to be today and into tomorrow. But let's talk about what we're dealing with as far as impacts. We've got more rain on the way for parts of California. We've even got some mountain snow that we'll deal with across the Sierra Mountains through the day today. And then as we shift into tomorrow, this system will start to slowly but surely move a little farther to the east, bringing additional snow and rain to parts of the Rockies. We'll also see the potential for a late day severe kind of outbreak that could potentially have some hail, some strong winds associated with it. But today, here's where we're looking at for those stronger storms. They do include the potential for some hail, as well as some strong winds up to 60 miles per hour for parts of Texas, and extending just north into places like Scott City. We'll see that included in today's potential. But tomorrow is where we really start to see that increase. It does include parts of Oklahoma, Texas, with a slight risk. It includes 5 million people, that slight risk, and we'll see the potential for some damaging hail, as well as the strong winds, and even a few tornadoes will be possible into your day tomorrow. So that's Thursday. Here's the area that we'll have to watch for the larger hail. We're talking baseball size, and into the afternoon and even evening hours, this will be something that you'll want to stay connected about. Meanwhile, in the northeast, we woke up to some rain for the interior areas. We're also seeing some later showers still falling in parts of the Midwest, and additionally, some of that snow falling in those higher elevations from West Virginia into New England through the day today. We're going to finally start to see this low start to shift offshore. It'll take with it all of that moisture that I know lots of people are sick of, and eventually we'll be looking at some drier conditions for tomorrow. The one thing to note, the temperatures, they're not going to rebound all that fast. We're kind of still stuck in this pattern for a little while longer before we see some changes just in time for the weekend. Those summer-like temperatures are draped across the middle of the country. We're talking upper 70s for Denver, 80 degrees in Rapid City today, as well as Salt Lake City, 73 for Fargo. Not bad there. Meanwhile, Chicago ends up at 59 degrees, and Cincinnati just 61. These temperatures, they'll stick around for a little while longer for the Northeast. It'll be cool as well tomorrow, just the upper 50s for New York, and Boston will hit just barely 50 degrees, but it doesn't last long. If you're looking for the springtime warmth, we'll finally get that back into the picture as we round out our work week. We head to the mid-60s for Pittsburgh by Friday, jump to the upper 60s Saturday, and then low 70s by the time Sunday rolls around. So a nicer weekend on tap. We'll even get some sunshine for folks in the Southwest, but the showers will be focused towards the Southeast as we get into Saturday and Sunday.
All right, so we got to start making these weekend plans now.
Exactly.
Outdoor brunch. All right.
I'm in.
Thanks, Angie. All right.
Well, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, there is new information coming to light this morning surrounding that bombshell departure of Tucker Carlson from Fox News.
We'll have the latest on the new text messages that reportedly led to Carlson's removal from the air. We're going to explain after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're learning new details on Tucker Carlson's sudden exit from Fox News and the reported role his own text messages may have played in that firing. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has that story.
Hey there, as you know, reports have continued to leak out about Carlson's private messages since he left Fox, but this is one of the most striking so far.
Overnight, a new report about former Fox News host Tucker Carlson's private comments after his bombshell departure from Fox News. In a text message obtained by the New York Times, sent by Carlson to one of his producers in the hours after the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the host allegedly describes watching a video of a group of people he calls Trump guys violently attacking a, quote, Antifa kid, calling it dishonorable and adding, "It's not how white men fight." Carlson also writing he found himself rooting for the mob. "I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it." But then Carlson writes, quote, "An alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?" The Times reporting that the message was filed in the Dominion lawsuit but remains redacted from public court documents. But the Times reports its contents were disclosed in interviews it conducted with several people who have knowledge of the Dominion voting system's defamation lawsuit against Fox. NBC News has not confirmed the contents of the text. The text message added to a growing number of internal issues that led Fox to Carlson's firing, the Times reports, according to several people familiar with the matter. Throughout his tenure as the lead primetime host on Fox, Carlson courted a conservative audience, often with rhetoric about race and immigration.
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided. This policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Video of some behind-the-scenes comments from Carlson have also surfaced since Fox settled its lawsuit with Dominion. Left-leaning group Media Matters posting a video appearing to show Carlson chatting with host Piers Morgan before an interview.
If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique.
Previously, the New York Times reported it had obtained a video of Carlson discussing his, quote, postmenopausal fans and referring to a woman as, quote, yummy.
A representative for Mr. Carlson told the New York Times he had no comment about the alleged text message. NBC News has reached out to Fox and to Carlson's lawyer overnight about the text message report and the leaked video, and we have not heard back. Back to you.
Messy situation, Stephanie. Thank you.
This morning, a hopeful sign that the U.S. is hoping to cool off the heated tensions with China. At an event yesterday, the U.S. ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, said the two countries need better communication channels. And he added that the Biden administration hopes China will, quote, meet us halfway. Those comments come amid high tensions between both countries, sparked by several events, including a visit by former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and more recently, that Chinese surveillance balloon that entered U.S. airspace. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now with more on this. So, Dan, first of all, what more did Burns say, and why is the Biden administration making this move now?
Burns said, Joe, that the U.S. was ready to talk. It was really a pretty loud and clear signal, kind of an olive branch he was waving, saying, yes, we have these disagreements, but we want, these deeper communication channels to restore some of the talks they had with different departments at cabinet level, Treasury, Commerce, and the Pentagon that have been canceled or shut down as tensions have soared. But of course, the ball is sort of in the Chinese court right now.
So, Dan, talk to us about the tensions that have been brewing between both countries. Is it possible for both sides to actually have productive talks despite all these problems? And what would that even look like?
So that is the key question. There's so much mistrust on both sides. But I think we've seen the model in the past, both in the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. And as much as there was tension there were these communication channels and hotlines that did help diffuse tension sometimes, bring down the temperature. And then we've had more communication with China in the past. And it's really in the past several years that it started to deteriorate. And then it's really gotten bad in the past maybe 2-3 years. And so I think the U.S. feels that there are issues they can talk about. They can talk about climate. There is some common ground there. They can talk about the global economy. Even if there's a lot of disagreement about trade, there's still a huge amount of business done between the two countries. And so there is a feeling in Washington that there still is ground to talk about. And even if you disagree, you can at least understand where the other side is coming from and avoid a major crisis.
And Dan, if the U.S. and China cannot mend these relations, tell us what's at stake here.
You know, Joe, these are the world's two biggest economies, the two strongest militaries now, and the stakes couldn't be higher. And a lot of governments and a lot of countries, especially neighbors of China and Asia, are very anxious about this. They want to see more dialogue between these two governments, because if it goes off the rails, it jeopardizes the whole global economy. And then the worst case scenario, of course, is you have some misunderstanding, some incident, a collision at sea or in the air, and you have an unintended war or conflict that nobody wants. So very high stakes, and we'll see if there is some dialogue that emerges later this year.
All right, Dan DeLuce. Dan, thank you so much.
All right, more world headlines now and some breaking news this morning. Another oil tanker has been seized while in transit.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with this and other world headlines. Raf, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, the U.S. Navy says Iran has seized a second tanker in a week, the latest escalation in the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Fifth Fleet says a Panama flag tanker was captured by Iran's Revolutionary Guard early this morning as it passed the narrow Strait of Hormuz. Another tanker, this one under a Marshall Islands flag, was seized on Thursday. A wary ceasefire is in place between Israel and Palestinian militant groups after a night of fighting around Gaza. The Israeli military says it struck Hamas targets across the Strip in response to rocket fire. It came after a Palestinian detainee died while mounting a hunger strike. He was facing charges in Israel's military court system. And finally, in London, a man has been arrested outside Buckingham Palace on suspicion of throwing shotgun cartridges into palace grounds. Police say he was also carrying a knife, but the incident is not being treated as terror-related. Authorities also carried out a controlled explosion outside the palace walls during the incident. So, guys, a scary moment just a couple of days before King Charles's coronation. Guys.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Raf, thank you so much. We've got some breaking news to bring you out of Russia this morning. Moscow is accusing Ukraine of attempting to kill Russian President Vladimir Putin. State news agency RIA reports that Kyiv targeted Putin's Kremlin residence using drones overnight. The Kremlin says the drones were disabled by Russian defenses and there were no injuries or material damage to the buildings. However, they did not provide any evidence to back up their claims, and NBC News has not verified the allegations, which again come from state media. We have also reached out to the Ukrainian government, which did not provide an immediate response.
Well, coming up this morning, he was an American talk show staple, a shining light on Ellen, who left the spotlight too soon.
Now, in an NBC News exclusive interview, the widow of Stephen Boss, or DJ Twitch, as he was known, talks to Hoda about grief, loss, and legacy. That's up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive. We're hearing from Allison Holker Boss for the first time since the passing of her husband, Stephen Boss, better known as Twitch.
She sat down with Today co-host Hoda Kotb to discuss the importance of helping others and honoring her husband's legacy as part of this Mental Health Awareness Month. Here's their conversation.
Stephen Boss, known as Twitch to his fans, was the beloved DJ on Ellen with the megawatt smile and signature dance moves. Last year, a few weeks before Christmas, Twitch took his own life at age 40. America was blindsided. Twitch seemed so full of life to his friends, fans, and his family, too. His wife, Allison, says no one saw it coming. It was such a shock to the country, really, when the news broke. That guy who was dancing, always happy. So everyone was like, wait, what? Why? Did you have similar thoughts, emotions, and feelings?
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world, where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment, and there's no one that saw this coming. No one. And that also breaks my heart, too. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. He wanted to be the strong one for everyone, and I think that was a little scary for him to think that he might need to ask for help. You know, people say a lot of like, what were the signs? And, you know, he was so much love and light. He really wanted to be everyone's Superman, and he said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman. He could hold so much for people, and I think it was hard for him to process that at the end.
When you have your quiet time by yourself, was there something I might have seen or missed? Do you do that?
I did it a lot in the beginning. I eventually had to tell myself that I can't change anything that's happened.
Allison says she and their 3 children have their good days and bad ones, but they're trying to move forward. I'm looking at you and you seem very strong to me. Is that for you, for the kids, for the world?
I think it's for all of that.
Yeah.
I don't really have any other choice but to be strong. Now, they still see me have my highs and lows, because there's a lot of it. All I can do is just try to move forward.
The dance duo met in 2010 on So You Think You Can Dance. Their love story was like a fairy tale from the very beginning.
Will you marry me?
I feel like we all felt like we knew Twitch and we knew and loved him. But what was it like to really be in love with him?
Oh, our love was magical.
Yeah.
And it was so real. And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big. And I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. I talk to him every night.
You do?
I talk to him every night. And it's different every night. Sometimes it's just like, I took the kids to school. Other times it's a little bit deeper, a little more heavy. I don't allow myself to be in a place of anger or sadness, though I allow myself to feel it. If I'm feeling this much pain, it's because I've had so much love.
But Allison says she's managing some tough conversations with her 3 children, 14-year-old Wesley, 7-year-old Maddox, and 3-year-old Zaya. What you had to explain, especially to your young children.
It's honestly something I wouldn't wish for anybody. It's really hard. But if I've learned anything, is that communication is key. To us, Daddy's in the stars. So we can go outside and talk to him whenever we want.
Well, what kind of questions are they asking you about what happened?
First off, they just ask, when is Daddy coming back? And that's a really hard one. And then it'll be like a couple weeks later, like, but does he come back when he's older? Like, when Daddy's older, he'll come back. But they are still children and still obviously want him here.
Many struggling like Twitch suffer in silence. Studies suggest 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. There's a stigma, I think, around when someone takes their own life, commits suicide.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. But we don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in his mind. It's interesting. The word widow is hard, and it's never easy when you hear it. You know, the first time I ever heard it was really hard. Because I was like, me.
Now, Allison and her family are honoring Twitch's legacy and partnered with her local branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness called NAMI Westside LA. Talk a little bit about what you're doing and how you want your husband's name and legacy to live on.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of like someone I love so much.
Allison says she finds comfort in the outpouring of support from fans and friends like Ellen DeGeneres.
To honor Twitch, I think the best thing that we can do is to laugh and hug each other.
Have you been in touch with her?
She has been a huge support system for me. And talk about the fun memories that we had with him. And we get to live in those great memories that we had.
You were talking about how you speak to him now. Are there questions you ask him?
All the time. Maybe one day there'll be this big aha of answers. I do feel like he's with me. We know he's guiding us through every single day.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for sharing Allison's story. Allison is featured in the new issue of People magazine, which is available on newsstands on Friday. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Coming up, we'll keep the mental health conversation going. Could loneliness be as detrimental to your health as smoking? After the break, the new warning from the Surgeon General for anyone with poor social relationships and the impact it could have on your life expectancy.
Plus, one small town in Wales is getting a real Cinderella story treatment. The rags to riches transformation of the football club, thanks to its Hollywood star owners. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The U.S. Surgeon General is sounding the alarm on the latest public health epidemic, loneliness.
Yeah, in a newly released report, Dr. Vivek Murthy says about half of adults in the U.S. say they've experienced loneliness and warn that it poses health risks as deadly as smoking cigarettes daily. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this report. Some alarming stuff here, Dr. Patel. So let's start with those health effects. The report found loneliness raises the risk of premature death by nearly 30%, with people with poor social relationships also having a greater risk of both stroke and heart disease. So how is it that loneliness can have such serious physical health effects?
Yeah, Steve and Joe, this is such an important report. Loneliness is believed to have both physical and mental effects on your health through a number of mechanisms, including increases in inflammation at the cellular level. That's how we see some of these changes in heart disease, for example. But it can also affect your daily habits. People who are lonely or socially isolated tend to not be able to exercise or eat well or have some of those daily habits that keep us physically and mentally healthy.
So, Dr. Patel, the Surgeon General's report says the loneliness epidemic is hitting young people ages 15 to 24 especially hard. I've got to imagine social media and technology are playing a role in this.
Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right. And by the way, it's incredible because social media can be a tool of good. The Surgeon General's report actually points that out, that social media itself is not bad. It's how we use the social media, how the social media tools are actually put together, because what you see are young people who then forego any of those physical relationships or any of those kind of personal connections in order to be on social media. And on top of that, Joe, even with adults, some of the images in social media project these kind of falsehoods that make it incredibly hard to achieve, whether it's body issues or just even pictures of people looking so happy all the time that everyone then feels more isolated if they don't have that. And that is certainly affecting young adults and children, especially as low as the age, as you mentioned, but even as young as 8 years old in this report.
It's so great to be talking about the effects that mental health have on our physical health, an important connection there. And Dr. Patel, just trying to treat this and prevent loneliness to boost our social connections, how can people go about doing that? Is it just as simple as picking up the phone?
Yeah, so I'm going to offer some tips. First of all, it has to start with kind of small things. I know that the Surgeon General has some incredible recommendations for policymakers, for communities, things like libraries, community resources. But Steve and Joe, something that all of us, the three of us, can do today. Think about one person that we haven't reached out to, or even somebody that you just want to text and say, I'm thinking about you. I'm smiling while I'm thinking about you. Even that small act can have such a profound impact on you and the person receiving it. And then something else that we can do, even those kind of casual interactions when I'm waiting in line for coffee, smiling and looking at someone's face and putting my phone down will actually make a huge difference as well. It's those small things that accumulate and can lead to meaningful connections.
You know, I think I heard it was Mel Robbins who recently said try and text someone you haven't talked to every single day, make a strategy of doing that, which I think, Dr. Patel, I mean, you can't write a prescription for more friends, sadly. But I mean, the social media aspect of this just feels like if we just had less time on our phones, just the way it makes our brains function too, and the compulsion we have with checking that, right?
That's absolutely right. We even see this when we do brain images, not just of young people, but people of any age, that we see changes in their brain patterns. And when they replace that social media or put the phones down, put the screens down, whether it's a laptop, a desktop, and actually talk to people face to face, that we see other parts of their brain light up. And we know that translates to better health. And it doesn't have to be many people. I think sometimes I feel like I'm in a room with dozens of people and I still feel lonely. It's about having that connection with a person. Doesn't need to be a lot, just needs to be that meaningful connection. And it does not often take place on a screen. But again, don't put the screens away. For young people, there can be meaningful ways for people to engage. It's about finding them. Work with your family to do that.
Fascinating and such an important conversation. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Welsh soccer club Wrexham celebrated its stunning promotion to the English Football League in style yesterday.
They sure did. Hollywood owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney also joined in the celebrations, parading the trophy on an open-top bus in front of some jubilant fans. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London with more on all this excitement. Hey, Molly.
So much excitement, so many jubilant fans. Thousands were celebrating in this open-top bus parade yesterday. Well, this is an underdog sports story that I've been following. Many people have been following for the last couple of years for a variety of very good reasons. Well, as you mentioned, Wrexham AFC won their league. They are moving up in the world, and they celebrated in style. Take a look.
Overnight, there was a lot of noise coming from a very small city in Wales. A city not used to this kind of fanfare.
This is what it should be like. This is what my mum remembers it like, and it's now coming back.
The Wrexham Football Club in full celebration mode with Hollywood star owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney on hand for the parade. Reynolds posting on Instagram calling it unforgettable and bonkers. After 15 years stuck in England's bottom rings, the little team that could had a Cinderella ending, winning their final game 3-1 and securing what's called a promotion to the sport's next tier, the English Football League. In the face of financial struggles, the team's performance in recent years flailing until 2020 put the club back on the map when Reynolds and McElhenney hatched a plan, joining forces to become the unlikely co-owners and saviors of Wrexham AFC.
They're brilliant. They are. They love it. They absolutely love it.
Wrexham is the third oldest professional soccer team in the world, and Reynolds and McElhenney say they're in it for the long haul.
If we've learned anything about the town, about the community, is that they've been defying expectations for centuries. For us to dream as a part of this community, why not dream big?
Our goal is to get to the Premier League. Why wouldn't it be? If we can do that, whether it takes 5 years, whether it takes 20 years, that's the goal.
Dreaming big, that is the goal, as you just heard from Ryan Reynolds. Now, we aren't the only ones who have bought into the Wrexham hype. Take a look at this picture. We dug back into the archives. This is from December 2022, and on the pitch with Ryan and Rob, you see King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla, of course, very much in the news this week. I've got good news and bad news for you guys. The good news is they are playing in the States at UNC Chapel Hill in July. Bad news, you're going to have to know someone because that game is already sold out. I'll send it back to you guys.
No surprise. And thanks to Ted Lasso, we all know what a promotion and a relegation is now, so it all makes sense to us. So,
thanks, Ted Lasso. All right, Molly, thanks so much.
Coming up, let's keep the sports news going. History is being made at Dodger Stadium this season. And no, we are not talking about any on-field action.
No, we're talking about way up in the booth, where you'll find the only Asian-American announcer in Major League Baseball. We'll introduce you to him coming up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. We have an update to a story we brought you a few weeks ago on an adorable 40-pound cat up for adoptions. Patches, the cat, now has a brand new home. Look at him. He was adopted after a post about him went viral. For his new owner, Kay Ford, it was meant to be. 3 years ago, Ford applied to adopt an overweight cat, and her patience in adopting this big cat finally paid off. Look at him there. You can follow Patches' weight loss journey now on his Facebook page called Patches' Journey, along with his 26,000 fans. Doesn't look too happy there, but I'm sure he is pretty happy.
A new home and a new diet.
Yeah, love that. Well, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and it's also baseball season getting into full swing. The Los Angeles Dodgers have just hired, by the way, the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now to share this trailblazing story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm so excited to bring this story to you. You know, you think about MLB broadcasters, and they really are the guiding voices to America's favorite pastime, sometimes more famous than the players themselves. Think Red Barber, Harry Callis, Vin Scully. Well, now Steven Nelson will join the ranks, not just as the newest voice for the Dodgers, but also as the first Asian American to sit in the Dodgers broadcasting booth in a moment many people are calling bigger than baseball.
Steven Nelson's first time on a major league diamond was at the storied Dodgers Stadium. His father's love of the game and his mother's heritage brought him to Japanese community night as an 8-year-old. He still has the plaque.
This has been displayed in my room since that night.
Nearly 3 decades later, he returns to his hometown just as excited as that little leaguer with a dream.
I'm Steven Nelson.
But now, as a member of the world-famous franchise.
That's our booth. That's our home for every game.
The 34-year-old is the Dodgers' newest play-by-play announcer, expected to call more than 50 contests as backup to lead broadcaster Joe Davis.
That's 3. Kershaw strikes out O'Neill to end the second inning.
Nelson sits on hallowed ground, forged by a long line of venerated voices like Jaime Jarrín and Vin Scully.
You're an announcer for the Dodgers. Has that sunk in?
No, absolutely not. Growing up a fan of sports broadcasting, I'm aware of the lineage that I'm now a part of with this franchise, which means so much, not just in Los Angeles or within baseball, but in sport.
But for the 4th-generation Japanese Americans, scoring such a seat is bigger than baseball. Nelson is the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
That's the aspect of my professional life that I'll cherish the most. I do now and I will forever. There's so much honor than that.
Major League Baseball estimates just over a fifth of clubs' TV broadcasters in the booth are from diverse backgrounds. For English-speaking coverage, the percentage is half of that, including the Seattle Mariners award-winning Dave Sims, who told Nelson,
"Every day you show your face, man, you're representing yourself, you're representing Asian Americans just like I do."
Nelson has served in just about every role in sports broadcasting before climbing his way to the NHL and MLB networks. In 2021, he used Japanese he learned as a kid to present an award to Los Angeles superstar pitcher Shohei Ohtani.
An international superstar is Lars Newbart.
Nelson building a reputation that even has the opposing team cheering him on.
How would you describe Steven?
A trader, obviously. You know, he's a trader. No, I'm kidding. You know, a great guy, humble guy, the role model for a lot of people. And so, kids that want to get into broadcasting, play-by-play, they have somebody to look up to.
The value of which Dave Roberts, the first manager of Asian heritage to win a World Series, understands.
In this day and age where we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, to see him being the only one speaks to how talented he is, but also speaks to how much further we've got to go.
What's your hope in this role?
Try not to suck. No, I hope that I could just, this is going to sound so Asian. I just don't want to disappoint my parents.
Oh, man.
And my family. And
it never leaves you.
It never leaves, no matter how old we get. And I truly mean that. My only goal is to make them proud. I want to make it about proving people right. The people who have been there for us, who have sacrificed for us, who have helped us and mentored us and taught us. I want to prove them right.
So as an Asian American broadcaster, Stephen has helped open the door, and now he says his mission, his goal is to keep that door open for others.
I love that. What a great story, and so happy for him. Emily,
Incredible
thank
guy.
you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, arrested. Breaking overnight a dramatic end to a days-long manhunt in Texas. This morning, the man accused of gunning down 5 of his neighbors is in custody.
We always said it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when the suspect can be caught. And we're extremely glad that today is the when.
What we're learning this morning about where the suspect was found, plus the one tip that helped lead to his capture. Also this morning, in the red, worries on Wall Street after a major sell-off for regional banks. We'll take a closer look at what happened and why some experts say the timing is so concerning. Plus, the stage is set for a showdown on Capitol Hill as House Democrats push a new debt ceiling plan without GOP support. Pressure check, a new warning about a popular at-home medical device, why those blood pressure cuffs from the pharmacy may not be giving you an accurate reading. And Utah best, you heard that right. This morning, Utah taking over the top spot of a high-profile state rankings list, beating out California and New York. We'll tell you why and where your state landed this time around. Never been to Utah. I have to add that to the list.
I credit the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. I feel like
there
maybe
you go.
they had something to do with this.
We'll have to find out. I like that theory, though. We do begin, though, this morning with that breaking news we've been following out of Texas.
Yeah, a massive manhunt for the suspect accused of killing 5 people has finally come to an end. Last night, the FBI's Houston office tweeted out this photo of Francisco Oropesa, along with the word capture.
He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry. They effectively made the arrest. He is uninjured. He now will be taken to my jail and where his new residence will be.
Investigators say it was a tip that ultimately led to Oropesa's arrest. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more from Cold Spring, Texas.
For almost 4 full days, authorities, hundreds of them, were searching for Francisco Oropesa with no idea, by their own admission, where he actually was. But now we know where he is this morning, behind bars on a $5 million bond, facing murder charges for brutally killing 5 people, the youngest of which a 9-year-old child. Now, how did this all come to pass? Police say that yesterday, early evening, about 5:15 local time, a tip came in through the FBI's tip line that prompted them to swarm a nearby town, as there were so many thoughts about where this man might be. Was he in another part of Texas, perhaps Mexico? No, it turns out about 15 miles away from where the massacre took place, in Cut and Shoot, Texas, where authorities there with Texas DPS, the U.S. Marshals, and also an elite Border Patrol unit went into a private residence and arrested Oropesa, remarkably so, they say, without any injuries throughout all of this. Now, police would not answer questions about whose house this was, what the connection might be, whether it was personal or familial. They would not say, would also not even include whether or not this person was intentionally harboring him, just the fact that he was hiding inside the house in a closet underneath laundry and was ultimately handcuffed. You'll see video of him that appears to show Oropesa being taken by police, where he is now in jail. And we're going to be waiting the next steps here to figure out what the arraignment will be, when that might actually take place. But this ends what has been an incredible saga for this community, and people here worried to leave their homes, walking around with firearms themselves, saying that this has completely unhinged them in terms of a personal sense of safety. Well, everyone now breathing a sigh of relief on that front, but certainly causing so much pain and consternation is now they're going to have to grapple with the fact that this man who has slaughtered 5 people is brought to justice and relive some of the details there as to what happened in Cleveland, Texas, something that has absolutely devastated people far and wide. In Cleveland, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, Sam Brock with the latest breaking news. Thank you.
Well, this morning, we're waiting to see what will happen on Wall Street after a wild day yesterday ahead of a big Federal Reserve meeting today. The 3 major indices ended the day in the red, with the Dow falling more than 300 points.
Now, a lot of that was fueled by ongoing concerns in the banking industry. Regional bank stocks took a big hit. PacWest closed down 28%, while Western Alliance was off around 15%. All that turmoil provides the backdrop as the Fed meets today and could announce another interest rate hike.
Caleb Silver joins us now. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, good morning. So first, let's talk about that sell-off yesterday. Bank stock hit hard. Was J.P. Morgan's takeover of First Republic Bank earlier this week, was that not enough to ease the concerns of investors?
Yeah, CEO Jamie Dimon saying the crisis is over, but the crisis isn't over. Why? Because a lot of these regional banks are facing pressure on their balance sheets. These rising interest rates have made it very hard for them to loan money at a profit, but it's also put pressure on where they put our money. When we give it to the bank, they put it in government bonds, they put it in mortgage-backed securities. Well, we know the price of those dropped precipitously last year. So their balance sheets aren't looking great, and investors are looking at all these banks very skeptically. First Republic was generally a very healthy bank. The fact that it had to get taken over, first it had to have that $30 billion infusion, then get taken over by J.P. Morgan. Not a good sign for regional banks that just do plain vanilla banking. That's the concern there. And we have another rate hike coming probably this afternoon. That's going to continue to put pressure on banks and on businesses around the country.
Yeah, so Caleb, let's talk about that. The Fed's meeting today. Most are expecting to raise interest rates by a quarter point. What do you expect?
Absolutely, I would expect the Fed to increase rates by another quarter point. This would be the 10th straight rate hike, going back now about 14 months, and this would bring interest rates to about 5% to 5.25%. We haven't had rates that high since the great financial crisis. You know what happened then, but the Fed is doing this to battle inflation, which remains sticky high. It has chosen to fight that battle and not be too concerned about what's happening in the banking sector, even though what's happening in the banking sector is providing its own form of restrictive policy. So the Fed is bent on lowering inflation, and it's around 4.6% according to the latest PCE, Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. They want it close to 2%, but this might be the last rate hike for a while. If you look at the projections from the Fed, that could provide some relief to banks and to investors.
And Caleb, talking about issues before the Fed, of course, looming large is the debt ceiling fight, the possibility the U.S. could actually default. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the government could run out of money as early as June 1st if that ceiling isn't raised. So can the Fed do anything at all to try to shield the economy if that happens?
Well, they could lower interest rates. That would help. That would provide some relief. But remember, when the Fed lowers interest rates, especially when they do it dramatically, it's a sign that things are not well with the economy. And the debt ceiling is just another factor that we have to think about, because if we do default on our debt or if we run out of money, first of all, some bills aren't going to get paid. But also the big issue there is what happens to our bonds. The U.S. government bond is the most widely held, most widely trusted asset on the planet. If we get a default because we can't raise the debt ceiling here, we're going to see another spike in bond yields and a spike in interest rates, and that's going to be very difficult for the economy, for investors, for banks, for everybody.
June 1st, less than a month away now. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you.
Lawmakers in Washington are also focused on the debt ceiling, another economic concern, hoping to avoid a catastrophic default. With both sides still far apart, House Democrats are moving forward with a so-called Plan B. It would allow a debt ceiling bill to be brought to the House floor without the support of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and fellow Republicans. We're joined now by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, good morning to you. So, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey sent a letter yesterday to colleagues explaining the plan. Let's be clear. This sounds like a long shot, but explain what it entails, how it would be implemented, and what are some of the challenges that could potentially get in the way.
Yeah, let's work backwards here, because the biggest challenge Democrats have here is that they're not in the majority. So they need to peel away 5 Republican votes, essentially convince 5 Republican members to cross their party leadership and go along with Democrats' plan here instead. The way this works is basically an obscure procedural process. This idea was born back in January by a little-known Democratic member from California who started a backup plan, not just to address the debt ceiling, but also on abortion and other issues that he said, told my colleague Kyle Stewart, was afraid that Republicans would try to hold hostage. Now, after it became clear we are just weeks away from a potential default, this plan was set in motion. Democrats starting yesterday to set what's called a discharge petition in motion. Essentially, if they get 218, if they get the majority and those 5 Republicans are able to sign on to it, they can cross Speaker McCarthy, bring up this plan that would essentially raise the debt ceiling clean without any strings attached. But other than that, we haven't seen many details, and it's because this plan is just really unlikely to happen.
So in the meantime, then, President Biden's going to host congressional leaders from both parties next week at the White House. They're going to discuss the debt ceiling. Despite that ceiling being raised numerous times over the years under both Republican and Democratic presidents, there are a number of Senate Republicans who are still dismissing the possibility of a short-term debt limit increase, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And what House Republicans have going for them is that for the first time in a long time, Senate Republicans are hands off. They think Speaker McCarthy can totally handle this, especially after he was able to narrowly pass that Republican-only bill last week that would raise the debt ceiling, but had a lot of spending cuts to the tune of $4.8 trillion over 10 years. Let's take a listen to what Minority Leader McConnell had to say yesterday about giving McCarthy the roadway here.
There is no solution in the Senate. We have divided government. The American people gave the Republicans the House. The Democrats have the presidency. The president and the speaker need to reach an agreement to get us past this impasse.
So President Biden invited all four leaders to the White House next week, but you hear McConnell here saying that he's going to let McCarthy lead this one.
All right, Julie Sirkin. Julie, thank you so much.
The Biden administration has announced plans to send 1,500 troops to the United States southern border as COVID restrictions are set to be lifted next week. Known as Title 42, the measures put in place at the start of the pandemic prevented migrants from crossing into the U.S. to seek asylum. With its end, though, just more than a week away now, officials are preparing for a surge in migrants. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on this. Julia, so what do we know right now about this plan, and what will the troops actually be used for?
Well, we know this will be 1,500 additional troops. These are active duty troops this time, not National Guard, which means that these are people who will be coming in really to be doing the job, sort of the behind the scenes job that some Customs and Border Protection agents are doing now, to allow them to go out and be more fully present along the border. So they'll be doing things like checking inventory in warehouses. They'll be pulling data on who these migrants are who are coming and how many there are at certain places to make predictions about if they need to search resources to one place or another. They're also just going to be doing anything they can in a supportive role to be able to get men and women from the Border Patrol back out on the border and away from their desk. But what they won't be doing is arresting or processing any migrants. They really won't be having any interactions with the migrants themselves. And that's because of U.S. law, a very old U.S. law under the Paz Comitatus Act that prevents the U.S. military from enforcing U.S. law within its jurisdictions. And so because of that, that means that the military really can't touch these migrants. It was the same thing that held true under the Trump administration when they surged over 5,000 troops to the U.S. border before what President Trump then considered a caravan coming to the border, although that turned out not to be as big of a deal as what we're about to see now, which is really going to be an unprecedented record surge in migration when these COVID-19 restrictions are lifted next week.
So a support role here and not actually law enforcement. So what's the significance of sending active duty military then instead of more Border Patrol agents who could act as law enforcement?
Well, it would take some time to find those people. They're already the largest federal law enforcement body in the country. They have 60,000 people working for Customs and Border Protection overall. Hiring those people, though, would be long, would be an arduous process, trying to train them. They believe that with active duty military, they can get these people down there and set up very quickly, very rapidly, and deploy them in a matter that it's really what they need right now, considering that this deadline is coming just next week.
And Julia, we know this is the third time now that the Biden administration has tried to end Title 42, and it hasn't quite taken. Is it really going to happen this time? And if so, how fast can we actually see that surge of migrants?
It definitely looks most likely this time. There aren't any major court challenges that we're expecting. Last December, the Supreme Court put a hold on that when they agreed with some Republican states that it was not the right way to lift Title 42. In this way, though, it's ending because the public health emergency for COVID-19 has ended. So there's really no longer a legal justification to keep Title 42 in place. And so it's most likely to lift, and then that would be at 11:59 p.m. on May 11th. So that means really into May 12th, at the end of next week, we should see more migrants coming in. Not necessarily that they'll all be allowed in at once. In fact, the Biden administration has placed some more restrictions that they're going to enact when Title 42 lifts, including requiring migrants to either sign up on an app to make an appointment for an asylum screening, or if they haven't already crossed through a country where they could have claimed asylum earlier and claimed asylum there, they'd be ineligible when they come into the U.S. But even with all that in place, really what's happening here is a messaging problem. Most of these migrants come because a smuggler or a coyote tells them now is the time to cross the U.S. border. With the idea of these restrictions lifting, restrictions that have kept over 2.5 million migrants from coming into the U.S., that message is very clear. Now's the time to come to the United States. And we know, for example, in Juarez, just across the border from El Paso, there are over 35,000 migrants waiting in shelters to come in. Those people have been waiting a long time. There's a lot of pent-up tension and demand to come into the U.S. right now.
So much misinformation there for those migrants who really do think that they are not doing anything wrong when they hear about these changes. Julia Ainsley, thanks so much.
If you caught the late night shows last night, you may have noticed they were reruns, and Saturday Night Live may not finish its season. That's the impact of the film and television writers' strike, which is already being felt on our screens. Among the main sticking points, the streaming boom, concerns about declining pay, plus how artificial intelligence could be used to write scripts in the future. Brian Steinberg is senior TV editor for Variety. He joins us now with more. Brian, good morning to you. So both sides failed to make progress yesterday. I mean, is this looking like it is going to be another lengthy strike like the one we saw back in 2007?
Right now, both sides seem dug in. I think both sides are under economic duress. Writers because of the situation with streaming, but also the media companies, Comcast and Disney and Paramount are all under tremendous Wall Street scrutiny to drive more profits.
So, Brian, we may not feel the full impact of this till the fall season if this gets into the shows that are supposed to start debuting then. But already last night, we're seeing late night talk shows, which are already struggling with declining viewers. They're the first ones impacted here. How are they going to be able to handle this if this goes on for weeks, even months?
No, there is a roadmap from the past. The late night shows did come back about 2 months in. You saw David Letterman, of all people, strike a deal with the writers on his own. And that brought his show back. And then I think Jay Leno came in doing his own monologues for a while. So these shows can come back, just take some negotiation.
And James Corden may have been wise to end his show last week, maybe foreseeing that this was coming. One of the big issues that they certainly did not have to deal with back in 2007 is the concerns over AI, literally ChatGPT writing content for shows. Here's how one writer put it.
Some of the most shocking ones, for instance, seem like the most common sense, like, hey, we want protections from any future AI stuff. It's like, we just want to make sure that there's still people in the room, not robots doing stories for us.
I think a few months ago, we would have said, well, this is not a legitimate concern. Now we hear all this concern about ChatGPT. How is the Trade Alliance responding to this particular concern? Is this a big issue?
It is a big issue. I mean, it's not the big one on the table, but it certainly is a concern to writers who feel that a function they do, creating things out of whole cloth, might be usurped by a machine. And I think there's been some experiments where they've asked these chatbots to write a thing about White Lotus, and it happens. It may not be the best thing in the world, but this is early days, and I think the writers want to try and get in front of this now, whereas the media companies like to delay it and maybe think about it down the road.
And that's on top of all the concerns about streaming as well. All right, Brian, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. It's important to note that Comcast, the corporation that owns NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. All right, let's take a look at your morning news now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We've got a couple of systems that we continue to watch focus towards the coast, and it's still leaving us unsettled in some spots. Here's one of them. You can see the Northeast impacted this morning with some showers, some snow showers as well. In those highest elevations, we're still dealing with some snow falling, and we still have the scattered showers around for at least the rest of the day today. This broad area of low pressure is going to eventually start to work its way a little farther to the east northeast and offshore. That is when we'll start to see some improvements, but that doesn't happen really until tomorrow. We'll have just a couple of lingering showers left over into your day tomorrow as the wind starts to calm down as well. Temperatures, though, they will stay below normal. We'll have to wait a little longer for those to rebound. When it's all said and done through at least the later parts of today, we could pick up maybe another 1/4 of an inch of rain on top of all that rain that we've seen for days and days now. Meanwhile, out west, we have a low pressure system that's sitting just offshore. It spins just offshore over the next day or so before it kind of starts to work its way east. With that, again, some rain showers, some snow showers, picking up additional snow for parts of the Sierra Mountains. And then we'll start to see it work a little farther to the east. We'll add some late day severe weather possibly for the day tomorrow, as well as parts of the Rockies, ending up with a little rain and a little snow into tomorrow. Here's the area that we're watching for some stronger storms into the afternoon hours today. We'll look for the potential for some strong wind gusts, maybe 60, 65 miles per hour. Isolated hail will be up to an inch. The tornado risk will be low today, but as we get into tomorrow, some of that same area, including Oklahoma City into southern portions of Texas, will have a slight risk of seeing some stronger to severe storms into the afternoon and even evening hours. This will include the biggest impact potential, hail. We'll see potentially up to 2-inch size hail, so some large hail, as well as some strong winds. And of course, we can't rule out those tornadoes. This is the area that has the best chance to see the baseball size hail, so just watch for that if you're in somewhere like San Angelo into the afternoon hours tomorrow. Here's what it looks like as far as the temperatures are concerned. We are quite divided, aren't we? We feel like summer into portions of the central United States. Meanwhile, the Northeast is feeling a little chilly. 46 degrees for Buffalo, 55 for Philly. That's a below normal temperature for sure. And that trend sticks with us in the Northeast at least through tomorrow. But if you're looking for some springtime air, don't worry. By the time the weekend rolls around, we'll actually have some much nicer conditions. We'll have temperatures closer to normal, upper 60s for New York on Saturday. If you have some plans for the first half of the weekend, it gets to be 73 degrees by Sunday and a little more sunshine. I know it's been kind of dreary, so that's
especially
the question
on weekends.
Exactly.
Who'd have thought we'd say, let's get that Fargo heat out here.
Yeah, right?
Get that Fargo heat out here. All right, thanks, Angie.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, students on edge. 3 separate stabbings, and all of them just steps from a college campus. We have the latest on the investigation underway this morning as police still search for a suspect.
Plus, an opportunity of a lifetime for a teenage boy. How his inspiring story, sleeping in a tent, got him an invitation to King Charles' coronation. We'll be right back.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest from the bigger piece of the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
How I know.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The college town of Davis, California is on edge this morning after 3 stabbings have happened in under a week and left 2 people dead along with another person injured. Now local authorities are teaming up with the FBI in their search for this stabber. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles has the latest on this manhunt.
Students on high alert with authorities working around the clock in Davis, California. After 3 stabbings in less than a week, leave 2 dead and 1 in critical condition. Families in mourning.
He was on his way back home. He was literally 5 minutes away.
And students on edge.
You don't really feel safe anymore. And that's really, really disheartening, especially in a city like this where I was able to walk home every evening and feel safe.
A manhunt for a suspect still underway. The FBI is helping the local police department.
We're a small agency, detectives sleeping under their desks for a couple hours, staying away from their families.
Police say 2 of the incidents have similar suspect descriptions, but they don't have hard evidence linking the crimes together. All 3 assaults happening within 2 miles.
These were not stabbings where a person would normally be a victim of like a robbery or something like that, where there's just a couple of wounds. There were many and very significant knife wounds.
Davis is a quiet college town, and the county it's in usually sees fewer than 10 murders a year, according to state figures. At UC Davis, students are scared as they mourn one of their own.
I don't want any of my friends to be walking home late at night.
20-year-old UC Davis student Kareem Abu Najim was killed Saturday, just weeks from graduation. His father heartbroken, honoring his son's accomplishments.
He even far exceeded us. We're so proud of him, and we will miss him.
Just 2 days earlier, 50-year-old David Bro was killed in a nearby park. He was known as the Compassion Guy.
David was one of the most kindest, compassionate people you'll ever know. He literally set out in this world to do good.
In the latest stabbing, a 64-year-old woman is fighting for her life after getting stabbed inside a tent at a homeless encampment. Witnesses say they saw the suspect.
I said, hey, bruh. He starts walking normal. And then I said, you look like a dude that they've been describing, that been stabbing people. And he takes off. I started to take off after him. And then my wife's like, don't leave me here.
The brazen nature of the crimes shocking even police.
The suspect didn't seem to care that there were several witnesses who could identify him.
Our thanks to Nyela Charles for that report. Law enforcement says that they're taking extra steps to keep the public safe. They've added additional officers to patrol the area, and they're offering escorts for students on campus. They're also warning people not to travel alone at night.
Fired Memphis police officer Preston Hemphill will not face criminal charges for his involvement in the traffic stop that led to the death of Tyree Nichols earlier this year. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy says that Hemphill was at the scene of the traffic stop and fired a stun gun at Nichols as he was running away. But the DA says that Hemphill was not present at the second scene where Nichols was seen on video being beaten by officers. Hemphill was fired in February after an internal investigation by the Memphis Police Department showed that he violated several department policies. The prosecutor says his office spoke with Nichols' family and their attorney, Ben Crump, and they support the decision not to press charges.
All right, to world headlines now, starting with breaking news. More than 100 people arrested across Europe as part of a major mafia bust.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with that and other world news. Raf, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, breaking this morning, more than 100 people arrested as part of a major bust of one of Italy's most powerful mafia groups. Authorities say the arrests were made across Germany, Spain, and Italy as part of a 3-year investigation. Italian Carabinieri police mounted raids using helicopters and say they recovered cash, drugs, and weapons. In Sudan, the warring factions have agreed to a new and longer ceasefire, but it's unclear if the agreement will really do much to end the fighting. Ceasefires have been in place for days, but civilians in the capital of Khartoum say airstrikes and shooting is continuing. Sudan's health ministry says 550 people have been killed so far. And finally, Australia is cracking down hard on vaping, trying to get teens to stop puffing. The Australian government says vaping was sold as a way to help smokers quit cigarettes, but it's instead become a new addiction for teenagers and even young children. The new rules ban the import of non-therapeutic vapes and restricts the use of brightly colored advertising. So guys, a lot of governments around the world will be watching closely to see how these bans go. Guys.
Yeah, a lot of people taking a look at that. All right, Raph, thank you.
A British teenager is set to rub shoulders with the royal family at this Saturday's coronation of King Charles. The 13-year-old was invited to the event after he raised nearly $1 million for charity by camping out every night for a stunning length of time. NBC News correspondent Ali Aruzzi has the inspiring story.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime invitation, the chance to be inside Westminster Abbey on Saturday watching the historic coronation of King Charles. And sitting amongst members of the royal family and world leaders will be a 13-year-old boy with an incredible story. Max Woozy has broken a world record and raised nearly $1 million for charity, and all thanks to a tent.
To be able to say that I went to the King's coronation at 13 years old is a huge honour for me, and it's a little bit crazy to say that I can go there, like I said, just because I slept in the tent. So it'll be a brilliant day.
Max's inspiration came from a family friend and neighbour, Rick Abbott, who had terminal cancer. Rick gave Max a tent and told him to have an adventure. After Rick died, Max kept his promise, camping out to raise money for the hospice that cared for his friend. At first, he expected it to last a few weeks and raise £100, but Max stuck it out every night for 3 years. As you can see, it's getting wow. Surviving storms, frosts and heat waves.
There have been lots of times when my tent's been broken. It's 12 o'clock at night. You're having to try and find a new tent, pitch one up. It has been horrible. But I always knew that the money was going to such a good cause. You kind of had to keep on going.
The adventure took him to the garden at number 10 Downing Street, rugby stadium pitches and even London Zoo, winning praise from the likes of Bear Grylls, Boris Johnson and his rugby icon, Johnny Wilkinson.
Keep going. You are doing something amazing, not just for yourself, but most importantly, helping other people. Good for you.
Wishing you all the best. Just keep enjoying yourself. Find ways of getting better. No matter what happens to you, just find a way to get better and find passion and opportunity in everything.
He was rewarded with the British Empire Medal and on Saturday will be honoured again. Little did Max know at the time that all of his remarkable charity efforts would culminate into an invitation to King Charles's coronation here at Westminster Abbey on Saturday, alongside other community and charity heroes. Except this time, Max won't be pitching up a tent. Max is now back in his bedroom, but is planning to get back in his tent for his next charity adventure. Camping in every Premiership rugby stadium pitch in the UK to raise more money for local hospices. Ali Aruzzi, NBC News, London.
All right, what a great story, Ali. Thanks for that. Well, coming up, it's beautiful. That's right, the state of Utah is now being listed the best state, according to a new ranking just released. We'll tell you what put it on the top, plus where some other states landed this year.
Beautiful. And more parents are blaming social media for harming their kids' mental health. What experts are saying about a possible link. This is Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at America's top states. U.S. News and World Report is out with this year's list of the best states.
That's right. The rankings measure each state based on a series of factors, including healthcare, education, and the economy.
And according to this year's list, states in the West and Midwest are proving to be the best in show, beating out big names like New York, California, and Texas. In fact, those three states didn't even crack the top 10.
Wow. Well, joining us now to talk about this is Morgan Felshner. She's the executive editor of News and Events at U.S. News and World Report. Morgan, good morning. Thanks for being here. So, if you will, walk us through this year's top 10 states and how you decide on this list and also your big takeaways this year.
Definitely. Thanks so much for having me. So the best states rankings draw upon more than 70 metrics and tens of thousands of data points. And we're really trying to measure how well U.S. states are performing for their residents. We aren't necessarily trying to find the best place to live. So things like weather aren't included, but we really want to find the states where they're truly delivering for their residents. And this year, the top state is Utah.
So let's talk more about that number one pick. First of all, I like Minnesota, number 5, and for that.
Saw that.
But Utah, number 1, that's going to be stunning, I think, to maybe some people. Folks who live in Utah are probably like, hey, it's about time. It beat out Washington for the top spot. How did Utah get the title of best state?
Sure. So consistency is key across the 8 categories that we consider. And Utah and Washington, which is number 2, and also had fantastic ranking, achieved top 20 results across 7 of the 8 categories. So that really pushes them to the top. And they achieved top 15 results across 6 of the 8 categories. And to edge Washington just ever so slightly, Utah beats them out in 7 of the 8 categories, including 2 of the most heavily weighted, which are healthcare and education. Now, those are the most heavily weighted because we have done a poll of residents in those states, and they say those are the most important things to them. Utah also topped the economy and fiscal stability categories. So overall, Utah is really just performing very well, very consistently across the board, and that brings them to the top.
I don't know how you measure it, but people in Utah are also just incredibly friendly. So.
Yeah, friendliness should be one of those factors. There are a lot of them. And Morgan wanted to ask about the lowest ranking states. We've talked about the top states. Why did the states that ended up at the bottom, first of all, what are they and why did they end up there?
Sure. We like to shine a light on the best states in the nation to help create a model for those that aren't performing as well. But just as with the top states, consistency is key, and the lowest performing states really underperformed in many, if not all, of the categories. I mentioned before the healthcare and education categories are particularly important in some of the states that fall. As you'll see, Louisiana, Alaska, Mississippi, New Mexico, it's a really pretty similar story across the board where consistently they underperform in these categories and that dragged them to the bottom. But we hope that the governors and policymakers in these states will look towards the states at the top of the list and make some changes for their residents, really drive change with these rankings.
All right, a really eye-opening list. Morgan Felshner, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Time now for our weekly medical checkup. And if you're one of the millions who use at-home blood pressure tests, you're going to want to take a closer look at these results we're about to share with you. We may have more on why they may not always be accurate, those results.
Important stuff. Also important, mental health among teens. It's continuing to worsen, and parents are pointing to social media as the reason for that crisis.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to break down some of these headlines. So let's start with the blood pressure. There's a new study that finds many popular at-home blood pressure cuffs may not be accurate. Obviously, these numbers are vital to people. So how do you know you're getting the right numbers?
Yeah, they are incredibly important. We always tell our patients with hypertension, part of the management is to check your blood pressure at home and make sure not only that you're tracking it, but to make sure that it's matching what your doctor is getting in the office. But this study actually analyzed a bunch of different blood pressure cups from the arm to the wrist, and they found that 84% of the arms were inaccurate and 100% of the wrist cups were inaccurate. I know, it's kind of shocking because it's like,
well, that's bad.
why am I even bothering to do this?
Yeah.
So this is not something new. The AMA actually for the last several years has tried to sort of devise a set of criteria by which they can actually gauge and determine and validate blood pressure cuffs. And so my doctor's orders are this. You definitely want to do your research, and there is a place to go for this, to look for this. It's called validatebp.org. I think we were going to try to get the URL up for viewers, but it's kind of easy to remember, validatebp.org, and you can find a list of blood pressure cuffs that have been validated for clinical accuracy, so you can know that what you're measuring is correct, and consult with your doctor also. Remember, the old-fashioned way of doing the blood pressure with the, pumping up and everything, that is the most accurate way. That is not how these automated devices work. You just press a button and there you have your blood pressure. But if it's not accurate, it's pretty much useless.
Yeah, wow, those numbers, 100% of the wrist ones.
Yeah, the wrist ones always kind of, I never thought they would be too accurate, but 84% on the arm, that's terrible.
Still not great,
terrible.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to turn out to the mental health crisis that's affecting teenagers. Some startling numbers here as well from the CDC. More than 40% of teens say they felt consistently sad in 2021. Now, there's also a national poll out where parents are saying that it's mostly social media that's to blame here. What are your thoughts on that?
They are not wrong. About 50% of parents do blame social media for their teens' mental health issues. And the research really backs this up, guys. Everything from like you're scrolling instead of sleeping to getting this false affirmation from likes. And we know how important social interaction is, not the kind of social interaction that's happening with like the kind of social media platforms and the kind of thing that they are trafficking. So what was also really important was that the number of parents who actually talked to their teens about this decreased from 91% to 84%. So it wasn't a dramatic drop, but still. Doctor's orders, I am a parent, I'm a parent of teens, I am by no means an expert, but what do we say? Have a conversation with your children. Know what are they on? Are they on TikTok, on Instagram, on Snapchat, and have a family social media plan. And I think this is really important to say what are you engaged in, know what your kids are doing, maybe set a time limit, but at any event, like on a daily basis, just check in. Did you see something today that made you upset? Or, because there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. It's not all bad, but it's certainly not all good.
Yeah, just to be talking about it and limits, if you could set any limits.
Absolutely.
There are some good things about the internet,
Yes.
so let's talk about that, especially if you're perhaps on the other end of the age spectrum. So according to the American Geriatric Society, surfing the web may help older adults stave off dementia.
Yes.
That's good news. Tell us more about that.
So in a nutshell, this study looked at thousands of seniors between the ages of 50 and 65.
Oh.
I know. Oh my God. I can't believe I just said that. And they tracked them for 8 years, and they found that that individuals who did engage in some use of the internet had a 50% less risk of dementia. And this, I think, is adorable. The question that they asked, that sounds so patronizing, was how regularly do you engage, I kid you not, in the World Wide Web and or internet to do online shopping or to communicate? And I just have to laugh because I remember when my mom started, she's like, why do I need to do that? I could just pick up the phone. She was in her 60s when the World Wide Web came about.
An old senior at that point.
Yeah, an old senior. So the doctor's orders here are kind of important. So screen time is important in moderation, but when they looked at people who were using 6 to 8 hours and not watching cat videos, you have to actually engage in some intellectually stimulating things. The 2 hours was kind of the magic number, and make it a family member. So all you kids out there, you 20-year-olds, if grandma asks, how do I post? But help them, because just just engaging again. And we always say that seniors who have friendships and relationships also have a reduced risk of dementia. And for them, this is one way to engage with friends who live across the country who they may not be able to see. So there is some good in social media. That I will leave you with that.
That can be part of your family social media plan.
Exactly.
Help grandma and
Help
grandpa
me when I get older. Right. All my kids won't let me go on TikTok.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, keeping a story time alive for kids of color.
After the break, we're going to talk to one of the owners of North Carolina's first Black-owned children's bookstore, why she says her business is more important now than ever before. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with your financial headlines. Former executives from Silicon Valley Bank are set to face tough questions about that bank's collapse.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, that's right. So the Senate Banking Committee will hold a hearing on May 16th into the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in March. The former top executives at those banks are set to testify, and then the committee will hold a separate hearing on May 18th where the Federal Reserve's banking regulator and the head of the FDIC will testify. Lawmakers have directed plenty of anger at the banking industry, regulators, and the rollback of financial stress tests in 2018, but there's little agreement over whether any legislation is needed. Ford returning to profit in its latest quarter. The automaker rebounding from troubles in the supply chain and continues to command top dollar for its pickup trucks and SUVs. Ford breaking out the performance of its electric vehicle business, reporting loss of more than $700 million. Management has said they view the EVs like a startup company, which will lose money as it builds up in scale. Separately, Ford is cutting the sticker price on its electric Mustang Mach-E for the second time this year, and prices on some versions are being reduced by as much as 8%. Ford CEO says the company will have cut about $5,000 in costs from the Mach-E since its launch in December 2020. So I guess some good news for people who want it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Less money is always good.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so
Save
much.
some money.
Appreciate
You
it.
All right, turning now to a story about history and a little imagination. The first Black-owned children's bookstore is opening in North Carolina.
It comes at a crucial time with the rising trend of book bans across the country. The family behind the store is hoping to help kids find books that represent them.
Now, we're joined by Victoria Scott Miller, mom, wife, and co-owner of the Liberation Station bookstore in Raleigh. Victoria, good morning. Thanks so much for being here. First, we know that you and your family have been operating as a pop-up since 2019, but now you're opening your first brick and mortar. Congratulations on that. Talk to us about this idea behind your bookstore.
Yeah, so Liberation Station was really birthed from our children's innovation. Our oldest son wanted to write comic books about the adventures of Langston and Emerson. And the first thing we thought about as parents is placement and whether or not that book would be accessible to other children that look like them. Will it be able to contain the narratives that would make it available? And so we went to Barnes & Noble, and it took about 4 hours for us to find similar topics and books that were readily available for our children. And we said, you know, we would do better. And with $200 and a 2011 Chevy Cruze, we started Liberation Station out of the trunk of our car.
You know, and in some places, it can even be hard to find very well-known books. We're talking about Toni Morrison's Beloved, James Baldwin's Go Tell It on the Mountain, because so many schools are banning books with a focus on some of the issues raised in there. Talk about why you think it's important for kids to have access to titles like this, especially right now.
Absolutely. So we are strategically placed on Fayetteville Street, which is where our capital is located. We chose this location because we wanted to remember that we have a purpose. We want to be able to pay attention to legislation. And when you ban books, you limit the world that children can access that could potentially make them whole. And so it's important for them to be able to have accessibility to these narratives. And that's what we intend and will do with the grand opening of Liberation Station Bookstore.
Timely there. And Victoria, we hear that your son will actually be curating a section of the bookstore all on his own. What are you hoping for there? And what are you hoping other children get from your store?
You know, I hope that they are able to come in and be indecisive because everything is available for them. I hope that they can not be able to make up their minds because they have so many different genres of diasporic and Black creators that are at their fingertips. They will also have banned books at their fingertips. So we're paying close attention to legislation. So as books are being removed from curriculum, schools, and libraries, we will be adding them to our shelves and working really closely with Black, African-American, AP studies, African-American study educators to curate the section as well.
Does your son already have the vision for this section? What's it going to look like?
He does, yeah. So he is really into manga right now. So we are going to have an extensive graphic novel section that will be illustrated and authored by Black creators. And I think the thing that he's looking forward to is to be able to connect some of his middle school friends with this section. I mean, he's 12 now, and we started the bookstore when our children, Emerson and Langston, were 3 and 9. So they've grown up with the bookstore. So the fact that we get to continue to do this amazing work is really exciting, and we get to bring it into the future in real time in a physical space.
That's incredible, and you're involving the whole family. We love that. Victoria, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me. Have a great one.
Well, coming up, they are Broadway's best.
That's right. This year's Tony nominations are out. One show leading the pack, plus the first-time nominees who are already making history. We're going to pull back the curtain next on Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Expect this summer to be burning up. The Jonas Brothers are going on tour. The trio just announced their official North American tour dates, and if you missed their comeback tour back in 2019, now's your chance. The tour has been dubbed 5 albums, 1 night, so you're going to get a little bit of everything, ranging from their Disney days to songs on their new album called The Album. The tour kicks off with two shows at Yankee Stadium in August.
Wow.
I know some folks are pretty excited about that.
Yeah, and a good venue, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Wow. Well, the 2023 Tony nominations are officially out, and Broadway is buzzing ahead of theater's biggest night.
A reimagining of Some Like It Hot leads all shows with 13 nominations. It was followed by Anne Juliet, Shucked, and New York, New York, all musicals, which scored 9 nominations apiece. For more, we are joined by theater writer and content creator Felicia Fitzpatrick, who we love to talk with about Broadway. Felicia, good to have you with us. So take us through the big nominations. What are the big highlights and takeaways here?
Yes, I know I feel like an ESPN commentator because there's so much to go over. I think, so like you said, Some Like It Hot was the most nominated show of the season with 13, and they're just a few shy of Hamilton's record that they set with 16 nominations in 2016. And we had, let's see, I think it was 38 shows that were eligible for nominations this season, and 27 got at least 1 nomination. So that's a sizable chunk.
Yeah.
And then for the plays, Ain't No Mo, Leopoldstadt, and A Doll's House were tied for the top nominated play with 6 nominations, I believe. It's a lot of numbers.
And Ain't No Mo, we should remind people, is the one that made so many headlines because basically only opened 2 or 3 weeks, closed because it didn't get enough attention.
Exactly.
You had all these people like Will Smith coming forward and buying out shows. So it still got some Tony love, even though it didn't stay open.
Yes, which I found is a delightful surprise. You know, Tony morning, you never know what's going to happen, but hearing them nominated for Best Play and Jordan's acting and Stevie's direction was really exciting.
Yeah, that is exciting. Also had some history in these nominations, some historic firsts. Both Alex Newell and J. Harrison Gee became the first non-binary identifying people nominated for the Tonys. Talk to us about them.
Yes, it's so exciting. I feel like there's quite a few milestones to celebrate this year, actually, but they are such a top headline for me. They're both great people. They're both great actors. So Jay is in Some Like It Hot, and they're considered for the leading actor in a musical category, and then Alex is in Shucked as Lulu, and they're in the featured actor in a musical category. And you know, I think there's a lot of non-binary identifying people in the industry, but because there's gendered acting categories at the Tonys, that's why there's been a little bit of like contention, if you will. But both of them, for their individual reasons, decided to submit under the actor category, and they got a nomination. So it's really exciting for them. Helen Park, who worked on K-pop, which is another show that was cut short last fall, she's the first Asian American female composer to be nominated. And Queen Audra McDonald, who loves to set a record, she got her 10th nomination yesterday. So she's tied with Cheetah Rivera and Julie Harris for the most nominated actor ever. And then the one that I haven't heard much about, Susan Stroman, who's a choreographer, and she did New York, New York this year. She got her 11th nomination, and so she's tied with Bob Fosse for the most nominated choreographer ever. Which is a lot.
That is amazing. Yeah. So many great things.
Yeah.
We're like an encyclopedia here. We showed Alex Newell. Alex Newell we talked to for flipping the script. We're going to have that interview tomorrow, and we're going to talk about these issues surrounding gender and categories as well with Alex.
That's great.
Snubs. We always got to talk about the snubs.
I know.
Not everyone gets a nomination.
I know, and I'm one of those people where I'm like, if you just made art and got onto Broadway, like, you should be really proud of that.
Yeah, no kidding.
So the snubs are always hard for me. Yeah, but I think, you know, Bad Cinderella from Andrew Lloyd Webber started right before, like, Phantom Close, so I feel like there were big expectations, but they got shut out. A Beautiful Noise, led by Will Swenson, didn't get any nominations, and
that's the Neil Diamond one.
Yes, Neil Diamond one. And then 1776, which was a revival from Roundabout. It was like very exciting because it was a non-binary female and trans cast, and I think people were expecting that. But it got shut out too. Yeah.
All right, well, those are the snubs. That's a bummer. Let's make it a little more optimistic.
Okay.
What are your predictions for the winner?
See, I'm not that I'm not optimistic, but I get so stressed out predicting because it's a tough year. And I feel like we say that every year. But in the best play category alone, we have 3 Pulitzer Prize winning plays, an Olivier play a play that won the Olivier Award. So it's like, I don't even know how to choose, but I think Leopoldstadt by Tom Stoppard, which won the Olivier, will probably pull out on top, or Fat Ham, which won a Pulitzer. For Best Musical, I think Kimberly Akimbo. Did y'all see that?
Yes.
It's tender-hearted. It's sweet.
It's quirky, but
but fun.
Yeah,
There's candy necklaces involved. Ice skating. I think that'll win Best Musical. And the 2 categories I'm actually excited about is revival of a play. There's 3 Black playwrights that have their plays nominated. So it's Lorraine Hansberry, The Sign, and Sidney Brustein's Window. The Piano Lesson from August Wilson. Top Dog Underdog from Susie Lauren Parks, and the final one is A Doll's House, and so I'm curious to see what's going to win that. I think The Piano Lesson. And then revival of a musical is two Sondheim. It's Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, Parade, and Camelot. So I think Sweeney Todd might take it. Who knows?
It's going to be tough. There's a lot of close ones this year. Felicia Fitzpatrick, we appreciate your enthusiasm. Thanks for helping us break it all down.
Yes, thanks, y'all.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah South.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking news: captured. A massive 4-day-long manhunt in Texas is now over this morning. Overnight, police arrested this man, Francisco Oropesa. He's accused of killing 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy.
We always said it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when the suspect can be caught. And we're extremely glad that today was the when.
We've got full coverage this morning, including more on the critical tip that led to the arrest, and new this morning, the possibility of even more arrests, according to police. Money on the mind. Another pivotal interest rate decision is expected from the Federal Reserve today. Many predict we'll see another quarter-point hike. This comes amid uncertainty in the banking industry and a big sell-off on Wall Street yesterday. We'll take a look at what this could all mean for your money. Surge protector. This morning, the Biden administration is preparing to send hundreds of active duty troops to the southern border. The move comes ahead of the expiration of that controversial Trump-era border rule known as Title 42. We're on the ground with why some migrant advocates are pushing back against the move. And Diamond Dreams. It's AAPI Heritage Month, and later in the hour, we're going to witness history at the legendary Dodger Stadium with the only Asian American play-by-play announcer in the majors. Look forward to bringing you that story. We're going to begin with breaking news out of Texas. A multi-day manhunt for that accused killer is now over.
Yeah, authorities say they caught Francisco Oropesa some 15 miles from the crime scene after someone called in a tip to the FBI. And in a news conference just moments ago, deputies said Oropesa was not the only arrest made, and even more arrests could be coming. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Texas with the very latest.
In a truly stunning turn of events, a 4-day-long manhunt is now officially over. 24 hours ago, authorities acknowledging by their own admission they had no idea where Francisco Oropesa was. Now we know he's behind bars on a $5 million bond, facing murder charges for killing 5 people, including a 9-year-old child. Now, the FBI tip that prompted this arrest came at about 5:15, led them to a private residence where Oropesa was apparently hiding inside of a closet underneath laundry. A man authorities described as a monster is finally behind bars this morning, captured in the city of Cut and Shoot, Texas, at a private home, ending an intense 4-day manhunt.
He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry.
This video appears to show the moment that Francisco Oropeza was taken into custody. Authorities crediting a crucial phone call to an FBI tip line with leading to his arrest.
We just want to thank the person who had the courage and bravery to call in the suspect's location.
Oropeza is accused of the execution-style killing of 5 of his neighbors, victims ranging in age from 31 to just 9 years old. Authorities say Oropeza became enraged and opened fire after the neighbors asked him to stop firing his assault rifle in the front yard. The arrest comes as new details emerge about a man deported from the U.S. 4 times. The San Jacinto County District Attorney telling NBC News that Oropeza allegedly beat his wife last June, prompting her to file a protective order, although the DA says she ultimately did not press charges. There were multiple occasions, you weren't exactly sure how many, of police being called to that property for a firearm being discharged. And then in 2022, a protective order that was filed by his wife for domestic abuse. At any point, did that prompt further investigation from your office?
Yes, sir. We actually filed charges on him in 2022. And it, to the best of my knowledge, we got a warrant for him, and the constable went to serve him in another county because he left here and never could make contact with the subject.
The victims' families overwhelmed by grief. Jessica Castillo remembering her sister Diana, who shielded her children with her body, saying her sister was just starting to live her life.
And let's turn now to the economy and a key interest rate decision expected today from the Federal Reserve.
The central bank has been battling to get inflation under control, but this is all happening amid ongoing concerns in the banking sector and volatility in the markets. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now for more on this. Brian, good to have you with us. So first, what can we expect from the Fed today? And then will they give us any hints about what to expect after this month?
Yeah, well, the expectation is that they will raise interest rates again, 10th time in a row. This will be 1/4 percentage point, and this would essentially be to handle high inflation. Prices now 5% more expensive than they were this time last year. The Fed wants to see that somewhere closer to 2%, which is the reason why they're continuing to raise interest rates. But we're going to be looking for commentary from the Fed Chair Jay Powell about whether or not this could be the last one. The reason being the concerns that we're seeing in the economy with potentially the unemployment rate maybe going up, compounded with the issues that we're seeing with the debt ceiling and, of course, the issues in the banking sector. So a lot going on that's really looming over this Fed decision.
And speaking of the banking sector, we had that regional sell-off yesterday. All of this, the Fed meeting is coming right in the middle of that happening. How does that factor in here? What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, there are a number of regional banks that, to be fair, are smaller than First Republic, which you'll recall went under over the weekend. But they were experiencing pretty harsh sell-offs in the stock market. Now, investors are not the same people as the bank depositors that have money at those respective banks, but nonetheless, it underscores the shockwaves that we're continuing to experience almost 2 months after the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in mid-March. So for the Federal Reserve, one of the issues is that higher interest rates was one of the contributors, not the main one, but one of the contributors to Silicon Valley Bank failing in the first place. So as they continue to raise interest rates, how do they do that without potentially breaking another bank? That might actually make the case for them after this rate hike today, possibly stopping.
So we're about a year now, hard to believe, into these interest rates hikes. What has been the impact on inflation? What's been the impact on consumer wallets?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all feeling it, right? When you take a look at those rates that we have on the screen right now, credit card rates averaging 24%. These are highs that we have not seen in decades. Mortgage rates are very expensive. Car loans are also expensive. So to borrow money right now is extremely expensive. And that's the point of these higher interest rates. That's the reason for why they're doing this, because they hope that's going to take steam out of the economy, lower consumer demand a little bit to hopefully take those numbers down. So Americans will continue to feel the pinch. But again, this is all in the goal of hopefully making those eye-popping prices at the store stop rising.
All right, Brian, breaking it down. Thank you so much.
Well, the Biden administration has announced plans to send 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S. southern border as COVID restrictions are lifted next week. Now, once those rules are gone, officials are expecting a massive surge of migrants across the U.S. border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now near the border in El Paso with more on this. Gabe, good morning.
Stephen, good morning. El Paso has declared a state of emergency, and so have at least 2 other border cities in Texas. And as you can see behind me, there is already a large number of migrants here in El Paso. many of them sleeping in the streets. You can see them, many of them just waking up right now, covered in blankets. This is outside of a shelter, and this extends for several city blocks. Hundreds of migrants and more are expected as a COVID border restriction known as Title 42 is lifted next week. After illegal border crossings hit a record high last year, this morning the Biden administration is now preparing to send 1,500 active duty troops to the southern border for 90 days. That's in addition to the 2,500 National Guard members already there. The Defense Department says the troops will help Customs and Border Protection officials with logistical support, but
military personnel will not directly participate in law enforcement activities.
Here in El Paso, Texas, hundreds of migrants are already camping out in the streets with homeless shelters overflowing. Some migrant advocates say sending in active duty troops sends the wrong message.
It is dire in that sense that there's an urgent humanitarian need. And in the other side, we do see that there's a failure system in terms of the asylum systems that we supposed to have in the United States.
5 months ago, we saw huge groups of migrants crossing the border here. And the conditions here are miserable. But an even larger influx is expected to begin a week from tomorrow when the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 is lifted. It allowed the U.S. government to more easily expel asylum seekers because of COVID concerns. The policy has been used more than 2.5 million times since it took effect in 2020. Now that the policy is ending, some border officials expect the daily flow of migrants to double.
We're going to see a surge of migrants. I'm preparing for, certainly 10,000 or so a day.
Republicans say they're skeptical the troop surge will have any impact.
This is far from the end-all solution that we need for this crisis.
But with a backlog of 2 million asylum cases, the Homeland Security Secretary says Congress bears responsibility for failing to act on President Biden's immigration reform proposal.
What a powerful example of a completely broken immigration system. We have got to fix it. We need legislative reform.
Local officials here in El Paso have been asking the federal government for help for months. Meanwhile, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is reviving his controversial program to bus migrants from Texas, those who cross into the U.S. He plans to continue busing them to other northern cities like Chicago. Stephen and Joe, back to you.
We'll be watching how it shapes up next week. Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to New York, where the civil rape trial against former President Trump reached the halfway point. Day 5 of the proceedings saw 2 witnesses take the stand on behalf of E. Jean Carroll. Longtime friend of Carroll, Lisa Birnbach, took the stand to testify about the moments after Trump allegedly raped the writer in a department store dressing room.
Well, according to her, Carroll called her immediately after the assault, saying her friend sounded distraught. She went on to say she urged Carroll to call the police, but Carroll said she never wanted to talk about the incident again. Another accuser, Jessica Leeds, also testified yesterday, alleging Trump groped her on a plane in the late 1970s. Trump has denied accusations from both women. Leeds expressed her support for Carroll following the Tuesday hearing.
I would like to express my support for E. Jean Carroll with her suit against Trump. Her story rings true to me. I also would like to encourage anyone who has suffered sexual aggression to know they are not alone and they can speak up. It seems society and perpetrators won't get the message of how damaging aggression is until it becomes apparent.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to break it all down. So first of all, let's talk about the strategy of having these 2 women testify on behalf of Carroll. How much do they bolster her credibility?
In my opinion, they are stronger witnesses than Carroll herself because they occupy 2 different important points in the trial. On the one hand, you have one witness who's apparently testifying that Trump did this kind of thing before. It's a kind of character evidence, which is normally inadmissible, but it is devastating when it comes in. It essentially shows, hey, Trump did this before. It shouldn't be a surprise that he did it again. But then you have another witness who actually locks into time that Carroll may have complained or talked about this around the time of the assault. That creates a record. Now, it may be a verbal record, but it is a very significant record. And in my opinion, these two witnesses more powerful for the plaintiff than the plaintiff herself, who admittedly had some issues come up in cross-examination, like her Facebook postings where she says she's a huge fan of The Apprentice. These are things that, look, it doesn't make her not necessarily not credible, but some members of the jury might find that to be a little odd.
And there are still, it seems like, a lot of witnesses set to take the stand for Carol, including another woman who is going to accuse former President Trump of misconduct. So from that, how do you think that Carol's legal team is shaping their case here?
These witnesses, these supporting witnesses, and I'll say it again, they are more important to Carol's case than Carol herself, because at its core, this is a he said, she said case. In a way, it's a she said, and then the deposition transcript of he is going to be played in court. When that happens, if it's all the evidence you have, it's a credibility determination. But when you have these other witnesses who bolster Carol's testimony, who essentially say, yeah, she complained about that to me at the time, that makes the case more powerful. The defense is going to have to do a lot of cross-examination to counter this evidence.
Speaking of the defense, Trump's legal team has informed the judge that the former president will not be testifying in this case. Not a huge surprise, but do you think that's the right move in this situation? And then knowing that, how do both legal teams push forward knowing we won't hear the former president testify?
Joe, you know I hate to say I told you so, but here I go.
I love it, Dan.
Here I go. Weeks ago, I knew Trump would never testify, and the strategy in my mind is lose the battle, win the war. In other words, he's had his deposition taken. That is a known thing. It is probably a long transcript, but everybody knows what's in there. So if they play snippets of it for the jury, then we know what that's going to be. So his defense team is going to think, well, there's going to be no surprises. Whereas if Trump took the stand, anything could happen, and that could be bad for him. So Trump may lose the battle here in this case, but the overall war, the political war, the campaign, he can live to fight another day.
All right. Danny Sabalos. Danny, thank you so much.
Well, out of the writers' rooms and onto the picket lines. This morning, thousands of film and TV writers will take to the streets again. Day 2 of what some fear could be a long-lasting strike. The White House is even weighing in and encouraging both sides to stay at the table. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the latest.
Say power! Outside Warner Brothers, Paramount, Sony, Netflix, and the other Hollywood studios, and on the streets of Manhattan, striking writers united behind a single message.
Fair pay. Fair compensation for our creative work.
Stars like Rob Lowe, whose son is a writer, standing up in solidarity.
We're only as good as the writing we get.
Overnight, the late-night talk shows went into reruns. Hosts like Stephen Colbert throwing their support behind union writers.
These are our writers, and I'll stick myself in there because I'm WGA too, and they're so important to our show.
SNL canceling Pete Davidson's hosting debut this weekend. The show in repeats until further notice. Daytime soap operas will likely follow. And if the strike stretches on, there could be an impact on fall shows. Writers like Maisie Culver say they're striking to make sure that young writers have the opportunity to make a living doing what they love.
I do believe that this is an existential fight for the future viability of writing even being a career.
The way that streaming companies pay their talent is very much different than the way the old school television companies paid. And the writers have sort of been left behind, in their words, on the streaming revolution.
They want to turn us into gig workers. They want to remove all of the gains that our union has fought for decades.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, representing studios including Comcast, which owns NBC Universal, says its proposal includes generous increases in compensation, writing the primary sticking points are mandatory staffing and duration of employment for writers.
What would Hollywood be without writers like you?
I mean, you're about to find out. Because we're not working. We've withdrawn our labor, and we will not be working until we get a fair deal that we deserve.
Kaylee Hartung, thanks for that report. It is important to note that Comcast, the corporation that owns NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers.
Now for a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. We have another day where we've got a low that's stuck over on the west coast and one for the northeast, and leaving us quite unsettled in both of those locations. Really, the middle of the country is the nice place to be today and into tomorrow. But let's talk about what we're dealing with as far as impacts. We've got more rain on the way for parts of California. We've even got some mountain snow that we'll deal with across the Sierra Mountains through the day today. And then as we shift into tomorrow, this system will start to slowly but surely move a little farther to the east, bringing additional snow and rain to parts of the Rockies. We'll also see the potential for a late day severe kind of outbreak that could potentially have some hail, some strong winds associated with it. But today, here's where we're looking at for those stronger storms. They do include the potential for some hail, as well as some strong winds up to 60 miles per hour for parts of Texas and extending just north into places like Scott City. We'll see that included in today's potential. But tomorrow is where we really start to see that increase. It does include parts of Oklahoma, Texas, with a slight risk. It includes 5 million people, that slight risk, and we'll see the potential for some damaging hail, as well as the strong winds, and even a few tornadoes will be possible into your day tomorrow. So that's Thursday. Here's the area that we'll have to watch for the larger hail. We're talking baseball size and into the afternoon and even evening hours. This will be something that you'll want to stay connected about. Meanwhile, in the northeast, we woke up to some rain for the interior areas. We're also seeing some later showers still falling in parts of the Midwest, and additionally some of that snow falling in those higher elevations from West Virginia into New England through the day today. We're going to finally start to see this low start to shift offshore. It'll take with it all of that moisture that I know lots of people are sick of, and eventually we'll be looking at some drier conditions for tomorrow. The one thing to note, the temperatures, they're not going to rebound all that fast. We're kind of still stuck in this pattern for a little while longer before we see some changes just in time for the weekend. Those summer-like temperatures are draped across the middle of the country. We're talking upper 70s for Denver, 80 degrees in Rapid City today, as well as Salt Lake City, 73 for Fargo. Not bad there. Meanwhile, Chicago ends up at 59 degrees and Cincinnati just 61. These temperatures, they'll stick around for a little while longer for the Northeast. It'll be cool as well tomorrow, just the upper 50s for New York, and Boston will hit just barely 50 degrees, but it doesn't last long. If you're looking for the springtime warmth, we'll finally get that back into the picture as we round out our work week. We head to the mid 60s for Pittsburgh by Friday, jump to the upper 60s Saturday, and then low 70s by the time Sunday rolls around. So a nicer weekend on tap. We'll even get some sunshine for folks in the Southwest, but the showers will be focused towards the Southeast as we get into Saturday and Sunday.
All right, so we got to start making these weekend plans now.
Exactly.
Outdoor brunch. All right.
I'm in.
Thanks, Angie. All right.
Well, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, there is new information coming to light this morning surrounding that bombshell departure of Tucker Carlson from Fox News.
We'll have the latest on the new text messages that reportedly led to Carlson's removal from the air. We're going to explain after this.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
I woke
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're learning new details on Tucker Carlson's sudden exit from Fox News and the reported role his own text messages may have played in that firing. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has that story.
Hey there, as you know, reports have continued to leak out about Carlson's private messages since he left Fox, but this is one of the most striking so far.
Overnight, a new report about former Fox News host Tucker Carlson's private comments after his bombshell departure from Fox News. In a text message obtained by the New York Times, sent by Carlson to one of his producers in the hours after the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the host allegedly describes watching a video of a group of people he calls Trump guys violently attacking a, quote, Antifa kid, calling it dishonorable and adding, "It's not how white men fight." Carlson also writing he found himself rooting for the mob. "I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it." But then Carlson writes, quote, "An alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?" The Times reporting that the message was filed in the Dominion lawsuit but remains redacted from public court documents. But the Times reports its contents were disclosed in interviews it conducted with several people who have knowledge of the Dominion voting system's defamation lawsuit against Fox. NBC News has not confirmed the contents of the text. The text message added to a growing number of internal issues that led Fox to Carlson's firing, the Times reports, according to several people familiar with the matter. Throughout his tenure as the lead primetime host on Fox, Carlson courted a conservative audience, often with rhetoric about race and immigration.
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided.
This policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Video of some behind-the-scenes comments from Carlson have also surfaced since Fox settled its lawsuit with Dominion. Left-leaning group Media Matters posting a video appearing to show Carlson chatting with host Piers Morgan before an interview.
If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique.
Previously, the New York Times reported it had obtained a video of Carlson discussing his, quote, postmenopausal fans and referring to a woman as, quote, yummy.
A representative for Mr. Carlson told the New York Times he had no comment about the alleged text message. NBC News has reached out to Fox and to Carlson's lawyer overnight about the text message report and the leaked video, and we have not heard back. Back to you.
Messy situation, Stephanie. Thank you.
This morning, a hopeful sign that the U.S. is hoping to cool off the heated tensions with China. At an event yesterday, the U.S. ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, said the two countries need better communication channels. And he added that the Biden administration hopes China will, quote, meet us halfway. Those comments come amid high tensions between both countries, sparked by several events, including a visit by former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and more recently, that Chinese surveillance balloon that entered U.S. airspace. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now with more on this. So, Dan, first of all, what more did Burns say, and why is the Biden administration making this move now?
Burns said, Joe, that the U.S. was ready to talk. It was really a pretty loud and clear signal, kind of an olive branch he was waving, saying, yes, we have these disagreements, but we want, these deeper communication channels to restore some of the talks they had with different departments at cabinet level, Treasury, Commerce, and the Pentagon that have been canceled or shut down as tensions have soared. But of course, the ball is sort of in the Chinese court right now.
So, Dan, talk to us about the tensions that have been brewing between both countries. Is it possible for both sides to actually have productive talks despite all these problems? And what would that even look like?
So that is the key question. There's so much mistrust on both sides. But I think we've seen the model in the past, both in the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. And as much as there was tension there were these communication channels and hotlines that did help diffuse tension sometimes, bring down the temperature. And then we've had more communication with China in the past. And it's really in the past several years that it started to deteriorate. And then it's really gotten bad in the past maybe 2-3 years. And so I think the U.S. feels that there are issues they can talk about. They can talk about climate. There is some common ground there. They can talk about the global economy, even if there's a lot of disagreement about trade. There's still a huge amount of business done between the two countries. And so there is a feeling in Washington that there still is ground to talk about. And even if you disagree, you can at least understand where the other side is coming from and avoid a major crisis.
And Dan, if the U.S. and China cannot mend these relations, tell us what's at stake here.
You know, Joe, these are the world's two biggest economies, the two strongest militaries now, and the stakes couldn't be higher. And a lot of governments and a lot of countries, especially neighbors of China in Asia, are very anxious about this. They want to see more dialogue between these two governments, because if it goes off the rails, it jeopardizes the whole global economy. And then the worst case scenario, of course, is you have some misunderstanding, some incident, a collision at sea or in the air, and you have an unintended war or conflict that nobody wants. So very high stakes, and we'll see if there is some dialogue that emerges later this year.
All right, Dan DeLuce, Dan, thank you so much.
All right, more world headlines now and some breaking news this morning. Another oil tanker has been seized while in transit.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with this and other world headlines. Raf, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, the U.S. Navy says Iran has seized a second tanker in a week, the latest escalation in the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Fifth Fleet says a Panama flag tanker was captured by Iran's Revolutionary Guard early this morning as it passed the narrow Strait of Hormuz. Another tanker, this one under a Marshall Islands flag, was seized on Thursday. A wary ceasefire is in place between Israel and Palestinian militant groups after a night of fighting around Gaza. The Israeli military says it struck Hamas targets across the Strip in response to rocket fire. It came after a Palestinian detainee died while mounting a hunger strike. He was facing charges in Israel's military court system. And finally, in London, a man has been arrested outside Buckingham Palace on suspicion of throwing shotgun cartridges into palace grounds. Police say he was also carrying a knife, but the incident is not being treated as terror-related. Authorities also carried out a controlled explosion outside the palace walls during the incident. So, guys, a scary moment just a couple of days before King Charles's coronation. Guys.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Raf, thank you so much. We've got some breaking news to bring you out of Russia this morning. Moscow is accusing Ukraine of attempting to kill Russian President Vladimir Putin. State news agency RIA reports that Kyiv targeted Putin's Kremlin residence using drones overnight. The Kremlin says the drones were disabled by Russian defenses and there were no injuries or material damage to the buildings. However, they did not provide any evidence to back up their claims, and NBC News has not verified the allegations, which again come from state media. We have also reached out to the Ukrainian government, which did not provide an immediate response.
Well, coming up this morning, he was an American talk show staple, a shining light on Ellen, who left the spotlight too soon.
Now, in an NBC News exclusive interview, the widow of Stephen Boss, or DJ Twitch, as he was known, talks to Hoda about grief, loss, and legacy. That's up next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. Come here.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive. We're hearing from Allison Holker Boss for the first time since the passing of her husband, Stephen Boss, better known as Twitch.
She sat down with Today co-host Hoda Kotb to discuss the importance of helping others and honoring her husband's legacy as part of this Mental Health Awareness Month. Here's their conversation.
Stephen Boss, known as Twitch to his fans, was the beloved DJ on Ellen with the megawatt smile and signature dance moves. Last year, a few weeks before Christmas, Twitch took his own life at age 40. America was blindsided. Twitch seemed so full of life to his friends, fans, and his family, too. His wife, Allison, says no one saw it coming. It was such a shock to the country, really, when the news broke. That guy who was dancing, always happy. So everyone was like, wait, what? Why? Did you have similar thoughts, emotions, and feelings?
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment. And there's no one that saw this coming. No one. And that also breaks my heart, too. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. He wanted to be the strong one for everyone, and I think that was a little scary for him to think that he might need to ask for help. You know, people say a lot of like, what were the signs? And, you know, he was so much love and light. He really wanted to be everyone's Superman, and he said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman. He could hold so much for people, and I think it was hard for him to process that at the end.
When you have your quiet time by yourself, was there something I might have seen or missed? Do you do that?
I did it a lot in the beginning. I eventually had to tell myself that I can't change anything that's happened.
Allison says she and their 3 children have their good days and bad ones, but they're trying to move forward. I'm looking at you and you seem very strong to me. Is that for you, for the kids, for the world?
I think it's for all of that.
Yeah.
I don't really have any other choice but to be strong. Now, they still see me have my highs and lows, because there's a lot of it. All I can do is just try to move forward.
The dance duo met in 2010 on So You Think You Can Dance. Their love story was like a fairy tale from the very beginning.
Will you marry me?
I feel like we all felt like we knew Twitch and we knew and loved him. But what was it like to really be in love with him?
Oh, our love was magical.
Yeah.
And it was so real. And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big.
Yeah.
And I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. I talk to him every night.
You do?
I talk to him every night. And it's different every night. Sometimes it's just like, I took the kids to school. Other times it's a little bit deeper, a little more heavy. I don't allow myself to be in a place of anger or sadness, though I allow myself to feel it. If I'm feeling this much pain, it's because I've had so much love.
But Allison says she's managing some tough conversations with her 3 children, 14-year-old Wesley, 7-year-old Maddox, and 3-year-old Zaya. What you had to explain, especially to your young children.
It's honestly something I wouldn't wish for anybody. It's really hard. But if I've learned anything, is that communication is key. To us, Daddy's in the stars. So we can go outside and talk to him whenever we want.
Well, what kind of questions are they asking you about what happened?
First off, they just ask, when is Daddy coming back? And that's a really hard one. And then it'll be like a couple weeks later, like, but does he come back when he's older? Like, when Daddy's older, he'll come back. But they are still children and still obviously want him here.
Many struggling like Twitch suffer in silence. Studies suggest 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. There's a stigma, I think, around when someone takes their own life, commits suicide.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. But we don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in his mind. It's interesting. The word widow is hard, and it's never easy when you hear it. You know, the first time I ever heard it was really hard. Because I was like, me?
Now, Allison and her family are honoring Twitch's legacy and partnered with her local branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness called NAMI Westside LA. Talk a little bit about what you're doing and how you want your husband's name and legacy to live on.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of like someone I love so much.
Allison says she finds comfort in the outpouring of support from fans and friends like Ellen DeGeneres.
To honor Twitch, I think the best thing that we can do is to laugh and hug each other.
Have you been in touch with her?
She has been a huge support system for me. And talk about the fun memories that we had with him. And we get to live in those great memories that we had.
You were talking about how you speak to him now. Are there questions you ask him?
All the time. Maybe one day there'll be this big aha of answers. I do feel like he's with me. We know he's guiding us through every single day.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for sharing Allison's story. Allison is featured in the new issue of People magazine, which is available on newsstands on Friday. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Coming up, we'll keep the mental health conversation going. Could loneliness be as detrimental to your health as smoking? After the break, the new warning from the Surgeon General for anyone with poor social relationships and the impact it could have on your life expectancy.
Plus, one small town in Wales is getting a real Cinderella story treatment. The rags to riches transformation of the football club, thanks to its Hollywood star owners. You're watching Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
That's how I know. Today's gonna
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. The U.S. Surgeon General is sounding the alarm on the latest public health epidemic, loneliness.
Yeah, in a newly released report, Dr. Vivek Murthy says about half of adults in the U.S. say they've experienced loneliness and warn that it poses health risks as deadly as smoking cigarettes daily. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this report. Some alarming stuff here, Dr. Patel. So let's start with those health effects. The report found loneliness raises the risk of premature death by nearly 30%, with people with poor social relationships also having a greater risk of both stroke and heart disease. So how is it that loneliness can have such serious physical health effects?
Yeah, Steve and Joe, this is such an important report. Loneliness is believed to have both physical and mental effects on your health through a number of mechanisms, including increases in inflammation at the cellular level. That's how we see some of these changes in heart disease, for example. But it can also affect your daily habits. People who are lonely or socially isolated tend to not be able to exercise or eat well or have some of those daily habits that keep us physically and mentally healthy.
So, Dr. Patel, the Surgeon General's report says the loneliness epidemic is hitting young people ages 15 to 24 especially hard. I've got to imagine social media and technology are playing a role in this.
Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right. And by the way, it's incredible because social media can be a tool of good. The Surgeon General's report actually points that out, that social media itself is not bad. It's how we use the social media, how the social media tools are actually put together, because what you see are young people who then forego any of those physical relationships or any of those kind of personal connections in order to be on social media. And on top of that, Joe, even with adults, some of the images in social media project these kind of falsehoods that make it incredibly hard to achieve, whether it's body issues or just even pictures of people looking so happy all the time that everyone then feels more isolated if they don't have that. And that is certainly affecting young adults and children, especially as low as the age, as you mentioned, but even as young as 8 years old in this report.
It's so great to be talking about the effects that mental health have on our physical health, an important connection there. And Dr. Patel, just trying to treat this and prevent loneliness to boost our social connections, how can people go about doing that? Is it just as simple as picking up the phone?
Yeah, so I'm going to offer some tips. First of all, it has to start with kind of small things. I know that the Surgeon General has some incredible recommendations for policymakers, for communities, things like libraries, community resources. But Stephen, Joe, something that all of us, the three of us, can do today. Think about one person that we haven't reached out to, or even somebody that you just want to text and say, "I'm thinking about you. I'm smiling while I'm thinking about you." Even that small act can have such a profound impact on you and the person receiving it. And then something else that we can do, even those kind of casual interactions when I'm waiting in line for coffee, smiling and looking at someone's face and putting my phone down will actually make a huge difference as well. It's those small things that accumulate and can lead to meaningful connections.
I think I heard it was Mel Robbins who recently said, try and text someone you haven't talked to every single day, make a strategy of doing that, which I think, Dr. Phil, I mean, you can't write a prescription for more friends, sadly. But I mean, the social media aspect of this just feels like if we just had less time on our phones, just the way it makes our brains function too, and the compulsion we have with checking that, right?
That's absolutely right. We even see this when we do brain images, not just of young people, but people of any age, that we see changes in their brain patterns. And when they replace that social media or put the phones down, put the screens down, whether it's a laptop, a desktop, and actually talk to people face to face, that we see other parts of their brain light up. And we know that translates to better health. And it doesn't have to be many people. I think sometimes I feel like I'm in a room with dozens of people and I still feel lonely. It's about having that connection with a person. Doesn't need to be a lot, just needs to be that meaningful connection, and it does not often take place on a screen. But again, don't put the screens away. For young people, there can be meaningful ways for people to engage. It's about finding them. Work with your family to do that.
Fascinating and such an important conversation. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Welsh soccer club Wrexham celebrated its stunning promotion to the English Football League in style yesterday.
They sure did. Hollywood owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney also joined in the celebrations, parading the trophy on an open-top bus in front of some jubilant fans. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London with more on all this excitement. Hey, Molly.
So much excitement, so many jubilant fans. Thousands were celebrating in this open-top bus parade yesterday. Well, this is an underdog sports story that I've been following. Many people have been following for the last couple of years for a variety of very good reasons. Well, as you mentioned, Wrexham AFC won their league. They are moving up in the world, and they celebrated in style. Take a look.
Overnight, there was a lot of noise coming from a very small city in Wales. A city not used to this kind of fanfare.
This is what it should be like. This is what my mum remembers it like, and it's now coming back.
The Wrexham Football Club in full celebration mode with Hollywood star owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney on hand for the parade. Reynolds posting on Instagram calling it unforgettable and bonkers. After 15 years stuck in England's bottom rings, the little team that could had a Cinderella ending, winning their final game 3-1 and securing what's called a promotion to the sport's next tier, the English Football League. In the face of financial struggles, the team's performance in recent years flailing until 2020 put the club back on the map when Reynolds and McElhenney hatched a plan, joining forces to become the unlikely co-owners and saviors of Wrexham AFC.
They're brilliant. They are. They love it. They absolutely love it.
Wrexham is the third oldest professional soccer team in the world, and Reynolds and McElhenney say they're in it for the long haul.
If we've learned anything about the town, about the community, is that they've been defying expectations for centuries. For us to dream as a part of this community, why not dream big?
Our goal is to get to the Premier League. Why wouldn't it be? If we can do that, whether it takes 5 years, whether it takes 20 years, that's the goal.
Dreaming big, that is the goal, as you just heard from Ryan Reynolds. Now, we aren't the only ones who have bought into the Wrexham hype. Take a look at this picture. We dug back into the archives. This is from December 2022, and on the pitch with Ryan and Rob, you see King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla, of course, very much in the news this week. I've got good news and bad news for you guys. The good news is they are playing in the States at UNC Chapel Hill in July. Bad news, you're going to have to know someone because that game is already sold out. I'll send it back to you guys.
No surprise. And thanks to Ted Lasso, we all know what a promotion and a relegation is now, so it all makes sense to us. So,
thanks, Ted Lasso. All right, Molly, thanks so much.
Coming up, let's keep the sports news going. History is being made at Dodger Stadium this season. And no, we are not talking about any on-field action.
No, we're talking about way up in the booth, where you'll find the only Asian American announcer in Major League Baseball. We'll introduce you to him coming up next.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. We have an update to a story we brought you a few weeks ago on an adorable 40-pound cat up for adoptions. Patches, the cat, now has a brand new home. Look at him. He was adopted after a post about him went viral. For his new owner, Kay Ford, it was meant to be. 3 years ago, Ford applied to adopt an overweight cat, and her patience in adopting this big cat finally paid off. Look at him there. You can follow Patches' weight loss journey now on his Facebook page called Patches' Journey, along with his 26,000 fans. Doesn't look too happy there, but I'm sure he is pretty happy.
A new home and a new diet.
Yeah, love that. Well, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and it's also baseball season getting into full swing. The Los Angeles Dodgers have just hired, by the way, the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now to share this trailblazing story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm so excited to bring this story to you. You know, you think about MLB broadcasters, and they really are the guiding voices to America's favorite pastime, sometimes more famous than the players themselves. Think Red Barber, Harry Callis, Vin Scully. Well, now Steven Nelson will join the ranks, not just as the newest voice for the Dodgers, but also as the first Asian American to sit in the Dodgers broadcasting booth in a moment many people are calling bigger than baseball.
Steven Nelson's first time on a Major League diamond was at the storied Dodgers Stadium. His father's love of the game and his mother's heritage brought him to Japanese community night as an 8-year-old. He still has the plaque.
This has been displayed in my room since that night.
Nearly 3 decades later, he returns to his hometown just as excited as that little leaguer with a dream.
I'm Steven Nelson.
But now, as a member of the world-famous franchise.
That's our booth. That's our home for every game.
The 34-year-old is the Dodgers' newest play-by-play announcer, expected to call more than 50 contests as backup to lead broadcaster Joe Davis.
That's 3. Kershaw strikes out O'Neill to end the second inning.
Nelson sits on hallowed ground, forged by a long line of venerated voices like Jaime Jarrín and Vin Scully. You're an announcer for the Dodgers. Has that sunk in?
No, absolutely not. Growing up a fan of sports broadcasting, I'm aware of the lineage that I'm now a part of with this franchise, which means so much, not just in Los Angeles or within baseball, but in sport.
But for the fourth-generation Japanese Americans, scoring such a seat is bigger than baseball. Nelson is the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
That's the aspect of my professional life that I'll cherish the most. I do now and I will forever. There's so much honor than that.
Major League Baseball estimates just over a fifth of clubs' TV broadcasters in the booth are from diverse backgrounds. For English-speaking coverage, the percentage is half of that, including the Seattle Mariners' award-winning Dave Sims, who told Nelson,
"Every day you show your face, man, you're representing yourself, you're representing Asian Americans just like I do."
Nelson has served in just about every role in sports broadcasting before climbing his way to the NHL and MLB networks. In 2021, he used Japanese he learned as a kid to present an award to Los Angeles superstar pitcher Shohei Ohtani.
An international superstar is Lars Newbart.
Nelson building a reputation that even has the opposing team cheering him on. How would you describe Steven?
A trader, obviously. You know, he's a trader. No, I'm kidding. A great guy, humble guy, the role model for a lot of people. And so kids that, want to get into broadcasting, play-by-play, they have somebody to look up to.
The value of which Dave Roberts, the first manager of Asian heritage to win a World Series, understands.
In this day and age where we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, to see him being the only one speaks to how talented he is, but also speaks to how much further we've got to go.
What's your hope in this role?
Try not to suck. No, I hope that I could just, this is gonna sound so Asian. I just don't want to disappoint my parents.
Oh, man.
And my family. And
it never leaves you.
It never leaves, no matter how old we get. And I truly mean that. My only goal is to make them proud. I want to make it about proving people right. The people who have been there for us, who have sacrificed for us, who have helped us and mentored us and taught us. I want to prove them right.
So as an Asian American broadcaster, Steven has helped open the door, and now he says his mission, his goal is to keep that door open for others.
I love that. What a great story, and so happy for him. Emily,
Incredible
thank
guy.
you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah South.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking news: captured. A massive 4-day-long manhunt in Texas is now over this morning. Overnight, police arrested this man, Francisco Oropesa. He's accused of killing 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy.
You always said it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when the suspect can be caught. And we're extremely glad that today was the when.
We've got full coverage this morning, including more on the critical tip that led to the arrest, and new this morning, the possibility of even more arrests, according to police. Money on the mind. Another pivotal interest rate decision is expected from the Federal Reserve today. Many predict we'll see another quarter-point hike. This comes amid uncertainty in the banking industry and a big sell-off on Wall Street yesterday. We'll take a look at what this could all mean for your money. Surge protector. This morning, the Biden administration is preparing to send hundreds of active duty troops to the southern border. The move comes ahead of the expiration of that controversial Trump-era border rule known as Title 42. We're on the ground with why some migrant advocates are pushing back against the move. And Diamond Dreams. It's AAPI Heritage Month, and later in the hour, we're going to witness history at the legendary Dodger Stadium with the only Asian American play-by-play announcer in the majors. Look forward to bringing you that story. We're going to begin with breaking news out of Texas. A multi-day manhunt for that accused killer is now over.
Yeah, authorities say they caught Francisco Oropesa some 15 miles from the crime scene after someone called in a tip to the FBI. And in a news conference just moments ago, deputies said Oropesa was not the only arrest made, and even more arrests could be coming. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Texas with the very latest.
In a truly stunning turn of events, a 4-day-long manhunt is now officially over. 24 hours ago, authorities acknowledging by their own admission they had no idea where Francisco Oropesa was. Now we know he's behind bars on a $5 million bond, facing murder charges for killing 5 people, including a 9-year-old child. Now, the FBI tip that prompted this arrest came at about 5:15, led them to a private residence where Oropesa was apparently hiding inside of a closet underneath laundry. A man authorities described as a monster is finally behind bars this morning, captured in the city of Cut and Shoot, Texas, at a private home, ending an intense 4-day manhunt.
He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry.
This video appears to show the moment that Francisco Oropesa was taken into custody, authorities crediting a crucial phone call to an FBI tip line with leading to his arrest.
We just want to thank the person who had the courage and bravery to call in the suspect's location.
Oropesa is accused of the execution-style killing of 5 of his neighbors, victims ranging in age from 31 to just 9 years old. Authorities say Oropesa became enraged and opened fire after the neighbors asked him to stop firing his assault rifle in the front yard. The arrest comes as new details emerge about a man deported from the U.S. 4 times. The San Jacinto County District Attorney telling NBC News that Oropesa allegedly beat his wife last June, prompting her to file a protective order, although the DA says she ultimately did not press charges. There were multiple occasions, you weren't exactly sure how many, of police being called to that property for a firearm being discharged. And then in 2022, a protective order that was filed by his wife for domestic abuse. At any point, did that prompt further investigation from your office?
Yes, sir. We actually filed charges on him in 2022. And it, to the best of my knowledge, we got a warrant for him, and the constable went to serve him in another county because he left here and never could make contact with the subject.
The victims' families overwhelmed by grief. Jessica Castillo remembering her sister Diana, who shielded her children with her body, saying her sister was just starting to live her life.
And let's turn now to the economy and a key interest rate decision expected today from the Federal Reserve.
The central bank has been battling to get inflation under control, but this is all happening amid ongoing concerns in the banking sector and volatility in the markets. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now for more on this. Brian, good to have you with us. So first, what can we expect from the Fed today? And then will they give us any hints about what to expect after this month?
Yeah, well, the expectation is that they will raise interest rates again, 10th time in a row. This would be 1/4 percentage point, and this would essentially be to handle high inflation. Prices now 5% more expensive than they were this time last year. The Fed wants to see that somewhere closer to 2%, which is the reason why they're continuing to raise interest rates. But we're going to be looking for commentary from the Fed Chair Jay Powell about whether or not this could be the last one. The reason being the concerns that we're seeing in the economy with potentially the unemployment rate maybe going up, compounded with the issues that we're seeing with the debt ceiling and, of course, the issues in the banking sector. So a lot going on that's really looming over this Fed decision.
And speaking of the banking sector, we had that regional sell-off yesterday. All of this, the Fed meeting is coming right in the middle of that happening. How does that factor in here? What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, there are a number of regional banks that, to be fair, are smaller than First Republic, which you'll recall went under over the weekend. But they were experiencing pretty harsh sell-offs in the stock market. Now, investors are not the same people as the bank depositors that have money at those respective banks, but nonetheless, it underscores the shock waves that we're continuing to experience almost 2 months after the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in mid-March. So for the Federal Reserve, one of the issues is that higher interest rates was one of the contributors, not the main one, but one of the contributors to Silicon Valley Bank failing in the first place. So as they continue to raise interest rates, how do they do that without potentially breaking another bank? That might actually make the case for them after this rate hike today, possibly stopping.
So we're about a year now, hard to believe, into these interest rates hikes. What has been the impact on inflation? What's been the impact on consumer wallets?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all feeling it, right? When you take a look at those rates that we have on the screen right now, credit card rates averaging 24%. These are highs that we have not seen in decades. Mortgage rates are very expensive. Car loans are also expensive. So to borrow money right now is extremely expensive. And that's the point of these higher interest rates. That's the reason for why they're doing this, because they hope that's going to take steam out of the economy, lower consumer demand a little bit to hopefully take those numbers down. So Americans will continue to feel the pinch. But again, this is all in the goal of hopefully making those eye-popping prices at the store stop rising.
All right, Brian, breaking it down. Thank you so much.
Well, the Biden administration has announced plans to send 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S. southern border as COVID restrictions are lifted next week. Now, once those rules are gone, officials are expecting a massive surge of migrants across the U.S. border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now near the border in El Paso with more on this. Gabe, good morning.
Stephen, good morning. El Paso has declared a state of emergency, and so have at least 2 other border cities in Texas. And as you can see behind me, there is already a large number of migrants here in El Paso. Many of them sleeping in the streets. You can see them, many of them just waking up right now, covered in blankets. This is outside of a shelter, and this extends for several city blocks. Hundreds of migrants and more are expected as a COVID border restriction known as Title 42 is lifted next week. After illegal border crossings hit a record high last year, this morning the Biden administration is now preparing to send 1,500 active duty troops to the southern border for 90 days. That's in addition to the 2,500 National Guard members already there. The Defense Department says the troops will help Customs and Border Protection officials with logistical support, but
military personnel will not directly participate in law enforcement activities.
Here in El Paso, Texas, hundreds of migrants are already camping out in the streets with homeless shelters overflowing. Some migrant advocates say sending in active duty troops sends the wrong message.
It is dire in that sense that there is an urgent humanitarian need. And in the other side, we do see that there's a failure system in terms of the asylum systems that we supposed to have in the United States.
5 months ago, we saw huge groups of migrants crossing the border here. And the conditions here are miserable. But an even larger influx is expected to begin a week from tomorrow when the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 is lifted. It allowed the U.S. government to more easily expel asylum seekers because of COVID concerns. The policy has been used more than 2.5 million times since it took effect in 2020. Now that the policy is ending, some border officials expect the daily flow of migrants to double.
We're going to see a surge of migrants. I'm preparing for, certainly 10,000 or so a day.
Republicans say they're skeptical the troop surge will have any impact.
This is far from the end-all solution that we need for this crisis.
But with a backlog of 2 million asylum cases, the Homeland Security Secretary says Congress bears responsibility for failing to act on President Biden's immigration reform proposal.
What a powerful example of a completely broken immigration system. We have got to fix it. We need legislative reform.
Local officials here in El Paso have been asking the federal government for help for months. Meanwhile, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is reviving his controversial program to bus migrants from Texas, those who cross into the U.S. He plans to continue busing them to other northern cities like Chicago. Stephen and Joe, back to you.
We'll be watching how it shapes up next week. Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to New York, where the civil rape trial against former President Trump reached the halfway point. Day 5 of the proceedings saw 2 witnesses take the stand on behalf of E. Jean Carroll. Longtime friend of Carroll, Lisa Birnbach, took the stand to testify about the moments after Trump allegedly raped the writer in a department store dressing room.
Well, according to her, Carroll called her immediately after the assault, saying her friend sounded distraught. She went on to say she urged Carol to call the police, but Carol said she never wanted to talk about the incident again. Another accuser, Jessica Leeds, also testified yesterday, alleging Trump groped her on a plane in the late 1970s. Trump has denied accusations from both women. Leeds expressed her support for Carol following the Tuesday hearing.
I would like to express my support for E. Jean Carroll with her suit against Trump. Her story rings true to me. I also would like to encourage anyone who has suffered sexual aggression to know they are not alone and they can speak up. It seems society and perpetrators won't get the message of how damaging aggression is until it becomes apparent.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to break it all down. So first of all, let's talk about the strategy of having these two women testify on behalf of Carol. How much do they bolster her credibility?
In my opinion, they are stronger witnesses than Carol herself because they occupy two different important points in the trial. On the one hand, you have one witness who's apparently testifying that Trump did this kind of thing before. It's a kind of character evidence, which is normally inadmissible, but it is devastating when it comes in. It essentially shows, hey, Trump did this before. It shouldn't be a surprise that he did it again. But then you have another witness who actually locks into time that Carol may have complained or talked about this around the time of the assault. That creates a record. Now, it may be a verbal record, but it is a very significant record. And in my opinion, these two witnesses, more powerful for the plaintiff than the plaintiff herself, who admittedly had some issues come up in cross-examination, like her Facebook postings where she says she's a huge fan of The Apprentice. These are things that, look, it doesn't make her not necessarily not credible, but some members of the jury might find that to be a little odd.
And there are still, it seems like, a lot of witnesses set to take the stand for Carol, including another woman who is going to accuse former President Trump of misconduct. So from that, how do you think that Carol's legal team is shaping their case here?
These witnesses, these supporting witnesses, and I'll say it again, they are more important to Carol's case than Carol herself, because at its core, this is a he said, she said case. In a way, it's a she said, and then the deposition transcript of he is going to be played in court. When that happens, if it's all the evidence you have, it's a credibility determination. But when you have these other witnesses who bolster Carol's testimony, who essentially say, yeah, she complained about that to me at the time, that makes the case more powerful. The defense is going to have to do a lot of cross-examination to counter this evidence.
Speaking of the defense, Trump's legal team has informed the judge that the former president will not be testifying in this case. Not a huge surprise, but do you think that's the right move in this situation? And then knowing that, how do both legal teams push forward knowing we won't hear the former president testify?
Joe, you know I hate to say I told you so, but here I go.
I love it. I love it, Dan.
Here I go. Weeks ago, I knew Trump would never testify, and the strategy in my mind is lose the battle, win the war. In other words, he's had his deposition taken. That is a known thing. It is probably a long transcript, but everybody knows what's in there. So if they play snippets of it for the jury, then we know what that's going to be. So his defense team is going to think, well, there's going to be no surprises. Whereas if Trump took the stand, anything could happen, and that could be bad for him. So Trump may lose the battle here in this case, but the overall war, the political war, the campaign, he can live to fight another day.
All right. Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you so much.
Well, out of the writers' rooms and onto the picket lines. This morning, thousands of film and TV writers will take to the streets again. Day 2 of what some fear could be a long-lasting strike. The White House is even weighing in and encouraging both sides to stay at the table. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the latest.
Say power! Outside Warner Brothers, Paramount, Sony, Netflix, and the other Hollywood studios, and on the streets of Manhattan, striking writers united behind a single message.
Fair pay. Fair compensation for our creative work.
Stars like Rob Lowe, whose son is a writer, standing up in solidarity.
We're only as good as the writing we get.
Overnight, the late-night talk shows went into reruns. Hosts like Stephen Colbert throwing their support behind union writers.
These are our writers, and I'll stick myself in there because I'm WGA too, and they're so important to our show.
SNL canceling Pete Davidson's hosting debut this weekend. The show in repeats until further notice. Daytime soap operas will likely follow. And if the strike stretches on, there could be an impact on fall shows. Writers like Maisie Culver say they're striking to make sure that young writers have the opportunity to make a living doing what they love.
I do believe that this is an existential fight for the future viability of writing even being a career.
The way that streaming companies pay their talent is very much different than the way the old school television companies paid. And the writers have sort of been left behind, in their words, on the streaming revolution.
They want to turn us into gig workers. They want to remove all of the gains that our union has fought for decades.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, representing studios including Comcast, which owns NBC Universal, says its proposal includes generous increases in compensation, writing the primary sticking points are mandatory staffing and duration of employment for writers.
What would Hollywood be without writers like you?
I mean, you're about to find out. Because we're not working. We've withdrawn our labor, and we will not be working until we get a fair deal that we deserve.
Kaylee Hartung, thanks for that report. It is important to note that Comcast, the corporation that owns NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers.
Now for a check on your morning news now. Weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. We have another day where we've got a low that's stuck over on the west coast and one for the northeast, and leaving us quite unsettled in both of those locations. Really, the middle of the country is the nice place to be today and into tomorrow. But let's talk about what we're dealing with as far as impacts. We've got more rain on the way for parts of California. We've even got some mountain snow that we'll deal with across the Sierra Mountains through the day today. And then as we shift into tomorrow, this system will start to slowly but surely move a little farther to the east, bringing additional snow and rain to parts of the Rockies. We'll also see the potential for a late day severe kind of outbreak that could potentially have some hail, some strong winds associated with it. But today, here's where we're looking at for those stronger storms. They do include the potential for some hail, as well as some strong winds up to 60 miles per hour for parts of Texas and extending just north into places like Scott City. We'll see that included in today's potential. But tomorrow is where we really start to see that increase. It does include parts of Oklahoma, Texas, with a slight risk. It includes 5 million people, that slight risk, and we'll see the potential for some damaging hail, as well as the strong winds, and even a few tornadoes will be possible into your day tomorrow. So that's Thursday. Here's the area that we'll have to watch for the larger hail. We're talking baseball size and into the afternoon and even evening hours. This will be something that you'll want to stay connected about. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, we woke up to some rain for the interior areas. We're also seeing some later showers still falling in parts of the Midwest, and additionally some of that snow falling in those higher elevations from West Virginia into New England through the day today. We're going to finally start to see this low start to shift offshore. It'll take with it all of that moisture that I know lots of people are sick of, and eventually we'll be looking at some drier conditions for tomorrow. The one thing to note, the temperatures, they're not going to rebound all that fast. We're kind of still stuck in this pattern for a little while longer before we see some changes just in time for the weekend. Those summer-like temperatures are draped across the middle of the country. We're talking upper 70s for Denver, 80 degrees in Rapid City today, as well as Salt Lake City, 73 for Fargo. Not bad there. Meanwhile, Chicago ends up at 59 degrees and Cincinnati just 61. These temperatures, they'll stick around for a little while longer for the Northeast. It'll be cool as well tomorrow, just the upper 50s for New York, and Boston will hit just barely 50 degrees, but it doesn't last long. If you're looking for the springtime warmth, we'll finally get that back into the picture as we round out our work week. We head to the mid 60s for Pittsburgh by Friday, jump to the upper 60s Saturday, and then low 70s by the time Sunday rolls around. So a nicer weekend on tap. We'll even get some sunshine for folks in the Southwest, but the showers will be focused towards the Southeast as we get into Saturday and Sunday.
All right, so we got to start making these weekend plans now.
Exactly.
Outdoor brunch. All right.
I'm in.
Thanks, Angie. All right.
Well, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, there is new information coming to light this morning surrounding that bombshell departure of Tucker Carlson from Fox News.
We'll have the latest on the new text messages that reportedly led to Carlson's removal from the air. We're going to explain after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We're learning new details on Tucker Carlson's sudden exit from Fox News and the reported role his own text messages may have played in that firing. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has that story.
Hey there, as you know, reports have continued to leak out about Carlson's private messages since he left Fox, but this is one of the most striking so far.
Overnight, a new report about former Fox News host Tucker Carlson's private comments after his bombshell departure from Fox News. In a text message obtained by the New York Times, sent by Carlson to one of his producers in the hours after the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the host allegedly describes watching a video of a group of people he calls Trump guys violently attacking a, quote, Antifa kid, calling it dishonorable and adding, "It's not how white men fight." Carlson also writing he found himself rooting for the mob. "I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it." But then Carlson writes, quote, "An alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?" The Times reporting that the message was filed in the Dominion lawsuit but remains redacted from public court documents. But the Times reports its contents were disclosed in interviews it conducted with several people who have knowledge of the Dominion voting system's defamation lawsuit against Fox. NBC News has not confirmed the contents of the text. The text message added to a growing number of internal issues that led Fox to Carlson's firing, the Times reports, according to several people familiar with the matter. Throughout his tenure as the lead primetime host on Fox, Carlson courted a conservative audience, often with rhetoric about race and immigration.
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided. This policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Video of some behind-the-scenes comments from Carlson have also surfaced since Fox settled its lawsuit with Dominion. Left-leaning group Media Matters posting a video appearing to show Carlson chatting with host Piers Morgan before an interview.
If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique.
Previously, the New York Times reported it had obtained a video of Carlson discussing his, quote, postmenopausal fans and referring to a woman as, quote, yummy. A representative for Mr. Carlson told the New York Times he had no comment about the alleged text message. NBC News has reached out to Fox and to Carlson's lawyer overnight about the text message report and the leaked video, and we have not heard back. Back to you.
Messy situation, Stephanie. Thank you.
This morning, a hopeful sign that the U.S. is hoping to cool off the heated tensions with China. At an event yesterday, the U.S. ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, said the two countries need better communication channels. And he added that the Biden administration hopes China will, quote, meet us halfway. Those comments come amid high tensions between both countries, sparked by several events, including a visit by former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and more recently, that Chinese surveillance balloon that entered U.S. airspace. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now with more on this. So, Dan, first of all, what more did Burns say, and why is the Biden administration making this move now?
Burns said, Joe, that the U.S. was ready to talk. It was really a pretty loud and clear signal, kind of an olive branch he was waving, saying, yes, we have these disagreements, but we want, these deeper communication channels to restore some of the talks they had with different departments at cabinet level, Treasury, Commerce, and the Pentagon that have been canceled or shut down as tensions have soared. But of course, the ball is sort of in the Chinese court right now.
So, Dan, talk to us about the tensions that have been brewing between both countries. Is it possible for both sides to actually have productive talks despite all these problems? And what would that even look like?
So that is the key question. There's so much mistrust on both sides. But I think we've seen the model in the past, both in the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. And as much as there was tension there were these communication channels and hotlines that did help diffuse tension sometimes, bring down the temperature. And then we've had more communication with China in the past. And it's really in the past several years that it started to deteriorate, and then it's really gotten bad in the past maybe 2-3 years. And so I think the U.S. feels that there are issues they can talk about. They can talk about climate. There is some common ground there. They can talk about the global economy, even if there's a lot of disagreement about trade. There's still a huge amount of business done between the two countries. And so there is a feeling in Washington that there still is ground to talk about. And even if you disagree, you can at least understand where the other side is coming from and avoid a major crisis.
And Dan, if the U.S. and China cannot mend these relations, tell us what's at stake here.
Joe, these are the world's two biggest economies, the two strongest militaries now, and the stakes couldn't be higher. And a lot of governments and a lot of countries, especially neighbors of China in Asia, are very anxious about this. They want to see more dialogue between these two governments, because if it goes off the rails, it jeopardizes the whole global economy. And then the worst case scenario, of course, is you have some misunderstanding, some incident, a collision at sea or in the air, and you have an unintended war or conflict that nobody wants. So very high stakes, and we'll see if there is some dialogue that emerges later this year.
All right, Dan DeLuce. Dan, thank you so much.
All right, more world headlines now and some breaking news this morning. Another oil tanker has been seized while in transit.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with this and other world headlines. Raf, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, the U.S. Navy says Iran has seized a second tanker in a week, the latest escalation in the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Fifth Fleet says a Panama flag tanker was captured by Iran's Revolutionary Guard early this morning as it passed the narrow Strait of Hormuz. Another tanker, this one under a Marshall Islands flag, was seized on Thursday. A wary ceasefire is in place between Israel and Palestinian militant groups after a night of fighting around Gaza. The Israeli military says it struck Hamas targets across the Strip in response to rocket fire. It came after a Palestinian detainee died while mounting a hunger strike. He was facing charges in Israel's military court system. And finally, in London, a man has been arrested outside Buckingham Palace on suspicion of throwing shotgun cartridges into palace grounds. Police say he was also carrying a knife, but the incident is not being treated as terror-related. Authorities also carried out a controlled explosion outside the palace walls during the incident. So, guys, a scary moment just a couple of days before King Charles's coronation. Guys.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Raph, thank you so much. We've got some breaking news to bring you out of Russia this morning. Moscow is accusing Ukraine of attempting to kill Russian President Vladimir Putin. State news agency RIA reports that Kyiv targeted Putin's Kremlin residence using drones overnight. The Kremlin says the drones were disabled by Russian defenses and there were no injuries or material damage to the buildings. However, they did not provide any evidence to back up their claims, and NBC News has not verified the allegations, which again come from state media. We have also reached out to the Ukrainian government, which did not provide an immediate response.
Well, coming up this morning, he was an American talk show staple, a shining light on Ellen, who left the spotlight too soon.
Now, in an NBC News exclusive interview, the widow of Stephen Boss, or DJ Twitch, as he was known, talks to Hoda about grief, loss, and legacy. That's up next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
That's how I know.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive. We're hearing from Allison Holker Boss for the first time since the passing of her husband, Stephen Boss, better known as Twitch.
She sat down with Today co-host Hoda Kotb to discuss the importance of helping others and honoring her husband's legacy as part of this Mental Health Awareness Month. Here's their conversation.
Stephen Boss, known as Twitch to his fans, was the beloved DJ on Ellen with the megawatt smile and signature dance moves. Last year, a few weeks before Christmas, Twitch took his own life at age 40. America was blindsided. Twitch seemed so full of life to his friends, fans, and his family, too. His wife, Allison, says no one saw it coming. It was such a shock to the country, really, when the news broke. The guy who was dancing, always happy. So everyone was like, wait, what? Why? Did you have similar thoughts, emotions, and feelings?
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment, and there's no one that saw this coming. No one. And that also breaks my heart, too. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. He wanted to be the strong one for everyone, and I think that was a little scary for him to think that he might need to ask for help. You know, people say a lot of like, what were the signs? And, you know, he was so much love and light. He really wanted to be everyone's Superman, and he said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman. He could hold so much for people, and I think it was hard for him to process that at the end.
When you have your quiet time by yourself, was there something I might have seen or missed? Do you do that?
I did it a lot in the beginning. I eventually had to tell myself that I can't change anything that's happened.
Allison says she and their 3 children have their good days and bad ones, but they're trying to move forward. I'm looking at you and you seem very strong to me. Is that for you, for the kids, for the world?
I think it's for all of that.
Yeah.
I don't really have any other choice but to be strong. Now, they still see me have my highs and lows, because there's a lot of it. All I can do is just try to move forward.
The dance duo met in 2010 on So You Think You Can Dance. Their love story was like a fairy tale from the very beginning.
Will you marry me?
Yes. I feel like we all felt like we knew Twitch and we knew and loved him. But what was it like to really be in love with him?
Oh, our love was magical.
Yeah.
And it was so real. And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big, and I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. I talk to him every night.
You do?
I talk to him every night. And it's different every night. Sometimes it's just like, I took the kids to school. Other times it's a little bit deeper, a little more heavy. I don't allow myself to be in a place of anger or sadness, though I allow myself to feel it. If I'm feeling this much pain, it's because I've had so much love.
But Allison says she's managing some tough conversations with her 3 children, 14-year-old Wesley, 7-year-old Maddox, and 3-year-old Zaya. What you had to explain, especially to your young children.
It's honestly something I wouldn't wish for anybody. It's really hard. But if I've learned anything, is that communication is key. To us, Daddy's in the stars. So we can go outside and talk to him whenever we want.
Well, what kind of questions are they asking you about what happened?
First off, they just ask, when is Daddy coming back? And that's a really hard one. And then it'll be like a couple weeks later, like, but does he come back when he's older? Like, when Daddy's older, he'll come back. But they are still children and still obviously want him here.
Many struggling like Twitch suffer in silence. Studies suggest 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. There's a stigma, I think, around when someone takes their own life, commits suicide.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. But we don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in his mind. It's interesting. The word widow is hard, and it's never easy when you hear it. You know, the first time I ever heard it was really hard. Because I was like, me.
Now, Allison and her family are honoring Twitch's legacy and partnered with her local branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness called NAMI Westside LA. Talk a little bit about what you're doing and how you want your husband's name and legacy to live on.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of like someone I love so much.
Allison says she finds comfort in the outpouring of support from fans and friends like Ellen DeGeneres.
To honor Twitch, I think the best thing that we can do is to laugh and hug each other.
Have you been in touch with her?
She has been a huge support system for me. And talk about the fun memories that we had with him, and we get to live in those great memories that we had.
You were talking about how you speak to him now. Are there questions you ask him?
all the time. Maybe one day there'll be this big aha of answers. I do feel like he's with me. We know he's guiding us through every single day.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for sharing Allison's story. Allison is featured in the new issue of People magazine, which is available on newsstands on Friday. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Coming up, we'll keep the mental health conversation going. Could loneliness be as detrimental to your health as smoking? After the break, the new warning from the Surgeon General for anyone with poor social relationships and the impact it could have on your life expectancy.
Plus, one small town in Wales is getting a real Cinderella story treatment. The rags to riches transformation of the football club, thanks to its Hollywood star owners. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las From Vegas. Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. The U.S. Surgeon General is sounding the alarm on the latest public health epidemic, loneliness.
Yeah, in a newly released report, Dr. Vivek Murthy says about half of adults in the U.S. say they've experienced loneliness and warn that it poses health risks as deadly as smoking cigarettes daily. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this report. Some alarming stuff here, Dr. Patel. So let's start with those health effects. The report found loneliness raises the risk of premature death by nearly 30%, with people with poor social relationships also having a greater risk of both stroke and heart disease. So how is it that loneliness can have such serious physical health effects?
Yeah, Steve and Joe, this is such an important report. Loneliness is believed to have both physical and mental effects on your health through a number of mechanisms, including increases in inflammation at the cellular level. That's how we see some of these changes in heart disease, for example, but it can also affect your daily habits. People who are lonely or socially isolated tend to not be able to exercise or eat well or have some of those daily habits that keep us physically and mentally healthy.
So, Dr. Patel, the Surgeon General's report says the loneliness epidemic is hitting young people ages 15 to 24 especially hard. I've got to imagine social media and technology are playing a role in this.
Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right. And by the way, it's incredible because social media can be a tool of good. The Surgeon General's report actually points that out, that social media itself is not bad. It's how we use the social media, how the social media tools are actually put together, because what you see are young people who then forego any of those physical relationships or any of those kind of personal connections in order to be on social media. And on top of that, Joe, even with adults, some of the images in social media project these kind of falsehoods that make it incredibly hard to achieve, whether it's body issues or just even pictures of people looking so happy all the time that everyone then feels more isolated if they don't have that. And that is certainly affecting young adults and children, especially as low as the age, as you mentioned, but even as young as 8 years old in this report.
It's so great to be talking about the effects that mental health have on our physical health, an important connection there. And Dr. Patel, just trying to treat this and prevent loneliness to boost our social connections, how can people go about doing that? Is it just as simple as picking up the phone?
Yeah, so I'm going to offer some tips. First of all, it has to start with kind of small things. I know that the Surgeon General has some incredible recommendations for policymakers, for communities, things like libraries, community resources. But Stephen, Joe, something that all of us, the three of us, can do today. Think about one person that we haven't reached out to, or even somebody that you just want to text and say, "I'm thinking about you. I'm smiling while I'm thinking about you." Even that small act can have such a profound impact on you and the person receiving it. And then something else that we can do, even those kind of casual interactions when I'm waiting in line for coffee, smiling and looking at someone's face and putting my phone down will actually make a huge difference as well. It's those small things that accumulate and can lead to meaningful connections.
You know, I think I heard it was Mel Robbins who recently said try and text someone you haven't talked to every single day, make a strategy of doing that, which I think, Dr. Patel, I mean, you can't write a prescription for more friends, sadly. But I mean, the social media aspect of this just feels like if we just had less time on our phones, just the way it makes our brains function too, and the compulsion we have with checking that, right?
That's absolutely right. We even see this when we do brain images, not just of young people, but people of any age, that we see changes in their brain patterns. And when they replace that social media or put the phones down, put the screens down, whether it's a laptop, a desktop, and actually talk to people face to face, that we see other parts of their brain light up. And we know that translates to better health. And it doesn't have to be many people. I think sometimes I feel like I'm in a room with dozens of people and I still feel lonely. It's about having that connection with a person. Doesn't need to be a lot, just needs to be that meaningful connection. And it does not often take place on a screen. But again, don't put the screens away. For young people, there can be meaningful ways for people to engage. It's about finding them. Work with your family to do that.
Fascinating and such an important conversation. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Welsh soccer club Wrexham celebrated its stunning promotion to the English Football League in style yesterday.
They sure did. Hollywood owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney also joined in the celebrations, parading the trophy on an open-top bus in front of some jubilant fans. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London with more on all this excitement. Hey, Molly.
So much excitement, so many jubilant fans. Thousands were celebrating in this open-top bus parade yesterday. Well, this is an underdog sports story that I've been following. Many people have been following for the last couple of years for a variety of very good reasons. Well, as you mentioned, Wrexham AFC won their league. They are moving up in the world, and they celebrated in style. Take a look.
Overnight, there was a lot of noise coming from a very small city in Wales. A city not used to this kind of fanfare.
This is what it should be like. This is what my mum remembers it like, and it's now coming back.
The Wrexham Football Club in full celebration mode with Hollywood star owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney on hand for the parade. Reynolds posting on Instagram calling it unforgettable and bonkers. After 15 years stuck in England's bottom rings, the little team that could had a Cinderella ending, winning their final game 3-1 and securing what's called a promotion to the sport's next tier, the English Football League. In the face of financial struggles, the team's performance in recent years flailing until 2020 put the club back on the map when Reynolds and McElhenney hatched a plan, joining forces to become the unlikely co-owners and saviors of Wrexham AFC.
They're brilliant. They are. They love it. They absolutely love it.
Wrexham is the third oldest professional soccer team in the world, and Reynolds and McElhenney say they're in it for the long haul.
If we've learned anything about the town, about the community, is that they've been defying expectations for centuries. For us to dream as a part of this community, why not dream big?
Our goal is to get to the Premier League. Why wouldn't it be? If we can do that, whether it takes 5 years, whether it takes 20 years, that's the goal.
Dreaming big, that is the goal, as you just heard from Ryan Reynolds. Now, we aren't the only ones who have bought into the Wrexham hype. Take a look at this picture. We dug back into the archives. This is from December 2022, and on the pitch with Ryan and Rob, you see King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla, of course, very much in the news this week. I've got good news and bad news for you guys. The good news is they are playing in the States at UNC Chapel Hill in July. Bad news, you're going to have to know someone because that game is already sold out. I'll send it back to you guys.
No surprise. And thanks to Ted Lasso, we all know what a promotion and a relegation is now, so it all makes sense to us. So,
thanks, Ted Lasso. All right, Molly, thanks so much.
Coming up, let's keep the sports news going. History is being made at Dodger Stadium this season. And no, we are not talking about any on-field action.
No, we're talking about way up in the booth, where you'll find the only Asian American announcer in Major League Baseball. We'll introduce you to him coming up next.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. We have an update to a story we brought you a few weeks ago on an adorable 40-pound cat up for adoptions. Patches, the cat, now has a brand new home. Look at him. He was adopted after a post about him went viral. For his new owner, Kay Ford, it was meant to be. 3 years ago, Ford applied to adopt an overweight cat, and her patience in adopting this big cat finally paid off. Look at him there. You can follow Patches' weight loss journey now on his Facebook page called Patches' Journey, along with his 1,000 fans. Doesn't look too happy there, but I'm sure he is pretty happy.
A new home and a new diet.
Yeah, love that. Well, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and it's also baseball season getting into full swing. The Los Angeles Dodgers have just hired, by the way, the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now to share this trailblazing story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm so excited to bring this story to you. You know, you think about MLB broadcasters, and they really are the guiding voices to America's favorite pastime, sometimes more famous than the players themselves. Think Red Barber, Harry Kalas, Vin Scully. Well, now Steven Nelson will join the ranks, not just as the newest voice for the Dodgers, but also as the first Asian American to sit in the Dodgers broadcasting booth in a moment many people are calling bigger than baseball. Steven Nelson's first time on a major league diamond was at the storied Dodgers Stadium. His father's love of the game and his mother's heritage brought him to Japanese community night as an 8-year-old. He still has the plaque.
This has been displayed in my room since that night.
Nearly 3 decades later, he returns to his hometown just as excited as that little leaguer with a dream.
I'm Steven Nelson.
But now, as a member of the world-famous franchise.
That's our booth. That's our home for every game.
The 34-year-old is the Dodgers' newest play-by-play announcer, expected to call more than 50 contests as backup to lead broadcaster Joe Davis.
That's 3. Kershaw strikes out O'Neill to end the second inning.
Nelson sits on hallowed ground, forged by a long line of venerated voices like Jaime Jarrín and Vin Scully. You're an announcer for the Dodgers. Has that sunk in?
No, absolutely not. Growing up a fan of sports broadcasting, I'm aware of the lineage that I'm now a part of with this franchise, which means so much, not just in Los Angeles or within baseball, but in sport.
But for the 4th-generation Japanese American, scoring such a seat is bigger than baseball. Nelson is the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
That's the aspect of my professional life that I'll cherish the most. I do now and I will forever. There's so much honor than that.
Major League Baseball estimates just over a fifth of clubs' TV broadcasters in the booth are from diverse backgrounds. For English-speaking coverage, the percentage is half of that, including the Seattle Mariners award-winning Dave Sims, who told Nelson,
"Every day you show your face, man, you're representing yourself, you're representing Asian Americans just like I do."
Nelson has served in just about every role in sports broadcasting before climbing his way to the NHL and MLB networks. In 2021, he used Japanese he learned as a kid to present an award to Los Angeles superstar pitcher Shohei Ohtani.
An international superstar is Lars Newbart.
Nelson building a reputation that even has the opposing team cheering him on. How would you describe Steven?
A trader, obviously. You know, he's a trader. No, I'm kidding. You know, a great guy, humble guy, a role model for a lot of people. And so kids that, you know, want to get into broadcasting, play-by-play, they have somebody to look up to.
The value of which Dave Roberts, the first manager of Asian heritage to win a World Series, understands.
In this day and age where we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, to see him being the only one speaks to how talented he is, but also speaks to how much further we've got to go.
What's your hope in this role?
Try not to suck. No, I hope that I could just, this is going to sound so Asian. I just don't want to disappoint my parents.
Oh, man.
And my family. And
it never leaves you.
It never leaves, no matter how old we get. And I truly mean that. My only goal is to make them proud. I want to make it about proving people right. The people who have been there for us, who have sacrificed for us, who have helped us and mentored us and taught us. I want to prove them right.
So as an Asian American broadcaster, Steven has helped open the door, and now he says his mission, his goal is to keep that door open for others.
I love that. What a great story, and so happy for him. Emily,
Incredible
thank
guy.
you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Everyone, good Wednesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Jacob Soberov. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, May 3rd. Behind bars, the person accused of murdering 5 of his neighbors in Texas was captured and taken into custody after an intense 4-day manhunt. The critical tip that led to his discovery in a closet under a pile of laundry.
Migrants surge. The U.S. is sending 1,500 active duty troops to the southern border ahead of the lifting of Title 42. We're at the border where towns are gearing up for an expected influx of migrants.
Messages leaked. We are learning more about the texts former Fox News host Tucker Carlson allegedly sent, what he told his producers in the hours after the January 6th insurrection.
Deep sea dive. A man is spending 100 days submerged underwater to study the impact of compression on the human body. Later this hour, he'll join us live from his lodge below sea level to talk about this potential world record.
That's going to be a good one. Looking forward to that.
Oh, my.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the developing situation in Texas, where several people have been arrested for their links to the man suspected of murdering 5 of his neighbors. According to officials, at least one of those people is being held on a charge of hindering arrest of a known felon.
And so here's what happened. Last night, a tip led police to the main suspect, 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa, who was taken into custody after a days-long manhunt. He was found hiding under laundry in a closet less than 20 miles away from where the killings took place.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Cold Spring, Texas, outside the San Jacinto County Jail. Sam, tell us more about how it all went down, last night's high-stakes capture, and where is the suspect now?
Yeah, Vicki, Jacob, good to be with you. High stakes, that is a perfect way to characterize this. It's been nothing short of a stunning last 24 hours. The suspect, Oropesa, is right behind me right now inside of this jail. And guys, he's facing 1 murder charge for the time being, only because here in San Jacinto County, it's a small staff. They had to process the paperwork for that one first, but the other 4 counts, no doubt, are coming. Vicki, with respect to your question of how we got here, we learned last night that officials actually had a hunch that Oropesa was in the area earlier in the week, despite the fact they said that he could be anywhere. They pinpointed him largely because there was a false alarm earlier on Monday of all of these resources coming from law enforcement on the word that there was a spotting of someone who looked like Oropesa. We were told that was a false flag. Turns out that's not the case. It actually was him on foot. Then we also learned that Oropesa had obtained another phone after he ditched his original cell phone and had been contacting people. So fast forward now to last night, guys. The FBI gets a tip on its tip line and follows that up. That's at 5:15. By 6:30, he is in handcuffs in Cut and Shoot, Texas, which is not on the Mexican border. It's not another part of Texas. It's about 15 or 20 minutes from where this massacre occurred. Special units, including U.S. Marshals and Texas DPS, go in there. They're able to remove Oropesa from the house, and we're told, as you said a second ago, Vicki, that he was inside of a closet covered with clothing. He had the expectation he was safe and sound where he was. Clearly, that was not the case. And as far as how that confrontation went down, the deputy sheriff here in San Jacinto addressed that earlier today, describing really the sort of play-by-play, the back and forth, and setting the stage for what comes next. Take a listen.
Simple flurry of resistance, but they had a canine dog, from what I understand, and there's no injuries of any kind. The house is connected.
Can you confirm it's his sister's house?
I'm not going to say anything about that right now because the investigation's we're still going.
We don't know, guys, if it's a relative, it's a friend who owns that house, if they were harboring the suspect in this case. But right now, that information is something we're very much looking to find out.
It's amazing to think, Sam, that he was right there all along. You said we don't know who owns the house, if they were harboring Oropesa. But what do we know about the others who have been arrested in connection with the crime? What are they telling us?
So this gets really interesting, Jacob. We know of 2 people right now. One of those, in fact, is Oropesa's wife. She's in neighboring Montgomery County and being investigated for material aid and encouragement and also potentially transporting the suspect to the house. There is a second person in custody, again, at the jail over my shoulder. This individual, they said his name is Domingo, don't have more details than that, is being detained for marijuana charges, but apparently also will be facing some sort of charge for aiding and abetting a fugitive.
Sam Brock in Texas for us. Sam, thanks so much.
Well, Jacob, it is day 2 of the massive union strike across the entertainment industry that is really shaking up showbiz. Members of the Writers Guild of America say no contract, no content. Late night TV has already been brought to a halt, airing reruns last night, while the future of new film projects is still unclear. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us from Studio City, California with more. So, Marissa, what are we hearing at this point from the writers there behind you on the picket line? And really, practically speaking, how are they making ends meet at this point?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, just to kind of set the scene here, this is one of many picket lines happening around Los Angeles in front of the top studios, rather, out here in Los Angeles. So what we're hearing from writers is that they're saying that they're going to be out here for as long as it takes. They say that the way conditions are right now are simply not sustainable. We spoke to not just writers on the picket line, but one of the members of the negotiating committee for WGA. Take a listen.
We're going to keep walking until the companies are willing to come back to the table and address the issues that are important to us. We make the only product that these companies sell, and if they want to keep selling it, they're going to need us.
TV minimums, film negotiations, AI is a big one. They refuse to move on anything. If you look at the proposals, they're not offering anything.
So it is worth mentioning that WGA says that they have strike funds available. These are loans that they can lend out to members who are in need. But in terms of what that need is, obviously that's going to depend on the writer, and different types of writers have different situations. We know that writers for some late night talk shows are currently in a moment of stress, so they need those funds more so than others. But the overwhelming majority, remember, almost 98% of WGA members voted to authorize a strike. And remember, they said that the way things are today, the way the system is today, means that there's not much that changes for them as they're going on strike.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, we will be watching. Thank you, Marissa.
President Biden plans to send 1,500 additional active duty troops to provide support at the southern U.S. border. This is an announcement that comes just a week before the expiration of Title 42, that Trump-era border policy allowing the U.S. to easily expel asylum seekers over concerns about COVID. Now, some officials are worrying that the daily flow of migrants could double. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is live in El Paso, Texas. Gabe, a veteran of covering life at the border, the mayor of El Paso has declared a state of emergency down there before the expiration of Title 42. And my understanding is that the extra troops are going to be deployed there on May 10th. What's it like down there now, Gabe? And what are you hearing about why the troops are being sent to the border yet again by yet another administration?
Yeah, that's right, Jacob. And you know, the Trump administration deployed troops to the border as well. But this does seem a little different, at least in terms of the number of migrants that we're seeing here in El Paso. And Jacob, as you can see behind me, we're out here in Sacred Heart Church. Look at the line of how many migrants are here. This extends not just in this block, but for several city blocks. We've seen hundreds of migrants sleeping here on the streets overnight, many of them from Venezuela. But local officials here say they're overwhelmed. As you said, a state of emergency has been declared in El Paso. There have been other cities, Brownsville and Laredo, that have also declared states of emergency as well. And as we pan over here, you can see just how far this extends. So the active duty troops that were announced by the Pentagon yesterday, they will be coming down here, 1,500 active duty troops, but they will not be involved in law enforcement activities directly. They'll be mostly providing logistical support for Custom and Border Protection officials who say that they just don't have the resources to deal with the expected influx starting next week, but also local resources are already stretched thin ahead of the lifting of Title 42. Jacob?
Gabe, when I see you there on the streets of El Paso and all of the migrants that are lined up and down, not just that block, but it looks like ones far beyond that. We also know that directly on the other side of the U.S.-Mexico border are tens of thousands, if not more, migrants that are waiting to get in to find themselves in the exact same situation. There have been additional action plans that have been put into place by the local officials there regarding the migration situation there. As I mentioned, you have been down on the border several times over the last few years covering this. Several might be an understatement. Did these extra troops and policy measures feel different from the past actions that we've seen down there before?
They do, at least a little bit, Jacob. You'll recall back in 2018 when troops were deployed to the southern border by the Trump administration. Back then, it was seen largely as a deterrent. That was around the time of the midterm elections. It was around the time of the so-called migrant caravan that was arriving here to the southern border. The Trump administration tried to draw attention to that. This, however, has seemed like something that the Biden administration has largely tried to avoid. Even migrant advocates, some of them say that the Biden administration has not done enough to adequately prepare for the lifting of Title 42. They say that now troops being sent to the border sends the wrong message. But in this case, the numbers here are just that much higher, Jacob. The number of unlawful border crossings, as you know, reached an all-time high last year. And again, it's expected to keep increasing starting next week, Jacob.
Glad you're down there. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez on the scene in El Paso, Texas. Thanks.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, mortgage demand dropped last week. Applications to purchase a home, they fell 2%. That is according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. Demand overall, 32% lower than it was at this time last year.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, this comes as turmoil in the banking sector impacts rates for higher balance mortgages. How are bank failures affecting the potential home buyers at this point?
So the most direct impact is on those borrowers who are seeking so-called jumbo mortgages, generally any loan above $726,000. Now, the mortgage bankers say lender appetites for jumbo mortgages are notably lower following the recent bank failures. Overall, higher rates have impacted buyer demand, but we should note rates actually edged lower last week for the first time in 3 weeks. And one of the best-known purveyors of weight loss plans is shutting its doors. According to internal communications seen by NBC News, Jenny Craig is ceasing operations after 4 decades, blaming an inability to secure additional financing. NBC News has reached out to Jenny Craig and its owner, HIG Capital, but has not yet received any response. And finally, can artificial intelligence help you find a new home? Real estate website operator Zillow thinks that it can. It's announced a new ChatGPT plugin, which lets potential home buyers specify what kind of home they'd like and what they're willing to pay. The plugin will then dip into Zillow's database and present various buying and renting options. It's only a matter of time, guys. ChatGPT, it's coming for everything.
Every day, not a day goes by where artificial intelligence isn't mentioned in one way or another in this hour, it feels like.
They will not find my off-market home on ChatGPT. I'm just going to say it right now.
Those are the iBuyers.
That's exactly right. All right, Deirdre, thanks so much.
Well, coming up, another accuser is taking the stand today in the civil trial against former President Donald Trump. How her testimony could impact this case. You are watching NBC News Daily.
top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Jurors here in New York City could hear from another woman today accusing Donald Trump of sexual assault. It's part of E. Jean Carroll's civil trial against the former president. A friend of Carroll's testified yesterday that the writer called her just minutes after Trump allegedly raped her in a luxury department store in the 1990s.
The witness told jurors Carroll sounded breathless on the phone and was hyperventilating. Trump denies the accusations. In meantime, his attorney has confirmed that the former president will not testify or appear in person during this trial. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Ron, we are also hearing more testimony today from a clinical psychologist. She told jurors that the alleged incident with Mr. Trump actually harmed Carroll. So take us through her testimony.
Right now, she's undergoing cross-examination by former President Trump's attorneys, and they are basically trying to strike at her credibility, emphasizing that she is being paid by Carroll's team $600 an hour, that she has no independent knowledge of the alleged incident, that her assessment of Carroll, her diagnosis, is based purely on what Carroll has told her, and the attorneys are inferring that Carroll is lying and lied to this clinical psychologist about what happened. The psychologist has said that she suffers from depression, anxiety, avoidance behavior. Remember, Carroll has said that she's been unable to have a romantic relationship since this alleged incident happened back in the mid-1990s, and that it has destroyed her life. So that's where we are now. From here, we could hear from another accuser. We could see the deposition that former President Trump did back in October. There's also that infamous Access Hollywood tape that we expect the jury to see at some point as the plaintiff, as Carroll and her attorneys, try to back up her case, try to back up her allegation with other witnesses to essentially bolster, corroborate her allegation that she was raped at this department store back in the mid-1990s by Donald Trump.
Ron Allen, Lower Manhattan. Ron, thank you so much. Let's bring in now NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, I want to point out that this is a civil trial. This is not a criminal trial. There is no jail time or prison time that'll be associated with whatever the ultimate verdict is in this case. We know that money, though, is at stake. What else?
Yeah, there's no prosecutor. There's no guilty verdict. The defendant in this case is found liable, not guilty. But you're absolutely right. What's at stake here is money. And, of course, information and potential political damage to Donald Trump. But if you take a step back, I think Donald Trump's defense team and Trump himself have made a deliberate decision to risk losing the battle, and that means this trial, and winning the war, and that means avoiding harm to his campaign. And that is evident in the fact that he is not going to be testifying. The reason for that is if you have a deposition that they will surely play snippets of, that is a known universe. As the defense, you know what they're going to play. You may not like it.
Yep.
You may not be delighted about it, but you know what it is. There will be no surprises. If Donald Trump were to take the stand and deny these allegations, then he's right there in the open, under oath. Anything can happen, right. And Donald Trump, unscripted, is a scary thing, not just for his defense team, but for his campaign. So I always knew that Donald Trump was not going to show up in person and testify. He didn't have to. This is a civil case. The most that's at stake is that he loses this case. And, of course, Donald Trump, maybe he likes rolling the dice. He could possibly win.
And we don't know in terms of monetary damages how much may or may not be awarded. I wanted to ask you this because early on we had heard the jurors were paying rapt attention to everyone who took the stand, specifically E. Jean Carroll. We're hearing they could wrap this case as early as tomorrow. If you are prosecuting this case, how confident are you that you get a guilty verdict here?
Well, technically, there are only the plaintiffs. There are no prosecutors, and there's no guilty verdict. There's just liability. Will there be a finding of liability against Donald Trump? When it was just E. Jean Carroll testifying, I thought it was even. I thought E. Jean Carroll had, and look, I've got to be candid about this. In any case, there are always credibility issues, and the defense exploited those. E. Jean Carroll posted on her Facebook page, for example, that she was a huge fan of The Apprentice. Now, look, to me, that doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean she's compartmentalizing minimizing her trauma. That's fine, but other members of the jury may not see it that way. So E. Jean Carroll's case got stronger with the other witnesses, people who corroborated what she said happened to her, and, of course, experts who talked about the psychological damage. That's when her case improved at the end.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Thank you so much, Danny.
Guys, we got lots more on the Federal Reserve expecting to raise interest rates again. Stay tuned right here to NBC News Daily. We'll have more after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Well, it has been nearly 5 months since popular DJ and dancer Stephen Twitch Boss took his own life.
Our pal Hoda Kotb sat down with Twitch's widow, Allison Holker, to discuss how she's honoring him with the suicide prevention nonprofit, the Move with Kindness Foundation.
Stephen Boss, known as Twitch to his fans, was the beloved DJ on Ellen with the megawatt smile and signature dance moves. Last year, a few weeks before Christmas, Twitch took his own life at age 40.
To that stunning news on the death of Stephen Boss, known as Twitch.
America was blindsided. Twitch seemed so full of life to his friends, fans, and his family, too. His wife, Allison, says no one saw it coming. It was such a shock to the country, really, when the news broke. That guy who was dancing, always happy. So everyone was like, wait, what? Why? Did you have similar thoughts, emotions, and feelings?
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment. And there's no one that saw this coming. No one. And that also breaks my heart, too. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. He wanted to be the strong one for everyone, and I think that was a little scary for him to think that he might need to ask for help. You know, people say a lot of, like, what were the signs? And, you know, he was so much love and light. He really wanted to be everyone's Superman, and he said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman. He could hold so much for people. And I think it was hard for him to process that at the end.
The dance duo met in 2010 on So You Think You Can Dance. Their love story was like a fairy tale from the very beginning.
Will you marry me?
I feel like we all felt like we knew Twitch and we knew and loved him. But what was it like to really be in love with him?
Oh, our love was magical.
Yeah.
And it was so real. And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big.
Yeah.
And I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. I talk to him every night.
But Allison says she's managing some tough conversations with her 3 children, 14-year-old Wesley, 7-year-old Maddox, and 3-year-old Zaya.
To us, Daddy's in the stars. So we can go outside and talk to him whenever we want.
Well, what kind of questions are they asking you about what happened?
First off, they just ask, when is Daddy coming back? And that's a really hard one. And then it'll be like a couple weeks later, like, but does he come back when he's older? Like, when Daddy's older, he'll come back. But they are still children and still obviously want him here.
Many struggling like Twitch suffer in silence. Studies suggest 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. There's a stigma, I think, around when someone takes their own life, commits suicide.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. But we don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in his mind.
Now, Allison and her family are honoring Twitch's legacy and partnered with her local branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness called NAMI Westside LA.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of like someone I love so much.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Thank you so much to Hoda for that interview, and thank you
Allison for speaking
to Allison
out.
for
Truly.
speaking out, as well. And if you or someone you know is struggling, please call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988 or visit 988lifeline.org.
It is so important. All right, well, coming up next, the damaging text message that could have contributed to Tucker Carlson's firing at Fox News and how the New York Times obtained it. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. All those places you see there on your screen. The news continues right after this.
looks and feels
the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back now on this Wednesday at 12:30. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jacob Soboroff. Making news right now. Russia's claiming Ukraine tried to assassinate President Vladimir Putin in an overnight drone strike on Moscow. Russia made the accusation earlier today, saying they disabled 2 attack drones aimed at the Kremlin. Ukrainian officials say they had nothing to do with the alleged incident and believe Russia could be using this unconfirmed strike as a pretext to launch a new attack on Kyiv. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said about the report, quote, "I'd take anything coming out of the Kremlin with a very large shaker of salt."
More than 100 people across Europe and South America are being arrested in raids on one of Italy's most notorious organized crime groups. Officials say the raids occurred in more than 10 countries, targeting members of the dangerous 'Ndrangheta group. Italian law enforcement officers say members were arrested on drug trafficking, money laundering, and weapons possession charges.
And check this out. Take a look at this absolutely shocking video. A police dash cam caught the scary moment as a 17-year-old driver, spun out of control, barely missed an officer making a traffic stop. Police say the driver was going over 120 miles an hour before the crash. Both the driver and the officer were brought to the hospital, but thankfully both of them are expected to be okay.
Those troopers are on the highways every day. It's a very dangerous job.
Unreal.
All right, well, interest rates could be on the rise today as the Federal Reserve looks to bring down inflation.
The Fed's expected to raise rates by a quarter of a point, bringing the target rate above 5%. It's going to be the 10th increase over the course of the past year. It's the fastest rise since the 1980s.
Yeah, well, another rate hike, that's going to have a big impact on your money. The hope is that it will cool down inflation, but it will also make other things more expensive. Credit card rates, for example, already at a record high. Those are going to go up. So will mortgages, car loans, and private student loan interest rates.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, we're seeing inflation dropping. It hit 5% in March. That was down from 9%, I guess, this time 1 year ago. Tell us about this meeting today. What do we expect to happen now?
Yeah, well, it's encouraging to see those inflationary numbers coming down. So people might be wondering, well, why is the Fed still hiking interest rates then, right? I don't want to see my rates go up on my mortgage anymore. But here's the situation. The Federal Reserve sees 5%. What they really want to see in terms of the rate of inflation is somewhere closer to 2%. So the job is not done. But here's the thing. The Federal Reserve might be getting close to the end of its hiking cycle soon. And the reason being the Fed knows that it takes time for its interest rate increases to take impact on the economy. And also they're watching the situation out there. You have a debt ceiling debate, you have a potential banking crisis happening, and you have people still getting squeezed by these high interest rates. So it just seems like in totality, the Fed might want to take a pause sometime soon.
Or at least slow it down. And Brian, you mentioned the banking industry crisis. Let's talk a little bit more about this idea that, you know, we have 2 regional banks that have their trading paused on Tuesday, and then quickly rising interest rates causing the original problems with Silicon Valley Bank. What does this mean going forward for our money in those institutions?
Yeah, well, you know, as the Federal Reserve is expected to do another interest rate hike today of a quarter percentage point, the concern is that it might make another bank pop as well. Because the issue here is that higher interest rates were something that Silicon Valley Bank had not hedged for. So it was one of the contributing factors, though mismanagement was another one for that bank to fail. But as the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, could that make these issues even worse in the banking industry? As you say, you know, it's underscored by the stock action that we saw in 2 regional banks, albeit ones that were smaller than First Republic, having their stock sold off yesterday. Now, for what it's worth, we have to remember that the Federal Reserve is really primarily focused on the inflation job, and whether or not other banks have issues is something that they hope the bank management at those institutions will be able to address. But again, inflation remains the main goal for the Federal Reserve, and 5%, they got to get that somewhere closer to 2%.
I feel like that's going to be such a hard task.
It'll be another year from now talking about last year we were at 5%.
Right? Exactly.
Let's hope.
It's all about getting that number down.
All right,
Brian. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Brian, so much.
Appreciate it. We are learning new details today about Tucker Carlson's unexpected exit from Fox News. The New York Times reports private text messages might have played a role in his firing. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details on one text, that might have been the last straw.
Hey there, as you know, reports have continued to leak out about Carlson's private messages since he left Fox, but this is one of the most striking so far. A new report about former Fox News host Tucker Carlson's private comments after his bombshell departure from Fox News. In a text message obtained by the New York Times, sent by Carlson to one of his producers in the hours after the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the host allegedly describes watching a video of a group of people he calls Trump guys violently attacking a, quote, Antifa kid, calling it dishonorable and adding, "It's not how white men fight." Carlson also writing he found himself rooting for the mob. "I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it." But then Carlson writes, quote, "An alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?" The Times reporting that the message was filed in the Dominion lawsuit but remains redacted from public court documents. But the Times reports its contents were disclosed in interviews it conducted with several people who have knowledge of the Dominion voting system's defamation lawsuit against Fox. NBC News has not confirmed the contents of the text. The text message added to a growing number of internal issues that led Fox to Carlson's firing, the Times reports, according to several people familiar with the matter. Throughout his tenure as the lead primetime host on Fox, Carlson courted a conservative audience, often with rhetoric about race and immigration.
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided.
This policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Video of some behind-the-scenes comments from Carlson have also surfaced since Fox settled its lawsuit with Dominion. Left-leaning group Media Matters posting a video appearing to show Carlson chatting with host Piers Morgan before an interview.
If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique.
Previously, the New York Times reported it had obtained a video of Carlson discussing his, quote, postmenopausal fans and referring to a woman as, quote, yummy. A representative for Mr. Carlson told the New York Times he had no comment about the alleged text message. NBC News has reached out to Fox and to Carlson's lawyer overnight about the text message report and the leaked video, and we have not heard back. Back to you.
Stephanie Goss, thank you. The stabbing death of tech executive Bob Lee back in April, it put a spotlight on safety and security in San Francisco. Critics cited rampant homelessness and drug abuse on the streets as sign that the city is declining. NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward took a deep dive into the numbers to find out.
After Bob Lee's death in San Francisco, many commentators speculated on social media that the killer was someone homeless and mentally ill. David Sachs, a Silicon Valley investor, said so on his podcast.
This idea of just releasing these people onto the street, I just think is an outrageous abdication of responsibility.
But the man arrested in the crime turned out to be a tech consultant who knew the victim, according to police. And just like the mistaken assumptions in that case, San Francisco's dangerous reputation does not square with the data.
San Francisco has challenges with crime, with public safety, and we're doing everything we can to deal with it. But just because people are seeing it in a more heightened way because of social media videos, and sadly, sometimes people jumping to conclusions, it's unfortunately made San Francisco a bit of a target.
Violent crime in San Francisco is at historic lows, and its murder rate is far below most other cities its size, according to police and FBI data. But the pandemic brought a wave of property crime. The Bike Connection saw its windows smashed repeatedly.
Have you had much in the way of property damage since then?
Thankfully, no. Just kind of vandalism type things, but we haven't had any major attempts to have our bikes stolen.
No big break-ins?
No big break-ins.
What about drug activity on the streets? What do you see about that?
That does seem to be worse. It seems like fentanyl has really gotten to a lot more kids.
And that is where San Francisco really suffers. A fentanyl epidemic here. More than 200 overdose deaths in just the first 3 months of the year has the governor calling in the Highway Patrol and the National Guard to help. The district attorney, Brooke Jenkins, criticized her predecessor's progressive reforms and ran for office on a platform of greater accountability. Prosecutions and convictions are up.
I've taken a very strong approach in sending a message that this is not going to be something that we tolerate or take lightly because of the fact that we have so many overdose deaths. deaths.
And should we be in any way doubtful that that's going to make a difference, considering that we're not seeing fundamental numbers like overdose deaths go down? Those problems seem to be just as bad as they've ever been.
It's a twofold situation. We have to have public health resources available to those who are struggling with addiction, while at the same time law enforcement does its job to make sure that those who are peddling fentanyl are taken off the street or at the very least are held accountable.
But while San Franciscans are as safe from violent crime as they were in the 1960s, Jenkins says perception as well as data shapes her priorities, like aggressively prosecuting drug dealers.
Our metric is what the people of San Francisco feel, what the people who come into San Francisco to work and to visit feel. And irrespective of what the data shows, we have a job to do to make sure that we address that feeling.
But the city's public defender says that perception distracts from long-term policies that can actually change the city's drug problem.
Housing, job opportunities, people get more stable, and people get more stable, we're less likely to have these kind of overdose deaths.
And more prosecution does not, in your view, solve that problem?
Not at all. We know that from 50 years of experience.
Jake Ward, NBC News.
A 2018 American Medical Association study shows in-flight medical emergencies occur on nearly 1 in 600 flights every single year.
But some doctors who have had to help out in those situations on board say the required emergency medical kits are outdated. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more about the changes the FAA is now trying to make to its medical supplies.
It was a mid-air medical emergency. After eating lunch with family, Dr. Lindsay Hewlin boarded a flight from Phoenix to Austin when suddenly she broke out in hives and struggled to breathe as her throat began to close.
I recognized immediately what was happening and that I needed an EpiPen as fast as possible to save my life.
Something had triggered anaphylaxis, a life-threatening allergic reaction. But the plane's FAA-required medical kit does not include a common EpiPen, and none of the passengers had one.
I was very close to dying.
Fortunately, the medical kit did contain the required vial of epinephrine and a syringe. Another doctor on board gave her the injection. While every commercial plane must carry a sealed med kit, the FAA has not updated the required medications in nearly 20 years. Now the FAA is considering medical advice to update those kits to include automated blood pressure cuffs, pediatric doses of antihistamines, as well as epinephrine, and Narcan to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. Medical associations are urging EpiPens, but a new FAA rule could be months away. At altitude, flight attendants are the first responders.
We will call for medical help, but there's not always people who are trained medically.
Flight crews routinely call the University of Pittsburgh StatMD for an emergency consult, but those doctors are not on board.
What is the point of having these emergency kits if they don't have the right things in them to save passengers' lives?
Once on the ground, Lindsay needed 2 EpiPen injections. Now the FAA and airlines are under pressure to carry more life-saving drugs now. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Well, straight ahead, we will hear from a man who is spending 100 days living underwater in a Florida lagoon. He will share his groundbreaking discoveries with us live from underwater. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Okay, you guys are gonna like this one. 100 days underwater. That's how long one man is spending in a Florida lagoon to conduct groundbreaking research and to raise awareness for marine conservation.
We're talking about Dr. Joe DeTuri. He's been living below sea level since March 1st. He's currently submerged in an underwater lodge studying the impact of prolonged compression on the human body. And at the end of this deep sea dive, he will set a new world record for the longest time spent underwater in a fixed environment. And joining us now from 22 feet below sea level, so not exactly deep sea, is biomedical engineer and retired U.S. Navy saturation diver Joe DeTuri. It is so great to see you. How are you?
Hi.
Thank you. Trust me, it's great to be seen at this point.
So talk to me about, you've been underwater for what, 64 days now, living in this, a place basically that's bigger than my house, 1,800 square feet. How's it going down there? Have you noticed any, how's your body feeling?
So it's about 100 square feet total space down here.
Oh, 100 square, I was going to say 1,800 square feet sounds like you were in an underwater mansion.
But I'm conducting scientific experiments down here, which are great, both mental and physiological, because I'm a biomedical engineer, so that's kind of what I like to do. That we're doing is outreach for kids, which is a terrific prospect. We've already seen almost 2,500 kids directly and talked to them about science, technology, engineering, and math.
So, Joe, 100 square feet, very different story than 1,800. Jacob and I could have moved in if it was 1,800.
I was going to say, where's like the Little Mermaid, Ursula, right. The whole gang are probably down there with you.
We could add a whole family.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about what it's doing. Are you noticing any effects on your mental health, your physical health? What is it like to be 22 feet underwater? It's been 64 days now, and you're going for 100?
Yeah, so we're 64 days into it, and we still have a lot to go. So we're still continuing to do this science and the research that I continue to do on a daily. Some of the things that I've observed so far is I have an increased frequency of urination and urgency, if you will, of urination. So you got to do what you got to do. And,
you got to do what you got to do.
A decrease in blood pressure and also a decrease in every single inflammatory marker that is in the body has decreased on me. So,
oh, wow. That's really interesting. Inflammatory marker.
We expected that, though.
Oh, okay.
You've been working with all these students, as you said, thousands of them during your time in the underwater lodge. Now that I know it's 100 square feet, I don't think we can call it a lodge anymore. I think it's the underwater, the underwater
it's
space.
A lab.
Yeah.
The lab.
It is really a lab. It's a teeny little.
Exactly. What are young people saying about what they're learning from you, especially when they see you get to put their hand up against a window to your hand and make contact with you?
So I do a lot of Zoom. I do a lot of outreach like this, and we're talking to them directly, and then they swim in and they give me that high five. These kids are amazed and impressed, and they're thinking, hey, science might actually be cool. You know, science, technology, engineering, math, this could be fun and cool and a good career to have. And that's kind of why I'm driving them down that road, because I think it's important for our humanity, you know?
How about this technology that we can speak to you while you're 22 feet below sea level, underwater there? You're going to be there until June 9th. What are you going to do when you get out? What's the first thing you're going to do?
I want to know this, too.
Oh, I can tell you that for me, I miss the sun. I'm a creature of the sun, and I miss seeing the sun. So seeing that sun and seeing the sunset that night will be awe-inspiring for me. That's my one big drive that I'm going to do. But like I said, the science continues. Here we are on day 64, and I still got a lot of work to do. So then the job actually starts when I get out of the water. So.
And P.S., what are you eating?
I'm eating, basically, I cook a mean poached salmon down here. You should come and try it. But just normal proteins that I have, normal chickens. But everything has to be cooked in the microwave because I'm at an increased partial pressure of oxygen, so that could lead to a fire hazard. So I can't cook on an open flame or anything like that.
All right, Joe DeTuri, thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Allie, it's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
After setting out to raise money for the family of a beloved neighbor that passed away, there's a British teen who's being honored with an exclusive invitation to the coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi has the details on what's next for this young self-starter.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime invitation, the chance to be inside Westminster Abbey on Saturday watching the historic coronation of King Charles. And sitting amongst members of the royal family and world leaders will be a 13-year-old boy with an incredible story. Max Woozy has broken a world record and raised nearly $1 million for charity, and all thanks to a tent.
To be able to say that I went to the King's coronation at 13 years old is a huge honour for me, and it's a little bit crazy to say that I can go there, like I said, just because I slept in the tent. So it'll be a brilliant day.
Max's inspiration came from a family friend and neighbour, Rick Abbott, who had terminal cancer. Rick gave Max a tent and told him to have an adventure. After Rick died, Max kept his promise, camping out to raise money for the hospice that cared for his friend. At first, he expected it to last a few weeks and raise £100, but Max stuck it out every night for 3 years.
As you can see, it's getting wow.
Surviving storms, frosts and heat waves.
There have been lots of times when my tent's been broken. It's 12 o'clock at night. You're having to try and find a new tent, pitch one up. It has been horrible. But since I always knew that the money was going to such a good cause, you kind of had to keep on going.
The adventure took him to the garden at number 10 Downing Street, rugby stadium pitches and even London Zoo, winning praise from the likes of Bear Grylls, Boris Johnson and his rugby icon, Johnny Wilkinson.
Keep going. You are doing something amazing, not just for yourself, but most importantly, helping other people. Good for you.
Wishing you all the best. Just keep enjoying yourself. Find ways of getting better, no matter what happens to you. Just find a way to get better and find passion and opportunity in everything.
He was rewarded with the British Empire Medal and on Saturday will be honoured again. Little did Max know at the time that all of his remarkable charity efforts would culminate into an invitation to King Charles's coronation here at Westminster Abbey on Saturday, alongside other community and charity heroes. Except this time, Max won't be pitching up a tent. Max is now back in his bedroom, but is planning to get back in his tent for his next charity adventure. Camping in every Premiership rugby stadium pitch in the UK to raise more money for local hospices. So guys, most teenage kids are preoccupied with school and sports and video games, but Max, a seemingly ordinary kid, really did something extraordinary. And what's more, he was so modest about it. He said, all I did was sleep in a tent. I think most seasoned adventurers would be hard-pressed to spend the time he did in a tent and raise almost $1 million on top of it.
What a guy Max is, huh?
Really remarkable, and his dedication, and you almost like see him growing up over time in those pictures, right? Because he started so long ago. Almost $1 million. Pretty
awesome
cool.
Story, Ali.
All right, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Here's what's trending now, ladies and gentlemen. The nominations for the 2023 Tony Awards are out. Some Like It Hot and Juliet. Kimberly Akimbo and Sweeney Todd are among the most nominated shows. But Some Like It Hot came in at the top with 13 total nominations. The awards will air at 8 p.m. Eastern on June the 11th.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has announced this year's class of inductees. George Michael, Sheryl Crow, and Willie Nelson are just some of the names on this all-star list. Kate Bush as well. She will be an inductee because she went viral last year when her 1985 hit Running Up That Hill was featured in season 4 of Netflix's Stranger Things. Such a great song. The artist will be officially inducted on November 3rd.
And how about this? Legendary artist Frankie Valli is celebrating his 89th birthday today. He's best known as the frontman of the Four Seasons with hit songs like Sherry and Can't Take My Eyes Off You. He's still touring, by the way, with the group. He's got new shows coming up this month.
Yeah, we've been doing a real oldies kick in my house, so Spotify is on all these older songs.
You got the Frankie Valli on repeat?
Yeah, that's a great one. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Jacob Soboroff. You are watching NBC News Daily. Of course, you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stick around, there's so much more news, and it all continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, everybody, good to see you. I'm Jacob Soboroff.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We're glad you're with us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Wednesday, the 3rd of May. Multiple arrests. Officials say several people have been taken into custody in connection with the man accused of killing 5 of his neighbors. What we're learning from police about what led up to the high-stakes capture.
Standing in solidarity, thousands of film and TV writers are taking to the streets for day 2 of a strike for higher pay and better contracts. The late-night talk shows that have already turned to reruns and films potentially on hold now.
Pass the plate. Your kids don't like eating their broccoli, but could it be more than just picky eating? Our parenting experts here to discuss a newly named disorder that's putting children at risk of malnutrition.
Bigger than baseball, the Los Angeles Dodgers hired the first Asian American play-by-play announcer to work for an MLB team. We have more later this hour on his journey to the broadcasting booth.
Spoiler alert, I've seen that story. I know that broadcaster. You guys are not going to want to miss it. He is an amazing guy.
Looking forward to it.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, everybody. We start with the dramatic end of a days-long manhunt for a suspected killer. We're talking about 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa, who was captured in a town called Cut and Shoot, Texas last night after police responded to a tip. He was found hiding in a closet less than 20 miles away from where he allegedly shot and killed 5 people.
Now officials say they have made several more arrests connected to this case, including one person police say is Oropesa's wife. She's being held on a charge of hindering arrest of a known felon. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Conroe, Texas, where the suspect was apprehended. Priscilla, let's start with what happened last night. Tell us how police located Oropesa after 4 days of searching and how this arrest went down.
Yeah, Vicky, so this is the actual house where that arrest took place. We know that the FBI said that they got a tip late yesterday evening, and a little over an hour later, they had arrested him and put him in custody. We know that U.S. Marshals, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and a Border Patrol tactical unit were all involved in this arrest. They searched this home and ultimately found the suspect, Oropesa, hiding in a closet under laundry. They said that there was some resistance, and they also had K9 dogs here, I should mention, but that the suspect was ultimately taken into custody without incident. And we have spoken to neighbors here who were on the ground as all of this was happening, and they were in shock. They could not believe that this man was here just a few feet from hiding out, just a few feet from where they lived. And I should note, as it relates to this 4-day manhunt, officials confirmed earlier today that on Monday, when there was that suspected sighting and there were schools that were shut down throughout this area, that they did actually have the suspect in their sights. They had found him running in some area, but they lost track of him and were able to locate him again thanks to that tip. The FBI saying that that tipster displayed bravery and courage in helping to bring this suspect into custody.
Priscilla, we know that the law enforcement there took other people into custody as well, Oropesa's wife being one of the detainees. Who else do they have in custody right now? What are they saying about them?
Yeah, so what we know now is that 2 people were taken into custody. That other person was, the name has been pronounced as Domingo Castillo. We don't have the exact spelling or information yet, but police say that right now he is being held on possession of marijuana, but that they believe that he helped Oropesa to escape the scene of the crime the night that all of this happened on Friday night. And as you mentioned, Oropesa's wife, as officials have referred to her, Divimara Nava, is also been charged, and she faces a felony charge for hindering apprehension of a known felon. They believe that she was providing him food and clothing, and also that she may have helped to arrange that transportation to get him out of the neighborhood on Friday night. Jacob, Vicky?
All right, NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thanks so much.
All right, well, no contract, no content. That's what writers across the entertainment industry are saying as they enter day 2 of their massive union strike.
And we're talking, of course, about the Writers Guild of America members. They're protesting for a number of reasons. They say including higher pay. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which represents the studios and production companies out in Hollywood, say it had presented an offer with generous compensation. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has made her way to Studio City, California, where, as you can see behind her, folks in the Writers Guild are out there protesting. Marissa, you've been following this closely for days, and we know that one of the top demands from the WGA is higher pay. But another non-starter for these guys is the use of artificial intelligence in their roles. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring that up because I've spoken to a number of people that are a part of the negotiating committee with WGA, and they said they didn't expect that to be such a non-starter. But they said that once they saw that the studios refused to budge and refused to show that they weren't willing or wanting to eventually replace these human writers with artificial intelligence, that was a big red flag for them. And they said, okay, the writers were telling me, we know that artificial intelligence can't do what we do, but now they're worried and want to make sure that CEOs know that.
So I, as a writer, would know, hold on a second. No, I'm the actual writer of this piece, but the company has sort of like used this loophole to take money away from me, to take credit away from me, even though the AI isn't doing anything. I'm doing all the work.
So back out to us live, you can see here how much support there is. So not just right behind me, but if you look across the street, I mean, this has grown about 4 times since we've been here within the last hour alone. And so guys, just remember, this is just one studio. They're doing this. They're forming picket lines outside of all of the major studios here in Los Angeles. And then on top of that, we've seen picket lines forming in New York as well. Jacob, Vicky?
A really busy scene where you are. Marissa, a writer for Jimmy Fallon's Tonight Show, tweeted just a few moments ago an update on the writers from that team. What can you tell us about this? And also, have we heard from any other late night hosts about their shows going dark for the time being?
Yeah, so Seth Meyers, we got Stephen Colbert have both expressed support publicly on their show. Take a listen to what Stephen Colbert said this week on what he projected to be his last show before he officially found out that there was not going to be a deal.
Everybody, including myself, hopes both sides reach a deal.
But I also think that the writers' demands are not unreasonable.
So now we have this update coming from one of the writers for Jimmy Fallon's show, saying that Jimmy Fallon himself also showing solidarity and support, making sure that these writers, just like these other late night talk show hosts, making sure that the writers for their shows are paid at least for the next several weeks, depending on how long this lasts, guys. And as you can see behind me, these guys are here for the long haul.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, thank you so much, Marissa.
In less than an hour, the Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates as it looks to cool down inflation. This is going to be the 10th increase over the past year, if it indeed happens, bringing interest rates above 5%.
Although we are seeing some success in that fight against inflation, your wallet will take a hit with another rate hike. Everything from credit cards to car loans will become more expensive. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, we've got inflation. It's fallen to 5%. That is down significantly from what it was like around 9% this time last year. But the Fed still wants it at 2%. You keep telling us that, and we're still 3% away.
Yeah, so job's not finished, right?
Yeah.
And for the Federal Reserve, they've been raising interest rates, but the question is, when do you stop? And there is some indication that maybe the light is at the end of the tunnel. The Federal Reserve might be able to, at some point later on, perhaps even after this meeting today, stop the interest rate hikes, which I'm sure will be welcome news to people that have been seeing these high mortgage rates, high credit card rates, and wondering what is going on here. Now, the reason for why the Federal Reserve is still expected to raise interest rates today is, as I mentioned, because inflation rates, as you can see on that chart, are still 5% year over year, where the Fed needs to see it at 2%. But look, they are hiking into a very uncertain economic situation when you consider we have a debt ceiling debate that could potentially throw into question the creditworthiness of the nation's credit, and then also concerns about the banking industry with these firms kind of going bust recently.
Brian, for people who are watching us at home thinking, you know, I need to borrow money, I want to buy a house, I want to get a mortgage, and they see these rates continuing to go up, this is very ominous and very scary. What else do you have to say to the people out there who are a little bit nervous right now about what this means for our finances?
Yeah, well, what it means is that just in the near term, it's going to be a very uncertain economic picture. Yes, it is indeed the case that the Federal Reserve might start cutting rates at some point, which could mean lower mortgage rates, lower credit card rates, but that might not be until we get into an economic situation where the Federal Reserve sees, oh my gosh, things don't look very good. That could be even a recession. So just because you want lower rates doesn't necessarily mean that if the Fed does cut rates, that would be a good scenario for the economy. But broadly speaking, it just means that, look, if you're trying to buy a home, if you're trying to buy a new car, if you don't need to right now, maybe just try to sit on the sidelines and wait a little bit, continue to rent, maybe try to find other alternative situations to, I guess, get through this patch, because it is going to be a little bit of a rough economic situation, which is what the Federal Reserve has telegraphed.
And another piece of advice, listen to Brian. That's the number one piece of advice.
Patience goes a long way, too.
Okay, good. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung, good to see you, man.
Right, thank you. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Pay raises might not meet workers' expectations this year. A new survey shows businesses are handing out a lot less money than they had projected in the fall. That's according to the benefits advisory firm Mercer.
CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. Pippa, this is all coming as the rising cost of living is pushing a lot of workers to ask for increases in pay. No surprise there. Why are employers more cautious to boost wages right now?
Well, while workers are looking at a higher cost of living, employers are much more focused on the future. They're concerned about how higher interest rates and the potential recession might impact their businesses. They're trying hard to contain their costs, and one of those cost-saving moves is to scale back on pay increases. Meantime, the parent of Olive Garden is adding more steak to its menu. Darden Restaurants, which also runs Longhorn Steakhouse and Seasons 52, is buying Ruth's Hospitality Group for $715 million. Ruth's is the parent of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and operates more than 1,850 restaurants. And college graduates are worried about an anything but easy transition into the working world. According to a new survey, 21% say their top concern is a job that takes up too much of their time and doesn't provide for a proper work-life balance. 19% are worried about not finding a job they're passionate about, and 18% are concerned about potential layoffs. Now, interestingly, concerns about pay are far down the list. I guess that's in keeping with, this younger generation that's all about that work-life balance.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It really is. I know. I feel like work-life balance is a tricky one. It's one that takes some time to get to. But, the pandemic changed expectations for a lot of people.
I'm going to go sit in the lawn chair. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
I know, right? CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens. Thank you, Pippa.
Take care, Pippa. An eating disorder causing nutrition problems for children. Who is most susceptible and what parents need to know? Stay tuned. That's all coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Well, whether it's broccoli, fish, or Brussels sprouts, we all know, or maybe we have kids who are fussy with their food. But what if your dinner time troubles, they're more than just a phase that your kids will grow out of?
So a fairly new eating disorder called avoidance restrictive food intake disorder, or ARFID, is becoming more common in kids, and it can lead to poor growth and poor nutrition and result in behavioral and cognitive problems down the line. Family psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein joins us now. Dr. Jen, what is this ARFID, and how is it different from, I guess, what you might call just picky eating?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great question. Nice to see you both today. And so we're going to call it ARFID, which is what they call it kind of in the eating disorder community. And ARFID is different because it's more to do with an aversion to food. Maybe there's some sensory things. We don't like the way it feels in our mouth. We don't like the way it smells. Or there's just like a negative experience. Maybe somebody choked and now they're afraid that every time they eat, they're going to choke. So kids with ARFID are really picky eaters, but it's not like something they're going to grow out of. It's something that's going to grow with them, which is the biggest way that it differs from kind of the traditional highlight you said, Vicki, of I just won't eat broccoli or I won't do those kinds of things. So it's not a typical development thing. And so it's something we really need to be paying attention to. And it's new to the field and something we're all aware of.
Dr. Hartstein, what are some of the signs that we should look for to indicate that our child might actually have an eating disorder?
Right. So if we're kind of focusing on ARFID specifically, we want to look at how are they restricting their eating, or are they interested in food at all? Maybe they avoid certain foods because they don't like the consistency. They won't try anything new. They will only have their toast prepared a certain way, and if it's not that way, they won't eat it. Or maybe there's this fear of, I'm going to choke, I'm going to throw up, I'm going to have some sort of reaction. So they just avoid everything altogether. And the issue, as Jacob pointed out, is that it impacts their development, it impacts their cognitive functioning, it impacts their nutritional value, and maybe they're underweight, they're malnourished, things like that.
Is there someone, doctor, who's most susceptible here in terms of like a different category of kids who might be more likely to ultimately get this ARFID?
So it can affect anybody at any time, but we are finding that it starts in younger children than we kind of thought of before. And interestingly, it's impacting boys more than it's impacting girls. So we kind of a new way to be thinking about an eating disorder category.
And it's we're looking at this graphic saying kids with strong sensory reactions to food, or kids who worry about what might happen if they eat. So what can you do if you're a parent, you suspect your child has ARFID? Are there things you can do at home?
Yeah, there are totally things you can do at home. And the first thing you want to do is kind of create some structure around what your eating is like have structured snack time, structure food time, so kids can really rely on that. You want to serve and eat a variety of foods yourself. Modeling behavior is a great way to start. Encourage your child to try new foods, just one bite, right? Not a bribery thing, but can they try it? And don't make it a power struggle if they don't. Reward them when they are having some positive eating behaviors because they're trying something new. We want to reward that behavior. And then have some outlets when they're feeling anxious. Encourage some breathing, encourage some meditation, make kind of eating fun, and then it becomes less of a struggle. And get a team of people if you can. Find a therapist who specializes in eating disorder behaviors, a psychiatrist that might be able to help, and a nutritionist that can really work with you and your child on how to bring in new foods to the plate and on the table.
Any advice for parents who might, at first glance or first brush with a child sort of exhibiting some of these behaviors, be annoyed or be frustrated with their child that this is, like we're talking about, just a picky eater and want to sort of be more strict than anything else? What would you tell a parent who's that's their first reaction?
I think that first reaction is understandable, right? You just want to kind of keep it moving. And I think for every parent, you have to say to yourself, like, God, this is so frustrating. And then your next question to yourself has to be, how can I help my child, right? So can you take a breath? Can you take a step away? Can you tap out to another adult or somebody that can support you in that moment? And then come back and say, hey, what are we doing here? How can I help you eat this? What do you need? You don't want to be so over accommodating because that's a precedent. Sometimes that can be challenging, but you want to be aligned with your child and get them the help and be supportive as much as you can.
Good advice. A good thing to be on the lookout for. I'd never heard of ARFID before. All right, family psychologist, Dr. Jen Hartstein. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Hartstein.
Appreciate it, Doctor. You are watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere. Lots more news on the way.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Well, it has been nearly 5 months since popular DJ and dancer Stephen Twitch Boss took his own life.
Our pal Hoda Kotb sat down with Twitch's widow, Allison Holker, to discuss how she's honoring him with the suicide prevention nonprofit, the Move with Kindness Foundation.
Stephen Boss, known as Twitch to his fans, was the beloved DJ on Ellen with the megawatt smile and signature dance moves. Last year, a few weeks before Christmas, Twitch took his own life at age 40.
To that stunning news on the death of Stephen Boss, known as Twitch.
America was blindsided. Twitch seemed so full of life to his friends, fans, and his family, too. His wife, Allison, says no one saw it coming. It was such a shock to the country, really, when the news broke. The guy who was dancing, always happy. So everyone was like, wait, what? Why? Did you have similar thoughts, emotions, and feelings?
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world, where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment, and there's no one that saw this coming. No one. And that also breaks my heart, too. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. He wanted to be the strong one for everyone, and I think that was a little scary for him to think that he might need to ask for help. You know, people say a lot of, like, what were the signs? And, you know, he was so much love and light. He really wanted to be everyone's Superman. He said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman. He could hold so much for people. And I think it was hard for him to process that at the end.
The dance duo met in 2010 on So You Think You Can Dance. Their love story was like a fairy tale from the very beginning. To really be in love with him.
Oh, our love was magical. Yeah. And it was so real. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big, and I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. I talked to him every night.
But Allison says she's managing some tough conversations with her 3 children, 14-year-old Wesley, 7-year-old Maddox, and 3-year-old Zaya.
To us, Daddy's in the stars. So we can go outside and talk to him whenever we want.
Well, what kind of questions are they asking you about what happened?
First off, they just ask, when is Daddy coming back? And that's a really hard one. And then it'll be like a couple weeks later, like, but does he come back when he's older? Like, when Daddy's older, he'll come back. But they are still children and still obviously want him here.
Mm-hmm. Many struggling like Twitch suffer in silence. Studies suggest 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. There's a stigma, I think, around when someone takes their own life, commits suicide.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. But we don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on in his mind.
Now, Allison and her family are honoring Twitch's legacy and partnered with her local branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness called NAMI Westside LA.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of, like, someone I love so much.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Thank you so much to Hoda for that interview, and thank you
Allison for
speaking out, as well. And if you or someone you know is struggling, please call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988 or visit 988lifeline.org.
It is so important. All right, well, coming up next, the damaging text message that could have contributed to Tucker Carlson's firing at Fox News and how the New York Times obtained it. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. All those places you see there on your screen. The news continues right after this.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We turn now to breaking news out of Georgia. We are monitoring reports of a possible active shooter situation inside a building in Midtown Atlanta. Police say there are multiple people shot.
You're getting a live look at the scene right now. They also released a photo on their Twitter saying the suspect is still on the loose. Atlanta police are instructing people in the area to shelter in place. Jim Kavanaugh, former ATF special agent in charge, joins us now. He's an NBC News terrorism analyst as well. Jim, I feel like we've had these conversations countless times over the years as we talk about these active shooter situations. This one as well is developing. What else do we know right now, and what can you gather from our vantage point in the pictures that we're seeing on the screen?
Well, we've got a massive police response. You see Atlanta PD there and the Georgia State Patrol. We've seen the tactical vehicles arrive, the command post from Atlanta PD. They've got all the manpower and woman power there to do what they need to do, but they've got to locate, isolate, and eliminate the shooter. And it's a medical facility, so it's going to be large. It's going to have a lot of rooms and nooks and crannies and hallways and basements and rooftops. And, you know, it's very, very tedious to search those places. And during an active shooter, you're trying to do that as rapidly as you can. So they have a lot of large tasks to do right away.
Jim, police actually have released photos of the man they suspect to be the shooter, along with their statement on Twitter. As you mentioned, it's a medical facility. We're seeing local reporting noting that this happened on the 1100 West Peach Street, and they believe it's the Northside Hospital Facility urgent care. That's according to local reports. If we can somehow get the picture of that suspect on the screen there, it looks like it's a surveillance video from inside the entrance of that urgent care, Jim.
Yes, it does. It looks like a surveillance from the video camera of the hospital there, or the urgent care. He's got a heavy, looks like front backpack on the front. It may contain a lot of ammunition magazines. It's hard to tell if he's holding a handgun because of his dark jeans, but he may have a handgun there or in the bag. I don't see a long gun anywhere. But a handgun's very deadly. We should all remember that at Virginia Tech, the killer used 2 handguns and killed 32 people. So when you're in proximity to people who are, trapped in a room or in a building, a handgun with a lot of ammunition is very deadly. So you can't discount how deadly someone can be. The key here is Atlanta PD's got to leverage this and ask the public, do you know this guy? From his dress, from his face, somebody's holding a grudge against the medical facility, somebody who's angry against the medical facility, was fired from there, thinks he was mistreated there, thinks a relative was mistreated there. Do you know someone like that? Call 911, let them know, because the commanders on the scene can leverage that information if they have to have contact with this guy.
Jim, according to police sources, we know now that there's 1 person who has died as a result of their injuries, 3 people confirmed as well to be alive but to be injured. As we still stick with these live images here from the scene, we're also looking on the left-hand side of our screen at what looks like tactical uniformed officers walking in formation as they approach the side of the building there. What can you tell us about, as you watch this, what they're doing right now in order to take the suspect down or to secure the perimeter?
Yeah, as an on-scene commander there, you're always trying to read time. Time is neutral. Sometimes it's against you, and sometimes it's for you. And the on-scene commander has to deal with time. With the information you just reported, Jacob, 3 people are wounded. That means they're bleeding. And if they're bleeding, they could be bleeding out. Now, the good news is it's a medical facility, so maybe others in there can help stop the bleeding, other colleagues, or maybe they can stop the bleeding. But nevertheless, the on-scene commanders are dealing with wounded victims. And so you don't have all day. You have to press to contact. So you press in as hard as you can, trying to contact the active killer. Let him shoot at you, let him, yell at you, and then you can evacuate the wounded behind you.
And if you are just joining us, we're going to bring everybody up to speed. We're speaking with Jim Kavanaugh right now, retired ATF, and we're watching a developing situation. Those are live pictures shining down on the 1100 block of West Peachtree Street. This is believed to be the Northside Hospital Facility and urgent care. The picture on the right side of your screen is a surveillance image released by Atlanta police. They say the suspected shooter in this case is still at large. They're asking people to shelter in place. And Jim, I want to talk to you. You mentioned it looks like he has a bag that he's wearing right now that could have concealed a weapon, and the handgun can be very deadly, obviously, in the close confines of a hospital facility. But let's talk about metal detectors, too. A lot of times hospitals do not have security kind of at the front entrance, and people can carry these kinds of weapons into a medical building.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, that is some security, but we've also had cases over the years and around the country with a guard or even 2 sitting in a metal detector, and the person comes in and shoots both of the guards, and then he walks through the metal detector and it buzzes. So there's not going to be any surefire way to stop someone who's coming in to just, murder. You have to have a better, deeper security than just a metal detector, and they might not even have a metal detector. I think the worst part about this picture is the heavy bag he's carrying. And that may indicate that he has a lot of ammunition magazines in there. It doesn't necessarily mean it is so, but it could be, and that's disturbing because he may, want to really, really hurt a lot of people. And if he has a lot of ammunition, he can do that. They're pressing inside that building right now. I guarantee you SWAT is pressing in there. They're trying to make contact with this guy, to locate him. He's either to shoot at him, to see him, to yell at him. That's the critical thing. Once he's located, they can move in more forces, more tactical officers and agents, and they can isolate him. Then behind them, they can evacuate everyone, all the wounded, all the people, get everybody out. They'll know what windows he has access to, where he can shoot to, and they can evacuate and clear that. Then they can deal with eliminating him, arresting him, getting him to surrender, or in fact shooting him. And then, of course, you know, where is he? Is he alone in a room as a barricaded subject, or is he holding someone, or is he, you know, communicating? Is he just massacring everyone? If it's an active shooter, there's no delay. You have to press right in and kill him. But these guys can barricade too, block off the door and be in there holding alive people. And you don't just press in then and, you know, let them kill everyone. So then you might have to change your status, and SWAT is capable of doing that.
As we continue to monitor this situation in Atlanta, the Northside Medical Facility, an active shooter, ongoing situation, Jim, we're looking at these live pictures of what appears to be quite a tall building, a multi-story building. Not that building that we're seeing in the front on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, but the one behind it is where the officers are staging. From your vantage point as the former special agent in charge of the ATF, the idea that these tactical officers are staging to go in, or as you said, SWAT might be inside pressing right now, what are the challenges presented by a building like the one that we're looking at? This is not a small building. This is not a one-story building. In terms of tactics, take us into the minds of these officers as we're speaking right now.
Yeah, the on-scene commanders are going to, you know, who's going to press in first is going to be Atlanta PD SWAT. I mean, they're going to be the, you know, the point of the spear here now that they're on scene. They're going to be pressing first. Patrol officers initially pressed to somewhere, may have found some wounded citizens, and then they would radio back for SWAT. And SWAT would come in and start pressing from there. Now, other SWAT officers, you know, would secure the perimeter or wait to be called to, you know, take another floor or section of the building. They can use SWAT teams from the State Patrol, from the FBI or ATF. They all have SWAT, SRT, called Special Response Teams, or SWAT teams in Atlanta. And they can supplement Atlanta PD SWAT. So they have enough capability to do that. What they all do is they coordinate at the on-scene command. They might say, okay, you know, State Patrol, you take this section in the back. You clear that because we're going to be working in the front. And you go over here, FBI or ATF, you go over here. And so everybody doesn't, you know, they don't interact directly. They operate as separate units. But they have enough coordination to be able to cover a large area at one time. The ticket right now belongs to Atlanta PD, and Atlanta PD SWAT is inside that building, I guarantee you, and they are pressing. Now, we're not seeing a lot of activity outside because it can be a slow clear. Or they may have more information than we have, and they may already know that the suspect is killed. It's possible they might have killed him, or he found him dead, or who knows. So we don't really know just yet. But they still could be slowly clearing, or they may have a lot more answers than we do.
We're seeing a lot of presence there by law enforcement. Live pictures there of what appears to be an armored vehicle moving in, joining the police staging out front there. At this point, we know from Atlanta police, one person is dead. At least 3 people have been injured in what they're calling an active shooter situation on West Peachtree Street. That shooter still on the loose. And Jim, I'm reading from local reports that police are saying no additional shots have been fired since this all began some 20 or so minutes ago, but they are still actively searching the scene right now for the shooter and also for other potential victims.
Right, exactly. Well, you know, there's a lot of scenarios there. One is the guy could be dead. He could have killed himself. Patrol officer could have killed him. Somebody in there could have killed him. There's a lot of things that could happen. He could be hiding by himself in a room, waiting for the police to commit a suicide by cop and go out in a blaze of glory. He could be in a room holding people, you know, with the door shut, locked, barricaded, and holding any number of people. And all those scenarios are possible. And the SWAT commanders, you know, they're going to have to deal with that as they arrive. If he's actively killing people, then you just press in. When it's a SWAT operation, we call that an emergency assault. So if he's in a room and you're on the other side of the breach point, we call it the door or the window or the wall just opposite where he is, if he starts actively killing people in there, then you just have to do an emergency assault, breach the door with explosives or pry bars or keys or whatever, get in, and you got to engage and kill him. But he could slow it down. He could slow it down to the point where you know, he wants to talk, or he wants to talk about, you know, suicide or his grudge, and he's not actively killing, and you're outside the breach point, then the SWAT commander's got to deal with that, a barricaded suspect, but always be holding a hostage, but he always is ready for the emergency assault. So some people don't understand that. They talk about, well, he's an active shooter, you have to go in. Remember, the goal is not to follow some rule book written after Columbine. The goal is to save everyone's life. That's the goal. So it's not just, oh, that was the rule book after Columbine, so you charge in with your hair on fire and get all the citizens he was holding killed. That's never been the police process. That only happens when he's actively killing. And he can slow down that and not be actively killing. But then if he picks it up again, when SWAT's on the other side of the door, it's called an emergency assault, and they go in, you know, just like he was an active killer. But you don't just charge in to make him kill everybody. It's a very fine point, but SWAT commanders and on-scene commanders from Atlanta PD, Georgia State Patrol, FBI, ATF, they're all very well schooled in all these techniques and tactics. They have the gas, the robots, the hidden microphones and cameras, the negotiators, you know, the long rifle teams, the breaching, the explosive breaching. They can deal with all of that. And they're the people there ready to deal with all that. There's a SWAT truck right there. It's called the Bearcat. You can see the SWAT officer on the back.
Yep.
It has a turret on the top where you can fire tear gas from open a hatch that's a bulletproof hatch. You can shoot tear gas from there. Transports the SWAT officers. So they're the ones who are, you know, inside. They're the ones who are going to deal with the killer at this point.
Jim, hang with us. We have Emily Aketa, who is on scene there in Atlanta for us, who is available to join us. Emily, can you hear Jacob and me?
Hey guys, yes, just sitting down at the moment, getting a sense for some of the pictures we're seeing out of the ground here.
Okay, great. We're going to bring you in. We're talking with Jim Kavanaugh, and to update our viewers at this point, we know one person is dead. 3 people are hurt at least, according to Atlanta PD. Their Twitter account, as of 10 minutes ago, says 3 people have been transported to the hospital for treatment, and that officers are actively searching for the suspect and any other victims. We have some pictures from the surveillance cameras that look like they were inside the lobby of that building, showing the suspect wearing a dark gray hoodie, carrying a bag in front with a handgun, pointing down. So if you could bring us up to speed, Emily, on any other information you've learned about this active shooter situation in Midtown Atlanta. Go ahead.
Sure, Vicki. Still a very urgent situation on the ground there in Atlanta. You know, we first got word from the Atlanta police just over an hour ago about this active shooter situation. 5 minutes later, they then said that they were aware of multiple injuries. But now we're getting a sense for what kind of injuries, how many injuries. Atlanta police reporting within the last few minutes that there have been 4 shooting victims. 3 people have been hospitalized. There is a level 1 trauma center in the area of where the shooting occurred. 1 person tragically killed. But here's a really important piece here. They still do not have a suspect apprehended. They also aren't sure if there are additional victims. So it's very much a fluid situation on the ground there at this hour. And when you look at the pictures of where this shooting panned out, this is a busy area. It's the heart of Atlanta, Midtown, around the lunch area. And so you kind of presume that this massive police presence, these officers are having to surface through large buildings, parking garages, really busy areas as they search for the suspect. They have released several surveillance images of who they believe is the suspect. You can see that he is wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt, a crossbody bag, as they continue to look for the suspect in this active shooter situation. In the latest update, they say that they do not believe that there have been any additional shots fired since the initial incident. But sadly, what we know from previous shootings is that does not mean this urgent situation is over.
Emily, you know this area well, having covered Atlanta as a reporter down there for quite some time. When you look at these pictures here, what can you tell us about this area where the Northside facility is, what would normally be going on there at this time of day, who the clientele of this particular facility might be? And then when you look at the law enforcement response on the ground, these are the law enforcement agencies that you dealt with as a reporter locally on the ground there. What do you see?
Well, you think about the timing of this incident. You know, that first word of an active shooter situation came in just after 12:30 p.m. So this is lunch hour, and it's in a busy area where people are at work. So typically you would see people strolling throughout the streets, a lot of people on the roadways, but now all you are seeing is that massive police presence. You are seeing SWAT vehicles, armored vehicles, long guns, just a massive police presence, a police command center set up on the ground there as they continue to search for this suspect in the heart of Midtown with so many large buildings. What is not clear at this hour is exactly where the shooting happened. Police did say that it happened inside a building. We were given a general range between 12th and 13th Street, but we don't know which building at this time, and police could still be trying to sort that out as well.
Jim Kavanaugh, when you see you mentioned that we see that Bearcat there, that tactical vehicle that's likely used by the Atlanta Police Department, probably the SWAT team. Right now, it looks like it's in a position just to stage. It doesn't seem to be in any kind of active, ongoing operation. How would something like that be used if it was going to be deployed in a situation like this?
Well, you know, it's going to be limited in a high-rise building. And it is bulletproof. Of course, bulletproof glass. You know, has run-flat tires. They carry their equipment in there. SWAT rides inside. They can be protected. Of course, it has ports outside, you know, gun ports where they could shoot outside slots if they were being fired upon. You know, when used in a residential venue, it can drive right up to the porch or up to a door to rescue someone. It has a hatch in the bottom where you can drive up and, you know, rescue someone from the bottom who may be laying out in a driveway or something. So it has a lot of features to it, and it is the standard vehicle for police SWAT and federal law enforcement SWAT. It's not made by the military. It's made specifically for police. And it's you know, it's more, was like a Brinks truck, an armored truck. It was the, you know, the forerunner of it. And it's been developed by this company, and it's a very, very good vehicle. We had them in ATF. FBI has them. Other agencies use them. And they're mostly to protect the officers from getting shot and to be able to get close to something. But if you're on the 5th, 8th floor of a building, it's going to have limited, you know, ability to help you. You're going to have to be inside the building with your ballistic shields and your tactics and your gas and your robots and all your other stuff, because the truck's not going up there.
Jim, before we head to a hard commercial break, we got about 60 seconds left. Walk us through the strategy for inside a facility like this, what those officers may be doing right now, perhaps walking each floor to clear it or to look for the suspect.
Yeah, no, SWAT constantly trains on this stuff. I mean, this is their daily bread. They're expert shots with their tactical rifles. You know, of course, they're wearing helmets and ballistic vests. They have a sidearm. They have a long gun. They're very, very good shots. Of course, they're all tied in by radio and whisper mics, and they can move very quietly and very swiftly. Their steps are very deliberate. They're not really agents you see running, but they can move quickly with their weapons. They can cut corners and clear rooms as a team very swiftly. Military operators do the same thing, and it's a tactic that is used both by police and military, but it is in a situation where you're facing someone with a firearm who probably wants to kill you. So that's what they do. They move swiftly through each floor in this building, trying to locate the killer.
All right, we're going to be right back. Stay with us. NBC News terrorism analyst Jim Kavanaugh and NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda. Stay with us.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have breaking news out of Atlanta right now. We are monitoring reports of an active shooter situation inside a building there in Midtown. You're looking at live pictures. As of 1:30 today, Atlanta police are saying at least one person is dead. 3 others are injured in what they're calling an active shooter situation.
On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a photo that was released by the Atlanta Police Department on Twitter. They say this is the suspect they are looking for. They are saying he is still on the loose. Atlanta police are instructing people in the area to shelter in place. Jim Kavanagh joins us now. He's an NBC News terrorism analyst, a former ATF special agent in charge. Emily Aketa, NBC News correspondent, joins us as well. Jim, as we look at these pictures, this isn't the only picture that we've gotten of the suspect so far. We're also continuing to get this live look from both street level and from that bird's eye view above this medical facility in Midtown Atlanta, where we've seen tactical officers staging for the better part of the last half an hour at least, in addition to seeing that mobile command center from the Atlanta Police Department there on the scene. When you look at that photo of the suspect, we see that he's got a bag on him. We also saw that he had his arm outstretched in another one of the photos holding what appeared to be a handgun, although we can't say for sure at this moment. What do these images that we are watching tell you?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind here is that, you know, someone who is related, who is a friend, who is a coworker of this guy, we'll recognize him from this picture. Even though we see it as well, it's kind of grainy and dark, but someone who knows him, you know, will see this differently. They might identify the hoodie. They might know he wears that, even the backpack. And also, does he have a connection with this urgent care place or this building? Was he treated there? Was somebody else treated there? Does he have a grudge against the place? Has he spoken to that? So people close to him may recognize him from the picture. Now, they may think it's him and they can call the police and it may not be. That has to be sorted out by the detectives. But if the public thinks that's him, that's why it's good to put that picture out. And what Atlanta PD, you know, public information officers need to be saying is, do you know him? Do you think you know him? Call us. Let us know, because it's very valuable information for the on-scene commanders to know that, to see, you know, if they can identify the guy physically, know his name, know who he is, because if they have to make contact with him, you know, it could be significant if they know who he is.
Jim, thank you. Emily, let me bring you in here. You worked in Atlanta as a local reporter on the ground there for years. What can you tell us about this area of Midtown, the 1100 West Peachtree Street area, and this medical facility? As you mentioned, the calls first came in around 12:30, so that is a busy lunchtime area there.
Yeah, absolutely, Vicki. There are businesses, there are restaurants, there's a medical center all within that block that the police forces are really zeroing in on. And I just speaking to just how fluid of a situation this is, just in the last few minutes, we are learning that there have been 5 shooting victims, 4 people hospitalized, 1 person tragically killed. That number went up since the previous tweet from a few minutes before that. So again, a very fluid situation. Atlanta police saying they are still looking for the suspect and potential additional victims, though they still continue to note there haven't been additional shots fired since the initial incident was reported, Vicki.
Emily, one of the things that we're seeing here from local Atlanta authorities is that they're locking down schools in the area as well. What do you know about the schools in proximity to the area of the shooting that we're looking at right now on the screen of these live pictures on the left-hand side of the screen?
Well, that alert coming from Atlanta Public Schools, a large major school system with a lot of cities throughout the city's perimeter, a major metropolitan area. And so, of course, out of an abundance of caution, they say they are locking down nearby schools. They're urging people to shelter in place. And just going back to, you pointed out, Vicki, the time of day that this is occurring, a busy lunch hour. But you can see those streets that are typically busy with people getting lunch, taking a break from work. People really are heeding the warnings, staying away from windows, staying inside, and they're also emphasizing for other people outside of this area not to come to the area out of curiosity because they can't underscore enough that the suspect is not yet in custody.
And just to reiterate for viewers just joining us, we're learning of at least 5 people hurt, 1 person dead in an active shooter situation unfolding right now in downtown Atlanta. Our thanks to NBC News correspondent Emily Keda and former special agent in charge of the ATF, Jim Kavanaugh. We will have much more on this story as it develops, including NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. He's going to lead a special report on this when we come right back.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news about a deadly shooting. This in Midtown Atlanta, and now there is a manhunt underway for the suspect. At least 1 person is dead. 4 others are injured, according to police. It all began around 12:30 Eastern time at the start of the busy lunchtime rush and unfolded at a hospital complex called Northside Medical Midtown. There's an enormous police presence right now, also SWAT teams with medics. Also, an armored car. Authorities have shut down the area. They're telling people nearby to shelter in place, lock where they are, and shelter in place. There are some evacuations, however, we have seen. This is a photograph of the individual police believe may be the suspect. This person on the loose and considered armed and dangerous. Several schools in the area have closed out of an abundance of caution. We understand there has been no exchange of gunfire, no gunfire from the initial shots fired by this individual. Let's go to Katie Beck right now. She's our correspondent near the scene. Katie, what can you tell us? What have you seen?
Well, Lester, it's an eerie scene here in Midtown. This is an area that is filled with condos and corporate businesses, all right now at a standstill. A heavy police presence, SWAT teams on the ground, helicopters in the sky as they search for the active shooter that is responsible. Now, it is a bit strange to be here and see absolutely no one on the streets and see no traffic. But as you can see behind me, an enormous police response. That down there is the area where that medical building that you referenced referenced is located. And as you can see, emergency personnel have surrounded it and the blocks all around it. This is typically a very busy area, lots of foot traffic. There's certainly at this time of the day, in the middle of the day in Atlanta, but right now the entire city has basically been placed on hold as they search for a suspect. Now, we know this call came in about 12:30 this afternoon. Since that time, businesses and individuals have been told to get inside buildings and shelter in place. As you walk through the streets here in Atlanta, you can see people at the windows sort of looking out, checking their phones, trying to make phone calls. Anyone trying to get out of the city at this point is going to have a difficult time doing that because these streets are completely blocked with SWAT vehicles and police presence. So again, we know that there are 5 victims. 4 of them have been transported to the hospital. 1 is deceased. And again, an active shooter that police are actively looking for at this time.
Katie, as you were talking, we saw some video of people wearing medical scrubs being led away. Is this like, I guess, so many urban medical centers that we're familiar with, that it's actually a collection, a series of interconnected buildings?
Yeah, this is part of a larger hospital chain here in the Atlanta area. This is sort of a satellite building to a larger hospital network. We're not exactly sure what type of doctor's office environment this was. All we know is that it happened inside of this building, and since that time, police have been just sort of doing a grid search from the air and the ground, trying to locate this person and trying to keep as many people out of the streets as possible. As you walk down the streets, you can hear police saying, "Get back inside, get away," sending out Amber Alerts on people's phone, letting them know, shelter in place, sort of a high intensity situation here on the ground for the folks that are in Midtown currently.
All right, Katie, I'll ask you to stand by. I want to play some of the witness interviews we've heard, people who were in the area, about what they saw and heard. Let's listen.
I come to Whole Foods. When I walked out of the building, all I see was police cars and SWAT, and everybody's just pulling up, back to back. And my supervisor was right there at the time, and he was like, "Hey, make sure you stay close to the walls and stand back because we heard this active shooting." We just saw a lot of
One of the accounts of someone who was in the neighborhood describing what they saw and heard. Let's get to NBC News law enforcement analyst Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, I think we all feel like we're more knowledgeable about this sort of thing than we were several years ago. You've got people that have been told to stay in place, to lock down in place. At what point does that become a hindrance to officers who are doing a very dangerous, presumably room by room search for the suspect?
Well, it's the best thing you can do in this point in a situation like this is to lock down and barricade, because you don't know where the rampaging active killer is. So you lock your own space, you barricade the doors, and you get down and you can monitor your smartphone or your television for news and wait for police commands. That's the safest thing if you're in a building of this size. If you can't escape, and it'd probably be hard to escape it if you don't know where the killer is at that point. So that's the right thing to do. Atlanta SWAT is clearly inside, searching and pressing to contact the killer. That's the job. Press, move as fast as you can. We were all trained to even step over wounded people. Keep moving, because you have to contact the killer, because the job is to locate him, isolate him, and then you can evacuate behind him and then eliminate the threat by his arrest, his surrender, or even if you have to shoot him. So it's locate, isolate, evacuate, eliminate the threat, and that's what the on-scene commanders are doing.
And police made these photos you're looking at right now available. They believe this is the individual who fired the weapon. Will this be, will surveillance cameras be their primary way of kind of at least getting some idea what part of the hospital this person is in?
Yes, of course it will, and witnesses who might have streamed out. And also the first patrol officers, Lester, they stream in very quickly. We all know the active shooter drills. We just saw the body cameras from the Nashville PD when they streamed into that school. So they'll stream in there fast, and they're looking for, wounded people, listening for gunfire, trying to isolate and locate this guy. And then when SWAT arrives, they're going to come in and take over from patrol officers, and they're going to press. best to contact as quick as they can. And then, of course, more SWAT is going to arrive from the state police and the federal agencies like FBI and ATF. So they're going to have a lot of SWAT teams there that can deal with that large facility. There's been no shooting for a while, so there's a lot of possibilities there that could be. He could be dead, he could be hiding, he could have escaped, he could be holding people, and the on-scene commanders, have to deal with all that.
Right, Mr. Kavanaugh, thank you very much. That concludes this special report. Obviously, we'll continue to watch developments. We'll come back on the air if events warrant, and we'll have updates throughout the day on NBC News Now, and of course tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in Los Angeles. Thank you for watching. We'll see you a bit later on.
And good day, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. We will continue to follow that breaking news of an active shooter situation in Atlanta throughout the hour.
We're also following breaking news in Texas this hour. The man accused of killing 5 neighbors now captured after an intense search. This video appearing to show the moments Francisco Oropesa was taken into custody. And now we're learning several others have also been arrested in connection with that case. The local district attorney says Oropesa is charged with 5 counts of murder. Authorities say he shot and killed his neighbors, including a 9-year-old boy, after they had asked him to stop firing his assault rifle in the front yard. After 4 days on the run, the suspect was found in the city in Texas of Cut and Shoot last night. That is about 20 miles from the crime scene. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Cold Spring, Texas for us. Sam, what are we learning about these other arrests, first of all? That's new. And also how the suspected gunman was found.
Sure. So there are 3 arrests total that we know of right now, Kate. One of them, of course, Francisco Oropesa, who is standing right now facing 5 charges of murder. More on that in just a second. But his wife or significant other, it depends on the documentation that you're looking at in terms of their marital status, also behind bars right now. She's being charged with hindering the apprehension of a felon. And a third person, Kate, his name is Domingo. Not exactly clear what the relationship is between him and the murder suspect. Also in this jail right now, he is being held on marijuana charges, but we're told that is going to be expanded to aiding and abetting Mr. Oropesa in this particular case. Now, in terms of what just happened today, the magistrate came out and talked with the media, which I got to tell you, doesn't happen a lot, at least in my experience, and said that there were 5 murder charges. We were told this morning by the DA, Todd Dillon, it was 1 based on just the paperwork involved. It's a small office case, Kate, but now they are up to 5, $1.5 million bond for each one. So it's actually a $7.5 million bond. Also, the judge saying that in his experience as decades of a law enforcement officer and magistrate here, has never seen a case like this ever. It is absolutely torn apart the community. You would think that would be the case, but that's just sort of a visceral reminder that the impact is real here. Todd Dillon, that DA that we just talked about, also kind of giving us some insight into what it is that the suspect's wife/significant other might have been doing in this last week, as you talked about how they tracked him down on the manhunt. Here's what he said.
What we believe that Ms. Nava was doing is that she was providing him with material aid and encouragement, food, clothes, and had arranged transport to this house.
Kate, the astounding thing in all of this, what really makes this stunning, 24 hours ago, we were told by the FBI they had no idea where he was, when in fact, we learned this morning, officials said they knew he was in the area. And ultimately, it was an FBI tip that got them to a town about 15 or 20 minutes away and apprehended the suspect.
Yes, Sam, you know, we've been watching this for 4 days, this manhunt, and given the gruesome way that these people were murdered, it's really been an obsession for people to know where he was. Not only was local law enforcement working around the clock, I understand the FBI, Customs and Border Patrol officers. How is the community now reacting to the capture and the arrest?
Mixed emotions. Obviously, everyone that I spoke with was just so deeply concerned about their safety, walking around with firearms, some afraid to leave their homes because you just didn't know where this man might be, but also trying to process the grief. Because as we hear from family members, they said this obviously is just something no person, no family should have to grow up without a mother, but also the response itself, how long it took police officers here to get to the scene. We're going to be following up on that in the days to come.
All right, Sam Brock for us there. Thank you.
And we've also got breaking economic news this hour. Moments ago, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 3rd time this year. This time, they went up 1/4 percentage point. So what exactly happens when interest rates go up? Well, you can expect anything from paying on your interest to go up. We're talking credit cards, new and adjustable rate mortgages, as well as new car loans and even student loans. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now to dig into this. So, Brian, for context here, economists were expecting this number. They also said they think this could be the last rate hike for a while. So if the rate hikes stop, what exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means is that the Federal Reserve might be finally able to get to its target of lowering inflation here. Now, again, the action that you mentioned here, the Federal Reserve raising interest rates by 1/4 percentage point. It's the 3rd time this year, but the 10th consecutive time that they've raised interest rates, again, to try to take steam out of this economy. But interesting to see the language that the Federal Reserve used in its statement, which it just released. It changed language to say, quote, in determining the extent to which additional policy firming may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, end quote. They will potentially see if they need to tighten monetary policy further. Now, the way to translate that into a speak that Americans can understand, the Federal Reserve might not see the need for additional interest rate hikes in the future, which might be welcome news for people that are seeing these sky-high mortgage rates, credit card rates, auto loan rates that have really been squeezing American families.
For sure. People have been feeling it. Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Coming up, why TV and film writers who just went on strike are worried about the impact of new technology and what it all means for your shows. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
We continue to follow that breaking news out of Atlanta. You're looking at live pictures, a manhunt underway for a gunman after a shooting in the downtown area. Police say one person is dead, at least 4 others have been hurt. We'll continue to monitor this breaking story. We'll bring you any updates as we get them. If you caught the late night shows last night, you may have noticed they were in reruns. That's because thousands of film and television writers are on strike. They hit the picket lines on Monday for the first time in 15 years. Several other shows also halted production, and it's only day 2. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins me now from Los Angeles. Marissa, you've been talking to people on those picket lines. What are you hearing from them, and how is the strike so far impacting our favorite shows?
Yeah, so that's going to depend on how long this lasts. And writers are really saying they are willing to do this for as long as they need to. They have a lot of concerns. We've been talking about this current world of streaming, but of course, looking forward to artificial intelligence. And I've spoken to a number of people that are actually on the negotiating committee with the Writers Guild of America, and they were saying that the fact that the studios refuse to budge on the artificial intelligence point was really surprising to them. And so for them, it's just this idea that they don't know where the studios stand on AI, and that makes them worried.
Every writer in the Writers Guild is now suspicious about what the companies have planned to do with these text generators. We're worried that one of these stupid executives is going to take one of these text generators, use it to generate a lot of nonsense, and then assign a writer to rewrite it.
So, Kate, you asked about the impact that this will have on your favorite TV shows and movies. That depends on how long this lasts. Late night talk shows, we're already seeing that. Soap operas, those are next. SNL, that is next. But you could see a hiatus or a pause when it comes to when your favorite shows or your movies will be released. And we know that that was something we saw the last strike, which lasted 100 days. So, Kate, as you could probably tell, they're willing to wait as long as it takes here.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Marissa Parra, thank you so much.
And new details are emerging about Tucker Carlson's sudden exit from Fox News. We're also learning about the reported role his own text messages may have played in his firing. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
A new report about former Fox News host Tucker Carlson's private comments after his bombshell departure from Fox News. In a text message obtained by the New York Times, sent by Carlson to one of his producers in the hours after the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the host allegedly describes watching a video of a group of people he calls Trump guys violently attacking a, quote, Antifa kid, calling it dishonorable and adding, "It's not how white men fight." Carlson also writing he found himself rooting for the mob. "I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it." But then Carlson writes, quote, "An alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?" The Times reporting that the message was filed in the Dominion lawsuit but remains redacted from public court documents. But the Times reports its contents were disclosed in interviews it conducted with several people who have knowledge of the Dominion voting system's defamation lawsuit against Fox. NBC News has not confirmed the contents of the text. The text message added to a growing number of internal issues that led Fox to Carlson's firing, the Times reports, according to several people familiar with the matter. Throughout his tenure as the lead primetime host on Fox, Carlson courted a conservative audience, often with rhetoric about race and immigration.
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided.
This policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Video of some behind-the-scenes comments from Carlson have also surfaced since Fox settled its lawsuit with Dominion. Left-leaning group Media Matters posting a video appearing to show Carlson chatting with host Piers Morgan before an interview.
If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique.
Previously, the New York Times reported it had obtained a video of Carlson discussing his, quote, postmenopausal fans and referring to a woman as, quote, yummy. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Coming up, the inmate at the center of a police department's racist text scandal shares his story for the first time. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this. Thanks for watching.
Back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We continue to follow breaking news out of Atlanta. A manhunt is underway for a gunman after a shooting in the downtown metro area. Police say one person is dead. At least 4 others have been injured. We will continue to monitor this breaking story and will bring you any updates as we get them.
Russian authorities are accusing Ukraine of trying to assassinate Vladimir Putin using a drone strike on the Kremlin overnight. They say Russian air defenses shot down 2 drones that were attempting to hit Putin's residence. Ukraine has denied any involvement, accusing Moscow of trying to escalate the war. Putin was not inside the residence at the time. A school shooting in the Serbian capital of Belgrade has left at least 9 people dead.
Yeah, a teenager allegedly opened fire on his classmates and a security officer. Now, mass shootings are rare across Europe, but gun ownership is widespread in Serbia.
NBC News correspondent Ali Aruzzi has been tracking this story for us. He joins us now. Ali?
Hi there. Yeah, this is a truly shocking incident. It's rocked Serbia and much of Europe as well, because these sorts of incidents are very rare across Europe, especially in a school. And this boy that went on this killing spree killed 9 people. All but one of them were teenagers, aged between the ages of 13 and 14. Most of them were girls. It's been a truly devastating incident in Serbia, and people in that town are beside themselves, outside the hospitals, trying to find out what happened to their children, and more importantly, to find out what the motive was behind this senseless act of violence that's rocked Serbia. Let's take a look at the package and see what happened further. Tragedy and trauma in Serbia. Children escorted out of school after authorities say a classmate opened fire, killing at least 8 classmates and a security guard at an elementary school in Belgrade Wednesday morning. The head of Belgrade's police department saying the shooter planned the attack.
This is the list of the children he planned to target. He drew plans of the school's entrance and exit, which was found on his desk.
Identified by police as 13-year-old Kosta Ketmanovic. He called the authorities and confessed to the attack, according to Belgrade police. Ketmanovic was arrested with 2 pistols that he took from his father's apartment, as well as 4 Molotov cocktails, according to Serbian police. Serbia has the joint 3rd highest rate of armed civilians in the world, with 39.1 guns per 100 people, according to the Small Arms Survey. The country with the most guns in the world? The United States, with 120.5 guns per 100 people. The shooter's former classmate, who was in the building, describing the tragedy.
One boy was shot in the leg. One girl was injured. I think also 2 more boys. But he didn't shoot them all. It was horrible. I was downstairs. We had sports class downstairs. I was able to hear the shooting. It was nonstop. It was not one shot at a time. It was shooting without stopping.
Outside the school, candles lit for the victims as Serbians search for answers as to what could have motivated such a senseless tragedy.
Ali, what has the president of Serbia had to say?
Well, okay, Serbia's president said that the 13-year-old boy who went on this rampage, killing 9 people, will be placed in a psychiatric institute. He added that both the mother and the father of the boy have been arrested. Earlier, we had heard just that the father had been arrested. And he's also telling the government to take into consideration lowering the age of accountability from 14 to 12, as the boy may have known he may not be prosecuted. Kate?
Ali Aruzzi, thank you.
Thanks so much. And days before King Charles' coronation, Buckingham Palace was on lockdown. This video provided by 7 News shows a man being arrested after he approached the palace gates and threw items suspected to be shotgun cartridges. A controlled explosion was carried out as a precaution following the arrest. The man is currently in police custody, but police say this is not being treated as a terrorism incident. King Charles' coronation will take place on Saturday, and Britain's security minister says a huge security operation is underway this week.
Coming up, the serious allegations that landed the brother of 2-time Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes behind bars. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, we continue to follow that breaking news out of Atlanta. A manhunt underway for a gunman after a shooting in the Midtown Atlanta area. Police say 1 person is dead, at least 4 others have been hurt. We're going to continue to monitor that situation. That breaking story will bring you any updates just as soon as we get them. Jackson Mahomes, the social media influencer and the brother of Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes, was arrested this morning for aggravated sexual battery. Mahomes is accused of assaulting a waiter and forcibly kissing the female owner of a Kansas City area restaurant on February 25th. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is following this for us. Vaughn, what more can you tell us?
Kate, at 7 a.m. this morning, Jackson Mahomes, he turned himself in to authorities there in Overland Park, Kansas, after this alleged incident took place in late February there in Overland Park at a restaurant in which the owner of this restaurant accused Jackson Mahomes of, at one point, after she says that he pushed a waitress at the establishment, came into her office and began to forcibly kiss her. She has said that she has evidence of bruising on her neck and that it was unwanted advances. Now, this morning, he has been detained. He is there on $100,000 bond. This is a hearing that is supposed to be taking place here, this initial court appearance here over the course of this next hour. Jackson Mahomes is 22 years old. Of course, he is the brother of the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback star, though he has risen to his own prominence through TikTok and Instagram, really riding on the coattails of his star brother. We should note that the attorney for Jackson Mahomes has told NBC News that the court has prevented him from providing a current statement as these proceedings begin. But back in March, they provided a statement to NBC News, in part saying that, quote, every interaction between people needs to be placed in the proper context. Releasing a short clip of any video does not provide proper context. We have faith in the process and look forward to a swift resolution of the matter. Again, that initial hearing is slated to begin here in the next hour, Kate.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, thank you.
And the legal battle between Disney and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis escalated yet again this week after an oversight board aligned with the governor sued the company. But as DeSantis looks towards a possible White House bid, some Florida voters are wondering if this feud could sink his run before he officially announces. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Orlando, Florida, not far from Disney World. So, Dasha, I know you spoke to Republican voters who live just miles from the heart of this debate. What exactly did they tell you?
Yeah, Zinkley, right now I've got Mickey Mouse over my shoulder, but yesterday we spent all day at a county just next door to Disney World, Lake County, which is a heavily conservative county. DeSantis won that county by 66% in 22. Trump won it by 60% in 2020. It also encompasses part of the Villages, which is one of the world's largest retirement communities, also heavily in support of Trump. And our goal was to talk to Republican voters, to conservative voters, because that is the play that DeSantis is making right now. He needs to win over some of that conservative base if he wants to take on Trump in this primary. We expect he'll be making an announcement, throwing his hat in the ring sometime potentially this month, according to NBC News reporting. And Zinkley, when you get down to the ground and you actually start talking to folks, because there's been a lot of speculation in the political class about whether or not this could hurt him politically. When he talked to these voters, what we found was overwhelming support for DeSantis in this battle when it comes to Disney World. A lot of voters feel like Disney has stepped out of line when they started to wade into the political fray. I heard from a lot of folks saying, listen, Disney is about entertainment and they should stay there. I even had one voter tell me that she did not renew her annual pass to Disney World because of this. Take a listen to just some of our conversations.
I'm definitely on DeSantis' side. Go woke, go broke.
I think that renewing our annual passes shows that we're supporting them, and I'm not supporting them or their beliefs in what they're trying to do. I think they should just stay out of it.
I think it shows the pettiness of Ron DeSantis. This is simply because Disney, which has the right of freedom of speech, said that they did not support this so-called Don't Say Gay bill, and they were doing it to support their employees.
So, Susan, that last voter you heard from there, she's more moderate, more of an independent voter, not a huge fan of Trump or DeSantis or Joe Biden, for that matter. So it's those voters that he might have more trouble with when it comes to the general election, right? They're not necessarily supportive of what he's doing. But when it comes to Republicans, to conservatives in the primary, across the board, we heard a lot of support for DeSantis taking on Disney, Sinclair.
All right, important reporting from Florida. Dasha Burns, thank you.
We are just 8 days away from a major change in U.S. immigration policy. On May 11th, the COVID-era immigration rule known as Title 42 will end. That rule allowed the government to more easily expel migrants over health concerns. When that ends, a major influx of migrants is expected in the U.S. The acting Border Patrol commissioner says they expect 10,000 people to try and cross the border every day. In preparation for that, President Biden has authorized 1,500 more active duty soldiers and Marines to support Border Patrol operations. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is down near the border in El Paso, Texas. Gabe, good to see you. What are these troops going to be doing at the border, and how are local officials preparing for what's to come?
Hi there, Kate. Good afternoon. Well, those troops are expected to provide logistical support for Customs and Border Protection officials. But as you can see behind me, Kate, here in El Paso and a couple other cities throughout Texas, they're already seeing an influx, and this city has already declared a state of emergency. You see how many migrants are here, and, you know, this is a church that we visited several months ago, and I can tell you that the difference is striking. The line here of migrants stretches down this block and extends for several city blocks, and they've been sleeping here all night. Officials here have said that there has been a huge influx over the last several weeks, and again, El Paso, as well as Brownsville, Texas, and Laredo have also declared states of emergency. Now, some local migrant advocates say that this troop deployment sends the wrong message, and also some Republicans, Kate, they say that it's too little too late. We spoke with one business owner here who has been asking the federal government to pay attention to this problem, and who says that the Biden administration has not done enough to prepare for the lifting of Title 42, Kate.
So, Gabe, you're on the U.S. side. Is there any sense for how many people are already waiting to come across the border on the Mexico side? What are we hearing from them? And I wonder if they think that they're going to be able to easily enter the United States.
Well, Kate, right now there are conflicting numbers on just how many people are across the border in Juarez and in other cities in Mexico. But there are reports that there are thousands of migrants who have arrived there over the past few weeks and who are expected to try and cross the border next week. And that is why the Biden administration has authorized these extra 1,500 active duty troops. But again, they are just to provide logistical support. They are not expected to participate, not even authorized to participate in any law enforcement function in terms of arrests or anything like that. So there are real questions on how border officials will be able to deal with this expected influx. But again, we hear that there are thousands of migrants who are across the border waiting to get into the U.S. We should find out more next week, again, a week from tomorrow, when Title 42 is expected to be lifted, Kate.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Thank you, Gabe.
And for the first time, we're hearing from one of the plaintiffs in a lawsuit against a California police department. Just weeks ago, racist text messages between officers came to light. Since then, the Antioch Police Department has placed several officers on leave. NBC News correspondent Nyla Charles joins us now to talk about this. Nyla, can you first just remind us exactly what was in those text messages and what we're hearing from the man at the center of that federal lawsuit?
Zinkley, the texts are from 2020 and 2021. According to a report from the district attorney's office and the FBI, more than a dozen Antioch police officers shared racist texts, and some of them allegedly admitted to misconduct. One of the texts says, "I sometimes just say people gave me a full confession even if they didn't." And another one says, "I only stopping them because they're black." Now, our NBC Bay Area station exclusively did a jailhouse interview with Trent Allen. He's one of the several people now suing the Antioch Police Department for violating their civil rights. He's specifically named in the text, and this is what he said about his 2021 arrest for murder.
They slammed me on my head, so that kind of knocked me unconscious. They kicked me to wake me back up and kept on doing it over and over. They was basically throwing words out like that, and I'm asking them what's going on. They telling me, "Shut up, you're gonna find," like, this, basically disrespecting me, giving me no type of respect at all. Kind of like traumatized, just like, who can I call, like, for help?
Now, Zinkley, the majority of the residents in Antioch are minorities.
So, Nyla, with all that said, have we heard anything from the department or the officers in response to this lawsuit and the allegations?
Yeah, the Antioch police chief did release a statement about the investigative report. He says, "I promise to hold accountable the officers expressing racist or bigoted beliefs, bias and sensitivity, and those boasting about harming members of the community." But we did reach out to the district attorney's office and the police department for comment about the lawsuit, and for that, we didn't get a response. Zinkley?
All right, definitely a case to watch. Nyla Charles, thank you so much. And today, there are new developments surrounding the stabbing death of Bob Lee, the high-profile tech executive who died in San Francisco. A newly released autopsy report says Lee had ingested alcohol, cocaine, and ketamine before he was killed. The report also shows Lee was stabbed 3 times. Police say the man arrested for the crime, new Lee, Nima Momeni, was supposed to be arraigned yesterday, but the hearing was delayed due to the autopsy release and toxicology report.
Coming up, the new efforts to curb America's growing epidemic of loneliness. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, we're going to turn for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this picture of King Charles, but it's really not King Charles. That wax figure was unveiled today by Madame Tussauds in Australia just in time for this weekend's coronation. There's also a wax William and wax Kate.
Behind him, I guess.
I mean, we love to see the full royal family, full force. So there you have it.
I was completely caught. I thought
you thought it was real. They
Charles.
got you. We'll keep it honest here. So more NBC News Daily right after this. Thanks for watching.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
We have an update on that breaking news we've been following out of Atlanta. As you know, a manhunt underway for a gunman after a shooting in Midtown. Well, moments ago, police released the name of the shooter. Authorities are identifying him as 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Police say one person is dead. This is a photo that they've released of the person they say is the suspect, Dion Patterson. At least 4 others have been hurt. We're going to continue to monitor this story, and we will bring you any updates just as soon as we have them.
Thanks, Kate. Well, in today's mental health check-in, we're talking about a growing epidemic sweeping the nation that some doctors say may be just as bad as smoking. I'm talking about loneliness, and the levels are skyrocketing. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Walking clubs are taking off, and it's not just the exercise.
You're connecting with someone, which is something that I was kind of missing.
More and more people are missing that connection and are feeling lonely.
The pandemic poured fuel on a fire that was already burning.
Dr. Vivek Murthy, the U.S. Surgeon General, says loneliness is an epidemic, the focus of an 80-page advisory he is releasing.
We're used to thinking about smoking and obesity as clear public health concerns.
So you're saying loneliness is comparable to smoking in terms of the detriment to your health?
Yeah, in terms of the risk that it poses for premature death, yes.
Half of U.S. adults experience measurable loneliness, and it's greater among young adults.
When you struggle with loneliness, when you're socially disconnected, it increases your risk of depression and anxiety and suicide, but it also increases your risk of physical illness as well.
Loneliness increases the risk for heart disease, stroke, and among older adults, dementia. The cure, Dr. Murthy says, is not only personal change, but societal change as well.
What we need to do is actually rebuild social infrastructure in our country.
You're talking about changing the social fabric. That's been decades in the making.
It's been decades in the making, but it's also something that I'm confident that we can address if we put our mind to it and if we act together.
Among his recommendations, a focus on community organizations, mobilizing the health sector to raise awareness, and reconsidering how we use technology.
In-person matters. Connecting online has its place, has its value, but it's not a substitute for in-person connection. We really do need both.
Cultivating and supporting time together, face-to-face, because our health depends on it. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Let's continue to talk about mental health and a Today Show exclusive interview with Allison Holker-Boss. She's the wife of the late Stephen Boss, better known as Twitch, who died by suicide nearly 5 months ago. She's speaking out now for the first time in the hopes of helping others. She spoke with Today co-host Hoda Kotb.
It was such a shock to the country, really, when the news broke. The guy who was dancing, always happy. So everyone was like, wait, what? Why? Did you have similar thoughts, emotions, and feelings?
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world, where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment, and there's no one that saw this coming. No one. And that also breaks my heart, too. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. He wanted to be the strong one for everyone, and I think that was a little scary for him to think that he might need to ask for help. You know, people say a lot of like, what were the signs? And, you know, he was so much love and light. He really wanted to be everyone's Superman, and he said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman. He could hold so much for people. And I think it was hard for him to process that at the end.
I feel like we all felt like we knew Twitch and we knew and loved him. But what was it like to really be in love with him?
Oh, our love was magical.
Yeah.
And it was so real. And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big.
Yeah.
And I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. I talk to him every night.
Many struggling like Twitch suffer in silence. Studies suggest 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. There's a stigma, I think, around when someone takes their own life, commits suicide.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. But we don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in his mind.
Now, Allison and her family are honoring Twitch's legacy and partnered with her local branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness called NAMI Westside LA.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of like someone I love so much.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We continue to follow breaking news out of Atlanta. A manhunt is underway for a gunman after a shooting in Midtown. Moments ago, police released the name and a new photo of the suspected shooter. Authorities are identifying him as 24-year-old Deon Patterson. Police say one person is dead. At least 4 others have been hurt. We'll continue to monitor this breaking story and bring you any new updates as we have them.
Zinkley, the Kentucky Derby is this Saturday, but before we get to the horse racing, let's talk about a different Derby tradition, bed racing. You heard that right. Competitors decorate their mattresses and put them on wheels, and then it's off to the races. David Ochoa from our NBC affiliate in Louisville takes us there.
If you've never tailgated a bed race, you're missing out. That's where the contestants showed off their beds before the races got started. Some participants explained the theme for their beds.
So through the decades, this is the bed race theme. So we wanted to celebrate that and celebrate our namesake, Muhammad Ali International Airport, and the greatest of all time, right there.
Others explained their strategy.
Just go fast and try not to run over too many cones.
The 2-time returning champions, Full Throttle, were looking to defend their title.
Yeah, we are the fastest in bed, and we are built this year we're totally built for speed.
Once inside Broadbent Arena, you can see why the great bed races are a staple for the Derby Festival and for the community.
It's just so fun. There's a lot of community here. We see organizations that we're a part of or involved with. The crowd is just a very engaging, active kind of place to be.
And then the contestants were off. Some races were close, some weren't, and some were, let's just say, interesting.
We're going to have some cleanup on aisle 12 here in a little bit.
I'm not sure what I'm watching right now. In the Fun Division Championship, it was J-Town versus St. Elizabeth Catholic Charities. In the end, St. Elizabeth took the crown.
St. Elizabeth. We're glad to be a part of St. Elizabeth, and second win, so we're doing pretty good. We're going to be ready to be back next year to defend, so we're ready for it.
In the championship division, it was Full Throttle looking to defend their title against Best 1A. And Full Throttle showed why they've now won 3 straight bed races.
So we got go-karts that go about 50 miles an hour, so we learned everything about speed on those. So if you want to be fast like us, come out to Full Throttle Adrenaline Park, see us. We'll teach you everything we know, so maybe one day you can take us on out here.
They're out of breath. They really are. I was going to say that's my kind of sport, but hey, props to them, and our thanks to David Ochoa for that story. And turning overseas, we're going to talk about a Hollywood ending. Actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney celebrated the victory of their soccer club after they won their division and clinched a spot in the sport's next tier, the English Football League. NBC's Molly Hunter has the details.
There was a lot of noise coming from a very small city in Wales. A city not used to this kind of fanfare.
This is what it should be like. This is what my mum remembers it like, and it's now coming back.
The Wrexham Football Club in full celebration mode with Hollywood star owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney on hand for the parade. Reynolds posting on Instagram calling it unforgettable and bonkers. After 15 years stuck in England's bottom rings, the little team that could had a Cinderella ending, winning their final game 3-1 and securing what's called a promotion to the sport's next tier, the English Football League. In the face of financial struggles, the team's performance in recent years flailing until 2020 put the club back on the map when Reynolds and McElhenney hatched a plan, joining forces to become the unlikely co-owners and saviors of Wrexham AFC.
They're brilliant. They love it. They absolutely love it.
Wrexham is the 3rd oldest professional soccer team in the world, and Reynolds and McElhenney say they're in it for the long haul.
If we've learned anything about the town, about the community, is that they've been defying expectations for centuries. For us to dream as a part of this community, why not dream big?
Our goal is to get to the Premier League. Why wouldn't it be? If we can do that, whether it takes 5 years, whether it takes 20 years, that's the goal.
Molly Hunter, NBC News.
It's so cool to see how this has been expanding.
Yeah, no, I love what those guys have done because it's been all about Wales and the Welsh culture. They did a docu-series about owning the team.
I love that, really bringing it to the world. Yeah. Well, thank you for watching. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Thank you. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7. You can see us on NBC News Now or watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023, breaking news, manhunt in Atlanta. Police searching for an active shooter. At least one person is dead. The shooter's identity released just moments ago. The alleged shooter's identity, what we know about the investigation.
Under arrest after days on the run, the man accused of killing 5 of his neighbors is captured. The new information we're learning about new arrests in this case.
On the record, NBC News speaks exclusively with the inmate at the center of a police texting scandal. Why he says racist comments happened way before questionable text messages appeared.
And bring your kid to work every day. Why more companies are offering corporate childcare and how you can convince your company to offer it too. We got a lot of stories to get to, though. We begin with breaking news unfolding right now in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, police say one person is dead. 4 others are hospitalized after a gunman opened fire inside some kind of office building or medical facility. The alleged gunman is still on the loose. Authorities have released a new photo of the suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson. They are asking people in the Midtown Atlanta area to shelter in place as that manhunt is just getting underway.
So let's get right to this with NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa. Emily, what more do we know about this suspect and the manhunt?
So I can tell you guys right now what's happening. Atlanta police is transitioning from a very active situation to a very active investigation. They say that shots have not been fired since the initial calls came in, and just actually in the last few minutes, Atlanta police lifting the shelter in place because they do not believe the suspect is in the area. Still, they're urging people to be on the lookout, and they are warning that the suspect is believed to be armed and dangerous, and that as this massive manhunt gets underway. They released, as you mentioned, the suspect's name, seeing, as you can see it on your screen, Dion Patterson, 24 years old. And what we're learning from our colleague Katie Tur over at MSNBC, she spoke with a public information officer with Atlanta police who says that the suspect was at Northside Hospital where the shooting happened with his mother for an appointment for himself. They do not believe that anyone was specifically targeted, and they say that the mother is okay. She was not harmed in this shooting. What we do know about the victims, there were 5 shooting victims in this tragic incident. 1 person tragically killed, 4 people hospitalized. We heard from folks at Grady Hospital where the people were hospitalized, where the victims were hospitalized. It's several miles from the shooting scene in Midtown Atlanta. They say 3 people remain in critical condition. The 4th person is in stable condition. We will continue to monitor any updates out of those victims out of Midtown Atlanta, guys.
Yeah, Emily, let me just clarify a couple of things, because you said a couple of things I think are really newsworthy. You said the Northside Hospital, you think he was there, it's believed that he was there for an appointment. Is that right? And not in the area anymore?
Yes, that's what we're hearing from Atlanta police, literally tweeting out, posting this update in the last few minutes that they don't have any information indicating the suspect is still in that area of the shooting, and that is why they are lifting the shelter-in-place advisory. In terms of what he was doing in the area, we're learning from our colleague over at MSNBC, Katie Tur. She spoke with the public information officer who told her that the suspect had been at a medical appointment with his mother at Northside Hospital this afternoon.
Okay. Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're also following breaking news in Texas. The man accused of killing 5 neighbors now captured after an intense search. This video appears to show the moments Francisco Oropeza was taken into custody, and now we're learning several others have also been arrested in connection with the case. The local district attorney says Oropeza is charged with 5 counts of murder. Authorities say he shot and killed his neighbors, including a 9-year-old boy, after they asked him to stop firing his assault rifle in the front yard. After 4 days on the run, the suspect was found in the Texas city of Cut and Shoot just last night. That's about 20 miles from the crime scene. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Cleveland, Texas for us. So, Priscilla, what exactly are we learning about these other arrests and how the suspected gunman was actually found?
Well, Zinclay, we learned moments ago that the suspect has now been arraigned on those 5 counts of murder. He's being held on a $7.5 million bond. The magistrate who came out and spoke to reporters said that the suspect was not responsive. He didn't offer any sort of emotional response or anything like that, but did acknowledge that he understood the charges and where he was being held and why he was being held here. And we know that in addition to his arrest, his wife has also been arrested. Her name is Divi Mara Nava, and investigators had said that she was cooperating with the investigation, but we know that she was also found to be at the home where the suspect was found yesterday, and she has now been charged with hindering apprehension of a known felon. And I want to play a little bit of what the district attorney had to say about her role in all of this.
What we believe that Ms. Nava was doing is that she was providing him with material aid and encouragement, food, clothes, and had arranged transport to this house.
And there is a 3rd person who is also being held here at the San Jacinto County Jail. The district attorney said the name was Domingo Castillo, and the DA, right now, that suspect is being held on marijuana charges, but the DA says that those charges are likely to change. There are likely some to be added, and that they believe that he may have played a role in helping the suspect to flee the scene on the night of the crime. Zinclay?
A lot of important developments there. And Priscilla, I mean, all eyes were on this 4-day manhunt, given the gruesome way these people were murdered. And not only was local law enforcement working around the clock, but the FBI and Customs and Border Patrol officers were involved too. So how is the community reacting now to his capture and arraignment, as you just mentioned?
Yeah, Clay, this was a huge effort, and that was definitely felt by the community here. There was a day on Monday when schools sort of had to shelter and dismissals were delayed because there was a possible sighting of the suspect in a neighborhood, and that put a lot of people on edge. And authorities confirmed earlier today that that was, in fact, a real sighting of the suspect. They had seen him running on foot, but they were not able to catch him. And so we spoke to neighbors in the neighborhood where all of this happened and where the suspect was found, and they were in shock. They said that they are relieved to know that he has been captured, but one neighbor put it to us that he won't be sleeping with his doors unlocked from here on out. Clay?
Yeah, this has been a disturbing case, and hopefully it's fully resolving soon. Priscilla Thompson, thank you.
Some breaking economic news this hour. The Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the third time this year. This time they went up 1/4 of a percentage point. What does that mean exactly? Well, you can expect anything you pay interest on to go up. We're talking credit cards, new and adjustable rate mortgages, as well as new car loans. Even student loans could go up. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, for context here, economists were expecting this number, right? They thought it would come, but they also think this might be the last rate hike that we see for a while. What would that mean if the rate hikes stop?
Yeah, and we heard commentary from the Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell saying that after 10 consecutive moves to raise interest rates and the third this year, he said, quote, "We may not be far off. We're possibly even at that level when it comes to interest rates," which suggests that as the Federal Reserve watches this economic precarious position that we're in, where we have high inflation and we have the issues of bank issues in the industry, as well as the potential debt crisis overhang, that has spurred the Federal Reserve to say, you know what, maybe now would be a good time for us to keep interest rates high, but not raise them any further. Again, it depends on how the data comes in, but that could be welcome news to the many Americans who have been watching interest rates across all those types of products that you just mentioned, mortgages, credit cards, really skyrocket.
Especially people in the market for a car or a house or something like that. You mentioned the banking industry. We saw First Republic Bank collapse this week. We had Silicon Valley Bank earlier this year. If the banking sector continues to be volatile like that, would that maybe change the Fed's thinking on hiking interest rates again?
Yeah, well, the Federal Reserve Chairman saying just first off, it was the first thing he mentioned in a press conference, was that the banking system is sound and resilient. But he did say that what's happening in the banking industry is going to have an impact on the economy because, look, the banks are just going to pull back on underwriting credit right now. It's unlikely that banks are going to be as excited to underwrite loans in this type of uncertain environment when you don't know if the bank across the street is going to be okay. So in that type of environment, weirdly, it actually helps the Federal Reserve because their higher interest rates have been trying to do the same thing, pull back on borrowing, pull back on credit. So because of that, the Federal Reserve says, well, that might reinforce the ability of us to not have to raise interest rates any further because of that pullback. But of course, it also comes with the risk of financial instability. But the Federal Reserve is saying for at least right now, even despite the collapse of First Republic just a few days ago, the banking system looks okay.
Okay. Hope so. Brian Chung, thank you.
And in more financial news, a major weight loss and nutrition company is shutting down, and the weekend is getting into the coffee game.
Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Yeah, Jenny Craig is shutting down after 4 decades in the weight loss and nutrition business. Company saying it's closing due to the inability to secure additional financing. It's told employees their jobs would be terminated by the end of this week. This comes about a week after the weight loss company had warned workers of potential mass layoffs. The Weekend, meantime, is partnering with California-based Blue Bottle Coffee to launch Samra Origins. It's a new line of specialty Ethiopian coffee products. The line, named after the musician's mother and honoring his Ethiopian roots, is expected to hit the market in early May, over the next few weeks. And the NBA said the final game of the Warriors-Kings series averaged almost 10 million viewers, making it the most-watched first-round NBA playoff game in 24 years. The Warriors beat the Kings 120-100 in the record-setting event, though they did drop the first game of their series with the LA Lakers last night. Folks are into these games.
I was watching. Yeah, I mean, even WNBA had some record-breaking numbers, so really cool to see.
Yeah.
Amazing.
All right, Bertha, I like the coffee idea, too. Don't you feel like every star now, like the Weekend, is getting either alcoholic beverages or coffee or something?
I'll take coffee.
Yeah, coffee is a little better. You know, there's a lot of folks with tequila out there and gin.
A lot
that
of
seems to be
and
popular.
whiskey. Yeah, all right. Bertha, thank you. Appreciate it.
Bertha. And coming up, what Hollywood writers are saying from the picket lines today with some of your favorite shows now on pause. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Well, if you caught the late night shows last night, you may have noticed they were in reruns. That's because thousands of film and television writers are on strike. They hit the picket lines on Monday for the first time in 15 years. Several other shows were also halted in their production, and it's only day 2 of the strike. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Los Angeles. Marissa, I know you've been talking to people on the picket lines. I want to know what you're hearing from them, and also how is the strike impacting our favorite shows so far?
Right. Well, you have to remember one thing is just how many different types of writers are impacted by this. You've got film writers, you've got writers who write for TV shows, late night talk shows, maybe streaming shows. So the late night talk shows, we've talked about how if you love them, you've probably seen they're running reruns right now. And that's because those are not currently airing. But there's a lot of shows that were currently in production. I'll give you 2 examples because writers for these shows tweeted this out saying Cobra Kai, Yellow Jackets, the pencils are down. They were in the middle of writing. In fact, one writer for the show for Yellow Jackets says they had 1 day in the writing room before they went on strike. So there's a lot of shows, Kate, that are already halting the writing process. But in terms of whether we'll see massive delays and pushed back deadlines, release dates, that depends on how long this lasts.
And Marissa, I'm sad, by the way, about Yellow Jackets because that's one of my favorites. But the film and TV industry, it's really changed a lot, right, since the last writers' strike 15 years ago. Talk about streaming and the introduction of AI and how that's factoring into this whole standoff.
Yeah, so one is affecting the current present reality. The other is looking towards the future. So one thing that was really interesting that I learned last night, speaking to someone who's been a part of the negotiating committee, is that they really did not expect to be such a sticking point. They went into this expecting one outcome, and they really didn't expect that studios would stand so firm, not to even give them any reassurance that AI would not eventually be taking their jobs.
Every writer in the Writers Guild is now suspicious about what the companies have planned to do with these text generators. We're worried that one of these stupid executives is going to take one of these text generators, use it to generate a lot of nonsense, and then assign a writer to rewrite it.
So one thing, I've spoken to a lot of writers on the picket lines. You're looking at video from when we were out there, and a lot of them have said, we know that AI can't replace us. We want to make sure that CEOs know that, Kate.
All right, Marissa Parra watching that closely for us. Marissa, thank you. And new details are emerging about Tucker Carlson's sudden exit from Fox News. We're also learning about the reported role his own text messages may have played in his firing. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following the story.
Yeah, hey there. As you know, these reports have continued to leak out about Tucker Carlson's private messages since he left Fox, but this one is pretty striking. Overnight, a new report out about the former Fox News host's private comments in a text message obtained by the New York Times sent by Carlson to one of his producers in the hours after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The host allegedly describes watching a video of a group of people he calls Trump guys violently attacking a, quote, Antifa kid, calling it dishonorable and adding, quote, it's not how white men fight. Carlson also writing he found himself rooting for the mob. Quote, I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. But then Carlson writes, quote, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is? The Times reporting that the message was filed in the Dominion lawsuit but remains redacted from the public court documents. The Times also reports its contents were disclosed in interviews it conducted with several people who have knowledge of the Dominion voting system's defamation lawsuit against Fox. NBC News, by the way, has not confirmed the contents of that text. The text message added to a growing number of internal issues that led Fox to fire Carlson, the Times reports, according to several people familiar with the matter. Throughout his tenure as the lead primetime host on Fox, Carlson courted a right-wing audience, often with controversial, heated rhetoric about immigration and race.
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided.
This policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Video of some behind-the-scenes comments from Carlson have also surfaced since Fox settled its lawsuit with Dominion. Left-leaning group Media Matters posting a video appearing to show Carlson chatting with host Piers Morgan before an interview.
If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique.
Previously, the New York Times reported it had obtained a video of Carlson discussing his, quote, post-menopausal fans and also referring to a woman as, quote, yummy. A representative for Mr. Carlson told the New York Times that he had no comment about this alleged text message. NBC News has also reached out to Fox and Carlson's lawyer overnight about this report and the leaked video, and we have also not heard back. Back to you.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Coming up, what the man at the center of a racist text messaging scandal involving police in California is saying from inside a California jail. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
A school shooting in the Serbian capital of Belgrade has left at least 9 people dead. A teenager allegedly opened fire on his classmates, his teacher, and a security officer. In response, the president of Serbia said that the 13-year-old will be placed in a psychiatric institution. He added that both the mother and the father of the boy have been arrested as well. Serbia is also imposing a moratorium on new gun licenses for any uses other than hunting.
And Kate, we've got major developments this hour in the war in Ukraine. Russia is now saying that Ukraine attempted to assassinate Russian President Vladimir Putin in a drone attack. Video captured an explosion over the roof of the Kremlin. Putin was not there at the time of the attack. So let's get right to it with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She's in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Ellison, what is the Ukrainian government saying about this attack right now?
Sinclair, they are adamantly denying any involvement. They say these were not their drones, and they say that they believe Russia is essentially trying to set them up here. Look, Russia is claiming that they disabled 2 drones that were flying over the Kremlin. They say those were Ukrainian drones. This video that we've seen, it started appearing on social media platforms overnight. They say this attack took place last night. So far, the Kremlin has not offered any other evidence to say that Ukraine carried out these strikes. NBC News has not been able to independently verify the footage of these drones allegedly flying over the Kremlin. Ukraine has carried out strikes in Russia in the past. Back in December, they carried out a strike on Ingles Air Base. That's some 300 miles past the border that they share with Russia. But that was an instance where they were targeting a military installation, and pretty quickly afterwards, either Ukrainian officials weren't commenting publicly, and then when they did, senior aides to President Zelensky were strongly hinting that they did carry that out, essentially taking credit for it. That's not happened here at all. At the highest level of government, they are saying this was not us. They say, 1, this would not help us on the battlefield. This would be an escalation that we don't need. And 2, they say we don't have weapons to spare. Listen to President Zelensky.
We don't attack Putin or Moscow. We fight on our territory. We are defending our villages and cities.
One of Zelensky's top aide, Mikhailo Podolak, he says that this is something that in his view is predictable of Russia. Again, they're saying that Russia is lying here, and he says he believes they're saying this to try and carry out a large-scale terrorist attack on Ukraine. Ukrainian officials think they're trying to do something to coincide with a very important holiday in Russia, what's known as Victory Day. That takes place on May 9th. Sinclair, a lot of people in Ukraine are hanging close to shelters like the one we're in right now because of the threat or worry of strikes. Sinclair.
Yeah, we know you'll stay on it. Ellison Barber in Ukraine. Stay safe. Thank you.
A series of worldwide raids have targeted Italy's most notorious mafia group. Listen to this. 132 people across 10 countries were arrested today. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga explains how it all went down.
The authorities are calling this the largest ever coordinated hit against the 'Ndrangheta, the most powerful organized crime syndicate in Italy. And the numbers behind these raids really are staggering. According to Europol, the European Union's law enforcement agency, more than 2,700 officers arrested 132 people in 10 different countries. More than 100 of them were arrested here in Italy, but also in other European countries like Belgium and Germany, and as far as Brazil and Panama. Now, the list of crimes behind those arrested is long. Drug trafficking, firearms trafficking, illegal firearms possession, money laundering, fraudulent asset registration, tax fraud, and tax evasion, as well as the aiding and abetting of fugitives, including 2 who were on the European Union's most wanted list. The 'Ndrangheta is a violent crime syndicate that controls much of Europe's cocaine trade, so investigators were not surprised that the international criminal network was mainly devoted to drug drug trafficking from South America to Europe, as well as Australia. But the authorities also found evidence that the network was smuggling weapons from Pakistan to South America in exchange for cocaine shipments. Now, the tens of millions of dollars made from this illegal trafficking were then laundered through investments in real estate, restaurants, hotels, car wash companies, supermarkets, and other commercial activities in several countries around the world.
Claudio, thank you. Coming up, the dramatic video of an officer narrowly escaping out of an out-of-control car. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
President Trump's lawyer informed a judge today that he will not present a defense in the ongoing trial involving rape allegations in New York. He said the one witness they had planned to call was unable to testify due to a health issue. Columnist E. Jean Carroll says Mr. Trump raped her in a New York City department store back in the 1990s. Mr. Trump has denied all the allegations. Carroll's attorneys are expected to rest their case tomorrow.
The track and field community is mourning the death of three-time Olympic medalist Tori Bowie. The sprinter and long jumper was a two-time world champion in the 100-meter dash and a key part of the 4x100 team that won gold at the 2016 Rio Olympics. The cause of death is not yet known. She was only 32 years old.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has revealed its 2023 class, leading the list of inductees: Sheryl Crow, Missy Elliott, George Michael, Willie Nelson, and Rage Against the Machine, among others. And a special award for a non-performer will be given to Don Cornelius, the late host of the legendary music variety show Soul Train. Some good stuff there. The ceremony will be held in Brooklyn on November 3rd.
One to watch. Well, for the first time, we're hearing from one of the plaintiffs in a lawsuit against a California police department. Just weeks ago, racist texts between officers came to light, and since then, the Antioch Police Department has placed several officers on leave. NBC News correspondent Nyla Charles joins us now to talk about this. So, Nyla, can you first just remind us exactly what was in those messages, and what are we hearing from the man at the center of that lawsuit against the officers?
Zinkley, the texts are from 2020 and 2021. In a report from the district attorney's office, it says more than a dozen Antioch officers shared racist and homophobic texts, allegedly saying that some of them admitted to misconduct. In one of the texts, it says, "I sometimes just say people gave me a full confession when they didn't." Another says, "I'm stopping them because they're black." Now, our NBC Bay Area station did speak to Trent Allen. He's one of the several people now suing the police department for violating their civil rights. He's specifically named in the text. This is what he said about his 2021 arrest for murder.
They slammed me on my head, so that kind of knocked me unconscious. They kicked me to wake me back up and kept on doing it over and over. They was basically throwing words out like that, and I'm asking them what's going on. They telling me, "Shut up, you gonna find," like, just basically disrespecting me, giving me no type of respect at all. Kind of like traumatized. It's like, who can I call, like, for help?
The attorney for the plaintiffs says the majority of the complaints accuse the officers of searching them for no reason and taking money and drugs. Now, the majority of the residents in Antioch are minorities. Zinkley?
Disturbing details there. I mean, Nayela, have we heard anything from the department or the officers in response to the lawsuit and these allegations?
Well, the police chief for the Antioch Police Department did release a statement about the report. It says, "I promise to hold accountable the officers expressing racist or bigoted beliefs, bias, insensitivity, and those boasting about harming members of the community." Now, we did reach out to the district attorney's office and the police department for comment about the lawsuit, but for that, they didn't give a comment. Now, Zinkley, the hundreds of cases involving these officers are now under review.
All right, Nayela Charles, thank you so much.
We're getting a look at some jaw-dropping video showing a narrow escape by a police officer in Virginia. Take a look at this video. You see the officer on the passenger side of another car during a traffic stop, and out of nowhere, you see this car spin out of control from the other direction. That officer got out of the way just in time. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach's following this story for us. Gary, that video is incredible. Walk us through what happened, and was anybody hurt?
Absolutely wild video. Every single time I see it, I just can't believe that nobody was seriously injured in this situation. You see the dark BMW careening around the corner, losing control, drifting into oncoming traffic, and slamming into the vehicle that was being stopped by a Fairfax County police officer there. That car was going 120 miles an hour before coming to a stop just beyond the frame of the dashboard video there. The police officer, again, was feet away, as you can just see, from being very seriously injured. Fairfax County police say the out-of-control BMW was driven by a 17-year-old who had two other passengers in the car. Apparently, they all were wearing seatbelts, but that driver was charged with reckless driving, which in Virginia is a misdemeanor that could mean jail time. Kate?
And is this prompting any conversation about reckless driving and teenagers? I mean, you said 17 years old, that driver?
So, yeah, it was 17-year-old driver. It was a crash that happened in the middle of the day. Apparently, alcohol was not a factor in this. But everyone has phones they shouldn't be using. Everyone wants to get to where they want to get quickly. Fairfax County officials say enough is enough.
It was traveling well over 120 miles per hour when it lost control. We're seeing our teens involved in more and more instances. This year alone, compared to 2022, we've seen an increase by 62% in the number of citations we've issued to teen drivers for speeding.
And those citation numbers in Fairfax County alone are remarkable. They've given 62% more tickets to teen drivers for speeding offenses this year compared to last year, 98% more for violating signs or signals, and there's been a 181% increase in failing to pay full-time attention, which is often associated with a crash. Kate?
I just can't get over that video. Gary Grumbach, I'm so glad everybody was okay. Thank you.
And Jackson Mahomes, the social media influencer and brother of Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes, was arrested this morning for aggravated sexual battery. Mahomes is accused of assaulting a waiter and forcibly kissing the female owner of a Kansas City area restaurant on February 25th. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is following this story for us. So, Vaughn, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, it was this morning at sunrise that Jackson Mahomes was formally detained. He turned himself in to the Johnson County Detention Center in Overland Park, Kansas. Of course, Jackson Mahomes is the brother of star Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, but he's risen to his own prominence on his brother's coattails, becoming a social media influencer, big on TikTok, big on Instagram. And this event goes back to February, in which there was an incident on February 25th in which, in Overland Park, Kansas, a 40-year-old restaurant owner says that Jackson Mahomes not only shoved a waiter, but then upon attempting to address him about that particular incident, alleges that Jackson Mahomes then forcibly kissed her. She says that there are marks, bruises that show this, and that there is surveillance footage that shows this incident play out. Now, here this afternoon, Jackson Mahomes is being formally arraigned. He is set and held on a $100,000 bond. The attorney for Jackson Mahomes has told NBC News that the court has kept him from providing a current statement, but back in March, they did tell NBC News at the time that, quote, every interaction between people needs to be placed in the proper context. Releasing a short clip of any video does not provide proper context. We have faith in the process and look forward to a swift resolution of the matter. Guys?
All right, big developments there. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. We are just 8 days away from a major change in U.S. immigration policy. On May 11th, the COVID-era immigration rule known as Title 42 will end. That rule allowed the government to more easily expel migrants over health concerns. When that ends, a major influx of migrants is expected in the U.S. The acting Border Patrol commissioner says they expect 10,000 people to try and cross the border every day. In preparation for that, President Biden has authorized 1,500 more active duty soldiers and Marines to support Border Patrol operations. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is down near the border in El Paso, Texas. Gabe, good to see you. What are these troops going to be doing at the border, and how are local officials preparing for what's to come?
Well, hi there, Kate. Good afternoon. Well, those troops are expected to provide logistical support for Customs and Border Protection officials. But as you can see behind me, Kate, here in El Paso and a couple other cities throughout Texas, they're already seeing an influx, and this city has already declared a state of emergency. You see how many migrants are here, and, you know, this is a church that we visited several months ago, and I can tell you that the difference is striking. The line here of migrants stretches down this block and extends for several city blocks, and they've been sleeping here all night. Officials here have said that there has been a huge influx over the last several weeks, and again, El Paso, as well as Brownsville, Texas, and Laredo have also declared states of emergency. Now, some local migrant advocates say that this troop deployment sends the wrong message, and also some Republicans, Kate, they say that it's too little too late. We spoke with one business owner here who has been asking the federal government to pay attention to this problem, and who says that the Biden administration has not done enough to prepare for the lifting of Title 42, Kate.
So, Gabe, you're on the U.S. side. Is there any sense for how many people are already waiting to come across the border on the Mexico side? What are we hearing from them? And I wonder if they think that they're going to be able to easily enter the United States.
Well, Kate, right now there are conflicting numbers on just how many people are across the border in Juarez and in other cities in Mexico. But there are reports that there are thousands of migrants who have arrived there over the past few weeks and who are expected to try and cross the border next week. And that is why the Biden administration has authorized these extra 1,500 active duty troops. But again, they are just to provide logistical support. They are not expected to participate, not even authorized to participate in any law enforcement function in terms of arrests or anything like that. So there are real questions on how border officials will be able to deal with this expected influx. But again, we hear that there are thousands of migrants who are across the border waiting to get into the U.S. We should find out more next week, again, a week from tomorrow, when Title 42 is expected to be lifted, Kate.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Thank you, Gabe.
Coming up, why more companies are offering corporate childcare and how you can convince your company to offer it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Modern Parenting, we're taking a look at corporate childcare and how it impacts companies and their employees. According to a recent Care.com study, 46% of companies say they are making childcare benefits a priority for workers.
And 80% of companies say childcare support has a positive impact on productivity. Joining us now is Daniel Zhao. He's lead economist for Glassdoor, and that's a website that offers employee-based reviews on companies, in case you don't know. And we also have editor-in-chief of Parents website, Grace Bastidas, is with us again. Good to see you both. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah. Daniel, let me start with you. So we just showed a couple of numbers. Studies really show that having childcare for your employees can benefit a company, right? How so? How does that happen?
Well, we know that childcare is really something that employees care about. This is something that we've seen on the social networking app Fishbowl, that discussions of childcare have more than doubled since before the pandemic. It's really something that has been highlighted by the pandemic as something that is really important for employees. And in that context, I think it's really important for employers in a competitive job market to be thinking about ways that they can really attract talent and, crucially, retain that talent.
Yeah, I want to ask more about that in a sec. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also not lost on me as a parent. As I'm sure you know, Kate, it's not easy to give your child to someone else to care for. So, Grace, what do you recommend when it comes to choosing which kind of child care is best for them?
Well, it's an incentive. It's a childcare benefits are an incentive for an employee if they're affordable. Do they allow you to save money while not sacrificing quality? Are they accessible? Does it make sense for your family? We know that care looks different for everyone. And is it flexible? Will it come in handy if your primary child care falls through and you need a solution quickly?
Yeah. Daniel, you mentioned recruiting and keeping people. And I think about the pandemic, and everything has changed so fundamentally, right? We're all used to different things now. We're used to working, not us, but a lot of people work from home a lot. So how are companies having to sort of incentivize, as Grace just said, people to come in using childcare? Do they have to offer more now?
Oh, exactly. I think employers really need to reevaluate their benefits for the new world of work that we're in today. If you're trying to encourage your employees or potential job seekers to come into the office, one way to do that is to offer in-office benefits like childcare on site. So I think that that's a really important way that employers, if they want people to come in, they have to reevaluate that benefits package and really think about what stands out to job seekers today.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people have adjusted to those new COVID norms of being at home with their kids. So with that said, I mean, Grace, how can individuals encourage their employers to do that? It sounds a bit like an uphill battle, but any tips?
Well, if you have Parenting ERG, an employee resource group, or you can gather a group of parents together to join forces, talk to your HR, and advocate for childcare benefits, that is the best strategy. Do your research, build a case, talk about what those incentives would be for both sides, right? We talked about that when an employer takes the stress or relieves some of the stress from working parents, it's a win-win, really. You're not only boosting morale, but productivity. And you may even want to present a plan of what these benefits could look like and how to make them equitable for all families in your company. Like I said before, care looks different for everyone. So how do you meet parents wherever they are in their parenthood journey?
Yeah. I see Daniel nodding along with all of this. So from a company perspective, though, is it easy to get your boss to agree to give you some kind of child care benefit, whether it's there or just like a voucher for somewhere else?
Well, I think it is a tough conversation to have. I think people, want more benefits, and companies are hesitant to offer more benefits.
Costs money.
Yes, exactly. But I think that what Grace pointed out is that you can have this conversation if you do the research in advance and you show kind of the broad support there is for this kind of thing. And I think actually something that Grace mentioned that really resonated with me was the idea of equity. A lot of companies are talking the talk on DEI, but are they actually walking the walk? One way that they can actually demonstrate that is by offering benefits like childcare, where they can help make sure that they are retaining and attracting women and mothers into the workforce, and especially that's important for long-term retention too, which is critical for developing women as leaders internally, as opposed to just not really investing in retention for that long term.
I mean, equity is so key. I've reported on childcare deserts. There are areas of the country that don't have childcare at all, or people can't get their kids on lists. So, Grace, I wonder, what do you suggest to parents who are deciding between traditional childcare and workplace childcare if their employer offers it?
I think it's an individual decision. Again, you have to look at what your company offers. If you're in person in the workplace, maybe on-site childcare makes sense for you. If you're remote, credit reimbursement so that you can find a facility near you. Or if you need backup care, maybe that's the way to go. Or if you have an older kid, maybe tutoring makes more sense than a babysitter.
We just have a minute, but just final thought. Do you think we're in a better place? Start with you, Grace. Are we in a better place now for people who want childcare at work?
I think so. I think we're talking about it, right? So that's a good sign. And if you get people together and negotiate this and talk about it with your HR, with your company, I think they'll listen, because they really want to recruit and retain a lot of working parents and especially women who have been leaving in greater numbers.
Last word to you.
Well, I think that right now there are a lot of options out there. It doesn't just have to be on-site childcare. You can potentially negotiate with your employer for remote work, flexible work. I think with where the new world of work is today, there are a lot of options for parents who want to come up with better ways to take care of their kids.
Yeah, times are changing. Grace and Daniel, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mexican singer Peso Pluma is breaking barriers for the Mexican community.
Yeah, 8 of his songs are currently listed on Billboard's Hot 100. NBC's Guad Venegas sat down with the artist for an exclusive interview.
For weeks, he's become the soundtrack for millions on social media. Songs like Ella Baila Sola, catapulting him into fame, with crowds of fans swarming just to catch a glimpse of him. His name is Peso Pluma, featherweight in Spanish, but he's now a heavy hitter in the music world.
Why do people like your music so much?
I think it's that, the passion that I want to transmit people, la autenticidad.
A proud sense of authenticity for Hassan Emilio Caban de Laija, the 23-year-old who grew up in Jalisco, Mexico, son to a shoemaker and a makeup artist. For years, he played soccer, but it was music where he would ultimately play in the big leagues. In an exclusive interview with Top Story, we met the artist behind the music.
How did the name come about?
Marco Antonio Barrera, that he was champion of the world in his time. As in featherweight, he was the one that told us, "Hey, you know that I was a champion in that weight," and we just kept the name.
A name that has transcended language and cultures.
No, you were the legend. Come on, bud. There's a line around the block 3 times today for you today.
Last week, he made history performing the first Mexican regional song on The Tonight Show.
The Tonight Show, and you played regional Mexican music. What was that like, and what does it mean for you to have done that last night?
I mean, it means a lot to play regional, to play what we play. It was really hard to get people from other countries, people from other cities, from that speak another language, just to pay attention to what Mexicans are doing. We are surprised that our music is getting to the global charts as #1.
In the U.S., he's currently the most played artist on YouTube, and his songs are topping Spotify and Billboard charts.
When we talk about the biggest artists in America, do you see yourself as part of them now?
We are in shock that we are in the charts with people that we've been hearing that I've been hearing all my life, that I've been looking up all my life. Bad Bunny is a legend. Taylor Swift is a legend too here in the U.S. and the whole world.
Latin music growing at a rapid pace in America, with 8 Peso Pluma songs currently on the Billboard's Hot 100. One of those songs, Chanel, which he performed at Coachella with Becky G.
El ver a todas las personas, el ver a seeing the whole crowd like just singing my songs, singing the lyrics que yo hice cuando estaba ver a 15,000 personas en un estadio cantarla.
Inimaginable.
Es inimaginable.
Peso Pluma, mi
I don't know if there's like an English singer or someone that you're thinking you want to collaborate with, or maybe someone you'd like to collaborate with.
Drake.
You want to collaborate with Drake?
Yeah, Drake is the GOAT.
What kind of song would you do with Drake?
Whatever he's up to. Hopefully he's watching. ¿Qué andamos?
Big dreams for an artist who says he's just getting started.
I want people to hear my music all their lives. I don't want to be a 1, 2, 3 year artist. I want to be there my whole life.
Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Andamos.
Yeah.
Hope Drake was listening.
Truly. And before we go, we got to talk about today's daily snapshot. Take a look at this picture of King Charles. But wait, it's not really King Charles.
This is a wax figure unveiled today. Could you tell? by Madame Tussauds in Australia. Guests in attendance included the wax figures of Prince William in the background there and Princess Kate of Wales.
Wow.
Those I could tell a little more, but King Charles looks pretty darn real.
It really does.
The unveiling ceremony included a changing of the guards show and a performance from Sydney bagpipers, of course.
Oh, well, that's how you know it's serious, right? Well, I'm Zinklea Savoy.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, reporting from Washington. We have a bunch of new developments today on the Biden administration's difficulty in dealing with the border and, of course, the political quagmire that involves anything having to do with immigration. We've got a highly suspect claim from Russia that charges Ukraine attempted to somehow assassinate President Putin. And the Fed just raised interest rates to a 16-year high as it continues to try to fight rising inflation. But their rate hike came with a caveat. But we're going to begin today where we've had to begin so many shows in recent months. Breaking news of death and injuries from an active shooter situation. This time the location is Midtown Atlanta, a medical center. Authorities say at least one person has been killed, 4 others injured. The gunman apparently is still on the loose and is considered armed and dangerous. The Atlanta PD released these images of the suspected gunman, 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Moments ago, police told reporters that Patterson opened fire while he was in the waiting room of the medical facility. He then carjacked a vehicle and fled the scene. These images appear to show the suspect inside the medical center with a gun. Police tell NBC News that they believe he was there with his mother for an appointment. The shooting in Atlanta comes as the U.S. has now seen at least 190 shootings this year that meet the Gun Violence Archive's definition of a mass shooting. So to put that in perspective, Meet the Press Now has been continually updating this map of mass shootings this year. Again, the definition being 4 or more injured, not necessarily killed, but injured by one gunman. We didn't have to update it today. Why? because this is not the first mass shooting in Atlanta in 2023. Speaking this afternoon from the White House podium, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that President Biden has been made aware of the situation.
Is the president frustrated about what we're seeing in our communities, in our schools, in our churches, and this epidemic that we've seen, this gun violence epidemic? And this is yes, of course he's frustrated. We know that Congress needs to take more steps to deal with the violence that we're seeing, again, in our communities, our schools, our churches, which just should not be. American people should be able to feel free to go into a grocery store, to go to church. Our kids should feel free and feel safe, and our teachers, administrators should feel safe to go into a school. And right now, we're seeing weapons of war on our streets.
Minutes ago, Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock spoke about the shooting from the Senate floor and said that his own children were at the time on lockdown in their school in Atlanta.
I think that the unspoken assumption is that this can't happen to me. But with a mass shooting every day, the truth is the chances are great. I shudder to say it, but the truth is, in a real sense, is only a matter of time that this kind of tragedy comes knocking on your door.
Joining me now from the scene in Atlanta is my colleague, NBC News correspondent Katie Beck. Jim Kavanaugh is a retired ATF special agent in charge and NBC News law enforcement analyst, and he'll be able to help us out here. But Katie, I know we just got an update from Atlanta authorities. What can you tell us, and do they at least have a general idea where the suspect is?
Well, at this point, Chuck, the answer to that is no. What they are tracking is a lot of information that came, what they say, from surveillance footage from cameras that were probably inside the hospital and outside on the street. They said that they believe that the suspect exited the building and carjacked a vehicle and that he is no longer in this area. What they are asking for is the public's help. They're offering $10,000 reward for any information that could lead to his arrest. They also say his mother, who was actually attending this appointment with him and was not injured, is cooperating with them and giving them information. There's limited information that they can share with us from her, but they say that she is cooperating with them and providing information. Sadly, they did update us to tell us that all of the victims in this particular shooting were all women, 4 of them fighting for their lives now at a local hospital, 1 of them deceased. But they say that they feel like they have a lot of information to work with, and the reason they are putting out the identity and asking people to focus on that picture is because they are desperate to find this person. They believe he's armed, they believe he's dangerous, and they're telling people, don't confront him, call us should you see him. But certainly today, being here, being on this street, seeing this response was absolutely surreal. This was Midtown Atlanta and possibly the busiest time of the day, a busy area with businesses and condos, and it was absolutely locked down at a standstill with helicopters in the sky and police doing a grid search to try and find this individual. So now I think becomes the question, how far did he get, and is he still in that vehicle that he carjacked? And they say that they actually have recovered that vehicle, but there could be another vehicle that they're soon going to release information about.
Katie, why did they feel so good lifting the lockdown if they don't really even have a general idea where the suspect is?
I think that video, Chuck, confirmed the fact that he left this area. I think they needed to be thorough and make sure that they did and they said they did. They did a room-by-room search of that medical facility to make sure there was no chance he was still in the area. But they are confident that he is no longer here and that he actually was the one responsible for that carjacking. And keep in mind, the area where they say he did this carjacking is 1 block off of 85. So the highway is literally just to my right. So he had a pretty easy escape route if he did, in fact, take that car.
And do we know much more about him and his background? Is he a veteran? There's been some talk of that. Is there mental health issues with him that we know about?
None of that has been confirmed by police. We have certainly heard all of that today as well. And we've heard that the appointment that he was seeking at this facility was for a mental health purpose, but none of that has been confirmed yet by police. So still in the early stages.
Katie Beck on the scene for us. Katie, thank you. Let me bring in Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, I'm curious, the more media attention something like this gets, when is the point it's helpful to law enforcement, and when is the point that it gets in the way?
Well, I think right now it's helpful because we have a murderer loose in a greater metropolitan city, and you want to make the situation of everybody there and the police versus the killer. And so you want to leverage everybody's eyes and ears and everybody's fear and angst, which helps keep you safe, because fear is not always a bad thing, and to call in. In other words, the more people in the greater metropolitan Atlanta area that are paying attention to this story on the media and social media, the better chance of catching the guy before he kills again. So right now, I think it's a good thing. And Atlanta PD needs to leverage it.
So you say it right now is a good thing. When does it become a problem?
Well, if it becomes, you know, given too much infamy to the person, if he's after infamy, then, you know, keep harping on his name and everything after he's caught or after he's killed. I think as long as it's being used to capture him, his identity, then, you know, once he's caught or captured, you know, let's not ever hear his name again one time, and then he can be, you know, put in the dustbin of history. But until then, I think it's critical that his identity's out there so he can be stopped, because someone else's life is in the balance for sure. This guy, he carjacked once, Chuck. I'd say the chances are pretty good. He's probably carjacked again already.
Right.
You know, that's his ticket. The gun is his ticket. Yeah, sure.
I'm curious. When I talk to law enforcement officials, almost unanimously, they believe there are too many guns on the street. Yet the law enforcement community is never the face of this conversation about regulating guns. Because, look, we have plenty of mentally challenged people in this country. We have them around the world. We know, you know, the only way to prevent mentally ill people from getting firearms is to figure out a way to regulate the sale of firearms. Where's the law enforcement leadership on this?
Well, you know, a lot of times they do speak up. The International Association of Chiefs of Police, of which I'm a lifetime member, speaks up about it often. And, you know, organizations, when new legislation comes to bear, sheriffs associations, police associations, they'll stand up against like these open carry laws and say that's going to make things dangerous. But what happens here, you know, people say, oh, we need to march in the streets, we need to march for our lives, we need to do all these things. It's all down to the vote. It's all down to when you go in the voting booth, are you voting for the person who's going to do the things to make your community safer, or are you voting for the person that's not? That's basically it. And guess what? America at large is not voting for the person, because the congressmen and the senators up there who won't even give us reasonable gun legislation, not unreasonable gun legislation, not taking everybody's gun away or anything like that, but some reasonable things, they only respond to being reelected.
You're not wrong, Jim.
You know, that's it. That's all it is. And so if you go in the booth and you say, I don't want my kids to be subject to this or me in the work, then I got to pull the lever for the person who won't do that.
No, Jim, it is what I keep pointing out. Until somebody loses an election for having a position that isn't in favor of many gun laws, until that happens, I think we have to figure out how to live in the society that we're accepting. Anyway, Jim Kavanaugh.
And the laws can reduce the shootings. Good laws can reduce the shootings, not totally eliminate it.
Absolutely. Jim Kavanaugh, always good to get your expertise on here. Jim, thank you. Unfortunate circumstances, of course. We're going to continue to follow this breaking news. We'll bring you any updates as we get them. And speaking of updates, we do want to update you on another manhunt that was underway for another mass shooting suspect just 24 hours ago. This one was in Texas. But late last night, police announced that they did capture the man who had been evading them for days after allegedly shooting 5 people, including a child, over the weekend in Cleveland, Texas. This is footage of what appears to be the moments around his arrest. Authorities say a call to an FBI tip line helped track him down. This is a sense of media throwing it out there, does give people the information they need. He was arrested in the town of Cut and Shoot, Texas, after being found in a private home, hiding in a closet under a pile of laundry. He is now in jail and is expected to be charged with 5 counts of murder. Coming up, Broken border, broken politics. The latest efforts by the Biden administration to address an expected migrant surge as DHS Secretary Mayorkas prepares a trip to the southern border. And the politics of immigration remain completely stuck here in Washington. And U.S. officials try to get to the bottom of these new claims by Russia that says President Putin was targeted by an attempted Ukrainian drone strike, which Ukraine denies. We're live in Kharkiv with the latest. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's turn now to the upcoming deadline that could lead to both short-term peril and long-term political pain for the Biden White House if Congress remains at a stalemate. No, I'm not talking about the potential June 1st debt limit cliff. I'm talking about the border and Title 42's May 12th expiration date that has the Biden administration making more unilateral moves on the border. The Pentagon announced yesterday that 1,500 active duty troops are on their way to the border to reinforce the military personnel already there. The White House also announced late yesterday a new agreement with Mexico, allowing border officials to turn more migrants who are not from Mexico back across the border. Remain in Mexico, if you remember that policy during the Trump era. And we learned this afternoon that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will be heading to the border tomorrow. These moves, all of them, are just the latest in a barrage of measures the White House has thrown at the escalating border problem in just the past few months. In January, the Biden administration expanded Title 42 expulsions to include other migrants from more Latin American countries. The following month, the administration unveiled new restrictions on asylum seekers in an effort to deter unauthorized crossings. Last month came the news of new processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia to help deter migrants from making the journey north, file for asylum in the country first. And as we already just mentioned, in the last 24 hours came the announcement of troops to the border and that agreement with Mexico to help essentially create the Remain in Mexico policy, put it back into service, allows U.S. to turn back more migrants quickly. It must be noted that none of these measures has the weight of a comprehensive fix that could only come through Congress. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas essentially told me Sunday the White House is trying to navigate a system that is already broken. Take a listen.
The president on day one delivered a solution. He delivered immigration reform legislation that we had hoped Congress would act on swiftly. They haven't. Within the constraints of a broken immigration system, we are doing so much. The fundamental point is we have more than 2 million cases in an immigration backlog that has been building year over year over year. What a powerful example of a completely broken immigration system. We have got to fix it. We need legislative reform.
Folks, the looming Title 42 deadline and the expected surge of migrants it will cause caps 10 years of gridlock and increasing bitterness on the issue of comprehensive immigration reform. The closest we came to comprehensive reform was back in early 2013 when the so-called Gang of Eight group of senators reached a deal to overhaul the system, increase security, provide a pathway to citizenship for hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants already in the country. They were going to build a fence, too, by the way. It passed with a supermajority in the Senate, only to die in the House under then Speaker John Boehner. Since then, the road to compromise has only gotten rockier as both parties have actually moved further apart on this issue, with Democrats increasingly hesitant to embrace the issue of border security in exchange for anything, and Republicans increasingly resistant to a pathway to citizenship for anybody, regardless of how much border security Democrats agree to. Some top Republicans have floated military incursions into Mexico in the name of national security, while others called Biden's sending the troops to the border, quote, political theater. Meanwhile, the Senate's top Democrat in foreign relations, Chairman Bob Menendez, really unloaded on the president's plan to send troops to the border. He called it unacceptable, arguing it, quote, caters to the Republican Party's xenophobic attacks on our asylum system. Folks, this is the curse of our polarized political climate. The border is an issue that fires up partisan actors. So for a lot of politicians, the problem is better politics than a solution. And actually trying to be for compromise is a political loser and only invites snarky attacks from the left or the right, depending on your political persuasion. Gabe Gutierrez is live for us in El Paso. They've declared a state of emergency ahead of the end of Title 42. So, Gabe, look, the communities in Texas are preparing for this. Everybody knows what's about to happen. The resources they're trying to build them up, but it doesn't seem like anybody in these communities thinks the federal government can handle this.
Absolutely not, Chuck. And look, they have been asking for federal help, not just for the last few months, but really for years. You laid it out quite well in your introduction. This is something that has been frustrating both political parties, not just for years, but really for decades. You talked about immigration reforms back in 2013. I mean, think even further than that, the Bush administration, and I believe it was 2005, 2006 when immigration reform fell apart there. I want to show you where I am right now. This is a Catholic church here in El Paso. We were here several months ago, Chuck, when President Biden visited the border. I can tell you the number of migrants that I am seeing right now dwarfs what we saw several months ago in December and into January. You remember that spike back then? Then the numbers went down when the policies, there was a shift in policy at the beginning of the year, and the numbers went down a little bit. Also, it was in the middle of winter, so the numbers went down just a bit. But they are picking back up. And as you mentioned, Chuck, so many communities here along the border are just now frustrated. 3 communities, El Paso, Laredo, and Brownsville, have declared a state of emergency. And the number of migrants here extends all the way down the block, around the corner, in several city blocks. There are hundreds, if not more than 1,000 migrants sleeping here every night now. And local officials say they just don't know what to do. You mentioned that these 1,500 active duty troops that are being sent down here, they have drawn some bipartisan criticism. You mentioned Senator Menendez today. I've spoken with some local migrant advocates who say that this is it just sends the wrong message. That this is that these troops down here makes it look like there's a war on migrants. On the other side, I spoke with some Republicans here who argue, look, this is too little, too late. And again, you just turn around, basically 360-degree view. This is what some streets in El Paso, not all, but several city blocks here in downtown El Paso near the border look look like right now. And again, local officials here are just incredibly frustrated, Chuck.
Gabe, I see that there's porta potties behind you. I mean, this is stuff the city's put there to try to deal with this overflow situation, correct?
Yeah, there are volunteers here, and earlier today we saw one of these trucks with supplies coming here, and there was a scramble for food and water. I've spoken with several of these migrants. They've been here, for days. One woman from Venezuela, and I will tell you, at least today, the ones that I've been speaking with, largely, almost all of them have been from Venezuela. This one woman with her 10-year-old daughter, she's been here for 10 days. She was asking where she could find food and water. She's trying to get up to New York to meet up with family members there. And of course, we haven't even talked about the controversial policy of busing migrants to other parts of the country. Right. Governor Greg Abbott here in Texas is reviving that policy as well. So yes, local officials are trying to help these migrants in a humanitarian capacity. Again, as you said, these active duty troops now coming to the border to help Customs and Border Protection officials with logistical support in order to get a handle on this. Chuck.
And it's not yet May 12th. Gabe Gutierrez in El Paso for us. Gabe, thank you. Joining me now is Delaware Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. She's a national campaign co-chair for President Biden's 2024 re-election campaign. Congresswoman, I appreciate you coming on and spending a few minutes with us.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you so much.
I understand that the majorities for the Democrats were very narrow when President Biden introduced his bill on immigration. But it went nowhere. And not only did it not go anywhere, the Democratic leads, Pelosi and Schumer, chose not to focus on it, chose not to emphasize it. I understand why. Very hard politically. But I don't know if you can just blame the Republicans for this when Democrats who are in control really never tried. Do you accept that premise from me or not?
Well, first of all, I want to start off with the fact that this is a dire situation all around. Mm-hmm. I had an opportunity to go to the Northern Triangle and visit and talk to people and understand that for some, it is about economic opportunity. For some, it is about saving their lives or that of their children. And so I want to start off with that as the foundation of the conversation. I think the other piece to mention is that, immigration reform has been and had been bipartisan. And, there have been these efforts to do something because it is important that it be bipartisan and that it be comprehensive. I had the opportunity as well just to talk to my Republican colleagues about it from I co-chair and started a bipartisan Future of Work caucus. And so this affects not just the economy and the situation of those individuals and families that are coming here, but it also affects our economy as well. Mm-hmm. President Biden, as you know, you mentioned the troops. I think it should be really clear that the intention is to have troops be there in an administrative capacity, not law enforcement, but in an administrative capacity. But it points back to the point that we need comprehensive immigration reform. And unfortunately, what has just been presented by our Republican colleagues does not get us any closer to a real bipartisan agreement to be able to make the impact that we want to make.
Is it now time to throw away the word comprehensive? It's pretty clear in this political environment with the way, at the end of the day, look, it's impossible to come out and campaign for moderation. We see it now, right? I know, you get pounded as an elected official if you call for compromise, right? Your base of your party, left or right, comes at you. And I feel like that gets in the way of essentially everybody holding hands and jumping off this immigration cliff together.
So, Chuck, I don't think we need to get away from the word comprehensive, but I do think that we need to take the wins. Your last story was about gun violence. Mm-hmm. And the fact that after 30 years, we were able to come together in a bipartisan way and pass legislation really does have an impact on people. Did we go as far as we want to yet? No. Mm-hmm. But it made a difference. And I think that, President Biden, all the years I've known him, it's been over 30-something years, that's always the way that he operated was, let's try to find that common ground for the American people. That's why we were able to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law after I don't even know how many decades. We've talked about that. And I think that there is a way forward. Is it to demonize groups? No. Is it to isolate folks? No. But is it to say, like, what creates a safer environment for us, what for those coming, what creates opportunity for those coming, those things we need to do, and we need to do them together.
On the issue of asylum specifically, in the past, economic pain has not been something that we've granted asylum to. It's usually political issues or fear of safety. Where are you on this? Should economic opportunity be something we give asylum to?
Well, I mean, the reality is right now, and I come from my former job, I was Secretary of Labor in Delaware, and I was head of state personnel, and I was also CEO of the Urban League, and so jobs are like really important to me. Just unveiled a jobs agenda. For us, we as a country have serious, serious needs for our workforce. Everyone from engineers, I just left a manufacturing plant, from engineers and folks that can work in manufacturing to farm workers. And so it is in our interest to also provide economic opportunity for others as well, because it is a win-win.
No, look, our inflation situation is something that is arguably more to do with our immigration problem than it does with interest rates. But that's a debate that I've been like yelling in a wind tunnel about. But let me pivot here to the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
Is the president? Why shouldn't we call the president's meeting with Kevin McCarthy the start of a negotiation?
Well, first of all, I want people to remember that the president had Kevin McCarthy in his office and talked to him before the speaker passed his piece of legislation. The president wanted a real serious conversation. What was presented to us in the House was, to me, not a very serious bill. There's a lot of different pieces that went into it to make to have the members that on the Republican side pass it, but we know it wouldn't pass in the Senate, and and the president is now going to have this meeting on May 9th, and I think it's important for people to know he takes this seriously. We take this seriously. We know this is like not pie in the sky. Like, this is people's pensions and Social Security. And they, some of the proposals that were in this bill that the Republicans passed had cuts to things like Meals on Wheels. Those are not serious conversation starters. And it's my understanding, first of all, I've been in Congress, so I saw us pass clean debt ceiling bills under President Trump 3 times.
Right.
President Trump himself even said, you don't negotiate on this. So hopefully the speaker will take President Trump's advice if he doesn't take any of ours.
I understand that, but do you accept, look, the voters put Republicans in charge of the House, so they have a say here. And the Senate can't get a bill passed.
Very narrowly.
I hear you. A Senate bill can't pass the House. I take it that the House bill can't pass the Senate. So at the end of the day, there's going to have to be some negotiating here, correct?
And back to the original point that I made, President Biden stands ready to work with folks because he's done it before. But we got to be serious about it. And I think most of us know that the stakes are that high, that this May 9th meeting is going to be important, but also that, the Senate, both Republicans and Democrats, come to the table as well. It's not just the Speaker of the House.
Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester from the state of Delaware, also a Biden campaign co-chair. Thank you for coming out, sharing your perspective with us. It was helpful. Appreciate it. Coming up, U.S. officials are trying to validate or invalidate Russia's startling claim that Ukraine suddenly tried to carry out a drone assassination attack on President Putin at the Kremlin. What it means for the war from the war zone next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
You're only like 3 hours behind everybody. Welcome back. The war in Ukraine arguably entered a new chapter today with the Kremlin this morning accusing Ukraine of trying to carry out a terrorist attack in what they claimed was a potential assassination attempt on President Putin at the Kremlin. Moscow made the allegation without providing any evidence other than this interesting video, and Ukraine has said they had nothing to do with this incident, calling it a, quote, trick from our opponents. President Zelensky also addressed the allegations in a press conference earlier today.
We don't attack Putin or Moscow. We fight on our territory. We are defending our villages and cities.
U.S. officials tell NBC News that they are looking into the alleged drone attack and its validity. Secretary of State Antony Blinken cautioned about taking any claims coming from the Kremlin at face value.
I would take anything coming out of the Kremlin with a very large shaker of salt. So let's see. We'll see what the facts are. And it's really hard to comment or speculate on this without really knowing what the facts are.
Well, and that video, shall we say, looks a little too convenient. Joining me now is Ellison Barber in Ukraine, and I also have retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, a former deputy commander of U.S. European operations and an NBC News military analyst. Anyway, let me start, though, with what's going on the ground in Ukraine. I know you are in a bunker right now. It's after curfew. What attempts are U.S. intelligence officials making to try to at least back up Ukrainian denials?
You know, this whole series of events has been fascinating to watch play out today because you mentioned that video. NBC News has not independently verified this video that has come out of Russia, but it first appeared on social media platforms. Russia has not offered any other evidence to support the claims that they are making. In Ukraine right now, there is a warning from the U.S. Embassy tonight, warning of the heightened ongoing threat of missile attacks, given the rhetoric of the last few hours and the missile strikes we've seen in the last week, particularly on the capital of Kyiv. But yet this video, Moscow is claiming that these drones appeared over the Kremlin overnight and that they disabled them. They say not just that Ukraine was trying to carry out some sort of covert strike in Russia's territory, but specifically they are claiming that they were trying to assassinate Russian President Vladimir Putin. Ukrainian officials, from President Zelensky to defense officials, have been quick to say that is not true. They say they had nothing to do with this, that they did not know anything about this. They say these were not their drones, and that this type of attack would not benefit them in any way, shape, or form. It's very rare for Ukraine to carry out any sort of strikes in Russian occupied territory, be that Crimea, or physically in Russia. There was one instance back in December when there was a strike that was carried out on Ingalls Air Base. That was some 300 miles past the Russian border. But if you remember when that happened, you had senior officials in Ukraine on background confirming to a number of news outlets that they were involved in that. Then you had the senior aide to President Zelensky essentially winking and nodding and making a public statement saying basically that they were behind it, saying what goes up must come down. That's not what's happened here. This is a situation where you very quickly had Ukrainian officials saying we didn't have anything to do with this. On top of it, they're arguing that this wouldn't benefit them on the battlefield. And President Zelensky is saying, hey, look, we do not have weapons to spare to carry something out like this. What Ukrainian officials say they think is happening here is that Russia is trying to set them up. You have the top aide to Zelensky saying that he believes Russia is trying to plan some sort of terrorist attack. Another aide saying that they think Russia is trying to plant this sort of false flag, if you will, to maybe set up some sort of strike that they're going to carry out on Ukraine as retaliation as we get closer to Victory Day, which is May 9th. It's an incredibly important holiday in Russia. It commemorates the defeat of Nazi Germany, and they have these massive military parades on the Red Square in Moscow. So from Ukraine's perspective, they are quickly saying, we didn't do this. This won't benefit us.
Right.
And they are accusing Russia of essentially trying to set them up here, Chuck.
Well, it has the whiff of that, and we know how important false flags are to Putin operations at times. Ellison Barber on the ground for us in Ukraine. Again, after curfew, you are in a bunker because you have to be. Please stay safe. Thanks very much. Let me bring in General Twitty here, and let's pick up on this conversation. You heard Ellison there, General, the importance perhaps of May 9th as a potential showcase day for Putin. And them looking for some sort of excuse. What's your best estimate of what the excuse is that they're looking? They need a reason to do this. What do you think they want to do?
Yeah, I see a couple of things here. First, if you take a look at the video that you just showed, yes, it shows an explosion, but it doesn't show a very large explosion. If Ukraine wanted to assassinate President Putin, they would need a very large payload targeted at a particular window or door or opening, and they would need something like a Hellfire missile. You know, going back, looking at the way the U.S. operates, they always put on their Reaper some type of Hellfire if they're going after a specific target or a specific person. You don't see that here. What I think is happening here, as you know, Chuck, Russia is out of options. They have lost in Kyiv, they've lost in Kherson, they're losing in Bakhmut, and they just don't have any options right now. And so one of the things that they may be doing is trying to expand larger and perhaps even go after Zelensky himself. And so they have not attacked the headquarters per se that Zelensky resides in, so they may want to expand the war to go after that. The second option is they may be trying to throw the Ukrainians off this counterattack. As you know, the Ukrainians have been sounding a counterattack for quite some time. We know that the Russians stepped up attacks over the last week or so, and this could be a higher ratcheting up the attacks in order to throw the Ukrainians off.
You know, President Zelensky was actually out of the country today. He was in Finland. He's been doing that more lately. Would you be advising him to do that or not?
Absolutely. As you know, this war is going on 1.5 years now, and he must continue to garner support not only from NATO, which Finland is a part of now, but all the other countries that have provided aid and support to Ukraine. I think we must watch to ensure that these countries, they don't get war weary on him. And I think that's his intent, is to go around the countries to continue to seek the support, because I think he knows that this war is going to go on for quite some time.
Yeah.
And he's going to need the support and equipment from these countries.
General, last question. Why do we know so much about this counteroffensive? Why has there been so... There's a part of this that thinks, as a military planner yourself, are you at all concerned about how public all of these plans and knowledge? Obviously, some specifics aren't out there, but my word, we seem to know a lot about what could be coming next. That generally doesn't sound like usually good military strategy.
You're spot on. The element of surprise is key whenever you're going to conduct a large-scale offensive operation. And so, yes, I am concerned about whether we're going to lose the element of surprise here. But what I will tell you, my sense is the reason why we're continuing to talk about this, and this hadn't happened yet, number one, the conditions are not set yet, probably for Ukraine to conduct offensive. The weather, as you know, it's been raining there, it's mud on the ground there, number one. Number two is he's still trying to get ammunition in to be able to continue and sustain an offense. And number three, the equipment that the West has pledged, not all of it is on the ground yet. And so He's probably holding him back to start this offensive.
Right.
But I am concerned that we are telegraphing it a little bit too much.
All right, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, it's great to get your expertise on here, and I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. After the break, the Fed raised interest rates again. Is it the last time for a while? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. After more than a year of trying to tame high inflation, the Federal Reserve appears poised to finally pause its aggressive streak of interest rate hikes. Today, the Fed announced another rate hike of 1/4 percentage point, the 10th consecutive increase since the start of last year. But the news from today's announcement may have been more about the central bank's future decisions as much as it was today's. Chairman Jerome Powell indicated that the central bank may now hit the pause button on any additional rate hikes. The markets were down slightly today after the news, closing down less than 1% on the day, but it was pretty much a trickle of a response. Steve Leisman, a CNBC senior economics reporter, has been knee-deep in the Fed story today, joins me now. So, Steve, tell me, is the Fed now divided on this, or are they starting to get unanimous that their rate hikes are in the past?
Well, the decision today was unanimous to raise 1/4 and also put some language in there that suggested that maybe they'll push the pause button. I like the way you led into it because it's not a definite pause. It's a bit like, I don't know if you have, maybe you remember a VCR, you'd hit the pause button, but your kind of other fingers hovering over the fast forward buttons or the play button. So they're still concerned about inflation, Chuck, and so they're not ready to sort of put away the rate hiking tools they have. They're still going to watch the inflation numbers and see how much this troubles we had in the banking system end up helping them with lower inflation.
I have to say, I saw a stat today that was sort of startling to me that the market might be up year over year despite all these interest rate hikes. What does that say about the perception of the resiliency of this economy?
Well, you know, they've been predicting a recession for quite a while now, basically beginning when the Fed started to hike. And I'll give you an example. Our Fed survey, which we do every time the Fed meets, a couple months ago had the recession beginning in June. Well, this time around, they pushed it ahead to September. And so the economy has remained more resilient than we thought. The unemployment rate has remained 3.5%, near 50-year lows. And so betting against this economy and underestimating the economy has not been a good bet.
And corporate earnings season. I mean, I think a lot of people, is this all due to the sort of pre-recessionary layoff frenzy that we saw at the beginning of this calendar year?
Well, companies have figured out a way to make money in both low inflation and high inflation environment here. Chuck, I think it's a testament to the resiliency of companies, the way that these companies have the ability to adapt as things go along. But also they benefited a bit from high inflation, and some people think they're part of that high inflation problem where they have raised their prices more than their costs have gone up.
They sort of have passed it. They've passed the inflation along to us. They haven't eaten any of this yet, have they, Steve?
Well, of course, some of them have, and some of them have not prospered in this environment. But many have done better than you would have thought. I thought it would have been a tougher time for companies and corporate earnings, but it hasn't been overall. And you're right that the stock market's picked up on that, and they see decent earnings ahead. Those earnings estimates have come down, but you're right. The stock market's remained resilient in part because the economy's remained resilient.
No, it looks like everybody is sort of prepared for a storm, and maybe the storm doesn't come. Anyway.
I think that's right.
Yeah. All right. Steve Leisman on the beat for us for the Fed and CNBC. Great to see you. Sure. Up next, campaign kickoff. Democratic Congressman and former NFL linebacker Colin Allred throws his hat in the ring for Texas Senate as Democrats try to pick off a Senate seat against Republican Senator Ted Cruz. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
If President Reagan were around today, he might well be exiled by a modern Republican Party that in many ways seems dead set on abandoning that special responsibility never to default.
The only solution is presidential leadership. President Biden has been sleepwalking toward this crisis. Mr. President, it's time to wake up.
Welcome back. That was today's dose of posturing on the debt limit from the top lawmakers in the Senate as the clock continues to tick down to June 1st. Lack of action comes as our White House unit reports that Democrats are fearing some political blowback for President Biden if the nation ends up defaulting. I'm joined now by today's panel, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, former Democratic Congressman from Michigan, Andy Levin, and Stephen Hayes, the editor and CEO of The Dispatch and an NBC News political analyst. Yamiche, look, the fact is Democrats should be fearful of this because we have evidence of what happened in 2011. Everybody got bad poll numbers. Nobody is in a good... President Obama's lowest approval rating in that calendar year was in the month of the debt ceiling standoff. And congressional Republicans' approval rating, I think, was one of the lowest at that time. There is not a win here for anybody.
That's right. And when you talk to White House officials, when I talk to White House officials, they're very much of the stance that their messaging is going to be that it's all the Republicans' fault, that they lifted the debt ceiling a number of times under former President Trump, and that they'll be able to make that case to the American people. Republicans, of course, you hear Mitch McConnell saying what they're going to say, which is this is all the president's fault. When I think of people, regular voters who aren't steeped in what the machinations of the debt ceiling are, they're going to look at Washington and say, this place is not working for me again. And you're going to see people who are looking at their 401ks saying, well, by the way, Democrats, you're the ones in charge. You're the ones in the Oval Office. So why can't you figure this out? I think that this is definitely something where you're going to see everyday Americans who really look at this and say, here's another time where Washington's just not working it.
Andy Levin, I think this is the challenge for your party. I think you can, those that are well-informed, you can make the argument, hey, they're posturing. But the folks that aren't paying that kind of attention, hey, you're in charge here. Yeah, we know. That's why we put you in there. You're supposed to figure this out, dude, right? Like, that's the challenge.
Yeah, so, I mean, I do have to say as an aside, boy, it would be great for Mitch McConnell to be a leader and a statesperson ever, certainly at this moment, and take some responsibility. But the thing is, we have to be very clear that we are ready to negotiate about the budget. Republicans won the House, barely. Let's negotiate about the next budget. The debt ceiling is not about future spending. There's nothing in it that's about reducing the debt or the deficit at all. It's just about paying the bills you already incurred, and it is shameful to posture about that or to put Americans in danger about losing our full faith and credit about having the effect it would have on Social Security, on pensions and everything.
But at the end of the day, President Biden is going to get left holding the bag if he doesn't get this done.
I think he's going to get it done. I mean, I think he's going to get it done. But I don't think negotiating, if you set a precedent that you're going to negotiate over this debt ceiling, which virtually no other country even has, it's this artificial construct, it makes no sense. And it's harmful to the whole economy and to the whole, really to our democracy.
So 2011 was a mistake?
Yeah, I think so. I do.
Steve, what can the Republicans gain out of
hypocritical
this politically?
I mean, everybody's hypocritical on debt ceilings. Democrats have been hypocrites on this, Republicans being hypocrites on this. And the fact of the matter is, at some point there are going to be negotiations about spending. I'm sympathetic to the argument that Republicans are holding the country hostage, even if I think the president shouldn't be as absolutist as he's been, saying we will not negotiate on this. I'm troubled by the kinds of rhetoric getting from the White House, where the president, I think, is misleading. We just put out a tweet yesterday where he says, look, either we're going to have 22% cut to discretionary spending, including veterans, or there's going to be a default, and this is the Republicans' choice. It's not the Republicans' choice. There's going to be a discussion about that. He's invited them to the White House. The more he backs himself into that corner, the less likely I think we are to see any kind of a good outcome.
What does a compromise look like? I mean, I don't think the discharge position is it. That seems to be the break glass, and I get that one. What does a compromise look like? Is it a commission? Is it buying 3 months? I've noticed more Democratic lawmakers are open to a short-term extension.
The feeling that I'm getting in talking to sources is that a compromise looks like probably maybe more time and also parallel discussions. Because the White House has said, we're happy to talk about the budget, we just don't want it to be attached to the debt ceiling. So I imagine if there is a resolution, and I say a big if because I don't know that there is a resolution coming, that's what it's going to look like. But you have a White House and President Biden who don't want to look weak on this, who want to make sure that they're sticking to their guns. And when they're talking to reporters and they're talking to Republicans, they're not moving on it.
Andy, do you want them trying I always say, the debt ceiling has a news cycle. We're in the, hey, what about the 14th Amendment idea part of the news cycle? Or let's mint the coin.
Mint the coin.
I mean, none of all of these have to be tested in court. Is it worth going down that road, do you think, or no?
I think it's fine to explore all those options. But the real situation here is that the Republicans who barely hold the House and the Speaker who, how many votes did it take? 15 or something for him to be the Speaker. They have passed something that is so absurdly out of step with the overall country, and it's never going to go anywhere in the Senate with the administration. It's not a basis for any compromise. And so we really have to deal with the debt ceiling and then negotiate about the budget.
McCarthy's in a weird box here, right? He's got to get something for this, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, he created his own box to a certain extent, but Republicans are remarkably united on this. I mean, I agree on a substantive critique of what they passed. I agree. It's not that workable, and more important from my perspective, it doesn't change the long-term trajectory of our debt.
For them, for the
It's probably bad politics, but it doesn't take seriously proposals for entitlement reform, which is what we need if we're going to actually change the trajectory of our debt. He's put himself in a position, but as long as Republicans are united, and as long as Kevin McCarthy is getting rhetorical backing from people like Don Bacon in the House and Senate leaders, Republicans are going to be in a position to say to the White House, you got to talk to us about this.
But as a Republican, you just said entitlement reforms, which is the thing that they do not want to talk about.
Yes,
they do not.
Yeah, no, and even all the presidential candidates at this point. Hey, I want to play a little bit from Colin Allred. He's a member of Congress from Texas who's decided to challenge Ted Cruz, his announcement video. Let me play a little excerpt from it.
I remember hearing the glass breaking and the shouts coming closer. I texted my wife, whatever happens, I love you. Then I took off my jacket and got ready to take on anyone who came through that door. And Ted Cruz, he cheered on the mob.
We will not go quietly into the night.
Then hid in a supply closet when they stormed the Capitol. But that's Ted for you. All hat, no cattle. We deserve a senator whose team is Texas. But Ted Cruz only cares about himself. You know that.
Steve, I think they found somebody, the Democrats did, that is not Beto O'Rourke. And I say this, Beto O'Rourke was very much a partisan Democrat, and he came across as a national Democrat.
Sure.
That's right. Colin Allred, I heard in an interview, he's talking about, he goes, when something goes wrong in Texas, Cornyn's there, but you don't know Cruz is there. And I thought, that's an interesting decision. Go after that independent Republican voter.
Well, and I think if you look at the way that he rolled out this video, Ted Cruz is vulnerable on that charge that Ted Cruz is for Ted Cruz. He does a lot of media. He's on
I
Fox
felt like he
News
was
all the
aiming
time.
this thing to your type of politics, to the right of center, like, hey, are you a patriot first? He seemed to be aiming for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he exaggerated what Ted Cruz was saying about January 6th. I mean, Ted Cruz, remember, initially called it a violent terrorist attack.
And then
apologized to Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
But he initially said that, even if he was responsible for some of the rhetoric beforehand.
Will there be a Senate candidate that raises more money than Colin Allred against Ted Cruz, right? Ted Cruz is the fundraiser here for the Dems, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't bet against Colin Allred. If you look at his upbringing, his tough upbringing, if you look at his football career, law school, terrific lawyer, and I served with him in Congress. He really is a bipartisan guy who is, I think, really attractive to Texans across the board.
Yamiche, you get a sense the party's really going to take Texas seriously or not?
It's a good question. I think after Georgia, they probably will at least have some hopes in Texas.
And they have to try because their map is so bad.
Yes, and also when I looked at that video, I got a little bit of echoes of Joe Biden's election because of January 6th, where Democrats have decided we can lean in on this and get some people to really be angry about this.
Look, it's Texas. Keep an eye on Allred. I think he's going to be a nationally known figure in about a year. You guys are terrific. Thank you. Thank you all for being with us. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Garrett Haig, who's in for my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
Hey, I'm Garrett in for Hallie. We are expecting an update from Grady Hospital in Atlanta any minute now on patients still being treated after a deadly shooting this afternoon. Right now, there is a desperate search for a dangerous suspect who shot and killed one person and injured 4 other people, putting the city on basically a lockdown. The police say this is an active search with multiple jurisdictions working together to find the suspect. A shelter-in-place order has been lifted, but they're asking everyone to stay out of the area and be on the lookout. So here's what we know right now. There are at least 5 victims. 1 person was pronounced dead on the scene. Of the 4 others, 3 are in critical condition, 1 in stable condition. All of them are adults, and we don't yet know their identities. The suspect here is still on the loose. Police say he's armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. They released these photos of the suspect. He is 24 years old. On the left, you can see a surveillance photo of him today wearing a dark gray hoodie and a crossbody bag. This all happened inside the waiting room at a medical center around noon today. The suspect apparently there for an appointment with his mom. You see the location here. It's called Northside Medical Midtown in the heart of Atlanta. The shooter then carjacked a vehicle and fled the scene. He may or may not still be in that same car. What we don't know tonight is the motive. We'll be going now to that presser at Grady Hospital. This is Dr. Jansen. He's the chief medical officer at Grady Hospital in Atlanta. Let's listen.
Shooting this afternoon. 4 patients were transported by Grady EMS to our trauma center. At the present time, 1 is still in the operating room. The other patient is coming out of the operating room. We have 1 patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, which was completed. They will have additional studies done, and 1 patient remains stable in the trauma center.
Can you explain what interventional radiology means?
Sure. When you certainly have certain types of injuries, particularly vascular injuries, sometimes we're able to go to radiology rather than the operating room to repair that injury or take care of it. So it's still an invasive procedure. It's usually done under anesthesia, but it is in a different area of the hospital, not in the main operating room.
Earlier today,
Sure. So we had 4 people brought in by EMS. Of those, 1 is still in the operating room, probably the most seriously injured. Another patient just got out of the operating room and is doing well. We had a 3rd patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, and they will have to have additional procedures to follow up. And then the final patient is still in the trauma center, probably does not require surgery and is doing well.
were they shot multiple times? Can we talk about where and how they were shot?
Well, I don't know how many times each one was shot. Really because of patient confidentiality, I don't want to get into the nature of the wounds. I think that would be a little unusual.
Were any of these cases particularly challenging for the surgeons?
Well, 2 of them were particularly serious, the ones that went to the operating room. And the one in the interventional radiology was in critical condition, too. So all 3 of those are very serious injuries.
And can you once again describe what would make you go to interventional radiology versus regular trauma?
If it is primarily an injury to the blood vessels, we're frequently able to take care of that in interventional radiology as opposed to having to open the patient up in an operating room. Interventional radiology is where you go in through the blood vessels using special catheters and are able to take care of the injury that way.
Can you talk about the flow of patients, maybe not specifically with this case, but the flow of patients coming into the ED and then moving throughout the hospital to ORs?
Right. So in this particular case, as I said, Grady EMS brought all 4 patients here. They arrived within 20, 30 minutes of each other. We were already prepared in the trauma center. We had trauma surgeons, nurses, all the staff ready. So as soon as they came into the trauma center, they were put into a trauma room and were treated immediately. 2 of those were taken immediately up to the operating room. We had the operating rooms open and ready, so they went directly from the emergency department to the operating room. The other one went straight from the emergency room to the interventional radiology suite. None of them were delayed by more than any time at all because we were ready for them immediately.
For the patient who's still in the operating room, how long has this surgery been?
It's been going on a number of hours. I don't know, it's probably about 3 or 4 hours.
Were all 4 of them shot during the gunshot?
Yes, they were all on gunshot wounds.
And you mentioned earlier this afternoon that there were at least 2 families here. Have the
Yes.
4 families arrived?
I haven't checked back to the emergency department to see. Hopefully they have arrived.
So it's fair to say that there's some
Pardon?
there's some critical.
Yes.
And the 4th, clear and critical,
The 4th is stable. Right.
Can you talk about the next steps, what these next few hours look like for the medical team to take care
Right.
of them?
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the 1 patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all 3 of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards because they are still critically ill. They will be treated by the trauma surgeons who staff the critical care units.
And you said earlier that you were totally prepared for this. Did everything go smoothly from the hospital and everything as far as responding?
It went incredibly smoothly, and I cannot be more proud of the performance of all of the staff at Grady. From the surgeons, we had EVS ready, so we had everyone there. We had chaplains ready to deal with the patients and their families. So by the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Thank you, guys. That's it for now. We'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Katie back on the ground in Atlanta. Katie was monitoring this press conference. She's been covering this story for us since it broke. And Katie, we heard that update from Dr. Jansen there. One victim in the operating room, 3 others being treated. 1 person is dead. Walk us through what we learned there and what you're seeing on the scene where you are.
Well, it sounds, Garrett, from the sounds of that press conference, that it's still a pretty fluid situation with those patients. Sounds like 3 are still in critical, 1 is unstable. But I think obviously the big news here on the ground in Atlanta is the search, which continues, which started, at around 12 o'clock today, and just being here on the ground as police were canvassing this area and sort of grid searching from air on the ground with SWAT teams everywhere. It was absolutely surreal to see all of these apartment buildings and all of these businesses sort of under the stay-in-place order. Nobody leaving, standing at the glass windows, looking out, trying to see what was going on. It was quite a scene here for a while until police had become confident that the suspect was no longer in this area. The reason they say they were confident is because they believe he's responsible for a carjacking that happened close in time to the shooting and happened close in location to the shooting. It was just about a block away. It was actually the street that sort of connects the hospital to the highway. So they believe that he did carjack a vehicle. They have since recovered that vehicle and are probably trying to extract clues from it, but have not apprehended the suspect. So that is the search as it stands right now. The mayor and the police chief coming out and asking the public for their help, releasing the identity, releasing the photo and all the information they have on the suspect, asking the public to call in information and to be on alert, offering a $10,000 reward for any information that could lead to the apprehension of Deon Patterson. So that is where it stands now in Atlanta, but obviously a lot of people are still watching and waiting to see where this is going to go.
All right, Katie Beck, thank you so much. And obviously, as we get more news tonight, we'll be coming back to you, I'm sure. From a manhunt starting now to a manhunt that's ending. You're about to see the mugshot of the man accused of executing 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy, finally caught after a 4-day search spanning 3 Texas counties that involved over 250 officers. You see Francisco Oropeza here being taken into custody, caught in a small town about 15 miles west of where this shooting happened. Police say they found him under a pile of laundry in a closet, tipped off by someone who called into the FBI's hotline. He's now being held on $7.5 million bond, officially charged with those 5 murders. The sheriff calling him a coward.
He is behind bars, and he will live out his life behind bars for killing those 5.
And Oropeza is not the only person in custody tonight. Divamara Nava as well, connected to these crimes. Why does Nava matter? Well, she may be Oropeza's wife. Priscilla Thompson is in Cold Spring, Texas for us tonight. And Priscilla, what do we know about the relationship between these two and why Nava's locked up as well?
Yeah, Garrett, so officials here have identified her as his wife, and what we know is that originally authorities had said that she had been cooperating, but she was found to be at that home with Oropeza when he was arrested, and so she is now charged with a felony for hindering apprehension of a known felon. She's being held on a $250,000 bond, and we saw her in court earlier today at her arraignment, where we learned a little bit more information. According to that arraignment, she told authorities that Oropeza arrived at the home at around 1 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, that he showered, that she went and got him donuts, and that she delivered a message to his cousin asking if they could help him get to Mexico. And we know that the cousins refused, and then a short time after that, hours after that, he was ultimately apprehended by police. And there's also a 3rd person in jail today in connection with all of this, and that is Domingo Castilla. He is in jail here in San Jacinto County on a marijuana charge, but the district attorney says he does expect more charges to come, saying that Castilla may have helped the suspect flee on the night of these murders. Garrett?
Priscilla, when we talked 24 hours ago, it seemed like the community, the police, nobody had a lot of hope for an arrest here. That changed very quickly. What happened? Was it that cousin refusing to take him to Mexico? What do we know about the kind of change in fortunes in this case?
Yeah, Garrett, it could very well be. All we know is that the FBI says they got a call into their tip line at around 6 o'clock Central Time, and a little over an hour later, we saw U.S. Marshals, Texas Department of Public Safety, and also the Border Patrol tactical team descend upon that home. They searched that home, and they found him hiding in that closet under that laundry, and they were able to apprehend him with no incident, bring him here to the prison. And we also learned from officials that earlier this week on Monday, when that search happened, there was an alleged sighting. There were schools that had to be shut down, dismissals delayed because of this sighting. We now know that officials did have eyes on Oropesa during that time, but they lost him. But that is what made them believe that he was in that neighborhood. Garrett?
That's fascinating. So we are getting more information from police tonight, which is good, because I know you were in that frustrating kind of media blackout for part of the day yesterday. But some of the questions I think we still need answers to: how did this guy, who was not a U.S. citizen, get a gun in this country? Why did it take so long to find him, although you sort of touched on that? And why this 911 response took as long as it did? Are we getting any more clarity on any of those issues?
Yeah, so the sheriff was asked about the issue of how this suspect obtained that gun, and he said that he probably bought it secondhand from someone. That was the best guess he had as to how that suspect got that gun. And as to your second question about the 911 calls, the sheriffs and authorities were also asked about that, and they effectively said that, look, this is a very rural area. We're dealing with an understaffed police force. They said it takes about a half hour to get from here to that crime scene, and that there was also an officer who was already out on an aggravated robbery case, and so he had to wrap that up and very quickly get deployed to the scene. And so they acknowledge that it did take some time. They want to look at the logs to be able to identify exactly what time they were able to get there or how long it took to get there, but they are acknowledging the challenges of working in this very large rural area and having to cover that with a limited number of deputies, Garrett.
Yeah, it makes sense. Priscilla Thompson has been on this story for us for the weekend. Thank you. And tonight, the Pentagon is announcing that it'll be giving Ukraine more assistance to push back against Russia. We're talking about lots of ammunition, but no drones. It comes as the State Department says it's aware, but can't confirm a stunning accusation from the Kremlin today that Ukraine tried to assassinate Vladimir Putin overnight with a drone strike. The Kremlin made this claim without actually providing any evidence, but they say their defense systems destroyed 2 drones. You see here, this video right here, the explosion, bang, on social media, shows an object exploding over the Kremlin today. Ukraine's denying any involvement in this, and the Dutch government says President Zelensky is expected to speak in The Hague tomorrow about peace and justice for Ukraine. Listen to this from Zelensky a little earlier today.
We don't attack Putin or Moscow. We fight on our territory. We are defending our villages and cities.
Kyiv says this whole incident is just an excuse for Russia to launch their new attacks on Ukraine, which is ironically kind of what the Kremlin is saying too. In a statement, they write that Russia reserves the right to, quote, take countermeasures wherever and whenever it deems appropriate. Here in the U.S., the Secretary of State is skeptical, saying we should take anything Russia says with way more than just a grain of salt. Here's Secretary Blinken in an interview with the Washington Post.
I would take anything coming out of the Kremlin with a very large shaker of salt. So let's see. We'll see what the facts are.
All right, Keir Simmons joins me now. So, Keir, the U.S. says it had no advance notice on if there was any kind of drone attack against the Kremlin by Ukraine. That's according to U.S. officials. The Secretary of State says we'll get the facts here. What facts do we have about how this all went down?
Yeah, well, pretty much just the videos, and then the kind of, if you like, the he said, she said, between Kyiv and Moscow. Look, there are those those videos, and there appear to be multiple videos, and they seem to be saying something, but I think there will be, internet sleuths around the world sitting at their computers, studying all of this, and many reaching different conclusions, just as the West and Russia appear to have done. I mean, it's just filling a little bit of the picture for you. NBC News saw the first of these videos in the early hours of the morning Russian time. Then there was a briefing with the spokesman Peskov from the Kremlin, didn't seem to mention it. And then about 12 hours later at 3 p.m., more videos were posted. And then the Kremlin talked about this as it says, it claims, an attempted assassination attempt against Vladimir Putin. I should say, Garrett, there are even those looking at one of those videos, the one that really shows the dome and the object flying towards it, who think that they can see people on the dome, climbing the dome, at the moment when this apparent drone hits it. Now, according to the Russians, there were 2 drones. They were intercepted, as you mentioned, by their systems, their defense systems. But I mean, it's going to raise many questions, including, I guess, how, if that is the case, if this is what happened, how did drones get so close to the Kremlin?
And Keir, you're kind of our resident Kremlinologist here, too. They have obviously made an intentional choice to publicize this attack. They're calling it a terrorist attack. Talk about what that means potentially in this moment in the war. We're something of a stalemate in Bakhmut. Russia has their big Victory Day celebration next week. Can you kind of put that all into context for us?
No, I think there's some good points. I mean, I think the fact that the Victory Parade is set to happen in a few days' time, according to reports, has been scaled down in other parts of the country. Reports from Moscow suggest that there is a lot of tension there. That might be relevant. We don't know why the Kremlin has chosen, if you like, to highlight this attack. It could have said nothing, and potentially there wouldn't be the same kind of headlines around the world. The Kremlin says that President Putin wasn't in the building at the time when this happened, but yet it's calling it an attempted assassination against President Putin. Again, on the other hand, Ukrainians calling all of this a trick. And then that being said, too, there have been assassination attempts inside Russia and successful killings. So, I mean, again, this is Kremlinology. This is I'm not sure we're going to have the answers tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it's still the most interesting story of the day, so I think we're going to keep pounding away on it. Keir Simmons, thank you for your reporting. And we're just now getting a reaction from the markets after the Federal Reserve boosted interest rates by 1/4 point today to 5%. It's the highest rate in 16 years. This makes it even harder for people who want to buy a home or take out a credit card loan. You can see the vibe on Wall Street, not thrilled, with red across the board for the NASDAQ, the Dow, and the S&P. This is now the 10th straight interest rate hike by the Fed since last March. That's the fastest rate bump since Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 came out in theaters in 1980. That's how we like to tell time on this broadcast. And now Fed Chair Jerome Powell says they've got a long way to go to get inflation to his 2% goal, not committing to another rate hike in June or a full-on pause anytime soon.
In light of these uncertain headwinds, along with monetary policy restraint we've put in place, our future policy actions will depend on how events unfold.
All right, Brian Chung's here to break it all down. So, Brian, Powell's comments today, can you translate them all into English? Are we going to see more hikes, and what would that mean for consumers?
Yeah, by the way, 1980, I think Airplane also came out that year. So, another good reference there. But
we'll work that into the next hour.
Yeah,
good.
Exactly. But look, at the end of the day, the Federal Reserve, they did hike interest rates by another 1/4 percentage point. But what it means to average Americans is that those elevated mortgage rates, those elevated credit card rates, which, by the way, are over 20%, so don't miss a payment, will remain high for the foreseeable future. But the good news is that this is all seeming to work on inflation. When you take a look at the yearly rate of inflation, it peaked at around 9% around this time last year, and we've seen that come down to about 5%, but the Federal Reserve really wants to see that somewhere closer to 2%. So the Fed is continuing to raise interest rates because of that, but the real challenge here is that, okay, yeah, it seems like it's having an effect on inflation, but it's also coming at a time of enormous economic uncertainty when you consider we have a debt ceiling debate that could call into question the creditworthiness of this entire country. And then secondly, these bank jitters that we're seeing with regional banks continuing to feel the fallout of the Silicon Bank Valley failure just a few months ago.
These Wall Street analysts always come out with warnings, and we saw one today that caught our team's eye from an investment banker who says we are now at the risk of a self-fulfilling prophecy in the regional banking crisis that you just mentioned. We talked about it yesterday. This idea that, Powell also isn't shying away from gloomy language, talking about the possibility of a recession. What do you make of this idea that we may be in self-fulfilling prophecy here, a vibe session where the data is so confusing, but we're so kind of convinced we're going down this recessionary path that that's where we end up?
Yeah, well, I think, Garrett, it's useful just to define recession in the first place, right? So what a recession would essentially look like in the context of what we're facing would be some substantial uptick in the unemployment rate, because this economy doesn't look good on the inflation side of things, but it does look pretty good on the labor market side of things, where unemployment is at 3.5%. We haven't seen that type of numbers since maybe over 50 years ago. So when we talk about that context, a recession would look like some massive uptick in layoffs, but that isn't happening just now. But if the Federal Reserve, as they're hiking interest rates and as these banks fail, or maybe as the United States gets a little bit closer to a potential default, maybe that actually does tick the unemployment rate up, which could look like a recession. The Federal Reserve is projecting what they call a mild recession. Does that mean 4%, 4.5% unemployment rate? That's something we'll have to watch for.
Mild, unless you're one of the people who loses their jobs. Brian Chung, thank you for your reporting on all this. And the Biden administration's top immigration official, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, is announcing a 2-day trip down to the southern border starting tomorrow. That as the U.S. and Mexico are today announcing a new deal in preparation for what's expected to be a massive surge of migrants across our southern border once pandemic-era restrictions, known as Title 42, go away next week. As part of this deal, Mexico is agreeing to accept migrants turned away from the U.S. border, but only if they're citizens of Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua. At the same time, the U.S. is agreeing to take in 100,000 people from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, but only as long as they have family living legally in the U.S. The preparations are happening as we're seeing these big spikes in illegal migration in recent months, with more than 200,000 so-called border encounters in April alone. That's the most this year. The acting Border Patrol commissioner says they expect to see as many as 10,000 people trying to cross the border every day. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in El Paso, Texas today. Gabe, I've been watching your stuff here. I've been seeing this area has been hit so hard already. It's clearly going to be hit even harder when Title 42 expires. Talk about some of the scenes you are seeing there on the ground in El Paso and what the situation could be there in a little over a week.
Hi there, Garrett. Well, yes, we were here several months ago, and we saw a large group of migrants here in December and January. But I can tell you what we're seeing now is even more. This line of migrants, you see them here. Good, come on. Sorry. This line of migrants here extends all the way down the street. Not sure what is up with this gentleman walking by. Thought I was saying hi to him, but this is something that I guess he wanted a fist bump hard. I was looking past him, Garrett, but this is, something that we're seeing, just a lot of people. There's just a lot of people up and down this street. Just look and up and down this street. And this is not something we're just seeing on this particular city block. We're seeing several city blocks. And this is something that local officials have been asking for help for quite some time. They say you just don't have the resources to handle all this. So El Paso is under a state of emergency. So is Brownsville, so is Laredo. Earlier today, we spoke with a local business owner who's also a former city councilwoman, and she is very frustrated with the announcement of these 1,500 troops because she says it is too little, too late, and won't really have any impact here at the southern border. Take a listen.
It's really bad right now. I can't imagine it getting worse, but by the numbers, by the looks of it, it's going to get a lot worse. How do we transport these people? How do we shelter them? How do we feed them? And it's very frustrating. No one is helping us.
And so, Garrett, we've been speaking with some of the migrants here, some of the women, a lot of single men here, young adults, but also women and children. One woman from Venezuela told us she had been here for about 10 days, had taken several months to get here from Venezuela. She didn't know what she was going to do with her 10-year-old daughter. But there's so much misinformation here, Garrett. Many of these migrants have been fed misinformation either from relatives in their home countries or from social media or from human smugglers that tell them to come to the U.S. Some of them Some knew vaguely that something called Title 42 was going to be lifted next week. Others were given conflicting reports on what that might mean. But the bottom line for communities like this across the border, they're already dealing with a huge influx of migrants even before the lifting of these COVID restrictions, Gary.
Well, to that end, Gabe, and we talked about this new deal here in Washington between the U.S. and Mexico. There's a bunch of other new actions coming from the Biden administration trying to prepare for this moment. I mean, from the folks you talk to, from your expertise there on the border, how effective do you think any of these new steps will be in heading off this predicted surge over the next couple of weeks?
Right. Well, some of the migrant advocates we've been speaking with say they don't anticipate to make a whole lot of difference other than they say that it might create an even bigger humanitarian crisis across the border in Mexico. For them, they say it's essentially an extension, the way they see it, of the previous administration's Remain in Mexico policy. Some of them argue that they are surprised and disappointed, at least some of these migrant advocates are, that the Biden administration's policies are now starting to mirror the Trump administration's in some ways. But I think that's an acknowledgement, Garrett, and you know this working on the Hill, that there is just no easy answer here. And multiple administrations from both parties are just struggling to find out any reason, any way to be able to handle with this increasing number of illegal border crossings that has increased over the last several months, Gary.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for your reporting on this issue. And now from El Paso to Serbia, where police say that the capital city there, a 7th grader who opened fire on an elementary school, killing 8 children and a security guard, had been planning the attack for a month and apparently had a list of kids he wanted to kill on his desk at home. It happened here in Serbia's capital city of Belgrade. And here's what we know so far. The suspect, a 13-year-old student at the school, is in custody and will be placed in a psychiatric institution, according to that country's president. Officials say the boy brought 2 of his dad's guns to school and 4 Molotov cocktails. Now, both the boy's parents have also been arrested. What we don't know yet is the motive in this shooting. 6 other kids and a teacher were also hurt. The country has announced a 3-day mourning period in the aftermath of this tragedy, the likes of which this European nation hasn't seen in years. Ali Arouzi joins me now. And Ali, what's the latest we're learning tonight? There had been some reports that the suspect might not even be held criminally responsible because he's so young.
That's right, Garrett. The law in Serbia stipulates that a minor under the age of 14 can't be held criminally responsible for their actions. And Serbia's president has said that the government should take into consideration lowering the age of accountability from 14 to 12 because he says the shooter may have known that he was too young to be prosecuted before he embarked on this rampage. We've also learned from Serbia's president that the 13-year-old boy who went on this rampage, killing 9 people, has been placed in a psychiatric institute. He added that the shooting suspect didn't show any remorse for what he did, and that both his mother and father have been arrested, with one or both of them facing criminal charges for their son's actions. And according to Serbia's interior minister, the boy brought the 2 guns from home. The guns belonged to his father, who kept them locked in a safe, which had a code, but obviously the suspected shooter had the code to the safe and managed to get those guns out. And also on a side note, Garrett, we also learned from the French Foreign Ministry that one of the students that was killed in that shooting was also a French national.
Ali, Serbia is known to have a high level of gun ownership, but mass shootings in there or in the region or, like, frankly, in all of Europe are incredibly rare compared to what we're used to here, right?
That's right. Well, Serbia has a very high level of gun ownership following its conflict with Kosovo in the 90s. A 2018 study found that Serbia has a joint 3rd highest rate of gun ownership in the world, with 39.1 guns per 100 people, according to the Small Arms Survey. And but contrary to all of that, they have very strict gun laws, and they've issued amnesties for owners to hand in or register illegal firearms. And statistics show that between 2015 and 2019, only 125 people were killed in firearms-related homicides. 5 people between the ages of 14 and 17 committed gun homicides, and 1 person under the age of 18 was killed in a gun homicide. And unlike the United States, mass shootings in Serbia and the wider Balkan region are extremely rare. The last mass shooting was in 2013 when a Balkan war veteran killed 13 people in a central Serbian village. And the country's education minister said that this latest shooting that happened this morning was the first of its kind in Serbia, and it's really rocked that nation to its core because they're not used to this kind of stuff.
Well, as somebody who covered Uvalde, I'm really feeling for all those folks having to deal with this there tonight. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much for your reporting. And coming up, it's an appliance that most people use every day, but now New York is banning it. We will tell you why in The Local. Stay with us.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
National test scores out today show that students' knowledge of U.S. history dropped to their lowest point since this particular test started back in 1994. These history and civics tests are given every 4 years. They're called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, sometimes simply referred to as the nation's report card. The new scores continued a nearly decade-long decline among 8th graders, dropping 9 points since 2014. This all comes as the history curriculum itself is becoming a political flashpoint in the United States, with some states banning books and with debates raging on about issues like how do we talk about race and gender, or how gender identity is taught, all that in the context of our national history. The U.S. Secretary of Education said that the scores, quote, affirm the profound impact the pandemic had on student learning in subjects beyond math and reading. And he called out politicians for censoring educators. Let's bring in Rahema Ellis now on this. So, Rahema, earlier this year, we saw that the scores for math and reading, they also hit almost 20-year lows. The pandemic was largely blamed for that, too. And now we've got these history test scores. Can you just give us a little more detail and context about how bad this situation is and how these things are related, right? I mean, if you can't read well, you probably can't learn history either.
Garrett, you're absolutely right. You know the old saying, reading is fundamental, and it certainly is in terms of our understanding of anything. You can read a word, but if you can't grasp the inner meanings of that word, it becomes very difficult to communicate that sense to people. Take a look at what these history and civic scores turned out to be. We've got a full screen for you. The test results show that a 40% drop in terms of the students who were below basic in history, 40% of them, and 31% of those 8th graders were below basic understanding in civics. This is something that the commissioner who administers these tests say should be of a concern to everyone in this country. Whether you have a child in elementary or middle school or school at all, these children are not always going to be in the 8th grade. Ultimately, they will graduate and they will be the citizens of tomorrow who will have to make decisions about how our country is run. Garrett?
Yeah, that's right. Future voters. And Rahema, this comes at a really divisive time in our country when we talk about how history should be allowed to be taught in classrooms. And I understand you heard from an 8th grade teacher who's walking through some of these concerns.
She really is. And she talked about how it's a daily struggle for her. And one of the struggles, she says, is because she's competing with devices like this. And that is a device that's taking the attention away from what's happening in the classroom and or also leading her children and students to a lot of misinformation. Take a listen to her thoughts on this.
Our country is dependent on having educated people who can think critically and think for themselves and be lifelong learners. So it does worry me that, you know, we're not seeing that critical thinking as much. You know, it's still there, but it's a struggle every day.
The other thing that she pointed out is that it's so difficult to think about doing something on the political structure in terms of changing this, Garrett, and you know that every day being up on the Hill, because studies show that 90% of parents in this country think that their kids are proficient and above, but the scores do not bear witness to that. It's very challenging.
Math doesn't lie. Rahema Ellis, thank you for your reporting on this. I want to get you over now to the 5 things that our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the man who shot and killed 3 people at an Alabama church in June was just sentenced to life in prison without parole. The 71-year-old pleaded guilty to capital murder charges and waived his right to appeal. Officials say they still don't know why he opened fire at a potluck dinner last summer. Number 2, American sprinter Tori Bowie has died, according to her management company. She was a 3-time Olympic medalist and a 2-time world champion in track and field. No cause of death has been given. She was just 32 years old. Number 3, we are learning more about Tucker Carlson's sudden departure from Fox News and the role his texts reportedly played. The New York Times obtained texts he allegedly sent to a Fox producer after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. In them, Carlson allegedly describes watching a video of Trump supporters attacking a protester, calling it, quote, dishonorable and, quote, not how white men fight. The texts were redacted in court filings, and they haven't been confirmed by NBC. We did reach out to Carlson's attorney and Fox overnight, but did not immediately hear back. The Times said a rep for Carlson had no comment. Number 4, exclusive reporting from NBC News. Weight loss company Jenny Craig says it will shut down its operations in the next few days completely. In an email to employees, the company said it was going to close due to its inability to secure additional financing. The company has not responded to requests for comment. And number 5, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is announcing its 2023 inductees. A few surprises on that list: Missy Elliott and DJ Kool Herc, best known for their contributions to hip-hop, signaling that the rock and roll umbrella is expanding. And then there's singer Kate Bush, who finally made it a year after her hit song Running Up That Hill reached the top of the charts. Now, that song was released 40 years ago, but it's seen a resurgence after being used in the hit show Stranger Things. Coming up, we will be right back with an in-depth look at one state's prison system. That is next in The Original.
Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping our eye on. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis just signed a bill that will expand the death penalty in Florida to include child rapists. This sets up a likely Supreme Court battle because this new law goes against a 2008 decision stopping states from using the death penalty for child rape if the victim didn't die. Now, this all comes as other states are struggling with executions, including Alabama, which is looking into a new method of carrying out the death penalty after a series of botched executions. Dasha Burns has more.
Alabama's prison system is generating a lot of controversy after trying and failing to execute 2 death row prisoners last year.
We are here to confront the narrative that everything is okay.
Those botched attempts led to a 3-month pause on execution warrants.
There was an issue around establishing what's called intravenous access.
Some experts and activists say the state's failures on lethal injection amount to torture.
Both of them describe a very terrifying experience.
But Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall disagrees.
Cold-blooded convicted killer complains about the prodding and poking of a small IV line. Really?
Now, with the execution moratorium lifted, death row inmates are more afraid of surviving than they are of dying. Kenneth Smith is convicted of a murder for hire in 1988. On his execution day, Smith says he was strapped to a table for more than 3 hours, sometimes hanging upside down.
This is a free call from an incarcerated individual at Alabama Department of Corrections.
We spoke to one man who lives alongside those survivors, a death row inmate who's a member of the activist group Project Hope to Abolish the Death Penalty. He asked to remain anonymous, fearing retaliation by prison staff.
They didn't kill Kenny physically back there in that death chamber, but emotionally and mentally, they killed him.
Alan Miller was convicted of murdering 3 of his co-workers in 1999, according to court filings. Miller spared not by the courts, but the clock, after the execution team struggled to access his veins and start an IV line, too.
He had a clear view of the death chamber. After he came back, he was in that cell about 3 days, and then he begged them to move him because he couldn't stand to look out the window and see it.
The Alabama Department of Corrections declined NBC News' request for comment. In a letter lifting the moratorium, the Alabama Department of Corrections said it hired more medical personnel, practiced its procedures, and succeeded in asking the state Supreme Court to lift the 1-day deadline it had to carry out an execution.
Justice for our families!
Critics say the state should have commissioned an external review.
If the state is saying, just trust us, well, they've not earned that trust.
A majority of Americans support the death penalty, even as some states have trouble carrying it out. Arizona is reviewing its execution process. Idaho recently legalized the firing squad as the state struggles to find the drugs for lethal injections.
There is really no death penalty in Idaho now unless we allow the firing squad.
But back in Alabama, they're exploring other methods too, joining Oklahoma and Mississippi in legalizing death by nitrogen, a method that's never been used before.
This nitrogen protocol, they call it, this is an experimental process.
All a matter of life and death for many inmates sitting on death row across the country. Dasha Burns, NBC News.
And when we come back, we're expecting an update from officials in Cobb County following that Atlantis shooting. We will bring it to you live when it happens. Plus, a big drug maker says it has an experimental medicine that can slow down Alzheimer's, when the FDA could approve it. And stunning dash cam video of an out-of-control car headed right towards a police officer. What happened? Stay with us. It's in the local.
back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle,
and
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We've gotten our hands on a new study that shows a potentially promising Alzheimer's drug may actually slow the progress of the disease for those who have it in its early stages. Data shows an experimental Eli Lilly drug slowing the decline in memory by 35% compared to people who didn't take the drug. Now, that's a pretty big deal for folks who are in that 1 in 9 group, age 65 and older, who battle Alzheimer's daily. But the drug is not without its risks. It can cause brain swelling and bleeding that can be serious and, in fact, even fatal in rare cases. 3 people died in the drug's trial from those side effects. Now, the FDA previously rejected approval of this same drug because they wanted to see more results. Eli Lilly said today it plans to reapply for FDA approval within the next few months. Dr. Natalie Azar joins me now. And, Doc, what would you advise people who are kind of weighing the risks and benefits here? On the one hand, you have Alzheimer's, which is such a terrible disease, and then these high-risk side effects on the other side. Talk about kind of how patients view those things and, frankly, how the FDA might view them.
Yeah, sure, Garrett. I mean, you said it. It's always a risk-benefit analysis for any medication, and I think even more so with something like this. And the reason I say that is that remember that this is a medication that's indicated for individuals with early disease. The benefit was definitely there, but, you know, a lot of people would say that even though there was a 35% slowing in cognitive decline, you know, is that going to be meaningful? It's not going to be a cure. But for anyone who lives with someone who has Alzheimer's or knows a loved one or has a loved one who has it, you know, any sort of, you know, lengthening or prolonging their independence is certainly a useful and a good thing. You know, the data is striking, Garrett, that 1 in 3 adults will die with some form of dementia, including Alzheimer's, and Alzheimer's kills more than the combined deaths related to breast and prostate cancer. So it's a devastating disease, and as you said, you weigh the risk and the benefit. There is a potential risk, but I think it's a small risk, and I think it's a risk that most individuals and families would very likely take.
And presumably there's family history elements. I mean, there's a whole lot of other factors at play here. There was this other Alzheimer's drug not that long ago that was subject of a congressional inquiry that found the FDA's approval process on it was, in their terms, rife with irregularities. Why has it been that finding an effective and safe treatment for what's become, as you said, such a common disease, seemingly so hard?
Well, part of it has to do with what is actually the cause of Alzheimer's. The way this medication and some others before it work is via a mechanism called a monoclonal antibody, which actually takes away those amyloid plaques in the brain, which are thought to be, well, are they an innocent bystander or are they actually pathogenic and causing disease? And so we don't exactly, there's so much more and there's so much complexity into what actually causes Alzheimer's that identifying or targeting one thing alone is not going to necessarily result in the most meaningful outcome. I think the other thing that the FDA really struggled with were the side effects. You know, if there is brain swelling and if there are these little micro bleeds, the majority of people were asymptomatic, but when they aren't, it can be fatal. And so for the FDA, they're kind of weighing this modest improvement and slowing down progression but not curing versus the potential for the side effect. And then the cost. The cost was a huge issue, and it's going to be a huge issue for this. The Center for Medicare and Medicaid won't necessarily cover it for the group who needs it the most.
Makes sense. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you.
You bet.
Now, NBC covers literally hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, well, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going on in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, the Labor Department says 2 10-year-olds were found working inside a Louisville McDonald's restaurant unpaid and sometimes until 2 a.m. The franchise operator said they were a night manager's kids and not approved by management. This was part of a broader investigation that found more than 300 kids working at multiple McDonald's locations. 3 franchisees were fined more than $200,000 in total. McDonald's is calling the reports unacceptable. Out of our Southern Bureau, take a look at this video. A Virginia police officer barely escaped a car spinning out on the highway at 120 miles an hour. The car slides across the median, bang, then crashed into another car that was pulled over for a traffic stop. Police say it is miraculous everyone involved had only minor injuries. The driver of the out-of-control car had been charged with reckless driving. And from our Northeast Bureau, New York just became the first state to ban gas stoves in new residential buildings. The law also bans furnaces and propane heating. This goes into effect in 2026 for buildings under 7 stories tall and in 2029 for taller buildings. Still to come, the concerns over copycat versions of some really popular weight loss drugs, why states are cracking down.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Tonight, states threatening to crack down on copycat versions of super in-demand diabetes and weight loss drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy. More and more states are saying they might take legal action against pharmacies that make or dispense unauthorized versions of these meds. At least 4 states already restrict the manufacturing of these imitation drugs over safety concerns. Regulators in Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, and West Virginia say they're aware that some pharmacies are using a different form of semaglutide, the active ingredient in both Ozempic and Wegovy that's not approved by the FDA. There's been a shortage of drugs like Ozempic for patients with diabetes since last August, according to the FDA. NBC's Berkeley Loveless Jr. has been following this story for us. So, Berkeley, people basically want this drug so badly. They're like picking the lock, and these compound pharmacies are trying to fill the demand. Can you explain first what a compound pharmacy even is? This is not happening at your local Walgreens, right? Like, how does this happen?
Right. So, yeah, compounding pharmacies are actually really important. So they make tailor-made medications for people. So say a person is allergic to an ingredient in a medication or a pain medication, they can essentially take that ingredient out and give it to the patient.